A 6 or 7-year-old child kills a wild wolf. BibiDong personally steps in to save him. This plot is just too wild. In the Stardew Forest, a blood-soaked little boy is pinned under a dead wolf, with a chunk of flesh missing from his thigh, deep claw marks on his back showing bone, and his wounds filled with herbs. Guan is stunned at first glance. This is not a human. It's clearly a little beast. The boy is still holding onto wolf fur in his mouth. His front teeth are broken, and the blood he spits out is mixed with flesh and teeth. His gaze is cold as ice. "What's your name?" the mysterious woman asks, her voice cold. "Chen Dong." He doesn't cry, doesn't show fear, just like a little beast that just finished a fight. The moment the woman removes her veil, Chen Dong is mesmerized. That smile is more dazzling than the sunset. "Come with me, and you'll live." "What do I have to pay?" "You don't have to pay anything." "Okay." Chen Dong's voice trembles for the first time, like a crack in melting ice and snow. When BibiDong reaches out her jade hand to hold his bloodied little hand, Chen Dong suddenly looks up. "In the future, I will protect you." A 6 or 7-year-old child, in a sorry state, speaks the word protect with more weight than a mountain. Under the sunset, leaving a trail of bloody footprints, this child who didn't utter a sound, even when bitten by a wolf, tightly grips that warm hand. He doesn't know that the one holding him is the future pope. BibiDong also doesn't know that what she picked up is a sharp blade that can pave the way for her to conquer the world. This gaze, this ferocity, how will it develop when he grows up? When Tang San encounters him, he will probably be pressed to the ground and rubbed. Is the next chapter going to awaken his martial soul? It gives me goosebumps just thinking about it. Twin martial souls. Innate full soul power. The wild child BibiDong picked up is actually an unparalleled genius. Before Chen Dong passes out, he only remembers that BibiDong's embrace is particularly warm. When he wakes up, BibiDong is wiping his body with a towel, and when she gets to his legs, Chen Dong's face turns red, his whole body tenses up, and goosebumps cover his arms. "I can do it myself. You don't know how to put on clothes?" BibiDong directly takes the clothes and puts them on him. Her movement's gentle, not at all like a pope. Looking at the new clothes on him, Chen Dong mumbles, "I can do it. I will dress myself in the future." He turns around and is immediately taken to awaken his martial soul. Guan throws out 6 black stones, and the moment golden light envelopes Chen Dong, a silver short knife suddenly appears in his right hand. It's gleaming cold and can even change colors. Guan's eyes widen. This martial soul is extraordinary. But before he can finish his excitement, another object emerges from Chen Dong's other hand. Twin martial souls. The crystal ball measuring soul power shines blindingly innate, full soul power. BibiDong sits there, her veil unable to hide the storm in her eyes. This isn't just picking up a child, it's picking up a future war god. The wild boy who just killed a wolf turns around and becomes a twin martial soul genius. Tang San's protagonist Halo is probably going to be lost. What is the origin of this short knife? Will BibiDong personally teach him? My heart is racing. This plot is just too good. A 6-year-old child awakening a 98K martial soul? BibiDong takes him as a disciple on the spot. This operation directly seals his fate. The moment the crystal ball flashes blue light, everyone erupts. Innate full soul power. Guan is so excited he trembles. BibiDong suddenly stands up, her eyes filled with waves of shock. Before everyone can recover, Chen Dong extends his left hand. A strangely shaped black object appears out of nowhere, the dark gun barrel pointing forward, leaving Guan confused. What is this? A gun. How can you stab someone without a bullet? Chen Dong coldly utters 3 words. God-slaying gun. Dominating presence. BibiDong stares at that gun barrel, feeling an inexplicable sense of heart palpitations. This martial soul is not simple. "Do you want to be my disciple?" BibiDong suddenly speaks. Guan anxiously stomps his feet. "You silly boy," quickly agree. Countless people want to become the Pope's disciple. Chen Dong looks up at BibiDong, his gaze hiding thoughts only he understands. "I don't want to be your disciple. I want to be the man who protects you." As if having twin martial souls wasn't enough, he even has a 98K. Is this something that can exist in Douluo? If Tang San's Haotian hammer encounters this thing, it will probably be shattered in one shot. Does BibiDong know the power of this gun? Will Chen Dong agree to become her disciple? This plot twist is so outrageous, I'm completely dumbfounded. The Pope hugs a 6-year-old child onto a carriage, and the child almost suffocates. This scene is just too intense. As soon as Chen Dong agrees to be BibiDong's disciple, he is lifted onto the carriage. BibiDong supports his legs with both hands, pressing him against her chest, and Chen Dong's face instantly buries into a sea of softness, making him stop breathing. His whole body tenses, his limbs stiffen, and all that's left in his mind are 3 words. So fierce. BibiDong even deliberately pinches his thigh. First time on a carriage? Don't be nervous. Chen Dong quickly lifts the curtain to get some air, his ears turning red enough to bleed on the carriage. BibiDong starts to explain to him about Soul Master ranks. Soul Masters start from Soul Warriors to Soul Masters, Great Soul Masters. The highest is titled Douluo. Chen Dong pretends to be confused. What is a soul ring? Can my 98k? Oh no, the God-slaying gun get added? BibiDong is surprisingly patient. When you grow a bit more, they'll take you to the soul-hunting forest. Who would have thought that the wild boy who just killed a wolf in the forest would suddenly be in the Pope's arms learning knowledge? This treatment is something even Tang San would have to step aside for. Chen Dong's little schemes are probably hard to hide. On the surface, he acts as a disciple, but in reality, he wants to be the man who protects her. The ghost Douluo drives the carriage, the chrysanthemum Douluo acts as a follower, and the Pope personally takes care of the child. This lineup is simply absurd. Is the next chapter going to go hunting for souls? 98k paired with a soul ring. Just thinking about it feels thrilling. A 6-year-old child wants a 1,000-year soul ring? BibiDong directly takes him to the Soul Beast Forest. This courage is incredible. On the carriage, BibiDong explains the knowledge of soul rings to Chen Dong. Ordinary soul masters have yellow, purple, and black. But you have twin martial souls. Your second martial soul can eventually add up to 100,000 years. Chen Dong's eyes light up, suddenly exclaiming, I want my first soul ring to be 1,000 years. BibiDong is momentarily taken aback, then smiles. What ambition! No wonder you're my disciple. Along the way, whenever the carriage bumps slightly, Chen Dong is held even tighter by BibiDong, his face buried in her bosom, struggling to breathe. This is not traveling, it's clearly torment. Chen Dong wishes he could jump out of the carriage immediately, but when they arrive at the Soul Beast Forest, he zooms down, moving faster than anyone. BibiDong watches his back, her smile growing gentler. This child is eager for a soul ring. Guanyin and Wolfto clear the path ahead, while BibiDong personally accompanies them, just to help a 6-year-old child hunt for a 1,000-year soul ring. It's worth noting that ordinary soul masters can only have a maximum of 100 years for their first soul ring, and this is directly multiplied by 10. What kind of effect will Chen Dong's 98k paired with a 1,000-year soul ring have? It's likely that one shot could shatter a 100-year soul beast. While Tang San is still in the village working as a blacksmith, this kid is already hunting for a 1,000-year soul ring. The gap is simply worlds apart. What soul beast will be encountered next? Will BibiDong step in to help? I'm sweating the palms. This plot is too bold. A 6-year-old child is going to break the theory of soul rings. He has a skill that allows him to take on a 1,000-year soul beast hidden. This operation is too crazy. At the entrance of the soul hunting forest, Chen Dong suddenly said, I want a 1,000-year soul ring. Yueguan was dumbfounded. Are you crazy? A level 10 soul master can absorb at most a 400-year soul ring. BibiDong frowned. If you can't absorb it, you will explode and die. Chen Dong remained unusually calm. My martial soul has a special ability called punishment. Where does the ability come from without a soul ring? Yueguan was so shocked his mouth could fit an egg. Chen Dong replied slowly, It's not a soul skill, it's inherent to my martial soul. BibiDong's eyes narrowed. Having lived so long, she had never heard of such a thing. Could it be that this child's martial soul can truly break that so-called limit theory? You must know that the entire Douluo continent believes in a maximum of 400 years for a level 10 soul ring, a hard rule set by the theory master. Yet Chen Dong wants to go against it and even dares to say, this theory needs to be revised. On one side are the Pope and title Douluo trying to dissuade him, while on the other is a 6-year-old child's wild obsession. Can he really absorb a 1,000-year soul ring? How powerful is this punishment ability? Just thinking about it makes my blood boil. If he succeeds, the entire Soul Master world will shake. Tang San is still playing with blue silvergrass, while he is already challenging a 1,000-year soul beast. The gap is like a dimensional strike. In the next chapter, is the 1,000-year soul beast going to appear? Can Chen Dong's 98k withstand it? I've already set up my little stool, just waiting to see how he slaps everyone in the face. A level 10 soul master absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring? A title Douluo personally capturing a soul beast. This lineup is simply overwhelming. With a single word from Chen Dong, Yueguan and Wolfto rushed into the Soul Beast Forest. Bang! A giant spider with a diameter of 1.5 meters was thrown to the ground, its 8 long legs piercing the ground like spears. Little guy, this one just turned 1,000. Yueguan laughed smugly. Wolfto sneered. If I hadn't found it first, could you have caught it? The two titled Douluos quarreled like children, and Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. BibiDong squatted down to teach him about soul beasts. 10-year-old bamboo spirit is less than 10 meters. 100 years is over 10 meters. 1,000 years is 20 meters. Chen Dong listened attentively, suddenly being hugged tightly, his face buried in softness, almost suffocating. This teacher is just too enthusiastic. The big spider was still struggling, and Chen Dong raised his hunting wide blade, his eyes instantly turning cold. 1,000-year soul ring. Ordinary soul masters wouldn't even dare to think about it today. He is going to break this rule. With the punishment skill, stunning for a second plus fixed damage, can he take down this spider? Yue Guan and Ghost Law watched closely, and BibiDong protected him throughout. It's all down to Chen Dong's final strike. If he succeeds, he will be the first monster on the entire continent to have a 1,000-year soul ring at level 10. If he fails, he might explode and die. This tension is simply suffocating. What will happen next? Can Chen Dong withstand the power of the 1,000-year soul ring? I can't even blink, just waiting to witness the miracle. A level 10 soul master killed a 1,000-year faceless demon spider. When the purple soul ring appeared, BibiDong was stunned. What Yue Guan and Ghost Law caught was actually the faceless demon spider. With a human face pattern on its lower abdomen, 8 eyes glowing purple, even injured, it still looks eerie. Chen Dong looked at the spider, his eyes lit up. Isn't this a great opportunity to ruin someone else's chance? Call me uncle, and call him grandpa? Yue Guan laughed uncontrollably. Ghost Douluo frowned. What? Am I not worthy of being a grandpa? The two titled Douluos bickered happily, while BibiDong snorted coldly, instantly suppressing the faceless demon spider. The Pope's aura is just that outrageous. Chen Dong charged forward with his hunting wide blade, stabbing into the spider's eye and twisting hard. Punishment. Suddenly, a silver phantom smashed down from midair, and the faceless demon spider instantly froze, surprisingly radiating tranquility. In the next second, purple light spots gathered into a ring, slowly rotating around it. The 1,000-year soul ring. It just formed. Yue Guan was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. Is this really done? BibiDong stared at the purple soul ring, her eyes filled with delight. Chen Dong stood in front of the soul ring, trembling all over. Not out of fear, but excitement. A level 10 with a 1,000-year soul ring, unique in the entire Douluo continent. Next, can he absorb the soul ring? What will the soul skill of this faceless demon spider be? I dare say even if Tang San came, he'd be jealous and cry. This plot is getting more and more intense. A 6-year-old child growing 8 spider legs behind him, directly mutating after absorbing a 1,000-year soul ring. Even BibiDong was dumbfounded. The moment the purple soul ring enveloped the hunting wide blade, Chen Dong's blood vessels felt like they were going to explode. His organs felt like they were on fire, his bones cracking, blood beads seeping from his pores, and he was enveloped in a faint red mist, looking painful. Can't hold on? Yue Guan anxiously wanted to step forward, but was stopped by BibiDong. This is the path he chose himself. Just when everyone was sweating nervously, the hunting wide blade suddenly exploded with silver light, protecting Chen Dong's body. Just as they breathed a sigh of relief, Chen Dong suddenly screamed in agony, his upper body arching like a shrimp, and his back clothes ripped apart. 8 fist-sized bulges popped out, bursting open with a pop, growing 8 deep purple limbs. Those are the legs of the faceless demon spider. Yue Guan's eyes were about to pop out. 3 meters long spider legs, with tips as sharp as a spear, lifted Chen Dong into the air, purple light flashing terrifyingly. Even more outrageous, all the old wounds on Chen Dong's body disappeared, his skin smooth as if he had never been injured. This isn't absorbing a soul ring, this is a direct mutation. With these 8 legs, plus the hunting wide blade and 98k, won't Chen Dong be able to walk sideways in the future? BibiDong stared at those spider legs, her eyes filled with shock, probably having never seen such an operation. How will this ability be used next? Is he going to become Spider-Man? This plot has exceeded imagination. My mind is filled with those 8 legs glowing purple. It's too exciting, I just can't stop. A 6-year-old soul master, with the first soul skill directly sucking blood? The effect of the 1,000-year soul ring is just too awesome. The moment Chen Dong fell from the air, BibiDong instantly teleported to catch him. His head hit her shoulder, and the 8 spider legs behind him whooshed up, making Chen Dong's whole body tense like a steel plate. Don't be afraid. BibiDong gently patted his back, her voice soft enough to squeeze out water. Chen Dong tried to retract the spider legs. The 3-meter-long purple legs crackled and folded, shrinking into his ribs, leaving only a tingling sensation behind. Looking at his hunting wide blade, it had directly transformed from 1 inch wide to 3 inches, adorned with purple patterns, resembling a strange axe. First soul skill, Life Devour. Chen Dong raised his hand, the wide blade shining with purple light. Hitting the enemy will poison them and absorb their life force. Yue Guan curled his lips. Is that it? Chen Dong sneered, and there's also a loss of 1 point of health per second, while soul beasts lose 1.5 points, plus an additional 60 points of damage. Yu Guan's eyes widened instantly. Now, that's more like it. BibiDong looked at the purple soul rings under Chen Dong's feet and couldn't help but smile. Having a level 10,000-year soul ring and a soul skill that can absorb is quite a deal for this disciple. Even more outrageous, Chen Dong not only grew taller, but all his injuries were gone, and a purple light was shining beneath his skin, making him look formidable. With this ability, will hunting soul beasts be as easy as chopping vegetables in the future? If Tang San's blue silvergrass encounters him, it might just be absorbed into hay. This first soul skill is too overpowered. Is Chen Dong going to cause some trouble in the Soul Master City next? I already can't wait to see him with a 98k. It's definitely going to be explosive. However, what a pity. The man-faced demon spider and your martial soul aren't the best match. Otherwise, if you absorbed a stronger plant-type martial soul for your first soul ring, it could make your weapon martial soul even stronger. Not suitable? Chen Dong calmly shook his head. Then he said, I'm already very satisfied with this enhancement, and I believe I can obtain something more suitable in the future. BibiDong silently observed Chen Dong, then glanced at Yu Guan, saying nothing. Yu Guan then curiously asked, little guy, what was up with those 8 spider legs on your back just now? Also, your martial soul changed from short blade to a giant axe. Could it be a mutated martial soul? When the question was asked that month, even Ghost Douluo curiously raised his head to look at Chen Dong. After all, the strange changes in Chen Dong have been witnessed by all 3 of them. At this moment, BibiDong calmly said, little guy, summon your spider legs. Her voice was calm, as if she were discussing something trivial. Chen Dong nodded. Without any hesitation, he controlled the soul power within him to slowly spread towards the spider leg behind him. Whoosh! Behind Chen Dong, 8 giant spider legs suddenly spread out. What? What is this? Yu Guan looked on with curiosity. At that moment, hiss! A soft gasp. Chen Dong was taken aback. Turning around, he saw Yu Guan staring blankly at his right hand, which had turned completely purple. Moreover, a black mist was rapidly spreading up his arm. Chapter 9. I'm going to pick up an airdrop. However, there was no trace of fear in Yu Guan's eyes. Instead, he curiously stared at the black mist. He even closed his eyes to slowly feel it. Then, Yu Guan let out a soft hum, and a wave of soul power surged within him, forcing the black mist to expel outwards from his right hand. However, before the black mist could retreat to his elbow, it suddenly stopped. After a moment, it began to spread upwards again, and this time it was even faster than before. Huh? Yu Guan let out a soft sound. The next second, a black soul ring suddenly appeared on his hand. A golden chrysanthemum emerged, and soon all the black and purple mist was expelled from his body. Huh? Yu Guan let out a long breath. Little guy, your poison is indeed very domineering. Moreover, your spider legs are as substantial as reality. It's truly incredible. By the way, little guy, besides poison, what other abilities do your spider legs have? Chen Dong shook his head and said, I haven't tried it yet. There might be some characteristics of the spider legs of the man-faced demon spider. These spider legs are quite impressive. With 8 controllable spider legs, each 2 meters long, they can definitely be equivalent to 8 long spears, and they're also highly poisonous. If the toxicity is the same as that of the man-faced demon spider, it should be a neurotoxin combined with corrosive poison. Little guy, your first spirit ring is truly extraordinary. However, these spider legs don't seem to be an ability attached to the spirit ring. Could they actually be an external spirit bone? BibiDong gently stepped forward and reached out to touch the spider legs on Chen Dong's back. The sharp, pointed, and toxin-filled spider legs seemed like mere fingers on Chen Dong's small hand in her grasp. She completely ignored the various toxins in between. This is definitely an external spirit bone. BibiDong's voice was cold and unquestionable. What? An external spirit bone? It really is an external spirit bone. Yu Guan and Gue may exchange shocked glances filled with disbelief. As titled Douluo, they knew very well the existence of external spirit bones. However, none of them dared to believe that Chen Dong could obtain an external spirit bone on his first spirit ring absorption. Incredible, little guy, Yu Guan exclaimed in amazement. Not only is your first spirit ring 1,000 years old, but also produced an external spirit bone. If other spirit masters knew, they would probably be shocked. Little guy, it seems that your greatest gain this time is not the 1,000-year spirit ring, nor the first spirit skill, Devour, but these 8 spider legs, or rather, this external spirit bone. External spirit bone? Chen Dong looked at BibiDong. BibiDong nodded. I just taught you how to identify spirit beasts and spirit rings. But I didn't have time to talk about spirit bone knowledge. This is mainly because I never thought you would encounter a spirit bone so early. It seems it's time to explain the mysteries of spirit bones to you. Saying this, she began with the definition of spirit bones. Spirit bones are extremely special things. First, the probability of a spirit bone appearing is only 1 in 1,000 or even lower. Generally speaking, only spirit beasts that are extremely powerful and experience some special circumstances at the time of death may produce spirit bones after dying. Therefore, spirit bones are extremely rare and valuable. Another difference between spirit bones and spirit rings is that spirit bones do not require the one who kills the spirit beast to be the one who can use them. Spirit bones can even be sold after they are obtained. External spirit bones are a magical existence, a special existence apart from the 6 major types of spirit bones. If the probability of an ordinary spirit bone appearing from a spirit beast is 1 in 1,000, then the probability of an external spirit bone appearing is even less than 1 in 10,000. Moreover, the condition for absorbing an external spirit bone is first to absorb the spirit ring that dropped from the spirit beast from which the spirit bone came. The spirit bone you absorbed is a vertebra, which is an external spirit bone. Child, do you know that in the Spirit Master world, the most precious things have a ranking called the Spirit Master Dream List? On this list, external spirit bones have always ranked second, only behind the almost impossible to exist 100,000-year spirit ring. BibiDong explained to Chen Dong how precious these 8 spider legs were in the easiest to understand way. Her words were so persuasive that even Yu Guan and Gui may looked at Chen Dong enviously. Such a miraculous encounter made even titled Douluo feel a bit envious. At that moment, BibiDong waved her hand, and a brand new piece of clothing appeared. She then said, "It's cold here, little guy. You should put on some clothes. You just absorbed the spirit ring, and your blood is surging. Be careful not to let the cold air enter your body." "Okay, teacher." Chen Dong retracted all 8 of his enormous spider legs into his body. Then BibiDong gently squatted down and patiently helped him put on his clothes. Chen Dongxin happily touched his clothes, which fit him perfectly. "It seems that I will have to carry many clothes with me in the future." Thinking about how his spider legs would tear his clothes every time they appeared, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. BibiDong stood up, and then a delicate necklace appeared in her hand. The chain was made of gold, with a sparkling blue gemstone hanging from it. "This is a soul guide device that I can no longer use. You can use it perfectly. Its function is storage, and you only need to inject your own soul power into it to activate it, providing 3 cubic meters of storage space, convenient for storing various items." A soul guide device. Chen Dong curiously picked up the necklace, feeling a cool and lively airflow emanating from the blue gemstone. It seemed to know that Chen Dong was unfamiliar with the function of soul guidance devices, so it didn't wait for him to ask. BibiDong had already explained first. A soul guidance device, as the name suggests, is a tool that uses martial soul power. There are very few legacy soul guidance devices, and most of them do not have offensive capabilities. This necklace is one I used a long time ago. It doesn't hold much significance for me, but you should find it useful in the future. Let's give it a name. Looking at the necklace and gently exploring the blue gemstone, he thought, "Heart of the ocean?" BibiDong was slightly taken aback, her face hidden under the veil, showing no expression. She nodded and said, "All right, let's go with that." Chen Dong sighed inwardly, indeed. No one knew the meaning behind this. It was simple to use. Just inject your soul power into the gem, and you would be able to feel the existence of its space. If you reacted quickly enough, the things inside would seem to appear out of thin air. However, mastering its characteristics required more practice. This would also be a lesson for you in the future. Chen Dong nodded seriously. He then turned around and carefully picked up the broken clothes that had fallen to the ground. He shook off the dirt on them and neatly folded them, placing them in the heart of the ocean in front of him. Next, Chen Dong solemnly secured the heart of the ocean and excitedly touched the blue gem, revealing a grateful smile as he looked up and said, "Teacher, thank you." BibiDong nodded calmly. However, Yueguan curiously asked, "Little guy, what are you picking up that torn clothing for?" "This is the first piece of clothing I wore in this world, and it was personally put on me by the teacher, so I will never discard it in my life, nor will I ever forget it." Beneath her veiled face, BibiDong was as calm as water, but her eyes gently shimmered with warmth. Watching Chen Dong's youthful face as he spoke such firm words, BibiDong turned around without a change in expression, her voice as cold as ever. "Since the little guy's martial soul has awakened, we can set off back to Soul City now?" At this moment, Chen Dong scratched his head and hesitantly said, "Teacher, I'm afraid we can't return just yet because I still need to go to the forest to fetch something." BibiDong was taken aback. "What is it?" Chen Dong opened his mouth, genuinely unsure how to explain. He could only truthfully say, I need to go pick up an airdrop. Chapter 10. The Passionate and Forgetful BibiDong Airdrop. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged glances. Well, this is equivalent to the auxiliary ability of my second martial soul. Whenever my soul master level increases, a unique resource will fall from the sky, containing items related to my second martial soul. It's right in the forest, over there. BibiDong, Yu Guan, and Gue Mei curiously looked in the direction Chen Dong was pointing. However, what they saw was a blank space. There's nothing there. Little guy, are you sure you're not mistaken? I'm not. Chen Dong shook his head. His gaze shifted to the distance. He saw a red light and a huge parachute continuously descending. It should be something only I can see, but I'm sure there are resources I need there. BibiDong raised her head to look in the direction Chen Dong pointed, and then a faint surge of soul power emerged from her. A glint flashed in her eyes. Yu Guan, Hui Mei, you two stay here and don't let anyone else get close. Little guy, take me to find the airdrop you mentioned. Yu Guan and Gue Mei exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Then BibiDong picked up Chen Dong with one hand and swiftly soared into the sky, heading towards the direction he indicated. As various scenes flashed by beneath them, BibiDong's embrace felt incredibly warm and reassuring. The most crucial part was the excellent shock absorption. Little guy, are we almost there? Teacher, just a bit to the right. We're here, this is the spot. As soon as Chen Dong finished speaking, BibiDong suddenly descended to the ground. Looking around in confusion, BibiDong's voice carried a hint of surprise. There's nothing. Teacher, it's about to fall. About to fall? BibiDong looked up in puzzlement but still saw nothing. Teacher, it's right above us. BibiDong took a step back, and, at that moment, a plume of yellow smoke rose in front of her. Then, BibiDong looked at the large, strange box that had appeared on the ground with a puzzled expression. The box was taller than a person and wrapped in yellow-green, peculiar fabric. Is this what you call an airdrop? Chen Dong nodded and said yes. But I don't know why it seems that only I can see the airdrop during its descent. BibiDong examined the strange box in front of her and reached out to touch the canvas on top. How far is this airdrop distance? Can a location be controlled? This is related to my soul master level. The higher my level, the farther the airdrop range will be. However, the location is completely random and cannot be controlled. BibiDong pondered for a moment and then said, it seems you will have a lot of trouble in the future. Although others may not know what is inside this strange box, something that falls from the sky is definitely considered a treasure. Moreover, if it lands within the territory of some high-level soul beasts, it will probably be very difficult for you to retrieve it. BibiDong looked around. There were no soul beasts coming. Most of the soul beasts in the soul beast forest had been scared away by the commotion created by Yu Guan and Gue Mei just now. Little guy, in the future, when you are about to break through, try to choose the spirit hall. That's my territory. But teacher, that might not work. Seeing BibiDong looking at him with a puzzled expression, Chen Dong scratched his head. Teacher, my soul skills are a bit special. I didn't explain it fully just now. After successfully attaching the soul ring of the human-faced demon spider, my punishment skill has also changed. BibiDong's eyes lit up, and then she said, are you saying that after your soul master level increases, punishment has gained new functions? Yes, teacher. Based on the original punishment, it has now turned into spirit breath punishment, which can be used not only on soul beasts but also on humans. BibiDong's eyes sparkled. Continue. Spirit breath punishment. Cooldown time 30 seconds. Deals unavoidable fixed true damage to soul beasts and stuns them for 1 second. It can also deal punitive damage to living beings other than soul beasts. With the damage halved, damage ignores defense and level. In addition, my hunting Y-blade has evolved into the patrolling axe, which has added a new skill called hunting, increasing damage to soul beasts by 60. After killing a soul beast, I will additionally gain 30 current soul power and bounty from that soul beast. Not only that, after killing a soul beast, I will permanently increase my own vitality by 20, directly enhancing my life force. BibiDong stared at Chen Dong with a strange expression, then sighed and said, little guy, it seems the soul beasts of Douluo continent are going to be in trouble. Even I'm a bit envious of your martial soul. Chen Dong revealed a shy smile and said innocently, that's precisely why the best choice for me is to hunt soul beasts to improve myself. So, breaking through in the spirit city isn't the best option for me. BibiDong nodded. All right, little guy, I understand. But why didn't you mention this earlier? And why are you no longer hiding it now? Chen Dong was taken aback, and then said somewhat dejectedly, this ability is not a soul skill obtained from a soul ring, but evolved from my martial soul itself. So I instinctively feel that I cannot reveal it. However, there is no need to hide it from you. Teacher, BibiDong looked at Chen Dong, who seemed a bit self-reproachful and downcast. She bent down and hugged him in her arms. Little guy, you did the right thing. Aside from obvious things like external soul bones, remember not to expose the secret of your martial soul. Do not trust anyone. Chen Dong stubbornly shook his head. BibiDong was taken aback. She released Chen Dong and looked at him seriously, then said, "Little guy, you're still young. You must understand that what I do is also to protect you. Only a genius who has grown up can truly be a genius. Teacher, I know, but you are different. I will never hide anything from you. I can always trust you." You. BibiDong stared blankly at Chen Dong, looking into his pair of black eyes filled with purity. The gaze directed towards her was so resolute. It was a kind of unreserved trust. It wasn't because of her identity as the Pope, nor her strength as a title de law. The little guy still knew nothing of these. He instinctively trusted her. He knew about hiding things from Yueguan and Ghost Shadow, yet still told her. In an instant, BibiDong's heart, which was originally as cold as ice, was slowly warmed by a gentle current. A kind of softness gradually expanded. Little guy. BibiDong fiercely hugged Chen Dong, tightly holding his slender little shoulders. However, it made BibiDong feel so warm and reliable. Cough, cough. Little guy, don't worry. Teacher will definitely gather the best resources from across the continent to provide you with the best cultivation environment. I will make sure you grow. Cough, cough. Teacher. I'm afraid I won't be able to grow up in the future. At this moment, BibiDong finally noticed that Chen Dong in her arms had a small face flushed bright red. As soon as BibiDong loosened her grip, Chen Dong couldn't help but cough. So fierce. So dangerous. He was too excited. The future genius almost perished in the embrace of the Pope. Chapter 11. Airdrop gift package. Chen Dong's body now resembled that of a 6-year-old child, even after absorbing the millennium-old soul ring of a human-faced demon spider. It only slightly compensated for the malnutrition he had suffered. Therefore, when BibiDong tightly hugged him, Chen Dong's head happened to reach BibiDong's height. After all, BibiDong's long legs were enough to be half a person's height even when she squatted down. Moreover, BibiDong had just been so emotionally stirred that it nearly caused a tragic incident where this future genius almost choked. At this moment, as BibiDong realized what had just happened while looking at Chen Dong's small face, which was flushed and he was coughing, she felt both guilty and amused. She also regretted her earlier actions. For so many years, she had always presented herself with a strong and cold image. Today, she was suddenly moved by Chen Dong's pure and unreserved trust. In a moment of instability, she had acted this way. BibiDong gently patted her chest to regain her composure. Just as Chen Dong managed to maintain a steady breath and lifted his head, he happened to see BibiDong waving her hand. In an instant, Chen Dong is even able to cough, cough. Chen Dong uncontrollably coughed lightly twice. BibiDong stood up and patted Chen Dong's head. "All right, little guy, quickly put away the airdrop you just received. It wouldn't be good if other soul masters come in and see it later." Chen Dong nodded. He stood up and approached the enormous box. Finding the end of a rope, he gently pulled it, and a nylon rope was brought down. Then he forcefully tore off the canvas. What lay before him was an incredibly massive box with red and blue colors on top, resembling a simple lid placed over it. The box appeared enormous, towering over Chen Dong by at least 2 of his heights. BibiDong glanced at it and stepped forward, reaching out to lift the lid of the box to help Chen Dong open it. However, in an instant, BibiDong froze in place. Huh? BibiDong raised an eyebrow, applying a bit of force with her hand, but the box remained completely still. A red light flashed above BibiDong's right hand, and then the entire box was lifted into the air. Yet her hand still rested on the lid of the box, and the lid and the box body never separated. Now, BibiDong was stunned, a hint of unusual color appearing in her eyes. Then BibiDong stepped closer, placing one hand on the lid and gripping the box with the other, her arms exerting slight force. But the seemingly not-so-sturdy large box remained unmoved. Now BibiDong was truly surprised. "Little guy, could it be that this box can only be opened by you?" Chen Dong was taken aback for a moment. Considering the uniqueness of the airdrop, BibiDong's statement made a lot of sense. "Teacher, let me give it a try." Then, the 8 spider legs behind Chen Dong appeared simultaneously. 2 huge spider legs propped up on the ground, lifting Chen Dong's body into the air, just enough to reach the position of the box. Chen Dong pushed hard, but the box remained completely still. Chen Dong squinted his eyes, and 2 huge spider legs emerged, pressing down on the 2 positions of the lid simultaneously. However, the box remained unmoved. Chen Dong was stunned. What was going on? The box he obtained couldn't be opened? BibiDong also stared at the airdrop box in surprise, and then said, "Little guy, did you say this box appeared because of your second spirit?" BibiDong's words reminded Chen Dong, and he nodded in realization. Teacher, I understand. Then, with a thought, Chen Dong gathered his soul power, and an ancient-looking 98K sniper rifle appeared in his hand. Looking at the familiar yet unfamiliar sniper rifle, Chen Dong's expression was somewhat excited. Taking a deep breath, he circulated his soul power. As he felt the soul power in his body slowly converge towards the 98K in front of him, he could clearly sense his soul power wrapping around the gun body. The dark muzzle of the 98K seemed like a bottomless pit, continuously absorbing soul power. Finally, just as Chen Dong felt a bit fatigued, the speed of soul power absorption came to a halt. Chen Dong let out a sigh of relief and couldn't help but feel emotional. He didn't expect that with his current strength, just firing a single shot would drain almost all of his soul power. It seems that relying on the 98K to become his main weapon will take a long time. However, this is also because Chen Dong is currently only a one-ring soul master, and his soul power cultivation is still relatively weak. He believes that once his strength grows in the future, he won't have such troubles. Chen Dong still cannot determine whether his god-slaying gun is effective against the airdrop. Normally, the airdrop can be opened immediately after landing. However, this airdrop has landed on the Douluo continent and is surrounded by a strange prohibition. Even BibiDong cannot open the airdrop box, nor can she deal significant damage to it. Therefore, Chen Dong can only hope for his god-slaying gun. He aims at the box in front of him and gently pulls the trigger. Boom! A loud explosion. BibiDong's eyes suddenly burst with brilliance, staring intently at the god-slaying gun in Chen Dong's hand. After Chen Dong shot the box, it shattered into pieces. In an instant, a large pile of supplies appeared in front of him. Looking at the array of dazzling materials on the ground, a faint smile appeared on Chen Dong's lips. The various familiar yet strange equipment made Chen Dong feel somewhat emotional. In this unfamiliar continent, he finally saw the familiar items again. Chen Dong bent down with excitement to check the supplies in front of him and quickly counted them. A level 1 backpack, a level 1 bulletproof vest, and an ugly-looking level 1 helmet. In addition, there was an R-1895 revolver with 100 rounds of ammunition and a pistol silencer, an S-1897 shotgun with 100 rounds of ammo and a dedicated choke, 2 grenades, 2 flashbangs, 2 smoke grenades, and 2 Molotov cocktails, 10 energy drinks, and 10 bandages. Besides these weapons, there were 3 special items that were clearly different from the rest. Chen Dong picked it up and examined it closely. A level 3 backpack, exclusive equipment. When he obtained this level 3 backpack, all information about it was instantly grasped by Chen Dong. This is very similar to the soul skill information absorbed after acquiring a soul ring. He immediately understood that this level 3 backpack belonged exclusively to him. Once the backpack is bound, it can only be used by him, unlike a regular backpack. Additionally, the level 3 backpack is in a concealed state on his person. Because it is directly bound to his body, it can be stored inside him like an ordinary martial soul. The capacity of the level 3 backpack is 250. This means Chen Dong has an additional 250 independent spaces to store various supplies. It's even more useful than a soul guiding artifact. Besides that, there's another object, shimmering with a mysterious glow, a Kar 98K dedicated bullet pouch with a capacity of 15. Its function is to store bullets condensed from soul power. Chen Dong just used the 98K, and its power is indeed significant. However, it has a drawback. Each shot almost consumes all of Chen Dong's soul power. As a result, during critical moments in battle, if his soul power is exhausted, Chen Dong will find himself in danger. But with this exclusive bullet pouch, Chen Dong can store his soul power and prepare 15 bullets for use. With the power of the god-slaying gun, 15 bullets can definitely slay a god. Chapter 12. X-ray vision? White. However, when it comes to the god-level tier or the rank of title Daw, even if Chen Dong wields the god-slaying gun, it will be difficult to hit the opponent directly. It is very likely that before he can even pull the trigger, he would be killed by the opponent. Even for a long-range sneak attack, a master at the title Douluo level can keenly sense the dynamics around them within a few hundred meters. They have an instinctive reaction to impending threats. Not to mention powerful title Douluo like BibiDong, who possesses a domain. Given Chen Dong's strength, it will be difficult to succeed even in a sneak attack. However, ordinary soul masters or soul beasts with slightly weaker power and no domain would not have such good luck. The exclusive bullet pouch can be directly mounted onto Chen Dong's martial soul as an accessory to the 98K. Chen Dong perfectly fitted the exclusive bullet pouch for soul power controllers onto his 98K, making it look like an odd black bag had appeared on top of his martial soul. However, for those unfamiliar with his martial soul, there wouldn't be any noticeable changes. Then, Chen Dong picked up another piece of special equipment. This was a holographic sight, which, like the bullet pouch, was also exclusive equipment that couldn't be used on ordinary firearms, but could similarly be attached to Chen Dong's 98K martial soul. Chen Dong held the holographic sight in his hand and examined it carefully. It looked like an ordinary holographic sight on the outside, but there were strange halos on the lens, and overall it appeared more mysterious, with complex and unusual patterns on it. After inspecting the holographic sight, Chen Dong curiously brought it to his eyes to observe. Through the holographic sight, he instantly saw everything around him more clearly. He took the sight down and looked at his surroundings with the naked eye, then compared it again by bringing the holographic sight back to his eyes. Chen Dong discovered that the magnification of the holographic sight is approximately 1.5 times. Observing through the holographic sight, it seems as if everything in front of him is contained within a small frame, making it clearer and more detailed. However, just as Chen Dong was moving the holographic sight around to observe, the lens slid past BibiDong's face. Chen Dong was momentarily stunned, his body stiffening. In an instant, his heartbeat even slowed down a bit. On the opposite side, BibiDong was sizing up Chen Dong, suddenly feeling an inexplicable sensation as if being watched by some mysterious presence. It felt as if she was being seen through by Chen Dong. There was a strange feeling all over her body, as if she were standing in front of Chen Dong, completely naked. A burning gaze seemed to sweep over her body. Noticing the unnatural expression on BibiDong's face, Chen Dong quickly retracted the holographic scope. One hand tightly gripped the holographic scope, while his other hand, feeling uneasy, clenched into a small fist, and his face turned bright red. His mind was filled with so big, and to his surprise, the teacher was actually wearing purple. Truly his taste. BibiDong's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she looked at Chen Dong with confusion. Little guy, what's wrong? And nothing. Chen Dong quickly installed the holographic sight onto the aiming hole of the 98K while speaking. As his exclusive equipment, it could be directly attached to the 98K's martial soul. With a swipe, Chen Dong retracted his soul power, causing the 98K to vanish into his palm. However, he soon discovered that as an additional component of the martial soul, he could summon the holographic sight's functionality into his field of vision with just a thought. He could also expand the surrounding scenery into a small square box. Unable to help himself, he once again glanced at BibiDong, losing focus uncontrollably. There was nothing he could do. It wasn't that his willpower was weak, it was just that his teacher's strength was truly astonishing. Chen Dong hurriedly operated his soul power, disabling the function of the holographic sight. Little guy, what functions do these items you just put away have? Why can they all be directly attached to your martial soul? Hearing BibiDong's question, Chen Dong coughed violently. He had choked a bit on his saliva. Cough, cough. Teacher, that backpack-shaped object is a soul guide device, with 250 independent spaces for storing items, and I can keep it inside my body. What? A soul guide device? BibiDong was taken aback. She didn't expect that your second martial soul was indeed extraordinary, and this so-called airdrop would actually deliver a soul guide device for you. A soul guide device with 250 independent spaces is rare across the entire continent. What about the other items? Seeing that BibiDong didn't seem to notice anything unusual, Chen Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. That black bag is a special accessory for my martial soul, which can store my excess soul power inside it, allowing me to use it all at once during combat. BibiDong's eyes lit up. This function was simply tailor-made for Chen Dong's martial soul. She had seen how powerful Chen Dong's god-slaying spear was, but she could also tell that just that one shot had almost drained all of Chen Dong's soul power. This was not conducive to sustained combat, and having an item that could store soul power would fill this gap. What about that little thing you just took out? It looks like a soul guide device for observation and monitoring, right? Yes, it's a holographic sight, which can magnify my field of vision in front of me by 1.5 times, allowing me to observe distant situations and see things more clearly. No, little guy, you're lying again. It definitely does more than just make things clearer. When you explained your first soul skill to Yuguan earlier, I knew you were holding back. Sigh, forget it. Since you're unwilling to say, you must have your own considerations. The teacher 1T pressed further. BibiDong said this, but Chen Dong felt hesitant inside. After all, he didn't want to hide anything from BibiDong. If something as trivial as this caused a rift in her heart, or if it merely planted a seed of distrust, it would undoubtedly affect their relationship in the future. After some inner turmoil, a look of determination flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Forget it. At worst, he would just get scolded or beaten by the teacher. But he had to be an honest child. Teacher, my third piece of equipment has another function. What is it? BibiDong stared at Chen Dong with a complex expression. After all, judging from Chen Dong's performance just now, this function was likely to be something strange. It's X-ray vision. BibiDong raised an eyebrow. She calmly gazed at Chen Dong, without any change in her expression, and said, "Is that so? Show the teacher how it works." Saying this, she placed her fair hands in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong's face turned red. He lowered his head. Resembling a student who had made a mistake and had some inappropriate reading materials confiscated by the teacher, feeling a sense of shame, Chen Dong summoned his god-slaying gun martial soul and removed the holographic sight attachment. After hesitating for a moment, with a determination akin to facing death, he placed one hand on the holographic sight and put it into BibiDong's hand. He then let his hands drop, slightly lowered his head, and nervously stared at his toes, not daring to look into BibiDong's eyes. Chapter 13. Aiming at the teacher, BibiDong curiously examined the holographic sight in her hand. And then, imitating Chen Dong's earlier posture, she placed the holographic sight in front of one of her eyes. Soon, BibiDong's whole body stiffened. Especially when she swept the holographic sight over Chen Dong, she finally understood what he meant by X-ray vision. Seeing Chen Dong's awkward demeanor, with a small face flushed and head lowered, not daring to look at her, he appeared quite pitiful. BibiDong's expression was calm as she handed the holographic sight back to Chen Dong. All right, the teacher now understands the specific function of the so-called holographic sight. The level of X-ray vision isn't very strong. It only penetrates a few centimeters. Generally speaking, if the enemy is behind a building, it will be very difficult to see through. Moreover, if they consciously use their soul power to block, the effect of the X-ray vision will also diminish. It's not an exceptionally powerful skill, so you must not rely too much on this ability. Chen Dong looked up in surprise, foolishly took the holographic scope, and said dejectedly, "Teacher, I was wrong. Please punish me." "Why should I punish you?" "I'm sorry, teacher, I didn't know the holographic scope had X-ray capabilities at first, so during the experiment What did you see?" I saw your body." When Chen Dong said this, his ears turned red, like 2 cooked prawns. BibiDong touched his head and sighed with some affection. "Silly child, you didn't know in advance. Ignorance is no crime." Feeling the warmth from her palm, Chen Dong raised his head and looked at BibiDong. "Teacher, aren't you angry?" BibiDong extended a slender finger and gently tapped Chen Dong's forehead. "What? Do you think of me as such a narrow-minded person?" "Not narrow-minded," Chen Dong said without thinking, and then added in his heart. "The heart is exceptionally vast. I can testify, really vast." BibiDong looked at him with amusement. "Little guy, since you're so afraid of being punished by the teacher, why say it out loud? As long as you don't say it, I won't know." Hearing this, Chen Dong raised his head to look at BibiDong and said seriously, "Teacher, I would rather be punished by you than deceive you. I have said that you are the person I trust the most in this world, and I will never lie to you at any time." BibiDong stared blankly at Chen Dong in front of him, noticing the slight blush on the little guy's face due to guilt. The gaze looking at him was so pure, without a hint of malicious intent. Thinking about it, he was only 6 years old. What could he possibly understand? Moreover, this child lived alone in the forest, perhaps without a mother since he was little, and he didn't even know what a woman's body meant. He certainly wouldn't understand the taboos involved. Sigh. BibiDong bent down, feeling heartbroken, and reached out with both hands to touch Chen Dong's head. Gently comforting him, she said, "The teacher isn't angry with you, so don't take it to heart. Little guy, put your sights away, but remember, don't take it out easily except during battles. Especially when we return to Seoul City. Don't use it to observe others easily. Understood?" Chen Dong nodded heavily, feeling the shock wave from his head. He said in a muffled voice, "Teacher, I remember." He reattached the holographic sight to the 98K and then withdrew his martial soul back into his palm. However, there was one thing Chen Dong did not tell BibiDong, which was that he could use the holographic sight directly within his body as long as he mobilized his soul power, without needing to summon the 98K. But this was something Chen Dong would never reveal. After all, such an ability had no special signs after use. Who would know if he was using it at that moment? Revealing it would only make BibiDong uneasy, constantly doubting whether Chen Dong was using that ability again. Such honesty would do more harm than good. Therefore, although there was still some flickering in Chen Dong's eyes, BibiDong thought he was just immersed in shame and sadness. And didn't he think much of it? "Little guy, aside from your strange martial soul exclusive equipment, what are these peculiar things on the ground?" Looking at the curiosity shining in BibiDong's eyes, he picked up a revolver. Chen Dong reluctantly released BibiDong. Teacher, this weapon is similar to my martial soul. It is also a type of gun. However, its lethality is not as strong as my martial soul. But it has one advantage. It doesn't consume soul power when used and can be activated at any time. Even an ordinary person who is completely unarmed can use it to kill powerful soul masters. Upon hearing this, BibiDong was taken aback. Impossible. How could an ordinary person kill a soul master? What kind of lethality could such a small weapon possibly have? Chen Dong pondered for a moment. Without a comparison of strength, it was hard for him to judge the soul master's words. But if it were a soul beast like the man-faced demon spider that had just been killed, it definitely couldn't withstand the lethality of this revolver. BibiDong looked at the small revolver in her hand with some surprise. If she didn't know that Chen Dong would never deceive her, she would have suspected that he was just speaking nonsense. This small object didn't look capable of killing a man-faced demon spider at all. After thinking for a moment, BibiDong handed the revolver to Chen Dong and said, "Little guy, use your revolver to attack me. Let me see its power." Huh? Chen Dong stared blankly at BibiDong, then said, "Teacher, why do it this way? Can't we just find a soul beast randomly in the forest? What if you get hurt?" "Hurt me?" BibiDong chuckled softly and replied, "Little guy, you know nothing about power. With the weapon in your hand, it's impossible to hurt me. Do you remember what I told you about soul master levels? It's time to tell you that I am a titled Douluo, which means I am one of the strongest existences on the continent." Although Chen Dong already knew about BibiDong's strength, he still opened his mouth in surprise and looked at her with admiration. "Wow, so you're that amazing, teacher. That's great. No one will dare to bully me anymore. But even so, I will still protect you for a lifetime." BibiDong looked at Chen Dong's childlike expression with amusement, and the coldness in her eyes was replaced by softness. Seeing Chen Dong's shining eyes filled with admiration, BibiDong couldn't help but feel a sense of pride deep within her. With her strength, power, and status, countless people complimented her. However, BibiDong deeply disliked the flattery and compliment from those people. But at this moment, seeing Chen Dong excitedly clapping his little hands and looking at her with admiration, a sense of pride and satisfaction grew in her heart. "Little guy, now you know the teacher's strength, right? So, you can boldly shoot at me without worrying about hurting me." Chapter 14. Teacher, I'm going to shoot again. Teacher, this is a revolver. It can fire 6 shots in succession, and its killing power is extremely strong at close range with very fast speed. You'd better summon your martial soul to protect yourself. Chen Dong, still worried, reminded BibiDong once again. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong's cautious expression, her little face filled with tension, fearing that she might actually get hurt. Although she knew that with Chen Dong's small pistol, it was impossible for him to really harm her, she still felt a warmth from his subconscious concern. "Little guy, you have no idea how powerful a titled Douluo is. All right, the teacher knows what to do. Come on, shoot at the teacher." Chen Dong, I have never heard such a strange request. "All right, teacher, be careful for the first shot. I will aim for your, left arm position. Teacher, watch out for your defense." BibiDong shook her head with a smile, thinking it's really childish, still afraid of her getting hurt. "All right, teacher is ready. Come on, shoot me boldly." Chen Dong couldn't help but shiver as he held the revolver in his right hand. "Teacher, your speed is too fast. It's easy for me to get shaky like this." He opened the revolver's cylinder and grabbed a handful of shiny golden bullets to insert. Click. He closed the chamber and took a deep breath, feeling a bit nervous. He raised the revolver and aimed at BibiDong's left arm. "Teacher, be careful. I'm going to shoot." Then Chen Dong gently pulled the trigger. In that instant, when the firing pin struck the primer, BibiDong's pupils constricted. Instinctively, her left hand lifted. With a gunshot, a dark shadow shot towards BibiDong at a terrifying speed. There was no time to speak. BibiDong's left hand surged with soul power in an instant. At that moment, the air seemed to slightly distort. A barely perceptible small shadow paused momentarily in the air. The next second, the somewhat flattened golden bullet pressed against the palm of BibiDong's hand, bringing a fiery pain. BibiDong gently pinched the bullet, examining it closely. It turned out to be just ordinary brass material. She didn't expect that even in a state of full concentration and having foreseen the impact location, she still almost got hurt. Moreover, although the bullet paused for a moment under her influence, its kinetic energy was minimized. It still had terrifying penetration power upon hitting her palm. BibiDong believed that if it were an ordinary soul master, they would definitely not be able to react to such an attack. "Teacher." At that moment, Chen Dong looked at BibiDong nervously, Are you okay, teacher? Shaking her head gently, BibiDong put away the bullet and said, little guy, you underestimate the strength of a title Douluo. I'm Fine, and I have a general understanding of the power of your weapon. What is this thing called? Looking at the flattened bullet in BibiDong's hand, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. This is catching a bullet with bare hands. A dream realized. Will I reach such a realm? By the way, teacher, this is called a bullet. What I just loaded into the revolver was the ammunition. The revolver needs this type of bullet to fire, and my martial soul requires soul power to condense into bullets for firing. Bullets? Although I don't know the principle of the revolver. The killing power brought by the bullet's speed is enormous. However, when you use a revolver to attack, you need to aim in advance. Also, once the bullet is in flight, its direction cannot be controlled again and can only strike fixed targets. If the opponent is prepared, it's difficult to hit an agile soul master head-on, and even when a defensive soul master summons their martial soul, it's hard to injure them while they're on guard. However, I believe that soul masters on the continent have never experienced the power of a revolver, so they will definitely be caught off guard, and it will be effective, although it cannot use soul power to control during flight, making it unpredictable. That also means there are no fluctuations in soul power when it's used, making it hard to defend against. Therefore, it can be used in conjunction with soul skills to achieve unexpected effects, and its killing power makes it difficult for soul masters below level 50 to withstand it head-on. Little guy, I was originally worried that you wouldn't have enough self-defense capability before you grew up, but now with the revolver, I believe you can stand your ground against soul masters below level 50. Chen Dong did not expect that BibiDong not only remained unscathed, but also was able to analyze the combat characteristics and advantages and disadvantages of the revolver so clearly after being shot by him just once. Moreover, she provided him with targeted advice. Looking at BibiDong, who was wholeheartedly considering him and constantly teaching him, he felt a mix of emotions. Chen Dong couldn't help but take a leap forward and pounced into BibiDong's embrace, tightly hugging her thigh. Teacher, you are so good to me. BibiDong smiled and bent down, wrapping her arms around Chen Dong's back to lift him up, pressing his little face close to her. Little guy, you are truly extraordinary. Sometimes, I wonder if you are really the best gift that heaven has bestowed upon me. You have the best martial soul, and I will definitely gather the best resources to help you grow. Chen Dong nodded blankly and then said, I still have the best teacher. BibiDong patted Chen Dong on the back and let him down. Little guy, you just said that a revolver can fire continuously, right? Show me the effect of continuous attacks. Chen Dong nodded. Since it was confirmed that the bullets were not enough to harm BibiDong, he felt relieved. Teacher, this time I won't tell you in advance where I'm going to shoot. You'd better summon your martial soul for defense. BibiDong lazily smiled and said, don't worry. Little guy, you're not a match for your teacher yet. All right, teacher, I'm going to shoot again. Be careful. With that, Chen Dong gently raised his hand. Bang, bang. In an instant, the dark and quiet little forest was filled with the thrilling sounds of gunfire. Chen Dong was excitedly gripping the revolver, firing at BibiDong 5 times in a row. The angle of the bullets was increasingly bizarre. However, BibiDong's reaction was even faster. The sound of metal clashing rang out in the air. The next second, Chen Dong's vision blurred for a moment, and he realized that BibiDong was already standing in front of him, holding 2 flattened bullets in one hand and a revolver in the other. Chen Dong looked down and realized that at some point, his pistol had ended up in BibiDong's hands. Teacher, you're too strong. I fired 5 shots, and it didn't work. BibiDong shook her head and handed the revolver back to Chen Dong. Little one, I want you to remember that no matter how powerful a pistol is, it is ultimately just an external force. It can be used as a surprise weapon or leverage, but you must never rely on it as your crutch or trump card. For a soul master, your own martial soul and soul power are fundamental. The attack method of a pistol is singular. One can anticipate your movements and the direction of the gun, making it easy to dodge the bullets. Moreover, as the user of the pistol, your own strength is also crucial. Do you understand? Chapter 14, 10,000 Year Soul Ring. Chen Dong looked at BibiDong, who had a serious and earnest expression, and felt a warmth flowing in his heart. He understood that BibiDong said this for his own good, fearing that he might become too reliant on firearms and neglect the cultivation of his martial soul. Chen Dong revealed a sweet smile at the corner of his mouth and ran in front of BibiDong. He gently hugged her thigh and rubbed his little face against her leg. With a sweet smile, he said, Teacher, don't worry. I know you're doing this for my own good. I won't slack off in my martial soul training. I'm already at level 17. As long as I continue to work hard, I will soon be able to obtain my second spirit ring. I want to become strong early to protect you from being bullied by bad people. BibiDong was taken aback. She looked at Chen Dong in disbelief, her eyes sparkling with shock. Little guy, what did you just say? You're already at level 17? Chen Dong revealed a shy smile at the corner of his mouth, scratched his head, and said shyly, although I feel that I didn't waste anything when absorbing the soul ring, my level has only increased to 17. It's a pity that the first soul ring I absorbed was just from a 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider. If only it had been a 10,000-year soul beast. Hearing Chen Dong say this, BibiDong immediately discontentedly extended a finger and gently tapped Chen Dong's forehead. Little guy, you've reached level 17 just from absorbing your first soul ring. And you're still not satisfied? You should know that other soul masters, after absorbing their first soul ring, even if they're geniuses, can at most reach level 14. And most can only increase by 2 or 3 levels. However, you have already reached level 17, and with your soul skills, you can hunt soul beasts to increase your soul power. I believe it won't be long before you have your own second soul ring. Plus, with your punishment talent skill, you can absorb soul rings at 100 times your own level. In this way, in a short time, you will have 2,000-year soul rings. Compared to soul masters of the same age, you will achieve an absolute leading position. Chen Dong scratched his head awkwardly and glanced at BibiDong secretly. After a moment of hesitation, he said, Teacher, I'm afraid I might disappoint you. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong with confusion. Little guy, what's wrong? What happened? There was a hint of concern and urgency in BibiDong's tone. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. Teacher, after my punishment upgraded to a spirit breath punishment, the years of the soul rings I can absorb have also changed. Now it has become 1,000 times. 1,000 times. BibiDong was taken aback, but then quickly reacted. Little guy, are you saying that your second soul ring can absorb a 10,000-year black soul ring? To be precise, when I reach level 20, 1,000 times should be 20,000 years. Chen Dong's calm tone seemed to have no fluctuations at all. However, in an instant, even as the strongest title Douluo on the mainland and the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BibiDong was stunned in place. After a moment of daze, she finally reacted. She looked at Chen Dong in disbelief. Little guy, before you appeared, I always thought the strongest spirit was that one. I didn't expect there to be such a monstrous spirit like yours. It seems I need to prepare well for you to obtain your second spirit ring. There aren't many 10,000-year soul beasts suitable for your spirit. It would be best to find one that's 20,000 years old. In fact, Chen Dong hadn't revealed everything. His absorbable spirit rings were respectively 1,000 years, 10,000 years, 100,000 years, 1,000,000 years, a first-level divine ring, a second-level divine ring, a third-level divine ring, a king god ring, and a creation god ring. However, discussing gods and creation was too shocking, so Chen Dong did not intend to tell BibiDong for the time being. Although Chen Dong was somewhat surprised about where to obtain the final creation spirit ring and how a titled Douluo like himself could kill the creation god with such talent, he wouldn't need to rely on hard training to improve his strength like other soul masters. Chen Dong excitedly said, Teacher, I believe that as long as I can hunt soul beasts for a few more days and continuously absorb their soul power, it won't be long before I can obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. BibiDong shook her head and calmly analyzed, Little guy. At first I thought your soul power level was only around level 14. I was considering accompanying you to hunt soul beasts in the soul beast forest, both to train your strength and to raise your soul power level. But now, your soul power is about to break through. So you need to return to Wuhuan City with me, first to receive systematic teaching on soul master cultivation, and then come back to hunt soul beasts to improve your strength. Your foundation is very weak right now, and there are many basic concepts regarding soul beasts, soul rings, soul power cultivation, combat, etc. that you need to learn slowly. It's also time to teach you some etiquette of human society. Back to Wuhuan City? Chen Dong reluctantly glanced at the forest. Teacher, I thought you would choose to let me hunt soul beasts. It seems that if I want to take revenge on those despicable soul beasts, I will have to wait until later. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong with amusement. Little guy, don't be anxious. With your talent, the next soul ring hunting in the soul hunting forest is no longer suitable. At that time, I will personally accompany you to obtain your second soul ring. Chen Dong nodded seriously and said, Teacher, you can rest assured. I will definitely complete the goals you set for me as soon as possible through the basic training of soul masters. Anyway, it's not a big deal to take a little more time. As long as I hunt soul beasts, I can directly improve my strength, and I don't need to be too anxious. All right, enough, little guy. You've wasted so much time. Gather the remaining supplies and put them in your soul guide device. Remember, don't easily let others know. Chen Dong picked up these items and placed them in the Tier 3 bag. He then took out one grenade and one smoke bomb and handed them to BibiDong. Teacher, I know you're very strong, but these two weapons have their own characteristics, and I believe they can help you in battle. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong's caring eyes and then gently shook her head with a smile. Little guy, it's better for you to keep these for your own protection. The teacher doesn't need them. Teacher, actually the destructive power of grenades is very strong, especially when the opponent is unaware. It can explode in an instant. BibiDong waved her hand. Little guy, I know you care about me, but don't worry. With my strength, along with the protection of Gui, Mei, and Yuguan, I completely don't need to use these things. If you really want to protect me, then grow up quickly, and you will be able to protect me then. All right. Chen Dong somewhat regretfully put these items away. BibiDong had not yet seen the power of these weapons. He only had 2 grenades, and it was not appropriate to detonate one on-site for BibiDong to experiment with. He could only temporarily store them away and wait until he acquired more weapons from future airdrop boxes. He believed that by then, she would not refuse his goodwill. He placed all the supplies in his level 3 backpack, which he wore on his back, making it completely invisible. Then, Chen Dong put on the level 1 bulletproof vest, as it could withstand bullet damage. Even if it couldn't fully counter the attacks of spirit masters, it could still protect him. After thinking for a moment, he temporarily tossed the gray ordinary helmet into his backpack, deciding to use it during combat later. Wearing it now was just too unattractive, although the color was not green. The style was indeed ugly. Moreover, it was rather conspicuous, and Chen Dong did not want to attract attention wherever he went. All right, little one. The teacher will take you back to Spirit City. Are we finally going to Spirit City? Is a wonderful cohabitation life with BibiDong about to begin? Chapter 15, Spirit City, Hall of the Pope. Hulaina, after waiting for a long time. Yuguan and Gui Mei saw BibiDong return with Chen Dong and wisely refrained from asking too many questions. They had no intention of probing into what the so-called airdrop was. Soon, Yuguan and Gui Mei drove a huge carriage, taking BibiDong and Chen Dong away from the soul-hunting forest. Along the way, BibiDong continuously explained some basic knowledge about the Douluo continent to Chen Dong in the carriage, such as common knowledge about the Spirit Hall, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Empire. She shared information about the continent's customs, power distribution, and the cultivation paths of spirit masters, among other things. Chen Dong combined his previous memories of Douluo continent with BibiDong's explanations, and, along the way, he had gained a lot of understanding about this world. Moreover, he no longer needed to pretend to be clueless and ignorant. Finally, the carriage arrived at Spirit City. Chen Dong saw a huge city from a distance, with towering city walls reaching 80 meters high, appearing extremely majestic from afar. The walls were over 30 meters thick and constructed entirely of granite. From BibiDong's narration, Chen Dong learned that this city originally did not exist and was completely funded by the Spirit Hall. Interestingly, the Spirit City was not a typical quadrilateral like ordinary cities, but a hexagon. This meant there were a total of 6 walls, patrolled by soul masters dressed in special Spirit Hall uniforms. Each of the 6 walls featured a large relief sculpture symbolizing 6 powerful spirits. Entering Spirit City, one felt a sense of emptiness. There were not many pedestrians on the streets, and shops were scarce. However, the faces of the pedestrians radiated a satisfaction and happiness unseen in other cities, indicating that these ordinary residents lived quite well. The entire city was built around a hill, atop which were 2 very prominent buildings. The one halfway up the hill was the most grand, clearly visible even from a distance. It was entirely a columnar structure with a dome, its exterior covered in golden material, shining brilliantly under the sunlight. That was the brand new Pope's Palace, the residence of his teacher, BibiDong. The other building was located at the top of the hill. Compared to the Pope's Palace, it was much smaller, only about the size of 13 Pope's Palaces. The architectural style was somewhat similar, but its exterior was as white as jade, far less eye-catching than the Pope's Palace. That much smaller-looking building was the highest-ranking existence within the Spirit Hall, the Douluo Palace. Looking at the distant Douluo Palace, Chen Dong's eyes narrowed slightly. He already knew that all the beings within the Douluo Palace were titled Douluos with levels exceeding 95, and most importantly, many were adversaries of BibiDong. The carriage smoothly entered the area of the Pope's Palace, with BibiDong not showing herself. Inside the carriage, Chen Dong lowered the curtain, suppressing his curiosity and refraining from glancing around. He lowered his head, contemplating which titled Douluos in the Douluo Palace could be won over or utilized, and which were absolute enemies. Many details were also unclear to Chen Dong, requiring careful recollection. At this moment, BibiDong noticed Chen Dong's lowered head and looked at him with a worried expression, not knowing what he was pondering. BibiDong thought he was anxious about suddenly arriving in a completely new environment, with a hint of compassion in her eyes. She gently hugged Chen Dong and stroked his small face. Startled, Chen Dong looked at the suddenly gentle BibiDong, feeling a bit dazed. He muffledly asked, "Teacher?" To BibiDong, this voice sounded so weak and endearing. Poor child, wandering alone in the forest, teetering on the edge of life and death every day. Sigh. BibiDong held Chen Dong tightly, saying, "Little one, don't be afraid. You will have a home from now on. Those days are over, and I won't let you suffer anymore." Chen Dong then understood that it was BibiDong who had misunderstood him. Feeling the warmth emanating from BibiDong, Chen Dong also reached out his small hands and tightly hugged her waist. Although his arms still looked like those of a 6-year-old child, BibiDong's waist was incredibly slender, and Chen Dong held her tightly. In a muffled voice, he said, "From now on, I have a family in this world." BibiDong looked at the clingy little guy, and a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She gently removed the veil from her face, and, as Chen Dong looked up, he saw her breathtakingly beautiful face, although he could have used the holographic scope to see her true appearance at any time during their journey. He had already seen what was beneath BibiDong's veil. However, at this moment, looking at BibiDong without the veil, he realized just how astonishingly beautiful she was. Noble, elegant, serene, various beautiful words seemed to fit her perfectly. Tom had left no trace on her. Her stunning visage, paired with her jewel-like phoenix eyes, added a touch of authority to her beauty. Yet, these beautiful eyes held a hint of tenderness and warmth, gazing gently at Chen Dong. "Teacher, you are so beautiful." Chen Dong stared at BibiDong with a dazed expression and said, "You mustn't let BibiDong know that I could see through her veil long ago. It would be too unbelievable not to be shocked by such a face the first time I saw it." Indeed, women love to be complimented. Being praised for her beauty by a child, especially such a cute little guy, and having him gaze at her so intently, made BibiDong's heart feel quite flattered. She affectionately pinched Chen Dong's little nose and said, "Little guy, when you grow up, you will definitely be a charming little rogue. Your words are too sweet." Chen Dong said seriously, "But beauty is beauty, teacher. Should I lie to you?" BibiDong gazed at Chen Dong absent-mindedly. Not only did her disciple have outstanding talent and a unique martial soul, but even his appearance was exceptional. At such a young age, he could make even her feel a bit moved. Thinking of this, she looked at the little guy and suddenly thought of her other disciple. She wondered what kind of expression the mischievous Nana would have when she met this adorable little guy. However, with how cute this little guy looked, Nana probably wouldn't bully him, right? After all, that little girl loved to play pranks the most. At this moment, at the entrance of the papal hall, a charming little girl stood there, her hands clasped in front of her chest, eagerly looking down at the foot of the mountain, constantly turning around. Although her face still carried a hint of childishness, there was already a natural, seductive quality about her. The girl's name was Ulaina, and her pretty face was mixed with a sense of allure, with shoulder-length black hair. Her skin had a faint pink hue, making her exceptionally beautiful, and her phoenix-like eyes sparkled, captivating anyone who looked into them. Her lips resembled cherry blossoms, evoking endless imagination. Meanwhile, the guards encountered by the carriage along the way had already knelt down respectfully upon seeing Yueguan and Guomei. When the carriage entered the papal hall and came to a stop, Hulaina couldn't wait to fly to the side of the carriage. She leaped up in one swift motion, planning to give BibiDong a big bear hug. She missed her teacher so much. Chapter 16. Which girl doesn't love bags? All right, little guy, we're home. The carriage came to a steady stop. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong, who was hugging her, gently holding him in her arms, and was just about to lift the curtain to get down. At that moment, a crisp teacher rang out. Then, the curtain of the carriage was suddenly blown open by a gust of wind, and a figure rushed straight towards Chen Dong. With astonishing speed, Hulaina spread her arms wide, diving towards Chen Dong. Caught completely off guard, Chen Dong's nerves tensed up in an instant. During those times when he struggled to survive alone in the forest, he was always on high alert, constantly defending against danger. It wasn't until he met BibiDong that he was able to let his guard down. Now, this sudden attack made all his muscles tighten again. He had enough experience dealing with surprise attacks. His brain quickly analyzed the best emergency response plan. Given the posture, it seemed like a bear-like attack. This type of attack left a deep impression on Chen Dong, as the heaviest scar on his thigh was left by a bear. In the blink of an eye, Chen Dong thought for less than 0.01 seconds. A surge of soul power erupted from his body, and he kicked hard at the shadow that resembled a bear right in front of him. In that split second, Hulayina, who had rushed into the carriage, saw a large foot suddenly appear in front of her. Instinctively, her soul power fluctuated, and she prepared to block. However, BibiDong, who was holding Chen Dong, was evidently faster and directly used her soul power to protect Chen Dong. After all, there was a significant level difference between Chen Dong and Hulayina. Hulayina was already a soul master and was about to become a soul sect. A kick from Chen Dong, who was merely a soul scholar, wouldn't hurt her. But if her counterattack hit Chen Dong, the little guy would definitely get hurt. Thus, the final outcome was that Chen Dong's instinctive kick landed squarely on Hulayina. The moment she pounced into the carriage, Hulayina was sent flying out but did not fall to the ground. Instead, she was caught by Yueguan, who gently turned around and set her down. He shook his head and sighed. "It's over. Little guy, I can't help you this time. You're on your own." At this time, BibiDong lightly stepped out of the carriage with Chen Dong in her arms. Hulayina fiercely rubbed her chest, her eyes flashing with anger and unwillingness. Suddenly, 2 soul rings lit up on her body. Yellow, purple. 2 yellow and 1 purple soul rings of a soul master. Just then, BibiDong let out a cold snort. "Nana, stop." Upon hearing BibiDong's unquestionable and cold voice, Hulayina froze. All the soul rings on her body retracted. She pointed at Chen Dong in BibiDong's arms with a grievance. "Teacher, who is he? Why did he ambush me?" At this moment, Chen Dong noticed Hulayina in front of him and looked at the large footprint left on her chest. Although Hulayina was still young, her body was already exceptionally mature. Thus, Chen Dong's footprint was split in 2, looking quite comical. Chen Dong's face turned red, and he quickly jumped down from BibiDong's embrace. I'm sorry, this little sister. I didn't mean it. I thought it was a bear attacking, so I reacted instinctively." "A bear?" Hulayina's eyes widened in disbelief as she pointed at Chen Dong. She then looked down at her own developing figure, wondering how she could possibly resemble a bear. Are you calling me a bear? Teacher, don't stop me. I have to teach him a lesson today. I'm going to fight you." BibiDong looked at the furious Hulayina with amusement and shot a disapproving glance at Chen Dong. This little guy had never interacted with girls before. How could he say such things about a girl, especially a little beauty like Hulayina? No one could tolerate that. It seemed she needed to teach him some basic knowledge about interactions between boys and girls. BibiDong gently rubbed Hulayina's head. All right, Laina, don't be angry. You're already grown up. Why are you arguing with a child?" At that moment, Hulayina realized that Chen Dong was just a little kid. Moreover, he had just been affectionately held by BibiDong. His name is Chen Dong. He is the new disciple that teacher has accepted. From now on, he will be your little junior brother. You joined before him by a few years, so you need to take good care of him and mustn't bully him. Understood? Bully him. Hulayina, who already felt like her teacher's affection was being taken away, looked down at the footprint on her chest. She immediately pointed at Chen Dong, her finger trembling in anger. "Clearly, he's the one bullying me. Okay? Teacher, Grandpa Gue, are you going to do something? Someone is bullying me." "Yuguan, little guy, calling me uncle at such a young age makes me very sad." He immediately pretended to look at the sky. "Oh, the sky in Spirit City seems particularly blue today. Gue Mayware, I want to take a look too." I'm sorry, senior sister." At this moment, Chen Dong also had a sincere expression, his eyes filled with guilt. Anyone who kicked a beautiful, lively little girl in the chest would feel guilty, right? Especially when it was his senior sister, the future saintess of the Spirit Hall, Hulayina. For a moment, Chen Dong felt a bit at a loss. "Senior sister, I apologize to you. Please don't be angry with me." After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong had an idea. A strange little backpack appeared in his hand. "I'm sorry, senior sister, I didn't mean it. This is a soul guide device with 150 independent spaces. I'm giving it to you as compensation. Please forgive me." "What?" Hulayina was a bit stunned, clearly not expecting Chen Dong to react this way. The little guy's attitude of admitting his mistake was very sincere, and it was evident from his expression that he really felt guilty. Once Hulayina calmed down and thought about her earlier actions, she realized that she had indeed been a bit reckless and impulsive. She hadn't seen what was happening in the carriage and just barged in. If she were in the carriage, Chen Dong's intrusion would probably have ended up worse. The key point was that Chen Dong was holding this strange backpack, which turned out to be a soul guide device. What kind of prominent family did teacher's new little junior brother come from? Or was he a royal member? She hadn't heard of any powerful family with the surname Chen to show up for the first time with a soul guide device. How generous. What girl could resist the temptation of a bag? However, this little kid couldn't be bluffing, could he? A child this small wouldn't know what a soul guide device was. Hulayina took the first-level backpack from Chen Dong's hand with some skepticism, but after just a glance, her eyes lit up with excitement. Wow, it really is a soul guide device. Great. Teacher, this one has a much larger space than the one you gave me. Looking at Hulayina's joyful and excited expression as she hugged the first-level backpack and kept showing it off, Chen Dong felt a sense of relief. Chen Dong let out a long sigh of relief. Sure enough, no matter which dimension, bags are a powerful tool for charming women. The saying that bags can cure all ailments is based on this principle. Are you single? Have you learned it? Chapter 17. Targeted by the little fox, BibiDong watched as Hulayina fiddled with her bag, gesturing to her body, pondering where to hang the bag for the best look. A smile crept onto her lips as she subtly shook her head. Then, with an annoyed glance at Chen Dong, she huffed. The little brat hasn't even given the teacher a bag yet. At such a young age, he already knows how to win girls' hearts. It seems he needs to be properly educated. Just as Chen Dong had relaxed, he suddenly caught a glimpse of BibiDong's indifferent glance. The charm in that look made Chen Dong's heart race, and in an instant, all his muscles tensed up, sensing a direct confrontation with danger. What's going on? Was there something wrong with my handling just now? Is the teacher dissatisfied with me and going to lose interest? All right, Laina, you've accepted the gift. Are you still mad at your little junior brother? Hulayina proudly slung 2 backpacks over her arms and took a satisfied glance. Then, she rubbed her slightly numb arms, switching to a different soul tool with a smirk. Not a loss. For now, she wasn't angry anymore. In the future, it would depend on his performance. Oomph. Saying this with a proud little face, she glanced at Chen Dong again, her lips curling into a slight smile, her eyes narrowing slightly. She looked just like a little fox, bending down to watch Chen Dong and reaching out to pinch his cute face. Feeling guilty, Chen Dong could only endure and cooperatively show a wronged expression. Little junior brother, that soul tool from earlier can be considered a gift of apology from you. Senior sister is generous and 1T hold it against you. I've accepted it and forgiven you for kicking me. However, at this point, a cunning glint flashed in Hulayina's eyes. Did you not have any gifts to give senior sister when we first met? You should know that I was the top figure in Wuhuan City before. If you want to get by here in the future, you'll need my protection. Something like that soul tool from before, 10 or 8 of them would be fine. Huh. Chen Dong was instantly dumbfounded. There was only one level 1 backpack. He had originally thought of saving it for BibiDong. Suddenly, a thought struck him. It seemed he had grasped something important. As for the remaining items on him, he thought for a moment about the gray level 1 helmet. Although it was quite effective in terms of practicality, Chen Dong didn't think Hulayina would like to wear a gray round shell on her head. What headache. But after all, he was new here. As Hulayina said, he needed to maintain a good relationship with her in the future while mixing in Wuhuan City. After all, Hulayina's understanding of Wuhuan City was definitely stronger than his, and she was later appointed as a saintess by BibiDong. This showed her importance in BibiDong's eyes. If he mishandled his relationship with Hulayina, even if BibiDong cared for him, it might still cause some negative effects. Hulayina was still a young girl at heart. A small gift or 2 could easily make her happy. Thinking of this, Chen Dong kept pondering his mind what gift to give. A revolver? Not suitable, as there was only one, which he used for self-defense. Moreover, given Hulayina's mischievous personality, if he really gave her a revolver, she might point it at him at any time. Just thinking about that kind of life made Chen Dong gasp. Better not. A hunting gun? Definitely not. A grenade? No way. He was really afraid Hulayina would end up blowing up the spirit hall with that thing. A Molotov cocktail? He needed to keep that hidden well. He couldn't let this little demon know that he had such an arson tool. Counting and counting, he realized he didn't have anything suitable to give. As for bandages, giving bandages to a lively person didn't seem like a good choice at all. Wait, he got it. With that thought, Chen Dong moved his mind and took out a can of blue liquid from his level 3 bag. Senior sister, this is a can of energy drink. It tastes great, has a long shelf life, and most importantly, it can. Tastes great? Hulayina's eyes lit up. She swiftly snatched the energy drink from Chen Dong's hand. After glancing at it, she effortlessly pulled the tab on the energy drink. As the tab opened, an enticing aroma wafted through the air. Wow! Hulayina took a deep breath, tilted her head back, and took a sip. Her eyes sparkled, and something bright flickered in her gaze. She gently licked her red lips. It really is delicious. That's great. Junior brother, do you have any more? I want more. Wait. Suddenly, Gulaina stood there in a daze, staring at the energy drink in her hand, then looking down and examining herself repeatedly. What's wrong? BibiDong asked, somewhat puzzled. Could it be that the drink this little guy gave Gulaina has some issues? Gulaina stared blankly at the drink in her hand. Teacher, this is too incredible. Just now I was repairing. During my training, I consumed a lot of soul power. But after drinking the energy drink, this soul power actually recovered in a short time. The recovery speed is too fast. Wait, I'm already fully recovered. In an instant. BibiDong, Yuguan, and Gue may all turn to look at Chen Dong, their eyes filled with shock. Chen Dong helplessly spread his hands. Teacher, I was just about to say, but senior sister drank too quickly. This kind of drink has a function that continuously restores soul power and can be used after soul power is exhausted, or before a battle. After drinking it, you can continuously restore soul power for a period of time. However, senior sister has already opened it, and the drink cannot be stored for a long time. It must be consumed within a day or two. If it hadn't been opened, it could be stored permanently. What? Why didn't you say so earlier? Gulaina looked at the energy drink in front of her with heartache. This is food that can quickly restore soul power. Moreover, it can be taken in advance and stored for a long time. What a rare treasure. Even food-type soul masters can create food that restores soul power. But it cannot be stored for long. It can only be made and consumed at any time during battle. The drink in front of her can be stored long-term as long as it is not opened. Gulaina had personally experienced how terrifying the speed of soul power recovery was. Such a precious item was actually ruined by her. Gulaina felt incredibly regretful. But soon her eyes brightened. With a smile, she stared at Chen Dong, her tone becoming incredibly charming and gentle. Junior brother, I really like your gift. Can you give me some more of this drink? I can. Nana. At that moment, BibiDong's cold voice came. The little guy had just arrived in Wuhuan City and hadn't tea rested yet, and now that the teacher was back. Were you planning to block the teacher at the door? Oh, teacher, I understand. Gulaina knew the teacher's temper and dared not act recklessly, obediently standing up. She carefully held the unfinished bottle of drink in her hands. BibiDong discreetly glanced at Yueguan and Gue Mei. The meaning was self-evident. The two quickly stood up straight. Keep it a secret, keep it a secret. BibiDong held Chen Dong's little hand and walked step by step towards the Pope's hall. Gulaina glanced at the energy drink in her hand, then smiled and hid her hand behind her back, bouncing along behind BibiDong. On the way, she swayed with every step, her eyes fixed on Chen Dong, occasionally licking her lips. Looking at her, she resembled a little fox eyeing its prey, her gaze incredibly cunning. She pondered how to get more of that sweet and sour drink from Chen Dong. There must be more treasures on Junior Brother. She had to figure them all out. Chapter 18. Little brother, do you want to see senior sister's soul rings? After BibiDong brought Chen Dong back to the Pope's hall, she began to carefully teach the little guy. Looking at BibiDong's serious expression as she explained the differences, taboos, and some precautions between men and women, Chen Dong looked helpless. Teacher, actually I understand women's bodies and your body better than you do. There's really no need to explain in such detail, right? Wait, teacher, you can explain, but there's no need for examples. What do you mean by demonstrating like that? Huh, this angle. All right, teacher, you can continue. Chen Dong greedily absorbed the various knowledge that BibiDong imparted to him, especially gaining a deeper understanding of the distribution of forces on the Douluo continent. For example, the conflicts between the Tiando Empire, the Xinghua Empire, and the Martial Emperor Hall, as well as the basic information about the upper 3 sects and the lower 4 sects. Then, BibiDong lazily took out some books and placed them in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at the names. Complete Guide to Martial Spirits. Top 10 Core Competencies of Martial Spirits. Geography of the Continent. Brief History of the Continent. History of the Martial Spirit Hall. Little guy, your current task is to read all these books first. Then the teacher will arrange a new training plan. Teacher, I understand, but how much do I need to read? BibiDong thought for a moment, not wanting to make it too difficult for the little guy. At the very least, you should have a rough memory and understanding of the content inside. Of course, if you have any questions, you can ask Yuguan and Gue Mei. The teacher needs to go into seclusion for 2 days. By the way, Nana has also read these books, but that little witch can't stand still and doesn't learn very thoroughly. If you have any questions, you can sometimes ask her too. Chen Dong nodded. Teacher, I understand. Is there any other high-intensity training besides these? What? BibiDong was somewhat surprised. Chen Dong asked in confusion. Does the teacher not have any other training plans? For example, besides reading, are there no subjects to enhance basic physical fitness like 5-kilometer runs, running around the city walls, weight training, etc.? What about military tactics, warfare, etiquette, social skills, assassination, stealth? Are these basic survival skills not taught? BibiDong looked at the little guy standing there, incredibly composed, with a serious and earnest expression. He shook his head and smiled, saying, "Little guy, don't aim too high. Just finishing these books will take an enormous amount of time." Chen Dong looked at the thin 6 or 7 books in front of him and thought, "Is this it? My elementary school homework was much more than this, right? The teacher really underestimates my learning ability." Indeed, people in this world must have never experienced the pain of 9 years of compulsory education. So, feeling the need to increase his workload, Chen Dong naturally asked, "Teacher, is there a library in the spirit hall?" BibiDong was taken aback. "Of course there is. Why do you ask this?" Chen Dong showed a look of surprise on his face. "Teacher, can I look at the books in the library? Are there any forbidden techniques or something like that?" BibiDong shook her head. "There aren't any particularly powerful soul skills or secrets for soul power cultivation in the library. Most of it is basic knowledge and research notes. Some instructors from the spirit hall often browse through the books there. Here's the deal. Take my Pope's order, and you can freely enter all areas of the spirit hall, but do not enter the Douluo hall in the back mountain. Do you understand?" "Oh, I understand." Chen Dong took the golden token handed to him by BibiDong, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. "Wasn't the Pope's token already given to you, Xiaojiang? Why do you still have one in his hand?" On the surface, however, he remained calm. "Great, teacher, I will go to the library now," Chen Dong said excitedly as he picked up the token and books and walked towards the exit. BibiDong didn't expect Chen Dong to be even more eager to learn than she had imagined. He didn't question why she arranged things this way, or why she didn't teach him how to cultivate soul power and soul skills first. Satisfied, BibiDong nodded and sat on her throne, her expression complex. She murmured to herself, "Little guy, it's coming soon. Once the teacher comes out from there, I can officially appoint you as the Holy Son. At that time, you won't need to use the token to enter the martial hall anymore." Then BibiDong's gaze shifted to the Douluo hall behind her, her eyes flashing with disdain. Just after leaving the Pope's hall, Chen Dong suddenly realized something. He seemed to not know the direction of the library. At that moment, a figure walked out from behind column. It was Hulayina, the little witch, smiling as she approached Chen Dong, her hands behind her back, taking slow steps towards him. For some reason, seeing the smiling Hulayina made Chen Dong feel a bit flustered. "Sister," Hulayina smiled and bent down to examine the little guy, looking at his delicate face, unable to resist reaching out to pinch his cheek. Chen Dong instinctively dodged, but Hulayina was already at the soul sage level. So how could he possibly escape? Thus, Chen Dong's small face naturally fell into Hulayina's clutches. "Senior sister," Chen Dong called out a little pitifully, "Junior brother, do you still have that kind of bag? Can you give another one to your senior sister?" Chen Dong shook his head helplessly. "Really, there's none left, only one. Such a soul guide device is not like cabbage by the roadside." "That's right." Hulayina thought for a moment, and then said, "Is there any of that sweet and sour energy drink left?" "Oh, this." Chen Dong hesitated a bit. "Little junior brother, don't lie. If you lie, senior sister will spank you." Chen Dong was taken aback. He knew that Hulayina wouldn't really hit him, and BibiDong wouldn't allow her to do so either. But given the little witch's personality, even a sneak attack on himself would be quite embarrassing. After all, his current strength was not as good as theirs. So, Chen Dong honestly said, "I left 1 bottle for the teacher and 1 bottle each for Grandpa Ghost and Uncle You. Senior sister, you have already taken 1 bottle, so there are no more." "Is that so?" "Yes." "All right." Hulayina nodded suspiciously. "By the way, little junior brother, you don't know where there are fun places in Spirit City, right? As long as you give senior sister a bottle of energy drink, I can take you out to play." Thanks, but I don't want to play. I want to read." "Read?" Hulayina looked at Chen Dong in surprise, then at the books he was holding. "How boring. What's so fun about reading?" "Junior brother, think about it carefully." However, no matter how Hulayina tempted him, Chen Dong couldn't help but think about the terrible consequences if he gave her all the energy drinks and didn't leave one for BibiDong. He still remembered the casual glance BibiDong had given him before, so he firmly held his ground, shaking his head like a rattle drum. Hulayina let out a dissatisfied cold snort. Then a mischievous smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. "Little junior brother, how about I show you my soul rings?" "Soul rings?" Chen Dong was a bit confused. Why would one show their soul ring to others? Isn't that a personal privacy? Hulayina smiled, her soul power stirred, and suddenly a fluffy foxtail appeared behind her. 3 soul rings, 2 yellow and 1 purple, moved rhythmically around her. As the martial spirit was released, Hulayina's alluring aura became even more intense, making her look even more enchanting and seductive. "Little junior brother, give your sister another bottle, okay? Chen Dong shook his head warily. No, no way. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Chapter 19. Seeing through the Fox Charm skill, Little Fox frustrated. Hulayina's second-ranked yellow soul ring flickered, her enchanting and seductive figure blooming with countless charms, her fragrant tongue lightly licking her red lips, exuding a captivating allure. Her delicate head was slightly raised, her swan-like neck appearing smooth and beautiful, with a hint of a bewitching smile on her face. Little brother, give your sister a bottle. The moment Hulayina used her soul skill, Chen Dong felt a moment of confusion, a flash of pink appearing in his eyes. However, at that moment, Chen Dong discovered that the holographic scope within him automatically appeared in his vision. Instantly, through the perspective function of the holographic scope, Chen Dong directly saw through Hulayina's Fox Charm skill. He also saw Hulayina, hidden behind the effects of the Fox Charm, squinting her eyes in delight, extending her magical claws towards him, resembling a little fox. Chen Dong suddenly woke up. That was close. Senior sister, where's the library? The library? That small building over there. Why are you asking this? Wait. No. Why are you not affected? Hulayina suddenly realized that Chen Dong was not affected by her Fox Charm skill at all. Senior sister, I'm going to read, and also, if the teacher finds out you used a soul skill on me, I'm afraid. After saying that, Chen Dong lifted his foot to leave. At that moment, a cold voice came. Nana. Hulayina, who had just lifted her foot to chase after Chen Dong, froze in place, her small face full of a pitiful expression. She obediently stood still, not daring to move. Come in. Oh. With a frustrated face, Hulayina obediently turned around and walked into the Pope's hall, where BibiDong was lazily sitting in a chair, resting her chin on her hands. Nana, have you forgotten what the teacher told you? No, I haven't forgotten. Hulayina felt a bit guilty. Is this how you take care of your junior? He is just a 6-year-old child, and you actually used the Fox Charm on him? Fortunately, the little guy's mind is pure, with no desires, which is why your skill failed. However, you are becoming more and more unruly. You will be grounded for 2 days to reflect. 2 days? Hulayina immediately pouted and whined. Teacher, BibiDong only let out a sound in her nose. Fine, 2 days it is. Hulayina reluctantly got up and left the Pope's hall. Sitting in the chair, BibiDong revealed a smile. She didn't expect the little guy to automatically resist Hulayina's Fox Charm skill. Even some powerful soul masters, as long as they were men, couldn't resist Nana's skill. But this little guy was completely unaffected. Thinking about it, there's only one explanation. The little guy's mind is particularly pure, without any improper thoughts between men and women. BibiDong nodded in satisfaction, dispelling the last trace of doubt in her heart. Finally free from her grasp, Chen Dong ran all the way to the library. Just as he arrived, 2 silver-armored guards looked at him with confusion. How did a child suddenly appear in the spirit hall? We've never seen him before. Stop. 2 silver spears crossed in front of Chen Dong, and the silver-armored guard coldly said, Unauthorized entry into the forbidden area of the spirit hall is not allowed. Chen Dong quickly took out the papal order from his hand. The 2 silver-armored soldiers hurriedly knelt down. We pay our respects to your majesty. Please forgive us, your majesty. Chen Dong's small face revealed a harmless smile. Sorry, 2 brothers. It's my first time here. Once we all get to know each other, there's no need to be so polite. Hearing Chen Dong speak so politely, the 2 guards shivered slightly. They stammered, my lord. We are blind and stopped you. Please punish us. Chen Dong shook his head helplessly, wondering what kind of people these were, unable to understand a simple conversation. Why would I punish you? It's your duty to stop me. But if I come here to read in the future, there's no need to be so formal. This. Fine, just take this as an order. Yes. Chen Dong shook his head and put away his papal decree. Although he knew that the level of civilization in the Douluo world was roughly at the medieval stage, he still found it uncomfortable to kneel so readily. However, this was something he could not change and could only adapt to local customs. In a library, there were a few soul masters in white robes reading books, their aura heavy with the scent of scrolls, deeply immersed in their own world of books. No one noticed Chen Dong's arrival. This quiet atmosphere made Chen Dong quite satisfied. He began searching for his target among the rows of bookshelves. Soon, several books came into view, including Complete Guide to Continental Herbs, Identification of Rare Herbs, Plant Compendium, and Travelogue of the Setting Sun Forest. Chen Dong's lips revealed a hint of a smile as he took a few books from the bookshelf and sat down in a spot by the window, slowly flipping through the pages. The sunlight spilled onto his small face, and Chen Dong read with great concentration, completely unaware of the passage of time. It wasn't until the arrival of Uncle Yu that Chen Dong, who was engrossed in his reading, was startled. "Uncle Yu, what brings you here?" Chen Dong put down the book in confusion. "Little one, don't you see what time it is? I couldn't find you during dinner, so His Holiness sent me here." Chen Dong took a glance out the window and saw that it was indeed dark outside. However, the library was brightly lit, and Chen Dong was completely unaware of the time. Feeling a bit embarrassed, he scratched his head and said, "Uncle Yu, I got so absorbed in reading that I lost track of time." Yu Guan nodded and then said, "Little guy, are you going back to the Pope's Hall for dinner? If not, I've already brought dinner." "That's great, Uncle Yu. Let's eat here. It's perfect to eat while reading." Yu Guan reached out and pulled out a delicate food box, which contained 4 or 5 exquisite dishes. As he set them in front of Chen Dong, Yu Guan looked a bit puzzled and asked, "What book are you reading?" He then caught sight of the rare herb identification book that Chen Dong was holding. On the open page, there was a picture of a strange and unique golden chrysanthemum. The chrysanthemum was very large, with each petal looking fluffy and particularly cute. And the tips of the flower's stamen glimmered with a faint golden light. Yu Guan's gaze sharpened. "What is this? Little guy, how come you're interested in these things?" Chen Dong said while eating, "In the past, living alone in the forest, one would inevitably get hurt sometimes. I accidentally discovered that some herbs could help heal injuries. So later I started picking and consuming herbs myself. As a result, some herbs caused vomiting and diarrhea, while others made my stomach hurt terribly. Thus, I became cautious about herbs, and now, when I come across these books, I naturally want to study them." "Haha, I didn't expect you, little guy, to have such an interest in herbs." Chapter 20. The Book Collection Room. Chen Dong nodded and swallowed a mouthful of rice. "Uncle Yu, I just saw in this book that there's a rare object called the Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum. The book says that this chrysanthemum has already gone extinct. Is that true?" "Extinct?" Yu Guan was taken aback. He then sighed and said, "Maybe the Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum hasn't appeared on the mainland for many years." "Uncle Yu, the book says that the Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum is a type of immortal-grade medicinal herb with magical abilities. What's that about?" Yu Guan nodded and then said, "The Qirong Tangtian chrysanthemum is a neutral immortal-grade medicinal herb. Consuming it can enhance one's luck, invigorate the limbs, and open the 8 meridians. It can help cultivate an indestructible body and strengthen bones and muscles. It's very rare. It's a pity that I've been searching for many years and haven't encountered a single one. So that's how it is." Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction and then smiled as he said, "Uncle Yu, when I find it in the future, I'll give you one." Yu Guan looked at Chen Dong, thinking he was just a childish little guy speaking casually. "All right, little guy, just remember to give Uncle Yu one when you find it. It's a promise," Chen Dong said seriously. Yu Guan shook his head with a smile, his gaze towards Chen Dong softening a bit. "Little guy, can you understand these books? Is there anything you don't understand? Just ask your Uncle Yu." Chen Dong swallowed a large mouthful of food and asked, "Uncle Yu, I have some questions. Can you help me clarify?" Little guy, I can't guarantee much, but when it comes to knowledge of herbs, you definitely came to the right person. In terms of understanding herbs, your Uncle Yu is the strongest on the entire continent. Go ahead and ask." "Well, the book says there are some peculiar immortal herbs. What is the difference between immortal herbs and ordinary plants? And why are there so many complicated procedures when picking immortal herbs?" The book also mentions that there are properties of mutual growth and mutual restraint among immortal herbs. Is that true? Do medicinal herbs also have such properties? Don't worry, little guy, take your time eating. Uncle Yu will explain the principles behind this to you. Dots of starlight sprinkled down in the library and under the moonlight. Yu Guan patiently explained various knowledge about herbs to Chen Dong. Chen Dong is like a sponge, constantly absorbing this knowledge. His thirst for knowledge also brings great joy to Yu Guan, as most people are not interested in this information, and it is rare to encounter a good student like Chen Dong. Yu Guan explains things with even more care. Chen Dong took the opportunity to ask in detail about the characteristics of various spirit herbs, how to harvest them, the interactions between certain poisons, and the specific growth conditions of these herbs. Yu Guan showed no impatience, thinking it was just the little guy's personal interests. But only Chen Dong knew that some things, due to the long passage of time, were impossible for him to remember in detail. These spirit herbs and poisons each had their own characteristics, and without understanding them, it would be a waste. Therefore, Chen Dong had to comprehend all this knowledge to prepare for the next step of his plan. For 2 consecutive days, Chen Dong stayed in the library, immersed in a sea of knowledge except for eating, drinking, and other necessities. Yu Guan came to bring him meals on schedule every day and took the opportunity to explain some knowledge to Chen Dong. As a level 95 title Douluo, Yuguan's knowledge and experience benefited Chen Dong greatly, especially in the areas of poisons, herbs, and plants. As for the few books left to him by BibiDong, he merely used them to pass the time when he was bored, and he finished them quickly. Chen Dong's memory and learning ability were already excellent, and since his transmigration, he felt that his memory had become exceptionally formidable, almost reaching the level of photographic memory. During these days, Chen Dong's relationship with the chrysanthemum Douluo also became more harmonious, and they would even joke with each other at times. The more Yuguan observed the little guy, the more satisfied he became, especially with Chen Dong's enthusiasm and love for plants and herbs, which brought him a sense of comfort. Unfortunately, the little guy had already become a disciple of the Pope, and no matter how regretful he felt, he couldn't compete with His Holiness the Pope for a disciple. Therefore, he could only do his best to teach the little guy what he knew, hoping that when he grew up, a part of his intentions would be reflected in him. Uncle Yu. Chen Dong didn't even lift his head, calmly greeting Yuguan who walked in. They'd spent a long time together, and their relationship had slowly transformed into a blend of teacher and friend. Little guy. Yuguan looked at Chen Dong's slightly bloodshot eyes with some concern. It's good that you love reading, but you also need to take care of your health. The Pope will be out soon, and if she finds out that you're treating your body this way, not only will she be angry with you, but she might also blame me for not taking good care of you. Chen Dong put down the book and stretched lazily. Uncle Yu, you're right. Balancing work and rest makes studying more efficient. I'll just finish these books for now, and I'm also planning to go back and have a good rest. Yuguan nodded in satisfaction. Little guy, if Nana had half of your self-discipline, she would probably be a soul master by now. By the way, Uncle Yu, speaking of Nana, why do I feel like I haven't seen her these past 2 days? Yuguan revealed a smile that was almost a smirk. What's wrong, little guy? Are you missing Nana? Chen Dong was taken aback. Thinking of that little witch? Not at all. It just felt rare not to be bothered by her, allowing him to study peacefully for a few days. Yuguan chuckled and shook his head, reaching out to pat Chen Dong's head. The little guy and Nana were simply two completely different personalities, and the little guy's twin martial souls were not any worse than Nana's talent. He was afraid that his future achievements might even surpass hers. The key was Chen Dong's self-discipline, eagerness to learn, and diligent efforts, which moved Yuguan as well. Looking at Chen Dong, who was still haunted by thoughts of Hulaina, Yuguan smiled and said, Nana has already been put under house arrest by His Highness, and is currently reflecting on her actions facing the wall, so there's no need to worry. Is that so? Chen Dong's face showed a look of surprise. He didn't expect that Hulaina would actually be punished by BibiDong to reflect on her actions. Why? Yuguan had a gloating expression on his face. It's because Nana bullied you. That's why the prince punished her. Hee. I'm afraid when the little witch comes out, there will be a good show to watch. Huh? Chen Dong didn't expect that the situation was actually caused by him, and he couldn't help but have a bad feeling, given the little witch's personality. He was afraid that she would hold a grudge against him. His bag was practically given away for nothing. No wonder he hadn't seen Hulaina come to harass him these past couple of days. Chen Dong hid in the library, not wanting to go out. On one hand, he indeed wanted a quiet place to read, and, on the other hand, he was somewhat trying to avoid Hulaina. After all, even if the little witch was being mischievous, she wouldn't dare to cause trouble in such a culturally rich place like the library. However, he didn't expect that Hulaina had actually been grounded. If he had known this would happen, he would have gone back to sleep peacefully instead of lying here every day. Since that's the case, I'll go back to rest now. By the way, Uncle Yu, where am I staying? Come on, I'll take you. You've been at the Spirit Hall for a few days and haven't even seen your room. Uncle Yu, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. Yuguan patted Chen Dong's shoulder and said, little guy, don't forget to bring me a rare mushroom called Tong Tianju in the future, haha. Uncle Yu, I will definitely find it for you. Good, I'm waiting. Uncle Yu, do you not believe me? Of course not. I believe you can do it. Uncle Yu, you're smiling, which means you don't believe it. Of course not. Look, you're smiling again. Huh, still smiling? Chapter 21. The little fox sneaks in at midnight. The Spirit Hall was quiet at night, with starlight filtering through the windows and falling on Chen Dong. Although life had been fulfilling these past 2 days, Chen Dong was indeed quite tired, and thus he lay in bed, emitting even breaths. His clothes were neatly placed at the head of the bed. At that moment, a shadow flashed outside the window. It was Hulaina, who had regained her freedom. The little witch's expression was a mix of unwillingness and indignation as she secretly stared at Chen Dong on the bed. Being punished by the teacher didn't anger her much. After all, she had been punished countless times before. Facing the wall and reflecting on her actions was commonplace for her. What frustrated Hulaina was how her fox charm skill had been avoided by Chen Dong. It was one thing for a little kid like him to dodge it. Even some soul sovereigns couldn't escape her fox charm. Moreover, she hadn't sensed any soul power fluctuations from Chen Dong that day, leaving her puzzled. As her signature skill, Hulayina absolutely refused to accept an unclear loss. Watching Chen Dong through the window, the little fox quietly crouched by the window, carefully listening to his breathing, confirming that he was indeed in a deep sleep. She revealed a sly smile. Under the moonlight, a small fox gently pushed open the window and silently landed on the ground. She tiptoed towards Chen Dong's bed. With a surge of soul power, a foxtail suddenly appeared, proudly swaying behind her. The little fox lightly approached Chen Dong's bedside and reached out to pinch his cheeks hard. Little junior brother. In his dream, Chen Dong vaguely felt as if he heard the little witch's voice. Must be dreaming, right? Sigh. The psychological shadow left by the little witch is too heavy. Turning over, Chen Dong continued to sleep. Hulayina was in a daze. Did this guy really ignore her even in his dreams? Oof. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hulayina used her soul skill again, and her delicate body exuded an astonishing charm. She extended a soft hand and gently stroked Chen Dong's cheek. As Chen Dong opened his eyes in a daze, he saw Hulayina in front of him, under the moonlight in the deep night. A charming girl stood at a man's bedside, her figure alluring, as she softly parted her red lips to emit a fragrance like orchids on his face. The moment Chen Dong saw Hulayina, his eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. A trace of pride appeared in the corners of the little fox's eyes. However, in the next second, Chen Dong instantly regained his clarity. Rubbing his eyes, Chen Dong, who was extremely tired, propped himself up with one small hand and looked at Hulayina with confusion. Senior sister, you've been released? Hulayina was taken aback, unwilling to give up. She struck a seductive pose again, extending her small hand and gently swaying it in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at Hulayina's movements with confusion, and had to admit they were quite pleasing to the eye. However, without the support of the Fox Charm Soul skill, and given that Chen Dong was utterly exhausted at this moment, he lost interest in continuing to appreciate it. He mumbled, Senior sister, you dance really well. Be careful not to let the teacher find out you're using soul skills again. And then turned over and fell into a deep sleep once more. In an instant, the little fox stopped all attempts. Her small face turned bright red. With her hands on her hips, she stood there with an exceptionally complex expression, filled with anger, grievance, and unwillingness. It was too bullying. Hulayina's puffed-up little chest trembled with anger. Her fox charm skill had always been foolproof, yet it had repeatedly failed against Chen Dong. It was simply a great humiliation. Watching Chen Dong lie down and hear his gentle snores again, Hulayina felt like she was being slapped in the face by him. No, this kind of humiliation absolutely cannot be tolerated. However, the angry little fox felt somewhat deflated at the thought of the days she had just been locked up by BibiDong. She couldn't really harm Chen Dong. She could only think of a way to outsmart him. Yes, she absolutely could not give up just like that. Could it be that my soul skills have problems because I haven't been training these past 2 days? Otherwise, how could I fail consecutively? A hint of suspicion appeared on Hulayina's face as she glared fiercely at Chen Dong. She turned and jumped out of the window, disappearing into the night. Shortly after Hulayina left, a figure dressed in a silver-white long robe, embroidered with a large golden chrysanthemum, quietly appeared. Watching the direction Hulayina went, and then glancing at the sleeping Chen Dong, he subtly shook his head. Back in her room, the more Hulayina thought about it, the angrier she became, unwillingly stomping her foot. It seemed she needed to test whether her soul skill really had problems. Thinking of this, Hulayina got up and kicked open a nearby door with a loud bang. A red-haired boy suddenly woke up with a start, his fiery red eyes wide open. The boy had a rugged face with sharp features and a build as strong as a lion. He was bare-chested, with a surge of soul power flowing through him, and he looked warily towards the door. Upon seeing that it was Hulayina at the door, a look of surprise appeared on his face. Nana? You. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, as Hulayina unleashed her soul skill, her body became enchanting. Just standing there, the red-haired boy on the bed immediately showed a pig-like expression, practically drooling. Hulayina simply waved her hand gently at the door, and the red-haired boy stumbled his way toward her. With drool dripping from his mouth, he murmured, Nana. Bang! With a crisp sound, Hulayina kicked the boy right in the chest. With a cry of pain, the boy instantly woke up. Rubbing his chest in confusion and grievance, he asked, Nana, what are you doing? At that moment, the noise startled another boy in a nearby room. This boy was tall and slender, with fair skin like a girl's, exuding a strange and eerie aura. His feminine face was filled with anger, and he looked somewhat like Hulayina. However, when he saw the bare-chested, red-haired boy, his expression immediately darkened significantly. Then he looked at Hulayina, who appeared dazed and lost. He muttered to himself, "Impossible. Why is this happening? I am unwilling." The whole person looked somewhat weak and wronged. Instantly, the feminine boy's face was filled with rage. "Good, Yen. How dare you treat Nana like this?" Boom. In an instant, soul power surged from him. He threw a punch, fiercely aiming at the red-haired Yen. "Don't hit me. I didn't mean it. It was Nana. It was Nana. She used Fox Charm on me first." "Nonsense. Why would Nana use Fox Charm on you in the middle of the night? I don't believe it." I'm telling the truth." Don't hit my face." In the night at the spirit hall, screams continued to echo. Chen Dong, who was sleeping soundly, was groggily awakened by the noise and listened in confusion. Forget it. He decided to continue sleeping. What danger could there be in the spirit hall? Sleep. Chapter 22, Senior Sister. I'm still young. Early in the morning, Chen Dong just got out of bed, stretched lazily, and yawned widely. He had slept particularly soundly last night. This was the first time he had fallen into such deep sleep in this world, partly because he was tired from reading, and partly because he had finally returned to Spirit City. Chen Dong's heart was completely at ease and unguarded. After all, with BibiDong in charge, along with the title Douluo, Ghost Douluo, and Jute Douluo, and the strength of several offerings from the Douluo Hall behind them, Spirit City could be said to be the safest place on the continent. After waking up, Chen Dong felt invigorated and jumped out of bed with a bang. He took a look around his room. After returning last night, he had gone straight to sleep and hadn't had a chance to examine it closely. The room BibiDong arranged for him was very spacious, and the decor was quite simple. There were only some potted plants, and a few spare clothes hanging in the wardrobe nearby. There were clothes from inside to outside. By the window, there was a large desk with many books on it. Chen Dong took a closer look and found that many of the materials were related to herbal knowledge. It seemed that Uncle Yu had prepared this for him. In the past few days, while following Yuguan in the library, Chen Dong had already learned a lot about various herbs. Especially at times, he would purposefully select some questions to ask Yuguan. For example, how to harvest celestial herbs. With Yuguan's knowledge, he naturally provided detailed explanations. Yuguan didn't think much of it, as he had also been excited to learn all the knowledge when he first encountered the existence of celestial herbs. He couldn't wait to harvest a celestial herb the next day. In his view, Chen Dong shared the same enthusiasm as he did. Chen Dong glanced at the books on the table and decided not to go to the library today. The books he needed to read today were already brought back yesterday. Sitting at the desk, he opened a book that discussed some forbidden areas in the various soul beast forests across the continent. For example, the Stardow Forest and the Sunset Forest, which is exactly what Chen Dong needed. He directly searched the table of contents and flipped to the Sunset Forest. Chen Dong's lips curled into a faint smile as he sat quietly by the window reading. Just a short while after he sat down, the door was opened. The person who entered was none other than Hulayina. After returning home last night, Hulayina first experimented with the effects of her Fox Charm on Yen. It turned out that the effect of her second soul skill was very effective. She merely stood in place and beckoned with her fingers, and Yen uncontrollably walked over to her foolishly. But why did it fail on Chen Dong? Hulayina was puzzled. After returning home and recalling a casual remark from BibiDong, she finally had an epiphany. The teacher had once said that the little guy had a simple mind. He had lived alone in the forest and had never been exposed to human society. She was told to take good care of Chen Dong and that he didn't understand the differences between men and women very well. Hulayina suddenly sat up in shock in the middle of the night, realizing how foolish she had been. She had completely taken the wrong approach. The Fox Charm skill had a strong allure for men, but Chen Dong, this little kid, clearly could not be considered a man. This guy probably didn't even understand what a man or a woman was. To charm him like this was like winking at a blind person, utterly futile. It seemed she had fundamentally made a directional error. If she wanted to entice Chen Dong, she first needed to let him understand what a man and a woman were. This little guy had no concept of women. Therefore, Hulayina felt it was necessary to teach this lesson to the teacher first, to carry out some educational work. Chen Dong was a bit surprised to see Hulayina pushing open his room door. "Senior sister, what brings you here? I think I dreamt about you coming last night." Hearing this, Hulayina's expression instantly stiffened. She really wanted to grab his little face and tell him it wasn't a dream, but thinking of her failed experience last night made her reconsider. Forget it. Let's just treat it as a dream. Saying it out loud would be even more embarrassing. Hulayina looked around like a little fox trying to steal a chicken. After confirming no one was paying attention, she quickly slipped into Chen Dong's room. Bang! Hulaina swiftly closed the door and then pulled the curtains. Hey, senior sister, why are you pulling the curtains? I was just reading with the morning light. Reading, always reading, and not looking at some proper books. Huh, the books I read aren't proper? Bang. Hulaina took out a book and threw it over, landing on Chen Dong's desk. We need to read right now, is this? Chen Dong curiously picked it up and instantly blushed. Sister, senior sister, this doesn't seem to be a proper book, right? Oomph. Hulaina huffed in dissatisfaction. What's improper about it? Little guy, what do you know? This book is one I specifically borrowed from a teacher at the Soul Master Academy. It contains detailed studies on various human organs. Is that so? Thank you, senior sister. I will definitely read it when I have the chance. What do you mean when you have the chance? Can you even understand it? Come here. Senior sister will teach you how to read it. Huh? Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. Stammering, he said, Senior sister, why are you lying on the bed? Why do you want to teach me to read? Stop talking nonsense. Come over quickly. Oh, okay. Chen Dong felt a bit awkward as he moved step by step towards the edge of the bed. Senior sister, it seems like this isn't how the teacher taught me to read. What do you know? Now it's senior sister teaching you. Just follow my method. Chen Dong was a bit confused. What is the little witch trying to do? Wait, something's off. Senior sister, didn't you say we were going to study? Why are you taking off my clothes? Silly. How can I tell you the secrets of the human organs without taking off your clothes? Oh. Chen Dong stared blankly as the little witch quickly took off her clothes, feeling doubtful in his heart. Is there really such a thing as acupoints in this world? Wait a minute. Chen Dong quickly held his chest. Senior sister, why are you taking off your clothes? Senior sister, don't do this. I'm still young. If the teacher finds out, they'll hit me. Don't worry. The teacher is in seclusion and won't show up. Senior sister, please don't do this. I'm really not that kind of person. If you keep this up, I'll scream. As soon as Chen Dong said this, the little fox's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. Damn it. What nonsense is this little brat talking about? I am clearly teaching you to read seriously. And yet it has turned into this in the mouth of this little kid. Although Hulaina had a seductive aura due to her martial spirit. As a disciple of Pope BibiDong, she was admired and respected wherever she went. Even the boys who liked her only dared to please her and would never dare to be frivolous with their words or actions. She only thought of teaching this little brat some basic knowledge about relationships because he looked like a little kid. However, upon taking a closer look at the situation between herself and Chen Dong, the precocious Hulaina felt increasingly uncomfortable. There was also a hint of shyness and entanglement in her heart. But it didn't matter anymore. It was no longer just a matter of energy drinks. It was about her fox charm skill being repeatedly thwarted, seriously affecting her state of mind. If this continued, she wouldn't be able to cultivate in peace. So she must teach this little brat a lesson today. Then she would use her fox charm to make him obediently submit. Today, she would have to be forceful. Whoosh! With a slight movement of her hand, the little fox produced a rope out of nowhere. Swiftly, she tied up Chen Dong's hands and feet, securing him to the head and foot of the bed. Senior sister, please don't do this. Can I just agree to you? But could you be a bit gentler? Chapter 23. Captured on the bed, just as the little witch swiftly pinned Chen Dong down, suddenly, the door burst open and a figure appeared. It was BibiDong, wearing a magnificent crown and a splendid robe. However, her face was filled with anger. Looking at Hulaina in front of her, BibiDong said in a deep voice, Nana, what are you doing? In an instant, both Hulaina and Chen Dong were stunned. Hulaina was straddling Chen Dong to suppress his resistance, forcefully pinning the little brat down on the bed. Chen Dong was naked, his small face filled with fear. It's over. He didn't expect to be caught by the teacher in bed. In such a situation, the teacher would definitely punish him. The most crucial thing was that if the teacher misunderstood that he had something with Hulaina, he wouldn't have any chance in the future. Thinking of this, Chen Dong hurriedly said, Teacher, senior sister is teaching me to read. As he spoke, he quickly raised his waist to signal Hulaina. Hulaina quickly picked up a book from the bedside. BibiDong just glanced at it and saw some illustrations in the book. Suddenly, his eyes twitched. Nonsense. With a slap, the book was thrown to the ground. Hulaina quickly jumped off the bed, obediently bowed her head and covered her ears. Teacher, I was wrong. Chen Dong struggled to get up, but found that his hands and feet were tightly bound by the little fox and couldn't move at all. BibiDong waved her hand, and instantly all the ropes on Chen Dong's body were cut open. Chen Dong hurriedly jumped down and came to BibiDong's front. Teacher, please don't be angry. Senior sister. She's doing this for my own good, teaching me to read. It's my fault for not wanting to study. And that's why senior sister got angry and forced me to learn. BibiDong stood still, her whole body feeling cold. The scene she had just witnessed when she entered the room kept replaying in her mind. BibiDong never expected that such a big incident would happen after just 2 days of seclusion, if this were to lead to a serious mistake. After all, the little guy is only 6 years old. Moreover, for some reason, when BibiDong saw Hulaina strip Chen Dong of his clothes and lie on the same bed with him, especially when Hulaina was riding on Chen Dong, an inexplicable anger surged in BibiDong's heart. This anger was much stronger than when Hulaina had used her fox charm skill on Chen Dong a couple of days ago. Deep inside, she felt a sense of provocation and violation, as if something precious of hers had been taken away. But at the same time, BibiDong told herself to stay calm and not to overthink it. Perhaps Laina was just being foolish for a moment, but she knew the little guy's temperament. He was definitely not as she imagined. Chen Dong, on the side, saw BibiDong's complex expression and wondered what she was thinking. He was racking his brain, trying to figure out how to make BibiDong not angry. He was really afraid of the two women, BibiDong and Hulaina. If BibiDong were to punish Hulaina, he feared that the little witch would really come to hate him. In fact, he was still hoping to build a good relationship with Hulaina. After all, they were both from the Pope's palace, both part of BibiDong's faction, and there was no need to make things so tense. Teacher, senior sister was really teaching me to read just now. Look, I already know that the most vulnerable parts of the human body are the eyes and throat, and the most lethal parts are the brain and heart. If these are struck, one can quickly lose combat effectiveness. If faced with a strong opponent, one can target their joints, especially the knees and wrists, which can greatly diminish the opponent's fighting capability. These are all things senior sister taught me. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't even know where these parts are. Hearing Chen Dong speak so seriously, and noticing that the little guy seemed to have actually learned some useful knowledge, the coldness on BibiDong's face began to ease. Chen Dong took the opportunity to say, "Teacher, you don't know how much I've missed you these past 2 days while you were away. I even dreamed about you last night." As he spoke, Chen Dong gently wrapped his arms around BibiDong's waist, rubbing his small face against her thigh, a hint of grievance appearing on his face. BibiDong quickly squatted down, feeling heartbroken, and tightly hugged Chen Dong. "All right, little one. The teacher was just in seclusion for 2 days. I won't leave you again, and no one will dare to bully you anymore." Chen Dong was obediently held in BibiDong's arms. Then he said, "Teacher, please don't be angry. I've been reading alone in the library these past 2 days, only with Uncle Yu accompanying me. Today it was only my senior sister who helped me study, and I've already learned all the books you gave me, thanks to my senior sister's guidance. Isn't that right?" BibiDong looked a bit doubtful. It wasn't that she didn't believe Chen Dong could learn the books, but she couldn't believe that that little demon girl, Hulaina, would actually have the patience to guide Chen Dong in his studies. "That's right, teacher." As soon as my senior sister's punishment was over, she ran over to help me review. "If you don't believe me, you can test me." BibiDong asked, "What are the top 10 core competencies of martial souls?" First, the innate soul power is proportional to the strength of the martial soul. Second, plant-type weapon martial souls can absorb beast martial souls soul rings. Watching Chen Dong fluently recite the top 10 core competencies of martial souls, a hint of surprise flashed in BibiDong's eyes. She didn't expect Chen Dong to really learn all that knowledge. Seeing the little guy's well-behaved and sensible appearance, BibiDong's expression softened a bit. "Lena, you did well helping your junior brother with his studies this time, but the little guy is quite clueless. Don't you realize that? You're already 12 years old. How can you let him be naked, closing the door in broad daylight? Wouldn't that ruin my reputation if it got out?" Hulaina obediently lowered her head, stuck out her tongue, and said, "Teacher, you're overthinking it. This little guy is like a piece of wood. He doesn't understand anything. He's just a little kid, a blank slate." Chen Dong couldn't help but twitch his mouth. "You're just a little kid. Before crossing over, I was already 18. I'm 6 years older than you." However, in the Douluo continent, it seems that all children develop at an unusually early age. Hulaina, at only 12 years old, is comparable to many high school girls. And the most terrifying ones are Ma Hongjun and Dai Mubai, both around 12 or 13 years old. Yet they have countless girls at their feet. It can only be attributed to the environment shaping the people. After listening to Hulaina's explanation, BibiDong could roughly understand. In her view, Hulaina has good intentions. The little guy is indeed like a blank sheet of paper, knowing nothing. Moreover, many things are too simple to explain and might not be understood without examples or specific references. But this is clearly something I, as the teacher, should do. Even though I'm not present, Hulaina shouldn't take it upon herself to teach Chen Dong without my permission. What if she teaches him incorrectly and leads the little guy astray? The little guy is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper and can only be taught by me to feel assured. Looking at Chen Dong's delicate and cute little face filled with innocence, with pure and clear eyes, it seems I was really overreacting. All right, little guy, hurry up and get dressed, or you'll catch a cold. And you too. Later, both of you come to the Pope's Hall to see me. Yes, teacher. Chen Dong and Hulaina answered in unison. After BibiDong left, Chen Dong let out a long sigh of relief. He had finally passed the test. Hulaina's expression was somewhat complex. She hadn't expected that the Chen Dong she had bullied would actually stand up for her at a critical moment. Thanks to this little guy, she wouldn't be punished again. Patting Chen Dong on the shoulder, Hulaina generously said, Junior brother, you did great this time. If I make the teacher angry again in the future, you have to help me plead like you did today, got it? Chapter 24. The Golden Generation, the little, which is indeed a little witch. Even her focus is different. Not only was she not scared, but she was also thinking about having Chen Dong plead for her next time she got into trouble. Hulaina quickly put on her clothes and, with a whoosh, jumped directly out of the window. Chen Dong was instantly dumbfounded. Why jump out of the window when the door is perfectly fine? Senior sister, your book. No, it's your book. It's very good. If you don't understand anything, senior sister can come and teach you anytime. Hulaina's voice came from afar. Watching the little fox flee in a panic, and then looking at the book scattered with various illustrations on the ground. Chen Dong picked up the book, dusted it off, and placed it on his bedside. Shaking his head, he thought, after all, a little fox is still a little fox. The last image of it fleeing in a drenched and disheveled manner was somewhat comical. However, Chen Dong was also feeling a bit of a headache. It seemed he had caught the little fox's attention, and it looked like he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully at night anymore. The little fox was determined not to give up. But I actually want the teacher to come and teach me personally. After calmly getting dressed and washing up, Chen Dong confidently walked out the door, heading toward the location of the Pope's palace. BibiDong wanted to wait for him to be ready before heading to the Pope's palace, likely to announce something important. It was very likely that she would introduce him to the others in the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong had not met anyone else in the Spirit Hall yet. After returning, BibiDong had eagerly gone into seclusion. Currently, Chen Dong only knew Ghost Douluo and Ju Douluo. His best relationship was with Ju Douluo Yuewan, while Ghost Douluo's whereabouts were elusive, and he rarely saw him. In Chen Dong's room, there were many clothes prepared. Today, he specifically changed into a set of exquisite white attire, with a black cloak hanging from his back. In the center of his chest was a golden character for soul, about the size of a fist. On his left chest, there was a badge engraved with a long sword, depicting two sharp long swords. Those familiar with the Spirit Hall knew that this was the standard outfit for personnel directly under the Martial Emperor Hall. The long sword represented that as a member of the Spirit Hall, he was a battle soul master. The number of swords symbolized the rank of the soul master. Currently, Chen Dong was at the soul master level, with only 2 long swords, as it was his first appearance in front of everyone, even without BibiDong's reminder. Chen Dong knew he should wear the formal attire of the Spirit Hall to show his seriousness. Just as he finished getting ready and walked out the door, he heard Hulaina's call from a distance. Over here, under a large tree in the distance, Hulaina stood there, already dressed in the formal attire of the Spirit Hall. Gone was her earlier disheveled appearance. She had her hands crossed in front of her chest, leaning against the tree. Her black hair swayed gently with the willow branches, giving her an air of elegance and heroism. Hulaina looked Chen Dong up and down and nodded in satisfaction. Little guy, after getting ready and wearing the Spirit Hall's outfit, you look quite impressive. Let's go. Seeing Hulaina extend her delicate hand, Chen Dong hesitated a bit. Hulaina wrinkled her nose slightly, urging, hurry up. Today's occasion is different from usual. Do you know where you should stand? It's not like I will lead you. Oh, Chen Dong thought for a moment and could only let Hulaina drag him up the steps toward the papal hall. Just as the two turned the corner, 2 men approached from ahead and behind. One man had long, fiery red hair and matching red eyes, making him look like a walking flame. However, this lion-like flame appeared somewhat disheveled, with messy hair on top of his head. He had dark circles under his eyes, and his mouth looked a bit swollen. The other man beside him was tall and slender, with a pale complexion like a woman, and he was looking at him with a sense of glee. Both of them were wearing the same Spirit Hall uniform as Chen Dong, and their badges surprisingly featured 4 crossed long swords. Chen Dong was immediately stunned. All are soul sovereigns. He didn't know if his revolver could break through their defenses, with one hand covering his head. Yin looked up and saw Hulaina holding Chen Dong's hand. His eyes widened in shock. He pointed at Hulaina in surprise. Nana, who is this kid? Hulaina shot Yin an unhappy glare and said, "Don't be rude. This is the new disciple my teacher just accepted, named Chen Dong. The reason our teacher summoned us today is likely because of him." A hint of shock flashed in Yan's eyes. "What? The Pope has accepted a new disciple again? Impossible. With my high talent, the Pope doesn't even look at me. What special thing does this kid have?" When Yan asked this, Hulaina was also a bit stunned. Ever since the teacher announced that Chen Dong was her disciple, Hulaina really didn't know why he was accepted as a disciple. If there was anything special about this kid, it must be his exceptional boldness. During their first meeting, he used a soul guidance device. Ordinary families definitely wouldn't have such strength, but Hulaina wouldn't tell them that. In the little fox's eyes, this kid was like a moving treasure, just waiting for her to slowly explore and unlock. Hulaina shot Yin an annoyed glare. "No matter what is special about him, he must be stronger than you. Also, if the teacher asks about the injury on your head later, do you know what to say?" A boy nearly 1.8 meters tall, sturdy like a lion, wore a simple smile on his face. "Don't worry, I know. I definitely won't betray you. All right, let's hurry over. Don't keep the prince and the elders waiting." The one speaking was the soft-spoken boy who had been silent beside them. Then he looked at Chen Dong. Gently, he said, "You must be Chen Dong, right? I'm Xiaoyu, Nana's brother, and Elder Ju's disciple. Uncle Yu?" Chen Dong didn't expect that Xiaoyu was actually Elder Yu's disciple, revealing a kind smile. "Hello, Brother Xiaoyu. Cute, polite, harmless." A gentle smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. At this moment, Yan also came over, and the scars on his face didn't affect his cheerful demeanor at all. He said boldly, "I'm Yin, a soul sovereign. In the Spirit City, you can find me for anything, except when Nana bullies you." Chen Dong also greeted obediently, "Hello, Brother Yin," seeing Hulaina holding his hand. Both Xiaoyu and Yin showed no reaction. After all, Chen Dong was just a 6-year-old child, while Yin was nearly 1.8 meters tall. Chen Dong was not even as tall as his thigh. If such a young child were to feel jealous, it would be too childish. The four young people of varying heights walked towards the magnificent Pope's palace under the golden sunlight of the morning. The sunlight cast a golden glow on them. The younger generation of the Spirit Hall, also known as the Golden Generation, was walking towards the Pope's palace on such a morning. They were also heading towards their own future. Chapter 25. Enshrining the Holy Sun upon entering the Pope's palace, in stark contrast to its exterior brilliance. The interior was a pure white, but not a cold and pale white. It had a special feeling filled with soft texture. Whether it was the floor, the pillars, or the ceiling, they were all paved with a type of translucent white jade, with fine patterns subtly visible beneath the jade, seemingly holding some secrets. For most people in the Spirit Hall, the Pope's palace was a holy place they could only admire from a distance throughout their lives. But for the four young people, the guards of the Pope's palace had long since grown accustomed to their presence. From the moment he stepped into the hall, Chen Dong's gaze was instantly drawn to the high and mighty Pope's throne in the center of the hall, which symbolized the ruler of the continent's foremost power. To be precise, it should be the stunning woman seated on the throne. Unlike usual, BibiDong was not wearing her regular robes today. Instead, she wore a luxurious long robe adorned with golden patterns, a 9-curved purple gold crown on her head, and held a staff about 2 meters long, embedded with countless jewels. Her fair and delicate skin, along with her flawless beauty, made her stand out remarkably. Especially the invisible nobility and sanctity emanating from her made one involuntarily feel a sense of reverence and worship. Hulaina held Chen Dong's small hand and walked up to BibiDong, placing her right hand on her chest and bowing in a gesture of respect. Her expression filled with devotion. Xiaoyu and Yin behind her performed the same action, their expressions almost identical. Chen Dong smiled and imitated the formal etiquette of BibiDong. BibiDong looked at the young man in the Spirit Hall uniform, filled with admiration, as he performed the greeting with such seriousness. To her, this was incredibly cute. BibiDong simply responded with a soft HM, while Hulaina held Chen Dong's hand. Standing quietly behind BibiDong, alongside Yin and Xiaoyu. Opposite them was a massive oval conference table. Below the Pope, nearly 20 people were seated, all dressed elegantly and exuding a dignified presence. From their attire, it was clear that these individuals were significant figures within the Spirit Hall, at least leaders of various Spirit Hall branches. The 2 Spirit Hall leaders on the continent, the Platinum Bishop, were all present. If any outsider saw this scene, they would undoubtedly understand that something important was happening in the Spirit Hall. Everyone's gaze was focused on Pope BibiDong, waiting for her to speak. BibiDong scanned the attendees and said in a deep voice, after discussing with the elders of the Elder Hall, "I have 2 major announcements to make." The attendees quickly sat up straight, listening intently to the commanding Pope's words. Although the popes of the Spirit Hall throughout history have held high positions, BibiDong's authority was particularly pronounced. Despite being a woman, she was known for her iron-fisted approach in handling Spirit Hall affairs. Even the Elder Hall dared not question her decisions lightly. Of course, this was also largely due to BibiDong's hard work, which had led the Spirit Hall to unprecedented heights, even surpassing the two great empires. The first matter is that I have accepted a talented disciple named Chen Dong, a level 17 soul master with twin martial souls and innate full soul power. From today onwards, my disciple Chen Dong will also be recognized as part of the Golden Generation. Instantly, the hall erupted with uncontrollable exclamations of admiration and surprise. The elders and bishops exchanged glances and whispered to each other, nodding in agreement. Even the three members of the Golden Generation standing behind BibiDong wore shocked expressions. Guanyin gaped at the little guy beside her, surprised that he possessed twin martial souls and innate full soul power. No wonder he was chosen as a disciple by the teacher. The teacher herself was a twin martial soul user, making her the perfect mentor for the young one. Only this young one could perfectly inherit the teacher's legacy. Yin and Xie were also astonished as they looked at Chen Dong. No wonder. With such talent, it was only natural for the Pope to accept him as a disciple. Both Yin and Xie felt a surge of envy, but not jealousy, as martial souls were a personal talent that couldn't be envied. Moreover, their own talents were not lacking either. It was more about effort and cultivation. Therefore, they exchanged a glance, the meaning clear. They needed to step up their training. They couldn't let a 6-year-old surpass them. As for the other elders and the red-robed bishops, they quietly expressed their feelings and discussions. If a twin martial soul could grow, the future achievements would be limitless. Yes, the Spirit Hall has a promising successor. Everyone understood that BibiDong's words were also meant to build momentum for her disciple. BibiDong's gaze swept over the attendees. Although her expression was calm, the atmosphere was tense, as everyone present were high-ranking members of the Spirit Hall. Immediately, they showed satisfied expressions, smiling gently and nodding in agreement. The second matter is that as Pope, I have confirmed my successor, who has been approved by the Elder Hall. From today onwards, my disciple Chen Dong is appointed as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the first heir to the Pope. Before BibiDong could finish speaking, Yu Guan and Gue Mei, the two titled Douluos, slightly trembled, while the three members of the Golden Generation were utterly shocked. If the Spirit Hall were to be compared to the two great empires of Tiando and Xinghua, then the position of Holy Son would mean the crown prince of an empire, the future emperor. However, even in the two great empires, the position of crown prince was not something the emperor could decide alone. It required recognition from the majority of the court officials and royal family members. Moreover, after BibiDong took over, the Spirit Hall had practically split into two factions, the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall. At this moment, BibiDong made a decision about the future of the Spirit Hall without seeking the consent of the Douluo Hall. How could the Douluo Hall, led by the great offering Qian Daolu, possibly agree to this? This decision caught most people off guard. Even Hulayina was taken aback. The teacher seemed a bit anxious. The expressions of the two members of the Ju Gue were complex. As staunch supporters of BibiDong, they naturally would not oppose any decision made by her. However, the elders of the Elder Hall, although they were titled Douluos, had soul power around level 95. Besides the two of them, the remaining elders had just reached level 90, most of whom were newly promoted titled Douluos. Level 92 was considered high. Moreover, there were two soul dual-level elders as well. But the offerings in the Douluo Hall had a minimum soul power of level 96. Even more terrifying was Qian Daolu, a level 99 titled Douluo. Additionally, the Angel Clan had controlled the Spirit Hall for many years, and some titled Douluos of the Elder Hall were also their people. If a civil war broke out between the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall, the Pope's Hall would undoubtedly lose. The members of the Golden Generation were still young and held a limited position within the Spirit Hall. They were not qualified to participate in such decisions. BibiDong's decision was practically a solo confrontation against the Douluo Hall. Chapter 26. Dominant BibiDong, Gue Mei and Yu Guan exchanged glances, their expressions complex, subtly shifting their bodies, hesitant to speak. At that moment, BibiDong shot them a glance, and they immediately sat up straight, remaining still. As BibiDong's trusted subordinates, they knew her well and understood that the Pope's decisions were not to be defied. However, they still felt that the Pope was a bit too hasty. It wasn't that they were unwilling to allow Chen Dong to become the Holy Son. Both felt that with the little guy's talent, he would eventually achieve results equal to or even surpassing the Pope's current accomplishments. But that was a matter for the future. The little guy was only 6 years old, just a one-ring soul master. Such a decision might provoke discontent among many. Although it might not lead to direct opposition to BibiDong, it could cause some originally neutral bishops or elders to question her abilities and decisions. In the long run, this would not be beneficial to BibiDong's authority in maintaining her rule. As for the three members of the Golden Generation, they exchanged looks. When BibiDong announced Chen Dong as her disciple, they had stood there smiling, feeling quite pleased to have another little follower. But they never expected BibiDong to directly announce that Chen Dong would become the Holy Son. They knew that the three of them had always been candidates for the Holy Son, and Hulayina had even had the opportunity. At the beginning, the one with the greatest opportunity was Xieyu, because he was the strongest among the three, and with his mature mindset and calm demeanor. The three chose Xieyu as their leader. However, gradually, Hulayina began to stand out. Whether it was Xieyu or Hulayina, Yin felt that, deep down, they had few distractions and were not thinking about competing with each other. After all, they had grown up together, and it was a fair competition. If one was not as skilled, there was nothing to say. However, when Chen Dong, who was only 6 years old, was established as the Holy Son, Yin felt a sense of unrest in his heart. He felt that it was unfair, and that there should be a fair competition. If he could defeat Chen Dong, or at least have a significant advantage over him, then Yin would have nothing to say. But now, with the Pope's unilateral decision, it was uncomfortable for everyone. Meanwhile, Hulayina, while shocked, did not feel awkward. She simply looked at Chen Dong with surprise. She didn't expect the teacher to value this little guy so much. "Little guy, are you happy?" Hulayina kindly tugged at Chen Dong's small hand, only to find that his face was filled with worry, his brows deeply furrowed. He showed no signs of happiness at becoming the Holy Son. Chen Dong sighed softly. He thought that the teacher was only announcing his acceptance as a disciple today, which showed that Chen Dong did not understand the Spirit Hall well enough. If it were merely an announcement of his acceptance as a disciple, BibiDong only needed to gather a few elders and then inform the various spirit temples and the Spirit Main Hall. There was no need to make such a big deal, notifying all the bishops to return 2 days in advance. In Chen Dong's memory, the future Saintess Hulayina was only conferred as a saintess by BibiDong after she escaped from the Slaughter City. Yet now, BibiDong had actually conferred Chen Dong as the saint's son ahead of time. It should be noted that at that time, Hulayina was already at level 60, possessed the killing god domain, and had obtained a soul bone. Her strength was among the strongest in the Golden Generation. Therefore, the others would not say much, especially since at that time, BibiDong had already accepted the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. Her strength had reached the level of a 99 level limit Douluo. She could stand toe-to-toe with the grand offering Qian Douluo, and 10 years later, BibiDong had already subdued all the elders of the Elder Hall, effectively controlling the Spirit Hall by herself. The Douluo Hall could not shake her influence unless they went to war with BibiDong. Otherwise, there was no way to depose the Pope. But now it was a full 10 years earlier. Chen Dong's small hand clenched tightly. He gave himself 10 years to grow up, to shield BibiDong from the wind and rain, to become her support. But now, looking at the strange expressions flashing in the eyes of the elders below, Chen Dong couldn't hold back. He stepped forward and whispered, "Teacher, it's too early. BibiDong simply waved her hand gently, and Chen Dong stopped speaking. After all, BibiDong, sitting on the Pope's throne, possessed undeniable authority. And as the main character of the event, Chen Dong would not go against her to undermine her authority. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong, her eyes carrying a hint of encouragement and expectation. As if sensing the little guy's worries, a faint smile appeared on her lips. Then BibiDong suddenly stood up, holding her scepter, tilting her head back, a hint of disdain appearing on her rosy lips. Her eyes were full of dominance. Do the elders have any objections? Who is in favor? Who is against? Objections? Naturally, everyone had them. But in front of the Pope, no one would dare to stand up and shout, "I oppose." Such a foolish act was something no one could do. BibiDong's gaze was calm as she swept over each elder and bishop. The newly titled Law lowered their heads under her gaze and remained silent. Even those who wanted to voice objections glanced around, seeing that most of the elders were silent and could only suppress their thoughts. Everyone chose to remain silent. After all, there was still the offering hall. Why should they stick their necks out? BibiDong scanned 10 elders in a row, all of whom remained silent. BibiDong nodded in satisfaction and then said, The elders have collectively approved the Pope's resolution. Do any of the bishops oppose? Then BibiDong's gaze calmly swept over all the bishops at the round table, and no one dared to meet her eyes. They all lowered their heads. Very good. BibiDong supported herself with the scepter and sat on the throne. The bishops also unanimously approved the Pope's resolution. Since that is the case, I declare, with a swish, as soon as these words were spoken, all the elders and bishops present stood up, their bodies straightened, and they solemnly looked at the Pope. I confer Chen Dong as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, the first heir of the Pope, with free access to all areas of the Spirit Hall. All Spirit Hall and main hall orders are to be communicated to all branch halls and sub-halls, treating the Holy Son as the elders, and allocating a team of Silent Death to be at the Holy Son's command. As soon as BibiDong's voice fell, Hulaina and several others beside her all turned to look at Chen Dong. Their eyes were filled with eagerness, unreserved jealousy, and envy. Chen Dong was somewhat puzzled by Hulaina's fervent gaze, staring at her in confusion. Chen Dong's eyes were full of questions. Just now, BibiDong had said so much, yet he hadn't seen any reaction from Hulaina. Why did her last comment about assigning a silent team to Chen Dong cause such a stir? This was something Chen Dong didn't know. The silent team was a group of elite fighters personally trained by Pope BibiDong, consisting of 5 teams in total. Each team was made up of 5 soul Douluo and 20 soul saints. They had been together for decades and were skilled in combined attacks. One silent team was enough to withstand the attacks of 3 ordinary titled Douluo. It could be said that aside from the elders who were titled Douluo, the silent team was the strongest weapon in Pope BibiDong's hands. Even a cardinal would fear the lethality of the silent team, and giving the 6-year-old Chen Dong command over a silent team was equivalent to giving him the combat power of 3 titled Douluo. This was both to protect Chen Dong and to establish the authority of the Saint Son. After all, the little guy was only 6 years old, and it was inevitable that some people would provoke him without thinking. At the same time, BibiDong's actions were also a warning to the various cardinals. Even without considering the combat power of the Pope and the elders who were titled Douluo, just a silent team was enough to make all the cardinals feel a chill in their hearts. Saint Son, at this moment, BibiDong gently called out, and Chen Dong was taken aback. Taking a deep breath, he steadily walked step by step to BibiDong's side. BibiDong held Chen Dong's hand, guiding him to stand in front of her throne. At that moment, all the elders and cardinals below spoke in unison. We have seen the Saint's Son. This was a formal acknowledgement of Chen Dong's identity. Chen Dong nodded steadily, revealing a touch of warmth just right. I have met the elders and bishops. After that, Chen Dong stepped back and stood beside BibiDong. He did not say much. Everyone was merely calling him the Holy Son because of BibiDong's strong presence. But he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could earn their genuine recognition. Lord Lodiera, as BibiDong spoke this name, a middle-aged man entered from the side of the door, dressed in a luxurious golden suit, with a golden eagle embroidered on his shoulder. Lodiera, who had deep-set eyes and a prominent hooked nose, knelt on the ground and said, I have seen His Holiness the Pope. In the future, the 5th squad will be under the command of Holy Son Chen Dong, and at the same time, they must ensure the safety of the Holy Son's life, without fail. As the Pope BibiDong had personally trained, the Extinction Squad would naturally follow her orders. After Lodiera stood up, he cupped his fist towards Chen Dong and said, I have seen His Holy Son. Chen Dong nodded steadily, and everyone was introduced. Gui Mei Yuguan, you are responsible for the special training of the Holy Son. Once he passes your special training, send him to the Wuhuan Academy. Yes. After everyone left the Wuhuan Hall, BibiDong finally sat wearily on the throne. The scepter in her hand was set aside as she gently rubbed her forehead, revealing a look of exhaustion on her face. Clearly, the imposing demeanor she presented earlier was a deliberate effect she created. After all, to compete with the Douluo Hall, she had to subdue all the forces outside the Douluo Hall. Even if she couldn't subdue them, she had to suppress them. Her authority as the Pope had to be unquestionable, so she could resist the pressure from the Douluo Hall. The other offerings in the Douluo Hall would not turn against her on specific matters. The only pressure she needed to deal with was from Qian Daolu. Gazing in the direction of the Douluo Hall, BibiDong's eyes were deep. She sighed, Little one, I will fulfill what I promised you, and I hope you won't let me down. BibiDong stood up, her precious scepter striking heavily on the jade stone floor. Immediately, the intricate patterns engraved on the jade stone suddenly lit up. The Pope's throne began to move slowly. A purple-black door suddenly appeared behind the chair. An evil, cold, and frenzied aura surged forth from the door like a tidal wave. However, When these auras encountered BibiDong, they were blocked by her vast soul power, not leaking out at all. Looking at the dark door that seemed to represent disaster and ominousness, BibiDong reached out her hand. The crown and scepter in her hand quietly disappeared, unknown where they were stored. Taking a deep breath, she turned to glance at the direction of the Douluo hall and resolutely stepped inside. Chen Dong, I will soon face you directly. Angel Clan, it's time to end your reign. Little one, I will clear all obstacles for you, so you don't have to worry. Rakshasa God, I am coming. No one would expect that beneath the throne of the Pope, which symbolizes holiness and light, there would exist such a mysterious and evil place. Could it be that even the most powerful Pope on the continent has been invaded by darkness and evil? Following Douluo and Guanyin out of the Pope Hall, Chen Dong glanced at the already closed door of the Pope Hall. A hint of worry rose in his heart. Would the teacher take risks for him? After all, the only force that could counter the 99th level ultimate Douluo, Chen Dong, seemed to be there. Damn it. Chen Dong hated himself for his current weakness. No, I must grow at all costs, as quickly as possible. I want to be her support. I want to personally rescue her from the abyss. With his gaze fixed far towards the direction of the Douluo palace, a flash of determination and madness crossed Chen Dong's eyes. At this moment, Yuan stopped and looked at Chen Dong. Little guy, for the time being, you should go and train with the old ghost. The ghostly figure, cold as 1,000-year-old ice, suddenly showed a hint of shock. Although Chen Dong couldn't see the expression beneath his mask, he could still sense his astonishment. What? Isn't it the case that you first lay the foundation and then pass it on to me at the Juhua Pass? Aren't you afraid that this little guy will fall just like that? Yuan's expression was complicated as he looked towards the direction of the Pope's palace. Old ghost, do you think I don't know? But this is the arrangement of His Majesty the Pope, allowing the little guy to pass your test first. The ghost was taken aback. His Majesty the Pope? How could that be? The little guy is only 6 years old, having only acquired one soul ring, and my test is the final step. I can't understand it either. Yuan's expression was complicated, but His Majesty the Pope must have some profound meaning behind this, so we should just follow his orders. All right, but are you sure you won't teach this little guy some theoretical knowledge first? Theoretical knowledge? Yuan seemed to think of something, then shook his head and said, No need. What he needs now is practical experience. Don't worry. He is personally designated by His Majesty the Pope as the Holy Son. Do you think he can't handle even this? Chen Dong, although unaware of what the two were mysteriously discussing, instinctively felt it should be related to his upcoming training. Ghost Douluo shook his head as he looked at Chen Dong. Although he didn't understand why Zhu Huaguan had such strong confidence in this little guy, he would not go easy on his test. If the boy really died, it could only mean he wasn't worthy of being the saint's son. Why do you have faith in him? Yuan recalled the scene of his first meeting with Chen Dong and BibiDong. The fierce and sharp look in the little guy's eyes, the terrifying scars on his body, and now he was blinking innocently like a cute little child. Yuan smiled and shook his head. Old ghost, you will soon find out. I believe this little guy will surprise you. Is that so? Hee. Two strange laughs came from beneath Ghost Douluo's mask. All right, since that's the case, then this little guy will be entrusted to me. Don't regret it later. As soon as the words fell, with a whoosh, ghostly charm gently patted Chen Dong's shoulder. And Chen Dong felt as if his entire body was being pulled by an ethereal force. Moments later, the two disappeared from the spot. Chapter 28. Evil Thief feeling the chilling winds swirling around him. Chen Dong was grateful that ghostly charm's soul power enveloped him. Otherwise, just the force of the wind would have disfigured him. With such strong winds blowing, would his teacher's skirt fly up while flying? If that happened, it would be purple. Huh, why am I thinking about these things while flying? Is it because I miss my teacher too much? Indeed, BibiDong had been busy these past few days, and it had been a long time since he was held in her arms. Sigh, how nostalgic those days were when he would look up and see her comforting him. The days when flipping over would result in a face wash. While lost in thought, Chen Dong was surprised to find that he and Ghostly Charm had appeared in a desolate mountain at some point. It looked exceptionally remote and desolate, and Chen Dong felt a bit puzzled. He wondered what Ghostly Charm had brought him here for. Ghost Douluo always wore a strange mask, making it impossible to see his exact expression. You were the designated saint's son by the Pope. Although I don't know why you didn't first train with Zhu Huaguan and instead came directly to take my test, I will not lower the standards because of your identity. If you can't endure it, then it can only prove that you are not qualified. Chen Dong raised his eyebrows, interpreting the meaning of the ghostly figure. It seemed like this was a test or an examination. He loved exams. The top student was ecstatic. Moreover, Chen Dong knew that while Ghostly Figure and Moonwatcher were core supporters of BibiDong, They likely had some doubts in their hearts about her decision to appoint him as the Holy Son. They probably thought her decision was not very rational. However, due to the authority of the Pope, they wouldn't bring it up. Chen Dong wasn't angry about this and didn't think much of it. To gain others' trust, there is only one way. No matter which world it is, strength has always been the language. Grandpa Ghost, don't worry, I believe I can pass your test. And I also trust the teacher's decision and her insight, right? Ghostly figure didn't respond, leading Chen Dong forward a couple of steps. They were on a small hill. It was a gentle slope, and in front of them stood a large tree. Arriving under the tree, Ghost Daw pointed down the slope and said, "That is your testing ground." Chen Dong was taken aback. Curiously, he looked down. Below, there were 3 tents, one larger and 2 smaller ones. Outside the tents, there were some weapons, and on a few clothes racks, clothes were scattered haphazardly. In the distance, near the riverbank, a campfire was rising slowly. On a simple pile of firewood, there was something of an unknown strange shape being roasted. The 3 tents were arranged in a product shape, and their structure somewhat resembled that of a military camp. Chen Dong curiously asked, "What is the test task?" A ghostly voice, calm, yet carrying a sense of evil, replied, "Killing enemies of the spirit hall." Chen Dong asked with a puzzled expression, "Not that. Then who are they?" Chen Dong was a bit curious. "Evil Soul Master." "What?" Chen Dong was taken aback. To be precise, it was a group of evil thieves influenced by evil soul masters. They are also called quasi-evil soul masters. What does that mean? Chen Dong was a bit confused. He knew what evil soul masters were. They were a type of villain and a common enemy of all soul masters in the Douluo continent. But what did quasi-evil soul masters mean? Seeing Chen Dong's confusion and doubt, Gue Mei said in a deep voice, "There are many types of evil soul masters. Some possess evil martial souls themselves. Some have their martial souls mutated due to external factors, and some have fallen into evil soul masters through their own corruption. However, there's another type, normal soul masters who have non-evil martial souls. If they have close physical contact with evil soul masters, such as engaging in related X behaviors, or if they're influenced by evil soul masters' bodily fluids causing their martial souls to mutate, or if they are affected by spells cast by evil soul masters, they will gradually transform into evil soul masters. The ones below are those who have already been influenced by evil soul masters but have not completely turned into evil soul masters yet. So they're called evil thieves." "I see." Chen Dong nodded. They were not far from the spirit hall. Normally, once such a small group of evil forces was discovered, they would definitely be eradicated by the spirit hall. Since the other party was still alive and well, it was evident that the spirit hall had deliberately left them behind. What was the purpose of the spirit hall in keeping these people? Was it to lure out evil soul masters? Or was it merely for the training of core personnel in the spirit hall? What kind of strength did the other party possess? Chen Dong knows that to become an evil soul master, one must have extraordinary cultivation. The strongest among them is a level 39 soul master. And among the more than 30 others, there are 2 great soul masters, 3 soul masters, and some ordinary people without soul rings. Your assessment standard is to kill any 5 of these people to be considered qualified. Killing 10 is excellent, and killing 15 is a perfect level. Chen Dong was taken aback. Any method? The ghostly figure seemed a bit confused, not understanding why Chen Dong asked this. Still, it nodded and said, "Any method including poisoning, assassination, sowing discord, seduction, and arson is acceptable." "Very good." Chen Dong squinted his eyes and then said, "If it's about completely annihilating them, what level of evaluation is that?" "Complete annihilation? Impossible." "Why?" "Because this was originally a trial prepared for the Golden Generation. The standard for perfectly passing is to kill 2 great soul masters, and then one can become part of the Golden Generation. So simple. The premise is the cultivation level of the great soul master. And if it's a soul zune, the goal is to kill that 39th level soul zune. Then one can pass the final trial for recruiting the Golden Generation. It's been a long time since anyone could perfectly pass it. The Golden Generation, huh? Chen Dong recalled that day in the Pope's palace when BibiDong declared herself as the Golden Generation, but others seemed unconvinced. Today, he arranged for Ghost Douluo to conduct the assessment test for the Golden Generation. It seems the teacher understands me well. After all, BibiDong has witnessed the handgun in Chen Dong's hand with her own eyes. How about it? Are you scared? Ghost Douluo stared at Chen Dong, seemingly trying to see something in his eyes. A harmless smile appeared on Chen Dong's face, but it didn't look very friendly. On the contrary, it seemed to carry a kind of fervor and madness. "Teacher, thank you for your trust, I will prove to you that your choice is correct. Grandpa Ghost. Huh, time me. Before the words were finished, whoosh. Chen Dong charged straight down from the mountaintop. During the process of descending the slope, Ghost Douluo was surprised to find Chen Dong charged down the slope at an incredibly fast speed, like a tiger released from its cage, using both hands and feet. On a steep incline, he suddenly leaped high into the air, akin to a nimble monkey, gently grasping a soft tree branch with his small hands. Using the branch's elasticity, he landed on another large tree, weaving through the thicket in a mysterious manner. Soon, Chen Dong leaped to the ground like a swift leopard, crawling on all fours, slowly advancing. As he moved forward, the surrounding grass and trees made not a sound. The entire process was eerily quiet. Chapter 29. Concealment and Killing Intent on the Hillside. Ghost Law observed Chen Dong's movement trajectory, his gaze slightly narrowing. Seeing the various stealth techniques the little guy had just displayed, Ghost Douluo couldn't help but feel puzzled. How could this little fellow possess such strong stealth talent? Ghost Douluo, whose martial soul was best suited for stealth assassination, found Chen Dong's performance quite unexpected, making him even more interested in the little guy. In the grass, Chen Dong approached the edge of the camp silently, moving in a strange S-shaped curve. It seemed his target was to circle around to the back and head straight for the largest tent in the center. Inside the biggest tent, there must be the strongest soul master at level 39. Chen Dong wouldn't have thought of this. But why did the little guy set his sights on the tent in the middle? The power gap between him and the soul master is too great. I'm afraid that as soon as he gets close to the tent, he will be sensed by the soul master. Is this little guy being a bit too impulsive? Ghost Douluo's eyes narrowed slightly. He initially thought Chen Dong would choose to set traps or lure the enemy in. Then he could barely kill the 5 ordinary evil thieves without soul rings. But he didn't expect Chen Dong to choose to confront a level 39 soul master directly. What to do? Should he intervene now? The attack power of a level 39 soul master is no joke. Just one strike could completely kill the little guy. Forget it. Let's wait and see. With his speed, even at the most dangerous moment, he could still save him. This little guy has no idea how high the sky is and how thick the earth is. Teaching him a lesson is also good. In the future, let him stay grounded and not be too reckless. Slowly, Chen Dong drew closer to the giant tent, his body pressed tightly to the ground, motionless. Just from the dash down the hillside, Chen Dong's clothes were already stained with various dirt and grass, making him blend in perfectly with the color of the grassland. Moreover, with Ghost Douluo's powerful perception, he couldn't sense Chen Dong's breathing or heartbeat at all. What a terrifying concealment ability. Where did this little guy learn such a skill? Crouched in the grass, Chen Dong's bright eyes revealed a terrifying cold light, looking like a cheetah fixated on its prey. Over the years, he had lived alone in the great forest. Although the outer areas didn't have particularly powerful soul beasts, even those ordinary wild beasts were not something Chen Dong could handle. To survive, Chen Dong had long mastered the ability to conceal himself, hiding not only to avoid attacks from fierce beasts, but also for hunting. He learned various hunting techniques from wolves, tigers, and leopards, and had long grown accustomed to the life of hunting and being prey. Although the arrangement of these 3 tents seemed very rigorous, these evil thieves were actually a disorganized mob, and their defenses were not very tight. There were no strong sentries or patrols around. Only 2 armed evil thieves were wandering back and forth near the tents. On the other side, by the campfire, sat 2 evil thieves, greasing something, seemingly roasting something that looked bigger than a sheep, but smaller than a cow. Chen Dong slowly observed the 2 wandering evil thieves in the grass, and had already figured out their patrolling routine. The 2 evil thieves were merely going through the motions of their patrol, and their range never strayed far from the tent. They kept circling around the 2 evil thieves who were grilling meat, and their eyes never left the barbecue grill. Very good. Chen Dong quietly evaded the sight of 2 evil bandits, slowly advancing behind them. Gradually, he drew closer to the large tent. Due to the triangular field of vision, the tents on either side perfectly shielded Chen Dong from view. Now, he was finally able to see clearly what the 2 bandits were roasting. In an instant, even for Chen Dong, who was accustomed to all kinds of slaughter in the forest and watched fierce beasts feed daily, his brows furrowed tightly. What the 2 were roasting over the campfire, suspended by branches, was actually a person. Moreover, judging by the shape, it seemed to be a woman. However, her exterior had already been roasted to a golden brown, with grease sizzling on the surface. Scalding oil dripped into the campfire, causing ashes to fly up. It was unclear whether the oil had been brushed on or was produced from the body itself. The 2 bandits were fixated on the humanoid figure being roasted. their eyes revealing a gleam of anticipation and excitement. The two patrolling bandits occasionally circled around, staring intently at them, nearly drooling. A cold light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. He had always heard about how evil the evil spirit masters were. He thought it was just that their methods of killing were more brutal. However, these were merely the actions of quasi-evil spirit masters, and they had already done such inhumane things. There was not a shred of humanity. If they truly became evil spirit masters, who knows how many more heinous acts they would commit. Damn it! Chen Dong's killing intent grew stronger. He did not plan to spare any of these people, even without this so-called test. At this moment, Chen Dong was less than 100 meters away from the massive tent, hidden in the grass. Slowly, a strangely shaped weapon appeared silently in Chen Dong's hand. It was his martial soul, the 98K sniper rifle. Lying on the grass, using the perspective function of the holographic sight, Chen Dong quietly aimed at the direction of the tent from the grass. The people inside the tent, naturally, could not see the outside situation, making it difficult for those outside to grasp what was happening inside. Recklessly rushing in would only lead to being surrounded. However, for Chen Dong, the perspective function of the holographic sight came in handy at this time. Although the perspective ability was not very strong, covering only a few centimeters, it could see through thinner materials like clothing. Fortunately, the drapery inside the tent was just within the perspective range. Therefore, even from the grass far away, Chen Dong could see everything clearly inside the tent. At this moment, inside the tent, on the main seat sat a tall and burly man with a long scar on his bald head. In his arms was a slender woman, completely naked, her clothing long since discarded. Strangely, the woman had her eyes tightly closed and showed no signs of breathing. A huge wound on her neck revealed that a chunk of flesh was completely missing. In a man's hand was an arm, blood gushing from it. The man gnawed on the arm as if it were a lotus root, making crunching sounds with each bite. With each bite, blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. Below him sat more than a dozen evil bandits, staring eagerly at the man in the center. Just then, the bald man in the main seat turned around suspiciously to glance at the back of the tent. Behind him were stacks of armor and weapons, but nothing else. Shouting over the tent, the bald man yelled, "Wang Wu, Fei Lu, go check the mountain behind the tent. Don't just loiter in front. You'll miss out on the lamb." Chapter 30. Soul Respect? D. For some reason, this 39th level soul respect felt uncomfortable, as if something was pressing against the back of his head. Just then, a loud bang erupted. It came from the direction of the back mountain. As a 39th level soul respect, the bald man instinctively felt his soul power surge at the sound. However, with that sound, a blood flower suddenly appeared on his forehead. Half of his skull was blown off. His body remained seated, but in an instant, his brain was splattered. The other evil bandits in the tent were instantly dumbfounded, clearly not having reacted. However, one of the high-ranking soul masters sitting below suddenly stood up. Two red rings, one white and one yellow, lit up on him, and a wolf-shaped phantom appeared behind him. But the fast reaction didn't help. In the next second, a mysterious attack from an unknown source accurately struck his head. The wolf-head phantom above him provided no defense. In an instant, a blood flower erupted on the tent's drapery. The high-ranking soul master fell to the ground before he could even make a move. In an instant, the other low-ranking soul masters in the tent looked horrified. "Quick, get out of here!" Soon, 3 soul masters with 1 ring lit up scrambled out of the tent. Meanwhile, in another tent nearby, a high-ranking soul master with 2 flashing rings of white and yellow had also appeared. Seeing the chaotic scene, especially the evil bandits outside running around like headless flies, the high-ranking soul master shouted loudly, "Don't panic. The enemy is on the back mountain. Just one person. Charge in and kill him." In the grass, Chen Dong sighed lightly. Their reaction was quite quick. He put away the god-slaying gun. The 2 shots he just fired had accurately taken out the 39th level soul respect and a high-ranking soul master, which already satisfied him. However, facing the incoming swarm of enemies in high-speed movement, the 98K's effectiveness diminished significantly. If he continued to aim, he would be surrounded. Swish! In the next second, a strange yellow bottle was thrown from a distance, heading towards the 3 tents. The high-ranking soul master who had summoned his martial soul squinted his eyes. Although he didn't know what this strange object in the air was, it did not affect his decision. He swung his long knife martial soul, and in an instant, the burning bottle exploded in the air, flames bursting forth. However, at the critical moment, the high-ranking soul master rolled on the ground to dodge the scattering flames. But the other ordinary evil bandits were not so lucky. The countless tiny flames that erupted from the burning bottle stuck to the grass and tents. Soon, the 3 tents were engulfed in fierce flames, and countless evil bandits screamed in agony. This fire was extraordinarily strange. Once it touched a person, it ignited instantly. Many evil bandits jumped into the water, but at this moment, the high-ranking Soul Master also determined Chen Dong's location based on the trajectory of the burning bottle. With his soul power surging, the high-ranking Soul Master pointed his long knife forward and shouted, "Don't panic. There is only one enemy, and he can only attack from a distance. Engage him in close combat." Then, he rushed towards Chen Dong's position. In the grass, a figure flashed. It was Chen Dong standing up. Without any fear, a smile even appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. The previously tense high-ranking Soul Master revealed a sinister smile when he saw that the figure in the grass was just a 5- or 6-year-old child. Although he didn't know what method the little guy had used to kill the leader, how strong could a 5- or 6-year-old child be? Besides, now it was a head-on confrontation. Exposed, Chen Dong could no longer sneak attack. First soul skill, Bloodthirst. Swish! The long knife in the high-ranking Soul Master's hand suddenly flashed a strange red light. The long knife doubled in length, covered in blood, looking exceptionally gruesome and terrifying. An inch longer, an inch stronger. Chen Dong stood still, raising his right hand. An invisible blue blade suddenly fell from the air, and the great Soul Master, who was running at high speed, froze in place. It was as if he had sunk into a quagmire, or perhaps his legs had gone weak. His running speed abruptly slowed down, and he awkwardly managed to move forward a few steps. At the same time, he felt as if he had instantly fallen into an injured state, and it was an internal injury at that. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Originally, it had struck with extreme speed, but now, after the speed suddenly decreased, it stopped 5 or 6 steps in front of Chen Dong. At that moment, a uniquely designed hunting rifle had appeared in Chen Dong's hand. Enjoy the power of the shotgun. Bang! A loud noise erupted, and the great Soul Master trembled all over. A sharp pain shot through his chest, and several small holes appeared all over his body. At this moment, the strange deceleration effect on the great Soul Master finally vanished, and he didn't flee or lag behind. Instead, his soul power surged, and the great Soul Master leaped high, swinging his long knife down towards Chen Dong. However, before his attack could reach, Chen Dong raised his arm. Bang! Another loud explosion, and a flame erupted from the strange weapon in his hand. In an instant, the great Soul Master felt as if he had been struck hard. His entire body uncontrollably fell backward, rolling helplessly several times down the slope, and then lay motionless. At such a close distance, being hit by the S-1897 shotgun, especially with a specialized choke, was like being hit by a miniature cannon. This great Soul Master took the full brunt of the damage. It would be a miracle if he survived. At this moment, as the great Soul Master fell, the remaining evil thieves were somewhat stunned. Not only had their leader died, but even the second and third leaders were dead. This child, who looked only 5 or 6 years old, was like the Grim Reaper, directly killing a level 28 great Soul Master with his strange weapon. Many of the evil thieves were already preparing to flee. Don't panic, this kid is alone. At this time, 3 first-ring Soul Masters stepped forward. What are you afraid of? Pathetic. That kid relies entirely on that strange weapon to make a move. He has no soul power and is alone with just one weapon. Exactly, brothers, kill him. Grab that weapon, and we'll never fear those damn Soul Masters' pursuit again. In an instant, everyone's breathing became heavier. That's right. They all saw clearly that Chen Dong hadn't even summoned a soul ring. A 5 or 6-year-old child wielding such a powerful artifact could kill a level 39 soul respect. As long as they could obtain that artifact, they could do it too. In an instant, these ordinary evil thieves, who themselves had no martial souls, had their eyes turn red. It was as if they saw a wide road that would change their lives ahead. In no time, all the chaotic thieves rushed madly towards Chen Dong with red eyes. Chapter 31. The Judgment of Ghost Daw. Chen Dong looked at the S-1897 shotgun in his hand, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Want it? Here, S.A. shot. Can you take it? Bang! A loud noise echoed as the closest evil bandit charged at Chen Dong, instantly flying backward with a thud. Half of his body was turned into a sieve, collapsing lifelessly onto the ground. Bang! Another gunshot rang out, but this time the 2 bandits did not die. They shared the damage from the shot, blood gushing from their wounds as they fell to the ground, moaning in agony. However, the other bandits showed no sign of fear. They were desperate men, accustomed to life and death. Bang! With the final gunshot, another bandit who rushed closest fell down. At this moment, Chen Dong's S-1897 shotgun was out of bullets. Leaving no time to reload, he put away the shotgun and took out a revolver. Papa. Aside from one empty shot, 5 more bandits fell to the ground. But the bullets in the revolver were also depleted. He put away the handgun. Chen Dong's right hand trembled, and a silver short blade suddenly appeared in his hand. It was his martial soul, the hunting wide blade. Seeing their companions continuously falling, several soul masters who had already begun to lose heart suddenly brightened their eyes. One soul master shouted loudly, "That kid's strange weapon can't be used anymore. Let's take this chance to kill him." At the beginning of the battle, these 3 first-ring soul masters had positioned themselves slightly behind, allowing the ordinary evil thieves to launch their attacks. However, seeing Chen Dong put away the strange weapon, the 3 exchanged glances and rushed towards him in a panic. Their goal was to seize that divine artifact first. Among the 3, there were 2 beast soul masters and 1 battle soul master. Excitement and greed flashed in their eyes, and at that moment, a purple soul ring lit up on Chen Dong's body. In an instant, the silver short blade in Chen Dong's hand suddenly transformed into a purple hue, and a ring of purple light radiated from the blade. It now resembled a purple circular short axe. This was indeed the upgraded form of the hunting wide blade, the patrol axe. Additionally, a purple halo appeared within a 2-meter radius around Chen Dong. This purple halo flickered with strange lights, exuding an air of mystery and malevolence. At the sight of this purple light, the 3 soul masters froze in place. They never expected that this child, who was barely 5 or 6 years old, was also a one-ring soul master like them. However, his soul ring was purple. Purple 1,000 years. No, it's impossible. In an instant, the 3 soul masters felt a chill run down their spines and wanted to retreat. They couldn't retreat. One soul master shouted hoarsely. He must be a descendant of a top-tier power, possibly from the Spirit Hall, which would explain why he had a 1,000-year soul ring. We must kill him, or else we will surely die. Indeed, although this child's clothes were filthy, the material was extraordinarily high-end. Moreover, the clothing resembled the standard attire of the Spirit Hall, specifically that worn by core personnel. Such a talented youth must have powerful protectors around him. He must have accidentally wandered here. If we can't kill him and dispose of the body, then once the strong beings protecting him find us, we will definitely not survive. He must die. In an instant, the faces of the 3 soul masters revealed a bloodthirsty and brutal light as they charged fiercely towards Chen Dong. 2 beast soul masters flanked him, one on the left and one on the right, with one conjuring sharp claws that resembled some fierce beast. The other summoned a massive creature akin to a bull, charging towards Chen Dong. However, at this moment, Chen Dong did not retreat, but advanced instead. The purple light in his hand flashed, and the devouring skill activated. In an instant, the strange purple light surrounding his body suddenly expanded, enveloping a 3-meter radius around him. The next second, the 3 one-ring soul masters felt intense pain all over their bodies, sensing their life force draining uncontrollably. Before they could react, Chen Dong's figure vanished from a spot, moving at a bizarre angle and speed, slipping between the legs of one soul master. Swish! The purple small axe in his hand spun abruptly, slicing through the air at high speed to unleash a circular purple light. All 3 soul masters were hit by the purple light, blood gushing out continuously. At the same time, Chen Dong's figure had already slid into the midst of the remaining ordinary evil thieves. As Chen Dong continued to weave through them, the purple halo enveloped everyone. Within 3 meters of Chen Dong, all enemies are uncontrollably injured and bleeding, their lives continuously fading away. Whoosh! During this process, Chen Dong bizarrely dodges various incoming attacks with strange postures. His speed is incredibly unusual. Meanwhile, the specters in the distance are somewhat puzzled, completely unable to understand what the little guy is doing. Although the 3 soul masters are extremely weakened at this moment, and their injuries have greatly slowed their movements, the little guy has not killed many evil thieves in half a day. In fact, one of the evil thieves managed to land a direct blow on the little guy. He suddenly staggered, receiving several more cuts on his body. Strangely, however, there is no blood flowing from him. He continuously weaves through the crowd in a bizarre manner. What is the little guy's tactic? Is he trying to forcefully drag his opponents to death with his life-draining soul skill? That seems unrealistic. Ghost Douluo slightly shook his head, having already determined that Chen Dong's strategic choice was a mistake. Although the life-draining skill is very domineering and can forcibly reduce the enemy's percentage of health continuously, it has a fatal flaw. it lacks lethal damage, even if the opponent is extremely weak and has only a thin layer of vitality left. Chen Dong's life-draining skill can only slowly whittle them down bit by bit. It is simply unable to inflict fatal damage. It seems that letting the little guy choose to absorb the 1,000-year-old man-faced demon spider was a wrong choice. The soul ring of the man-faced demon spider is simply not suitable for him, although it has a continuous percentage reduction in health effect and is especially effective against soul beasts. It lacks a decisive finishing blow. For a weapon soul, lacking damage is undoubtedly equivalent to a useless soul. It seems the only option now is for the little guy to obtain another soul ring, one that is more powerful and can compensate for the weapon soul's lack of lethality. As Chen Dong's agile figure continues to weave through the attacks of the three soul masters, the number of evil thieves surrounding him gradually increases. Chen Dong was constantly under attack, but the quality of his level 1 bulletproof vest was good, so he hadn't sustained any serious injuries for the time being. The gray helmet on his head had also helped deflect 2 attacks. Meanwhile, the evil thieves surrounding him were continuously bleeding due to the forced effects. As the bleeding intensified, the attacks from these evil thieves began to slow down, which eased some of Chen Dong's pressure. However, the sheer number of opponents soon surrounded him in layers, leaving Chen Dong unable to move. He could see the cruel, bloodthirsty light flickering in the eyes of the three soul masters as they all launched their attacks towards him. This is bad. The little guy is in trouble. Just then, the ghost Douluo narrowed his eyes, transforming his feelings into a swirl of black smoke, ready to strike. Suddenly, Chen Dong's lips revealed a hint of a smile. The end. Chapter 31. The end skill Chen Dong Jungle Knife comes with a skill called Smite. This is something BibiDong knows, as well as Yuguan and Guanyin Mei. However, what they don't know is that after Chen Dong became a rank 1 soul master, his jungle knife not only evolved into a second form. Smite upgraded to Spirit Smite, and most importantly, Chen Dong gained an additional summoner skill, Execute. When Chen Dong saw this skill, his expression became somewhat dazed. He seemed to understand what his next skill should be. Smite, Execute, Rampage, Haste, Heal, Interference, Stun, Weaken, Purify, and Flash. There are a total of 10 summoner skills. Aside from the starting Smite skill, every time his soul master level increases, he gains another skill. Execute, 90 seconds cooldown. Instantly deals true damage equal to 14 of the enemy's lost health to all nearby enemies, unavoidable. Douluo's judgment was correct. Chen Dong's life steal skill indeed has a flaw, which is that the damage is too prolonged. Percentage-based health reduction lacks a finishing blow. However, if the life steal skill is used in conjunction with Execute, as long as the enemy's health drops below the lost health of 14, Chen Dong can directly execute the enemy. Moreover, this execution is completely unavoidable. Chen Dong weaved through the crowd, trying to cover as many evil thieves as possible with his life steal skill. He was waiting for their health to reach the execution threshold. Now it was time. In an instant, a terrifying red light flashed. A red beam shot out around Chen Dong, and within 3 meters of him, all enemies were enveloped in red light. The fierce and domineering aura exuding from the red light sent chills down Douluo's spine from afar. It felt like an attack from the Grim Reaper, devoid of any rationale. In an instant, all the life force from the surrounding evil thieves vanished. The entire valley fell into a terrifying silence. All the evil thieves surrounding Chen Dong became stiff, standing still and motionless. The next second, Chen Dong gently reached out with a small hand and pushed against one of the evil thieves wielding a long knife. The body of this evil thief uncontrollably fell backward, and as he lay down, he bumped into the other evil thieves. In an instant, it was like a game of dominoes. Crash! All the evil thieves fell to the ground in unison. What? The Douluo who had just rushed in front of Chen Dong froze in place. Dead. Dead? All dead. How is this possible? What was that domineering skill just now? It was so terrifying. In an instant, it harvested the life of all nearby enemies. It felt like an attack that could only come from a terrifying Grim Reaper. Douluo could see clearly that the moment Chen Dong unleashed that terrifying attack, even if it were to affect him, it could still deal force damage. What a terrifying soul skill. Isn't the little guy only a rank 1? Isn't his soul skill life steal? For a moment, the 95th level title Douluo Mei stood there, dazed, gazing at the little guy standing amidst a sea of corpses. Surrounded by countless bodies, still smiling innocently at him. The little guy's smile was as cute as ever, and combined with the countless bodies lying at his feet, it sent a chill down even Douluo's spine. So what do you think, Grandpa Gue? How I pass your test now? Huh. In an instant, a look of bewilderment appeared on Gue Douluo's face. Little guy, what kind of little monster are you? Grandpa Gue, how long did I take in total? Less than 3 minutes since you made your move. Chen Dong's face showed a hint of regret. Unfortunately, my fighting skills are still too weak. It took me 3 minutes to resolve the battle. Sigh. Ghost. At this moment, Ghost asked another question in disbelief. Little guy, did you just use all your strength? All of it? Chen Dong thought for a moment. It seemed that the external soul bone behind him had not made a move, and the grenade had not been used either. After some consideration, Chen Dong conservatively said, I suppose I've been pushed to about 80 of my strength now, right? The expression on Ghost Douluo's face was extremely interesting, but unfortunately, he was wearing a mask, so Chen Dong couldn't see this scene. All right, this little guy's strength is truly abnormal. At the same time, Gue Mei finally understood why the Pope, BibiDong, chose to let this little guy undergo his test first. With the methods that the little guy had just displayed, it's likely that in a life and death struggle, any one of the three from the Golden Generation would be killed by him. Thinking back to when he had questioned the Pope's decision in his heart, even thinking about letting Chen Dong embarrass himself and retreating in defeat, giving the reckless young man a lesson. At this point, Ghost Douluo's old face flushed. Nana and Xie, you probably still weren't convinced in their hearts about this little guy becoming the son. Especially Hulayina, who always thought this little guy was just an ordinary kid and even bullied him for no reason. It seems that the little guy has a really good character. It hasn't been easy for Nana to survive until now. He hadn't forgotten that Chen Dong had just hidden in the grass, and with his left hand, that mysterious martial soul had killed a level 39 soul master with just one strike. The opponent hadn't even been able to summon a soul ring. God-slaying spear. He had once mocked the little guy's martial soul in his heart, but now it seemed that once the little guy grew to a certain level, this weapon might really be able to slay gods. Taking a deep breath, Ghost Douluo sighed and said, Let's go, little guy. Back to Soul City to start your special training. By the way, go back and tell Yue won. I believe his expression will definitely be wonderful. Wait a minute, Grandpa Ghost. I have a question to ask you. A look of determination flashed across Chen Dong's small face as he gazed intently at Ghost Douluo. Little guy, what do you want to ask? Ghost Douluo said, You just mentioned that they're all quasi-evil soul masters, and then said this is my test. So, does that mean the Spirit Hall has always known about the existence of these evil thieves, yet has allowed them to commit murder and arson, even cannibalism, without ever exterminating them? Is that right? Ghost Douluo looked at the persistence in the little guy's eyes and instantly understood something, revealing a comforting smile. He reached out to pat Chen Dong's head, but Chen Dong stubbornly turned his head to avoid it. Yet he was still helplessly caught in Ghost Douluo's grasp. Chen Dong was speechless, truly unable to understand why these people all like to touch their heads. Little guy, I didn't expect you to start questioning the justice of the Spirit Hall. Indeed, I know about the existence of these evil bandits. But it's not as you think. I didn't deliberately choose not to kill them. This group of bandits has been trapped in this valley for several days now, and they have run out of food for a while, so it's just convenient to use them for your test. For the Spirit Hall, any evil spirit master encountered is to be killed on sight. You must understand that there is an irreconcilable enmity between spirit masters and evil spirit masters. As for the test you mentioned, such tests are not common. They can only be arranged when encountering evil bandits or evil spirit masters of similar strength. In other cases, equivalent spirit beasts will be used instead. The Golden Generation and you are the only ones who have this treatment because exterminating evil spirit masters is the mission of our Spirit Hall. Killing these bandits is also to allow you to gain merit and understand the tasks and missions of the Spirit Hall in the future. Listening to Ghost Douluo's explanation, the seriousness on Chen Dong's face finally eased. Chapter 32. The real test if the Spirit Hall really turned a blind eye to these bandits committing murder and arson, or even intentionally used these bandits to train disciples, then Chen Dong absolutely could not tolerate such behavior. If the teacher knew, Chen Dong would definitely have a long talk with BibiDong. If not, then as the Holy Son, he absolutely would not allow such a situation to occur again. After all, within the Spirit Hall, the quality of members was mixed. In many places, the reputation was not good, especially among some bishops and high-ranking officials in large cities. Their conduct indeed had issues, and in the end, they were labeled as a villainous force, leading to the destruction of the entire Spirit Hall. Chen Dong did not want to repeat the same mistakes. In addition to strengthening military power and expanding influence, the image of the Spirit Hall also needed to shift towards a positive direction. Seeing the little guy's face finally showing a smile, he relaxed his guard in seriousness. A hint of a smile appeared beneath the ghostly mask, and he subtly shook his head. The Holy Son, personally chosen by His Majesty the Pope, was indeed extraordinary. Besides talent and strength, character was also a crucial aspect. As the future leader of the Spirit Hall, Chen Dong's decisions would affect the rise and fall of the Spirit Hall and determine the direction of the continent situation. This time, the test of how many evil thieves to kill to be deemed qualified and perfect was merely superficial and not important at all. As long as Chen Dong could casually kill 5 evil thieves, he would pass. After all, in the initial plan of Ghost Douluo, he did not consider that Chen Dong could kill any soul master, let alone a powerful soul emperor. He believed that at the age of 5 or 6, if the little guy could kill 5 ordinary evil thieves, it would already prove his genius. The real test was to assess Chen Dong's character. After all, the future leader of the Spirit Hall could not be a powerful soul master who only knew how to kill. This was also the instruction from Pope BibiDong. However, what Ghost did not expect was that Chen Dong performed too perfectly. In the strength test, he completely shattered Ghost's understanding. Until now, Ghost Douluo was still in shock and questioning his life. Let's go, little guy, back to Spirit City. Let Zhu Hua Pass arrange the next phase of the trial for you. You have perfectly passed my test. Upon hearing this, Chen Dong furrowed his brows. Grandpa Ghost, I feel that there's still a lot of room for improvement in my strength. My combat skills are too weak, and I need more training. Ghost was taken aback. What are you saying? You, a first-ring soul master, took down a level 39 soul emperor and 3 first-ring soul masters. You even slaughtered so many evil thieves while surrounded. Your combat skills are too weak? Your strength still needs improvement? Chen Dong seriously analyzed. In the recent battle, when I was surrounded, I was hit a total of 6 times, 4 of which were fatal attacks. I was hit in the head twice, which I couldn't dodge at all, and twice in the heart, which was also my mistake. If it weren't for wearing armor, I could have easily died on the spot. This is also because those ordinary evil bandits were too weak, but if it had been soul masters with martial souls, such a serious mistake would have led to a tragic outcome for me. Therefore, I cannot be satisfied with just annihilating the evil bandits. I know you are skilled in assassination and stealth. Please teach me, Grandpa Ghost. Ghost Douluo, I wanted to say that you are already excellent enough and don't need my guidance at all. However, looking at the fiery and persistent gaze in Chen Dong's eyes, for a moment, Ghost Douluo hesitated. Chen Dong looked at him with piercing eyes and then said, Grandpa Ghost, the teacher has personally conferred me as the Holy Son. In the future, I will have to bear the heavy responsibility of the Spirit Hall, so my standards cannot be merely excellent. I must achieve perfection. I want to challenge my limits and squeeze out all my potential until there's not a single bit of room left for improvement. Ghost Douluo took a deep breath and then said, Little guy, although I don't know why His Holiness the Pope didn't let you choose to cultivate your soul power first, you must understand that for all soul masters, strength fundamentally lies in soul power and rank. No matter how exquisite one's personal combat skills and physical application are, the soul master rank across several levels is absolutely suppressive. At this point, Ghost Douluo recalled how the little guy had just instantly killed a 39th level soul sage with the cultivation of a 1-ring soul master, and he felt a bit embarrassed. Clearing his throat, Ghost Douluo still solemnly said, Although your martial arts are extraordinary and you can kill a 39th level soul sage now, once a soul master awakens their innate martial soul, their overall defense will significantly increase. At that time, it will be impossible for you to sneak attack like you did just now before reaching level 70. Combat skills and soul skills may allow you to kill soul masters across levels, but once you reach the level of title Douluo, the gap between each level is an insurmountable chasm. Therefore, the right path is to raise your rank as soon as possible. Chen Dong knew that what Ghost Douluo said was indeed wise advice. As for why BibiDong didn't let him increase his soul power first, one reason was that she wanted Chen Dong to build a solid foundation and have a better understanding of some basic knowledge. The second reason was to temper Chen Dong's character. After all, the little guy's martial soul was too special, allowing him to quickly gain soul power by defeating soul beasts in large numbers. So there was no rush to increase his soul power. It wasn't until Chen Dong understood the evil soul masters and the evil thieves that he truly realized BibiDong's good intentions. Chen Dong's first soul skill, Devour Life, can not only kill soul beasts and absorb their soul power, but also absorb the life force of the soul beasts, continuously enhancing himself. However, this is just the first form of the Guardian Axe. Chen Dong couldn't guarantee that as his soul master level increased in the future, The jungle knife wouldn't evolve to directly kill other soul masters to absorb their soul power and life force. This possibility is very high. Furthermore, considering those evil soul masters, the reason they're despised by people all over the continent is that their means of gaining power involve absorbing the life force of others in some evil ways. This method is not tolerated by any of the factions. If Chen Dong cannot temper his character and does not restrain himself from the mad enhancement of life-devouring skills, becoming addicted to this power boost, he is likely to fall into depravity. Now, through a test, BibiDong made him understand the evil nature of evil thieves and evil soul masters. The evil lies in human nature. Those evil thieves can become evil soul masters even without the ability to absorb other soul power and life, and they will bring disaster to living beings. At the same time, it made Chen Dong understand the true meaning of the existence of the Spirit Hall, that is to maintain the order of the continent. After all, tasks like hunting down evil soul masters not only waste manpower and resources, but also carry great dangers. One might face death and sacrifice at any moment. Besides death, even the injured personnel would involve compensation, treatment, and subsequent costs. Moreover, killing evil soul masters brings no benefits. These evil soul masters are like rats crossing the street, living a life on the run, without a fixed faction and not having much powerful wealth and resources. But someone must take on this responsibility to maintain peace across the continent. Otherwise, allowing evil soul masters to run rampant would undoubtedly be a disaster for those lower-level soul masters without the protection of powerful factions. Chapter 33, Douluo Palace. And the teacher valued him so much, putting in such sincere effort for him. Chen Dong could imagine the immense pressure BibiDong was under at this moment. She had been conferred as the Holy Son a full 10 years earlier, and he only hated that his strength was not enough. He wished he could grow stronger right now to truly protect BibiDong. Therefore, for this goal, he was willing to pay any price. Grandpa Ghost, train me with the strictest standards. All right, little guy, since that's the case from now on, you're not allowed to use the martial soul in your left hand, nor are you allowed to use your strange weapon and external soul bones. Can you do that? No problem. I can do it. You can rest assured. Very good. Little guy, I hope you won't disappoint me. Before his words fell, Wolfto gently struck out with a palm. Chen Dong was about to resist, but then thought of something. He gritted his teeth and stood still. In an instant, Chen Dong felt his limbs becoming incredibly heavy, and his body was extremely fatigued, as if he had suffered serious internal injuries. Douluo spoke coldly, without any emotional tone. From now on, you will train and fight every day in a severely injured state. You must understand that a person's subconscious cannot truly unleash their real strength when they have a trump card or feel safe. The strongest power often erupts only at the edge of life and death. Upon hearing this, a glint of determination flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. That's right. The reason he was able to survive in the forest facing so many fierce beasts was that he was constantly facing death. Next, I will initiate hellish training for you, and I hope you can endure it. Chen Dong smiled and nodded. Come on. All right, let's go. The next second, Ghost Douluo gently patted Chen Dong's shoulder, and then the two instantly disappeared from their original spot. They then appeared in a forest. I'll give you 5 minutes to hide yourself. After 5 minutes, 300-year-old beasts will come to hunt you. Chen Dong's face revealed a hint of a smile, heavily injured, in a desperate situation, evading the hunt. What a familiar formula. It's just that the beast has been replaced by a soul beast. Come on. At the same time that Chen Dong was undergoing the brutal, hellish training of the ghost fighting dragon, Guanyin was shaking the arm of Guanyin incessantly. Where on earth did Grandpa Ghost take the little guy? It's been 2 days and still no return? And you said Grandpa Ghost took the little guy directly to the highest level test. What if the little guy is already dead? Would Grandpa Ghost be afraid of the teacher's revenge and have already run away? Guanyin shook his head helplessly and then said, Don't worry. The little guy was recognized as a holy son by your teacher. It's not that easy to die. We will know when they come back, right? Then Guanyin seemed to think of something and mysteriously smiled. Nana, you should hurry up and train, or you might be surpassed by the little guy in the future. Don't worry, I certainly won't fall behind in my training. As for being surpassed, maybe the little guy has high talent, but I'm also continuously improving, stinky little brother. And at the same time, in the hall of the Pope, the tightly closed door slowly opened, and a noble figure of deep purple stepped out of the hall of the Pope. Instantly, a barely perceptible purple evil aura erupted, and then quickly vanished. The figure walked step by step towards the Douluo hall, which stands at the highest point of the Wuhuan Hall and is revered as a holy place by all soul masters in the Douluo continent. Inside the Douluo Hall, there are no luxurious decorations. The entire structure was built from ancient rocks, but if one looked closely, they would find a faint golden glow rising from these ancient stones. Touching it would reveal a strange energy flowing in the palm. Apart from the entrance, 3 high walls were adorned with golden square plaques. Each plaque was about half a meter high and 1 foot wide, with only 3 or 4 large characters on each. Looking around, the total number of golden plaques on the 3 walls added up to at least several hundred. Each plaque symbolizes a titled Douluo who received a title after the establishment of the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall is hexagonal, supported by 6 massive golden pillars. Both the floor and the ceiling, as well as the 6 huge golden pillars, were engraved with countless strange patterns, all based on feather-like designs. In the center of the hall stood a 10-meter-high golden angel statue. The statue had a solemn expression, with a gaze that conveyed holiness and compassion, as if it were a deity saving all beings. 3 pairs of wings spread out behind it, and, in its hand, it held a gigantic golden sword pointing towards the sky. What was most peculiar was that around the golden sword, there seemed to be a faint layer of golden flame swirling. In the Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Hall, there was also a similar statue. But compared to this one, if one were to say what the difference was, it would be the soul. Yes, the statue in the Elder Hall, although equally massive, lacked the soul. And the enormous statue before them exuded an aura of supreme power. The hundreds of titled Douluo's golden plaques around it lay peacefully under its oppressive aura. This is the supreme hall of soul masters. Every soul master takes pride in being able to enter the Douluo Hall because it signifies that they have reached the level of titled Douluo. Only by obtaining a title can they have the possibility of entering here. The Douluo Hall was not built by the Wuhuan Hall. According to legend, the Douluo Hall existed long before the Wuhuan Hall appeared. The earliest Wuhuan Hall was established in honor of the Douluo Hall, gathering a group of powerful soul masters who revered the Douluo Hall. The Douluo Hall has a hall master, who must be the most respectful person towards the Douluo Hall. The golden plaques enshrined here also preside over the ceremony for all newly titled Douluos. Boom! When the purple figure approached the Douluo Hall, the hall doors opened automatically without any warning. But the figure seemed unsurprised and stepped directly inside, after which the doors closed automatically. Everything returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. BibiDong, you have arrived. Inside the Douluo Hall, 6 elderly figures sat with deep temperaments, exuding overwhelming majesty. Many had faces etched with the marks of time, indicating that their ages had long surpassed 100 years. They are the true rulers of the Wuhuan Hall. The 6 offerings. The one who spoke earlier was sitting in the center, the most mysterious, and also the one with the strongest fluctuations of soul power. He is the master of the Elder Hall of the Wuhuan Hall and the master of the Douluo Hall, who once served as the Judgment Elder of the Wuhuan Hall. The 6-winged Angel of Wuhuan, a rank 99 ultimate assault type titled Douluo, known as the Angel of Heaven, nicknamed the Invincible Angel of Heaven. The Great Offering, Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked to be only in his 30s or 40s, handsome with a slight smile on his face. His calm, serene aura gave people a very comfortable feeling. He was tall but not robust, dressed in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly combed behind his head. Despite his plain attire, just standing there gave off an aura that inspired reverence. The 6 light words he spoke seemed to resonate in the hearts of everyone, echoing endlessly in the Douluo Hall. As Chen Dong spoke, the other offerings fixed their gaze on BibiDong, who had entered the Douluo Hall. An overwhelming pressure suddenly enveloped the entire hall. Faced with the combined pressure of 6 titled Douluos, each at least level 96, BibiDong merely smiled lightly. Perhaps in the past, she could not have borne such pressure, but now, having accepted that power, she had already gained the qualification to contend with the Douluo Hall. Taking a day off. Today my wife successfully gave birth to a baby girl. I'm taking a day off, and I will make up for the updates later. Chapter 34. Chen Daoliu's Judgment. BibiDong completely ignored the pressure released by the offerings. With a light-hearted demeanor, she stepped forward step by step, as if all the pressure in front of her was just a gentle breeze. Huh. Such an easygoing BibiDong surprised the 6 offerings. Could it be that BibiDong has broken through again? Realizing that their show of force was completely in vain, the offerings simply retracted their pressure and turned their gazes to Chen Dong. After all, if the sky were to fall, there would be someone tall to bear it. This was a matter between the Pope and the Great Offering, and they, as ordinary offerings, could just sit back and watch. Reached level 98? It seems that she will soon become a limit Douluo. No wonder you, BibiDong, are so remarkable. Outside, people boast that Tang Hao is the most talented title Douluo in the history of the Douluo continent. But in fact, it is you, BibiDong. Chen Dong sighed. But he was also subtly informing BibiDong. Even if you have broken through, you are still only a level 98 title Douluo, not a peerless Douluo. As long as you Haven T reach that level, you do not have the qualification to wrestle with me. So be aware of what you are about to say. It's just a fluke. The smile on BibiDong's stunning face remained unchanged. As clever as she was, she naturally understood the message conveyed by Chen Dong. But so what? Since she has come, it means she has made up her mind and will not give up until she achieves her goal. There is no reason to visit the Douluo Palace without cause. So speak, what brings you to the Douluo Palace? BibiDong lightly parted her cherry lips and said, I have established my disciple Chen Dong as the holy son of the Spirit Hall, who will succeed me as the Pope of the Spirit Hall in the future. This decision has been approved by the Pope's Hall and the Elder Hall, and I am here to inform the Douluo Palace. Impudent, you have some nerve. The two elders beside Chen Dong shouted furiously. The sound waves rolled like thunder, and the other few offerings looked at BibiDong in astonishment. BibiDong, are you crazy? Only Chen Dong remained calm, his gaze still as tranquil as water, betraying no emotion whatsoever. It was as if nothing in this world could provoke his emotional fluctuations. The Spirit Hall, led by the Pope, has 8 titled Douluo elders, plus 2 soul saints, totaling 10 elders. In addition, the 7 offerings hold their positions in the Supreme Douluo Palace, making a total of 16 titled Douluo who dominate the entire Douluo continent. It is undoubtedly the #1 force on the continent. In Chen Oliu's eyes, the Spirit Hall will also be inherited by his own granddaughter, Chen Renxue. After all, Chen Renxue is the heir to the angel martial soul and a genius with innate soul power of level 20. Not only in Chen Oliu's heart, but also in the minds of several offerings. The future heir of the Spirit Hall can only be Chen Renxue. Chen Dong has always turned a blind eye to BibiDong's monopolization of power because BibiDong is Chen Renxue's biological mother. For Chen Dong, BibiDong's strategies for developing the Spirit Hall and some of her actions as Pope do not conflict with his core interests. Chen Dong's goal is also to enhance the Spirit Hall's influence, develop it into the #1 force on the continent, and ultimately unify the entire continent. As long as they wait for Chen Renxue's angel martial soul to grow and then pass the angel divine test, the Spirit Hall will eventually return to the hands of the angel clan. As for Chen Renxue's relocation to the Heaven Do Empire, the offerings present are well aware. After all, to ensure Chen Renxue's safety and the smooth execution of the plan, 2 titled Douluo have already followed her to await her orders. This is not only to protect Chen Renxue, the heir of the angel family, but more importantly, the plans of the Heaven Do Empire are a crucial step towards the Spirit Hall's unification of the continent. It absolutely cannot fail. Therefore, in terms of both talent and contributions to the Spirit Hall, Chen Renxue is undoubtedly the rightful heir. This has also been tacitly accepted by several offerings. However, who is Chen Dong? He is someone no one has even heard of. How could such a nameless nobody be worthy of being the holy son of the Spirit Hall? Even figures from the Golden Generation, like Hu Laina or Xie, you can be understood. After all, although these young disciples of the Golden Generation are still weak at this time, their talents are top-notch, making the future promising. But who is this so-called holy son, Chen Dong? Emerging from some corner, he is just a one-ring soul master. The elders of the Douluo Palace, while they usually do not interfere in the specific matters of the Pope's Hall and just stay in the Douluo Palace, it does not mean they are blind or deaf. They are well aware of the events happening in the Pope's Hall. However, BibiDong has used her powerful abilities and means to suppress the Elder Hall, resulting in her decision being superficially approved by both the Elder Hall and the Pope's Hall. In this way, the Pope's decision has legitimacy. However, this does not mean that these offerings will allow BibiDong to act recklessly. They have long gathered together, waiting for BibiDong's explanation or to teach the increasingly powerful Pope a lesson, making her understand who ultimately has the final say in the Spirit Hall. Therefore, the offerings showed no concealment of their anger, since both sides are already aware of each other's thoughts. BibiDong simply put away the smile on her face and coldly said, "Please remain calm, esteemed offerings. The Pope's decision has already been communicated to all the branches of the Spirit Hall. By tomorrow at the latest, everyone on the Douluo continent will know that the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall is my disciple. As the current #1 force on the Douluo continent, through the joint resolution of the Pope and the Elder Hall, this formal order will be communicated to various places. It represents the face and authority of the Spirit Hall. And even if the offerings of the Douluo Palace are dissatisfied, they cannot change it. If today the Spirit Hall has just announced the Holy Sun selection, and tomorrow it changes the decision again, announcing it void, then the only loss will be the Spirit Hall's influence and authority. It will convey explosive news about the internal discord of the Spirit Hall and the Pope's inability to control the Spirit Hall to other forces. In this way, apart from the three great sects that will refuse the Spirit Hall's rule, those still in a neutral phase and wavering forces will also take advantage of the situation. This would undoubtedly be a fatal blow to the Spirit Hall's overall plan for unifying the continent. Therefore, even if the offerings are unhappy, they can only tacitly accept BibiDong's decision. BibiDong used such means to create a time difference, turning raw rice into cooked rice. BibiDong had never attempted this before, so it is certain that the offerings of the Douluo Palace would not allow the Pope to set such a precedent. Otherwise, the Douluo Palace would lose control over the Spirit Hall. Thus, the other offerings turned their gazes to the central figure, Chen Dong, wanting to know how the Grand Offering views this matter and how he would deal with BibiDong. Unfortunately, Chen Dong let out a heavy sigh. He then stood up from the offering seat, and a golden holy sword shining with myriad lights suddenly appeared in his hand. Pope BibiDong, you have betrayed my trust in you and violated the rules of the Douluo Palace. Accept your judgment. Chapter 35. Confrontation. Chen Dong appears to be a kind old man, sitting quietly in the Douluo Palace, completely indifferent to worldly affairs. He allows BibiDong to gradually consolidate her authority, seeming very easy to bully. Even Tang San, who was once at the same level as him as a 99th level title Douluo, gained much more fame with his Guanyin hammer. He even directly won the affection of Poseidon from Sea God Island, while Chen Dong was the first to send his blessings and then turned to leave. He seems like a down-and-out loser. He even ignored the Guanyin sect, one of the three great sects, due to his agreement with Tang San, not exterminating them completely. Under the circumstance where the Guanyin sect has lost all its experts, it still hasn't been destroyed. It seems somewhat stubborn. However, such a person has led the entire Guanyin sect to voluntarily seal the mountain and not go out. Faced with the talented disciple Tang Hao, they can only announce the severing of ties and expel him from a sect. They are not afraid of BibiDong, but rather of Chen Dong, who has always gazed down at the mortal world from the Douluo Palace. For Chen Dong, his greatest purpose is to serve the angel god and ensure the inheritance of the angel clan. He knew that BibiDong was the murderer of Chen Xuanji, yet he had never avenged his son. The reason is simple. BibiDong is Chen Rinchue's mother. Chen Rinchue lost her father at a young age, and Chen Dong did not want to see her lose her mother as well. Even if the relationship between mother and daughter is poor, allowing BibiDong to live would leave Chen Rinchue with some memories. Moreover, no matter what, Chen Rinchue is BibiDong's biological daughter. Chen Dong initially thought that BibiDong would hand over the Spirit Hall to Chen Rinchue smoothly, considering their shared bloodline. Unexpectedly, a new contender emerged, and judging by BibiDong's intentions, appointing Chen Dong as the Holy Sun undoubtedly aims to make him the future pope. Chen Dong believes that BibiDong's actions have only one purpose: to take revenge on Chen Xuanji, to take revenge on him, Chen Dong, to take revenge on the entire angel clan. As for whether BibiDong's appointment of Chen Dong as the Holy Sun is because of his exceptional talent, even surpassing Chen Rinchue, ensuring a better future for the Spirit Hall, this is something that not only Chen Dong thinks, but likely anyone other than BibiDong would not believe either. After all, a naturally full-level 20-angel spirit is unique in the history of the Douluo continent. Among the younger generation, no one has a higher spirit talent than Chen Rinchue. In fact, she surpasses Chen Dong by a large margin. He has placed all his lifelong aspirations of becoming a god on Chen Rinchue. The dream of the angel clan to become gods over the years relies on Chen Rinchue. Chen Dong has placed too many expectations on her. He has always hoped that the hidden maternal love in BibiDong's heart would awaken. But unexpectedly, BibiDong made such a decision, completely ignoring Chen Rinchue. Moreover, Chen Dong suspects that the reason BibiDong did this might be that in her heart, Chen Dong's importance has surpassed Chen Rinchue's. Could it be that this child has replaced Chen Rinchue, and BibiDong has entrusted her long-hidden maternal love to Chen Dong? Thinking of this, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. Upon discovering that the Grand Offerer actually made a move personally, the six offerers naturally would not just watch. Their fierce expressions resembled bloodthirsty and ferocious beasts, and the vast pressure spread wildly. In such a dire situation, BibiDong, however, showed no panic at all, and even had the mood to tease. What? Do you want to kill me and then support your good grandson to rise to power? Chen Dong snorted coldly. I won't go as far as to kill you. After all, you are Shui's mother. I just want you to understand that in the face of absolute strength, any scheme is meaningless. Heh! A hint of disdain appeared on BibiDong's beautiful face. Chen Dong, you really are getting old and confused. Did you come to the Douluo palace alone, just to see this old man flaunt his authority? At this moment, she couldn't even be bothered to put on a facade and directly voiced her long-held thoughts. Old but not dead as a thief. Since BibiDong came to power, the 7 offerers have no idea how much trouble she has caused her. At the beginning of her rise, the 8 elders that should have belonged to the Pope only had the Douluo on, and they may obeying BibiDong's orders, while the other 6 were all looking up to the Douluo palace. Even now, BibiDong's strength and influence have only grown stronger with time. Relying on her exceptional abilities and various means, she has subdued the elders one by one. Yet, 2 elders still chose to obey the Douluo palace and follow Qian Rinxue to the Tiando Empire on a mission. They are the Shimiao Douluo and the Cichlid Douluo, with Gui Mei absent from the Spirit City and Yu Egguan teaching the Evil Moon and others. The other little ones probably wouldn't dare to follow you to the Douluo palace. So, who gave you the backing and confidence? Hearing this, a barely perceptible anger flashed across BibiDong's calm face. It seems that there are indeed hidden spies arranged by the Douluo palace among the Pope's palace and the Elder palace. Chen Dong knows very well the movements of several titled Douluo elders under his command. Moreover, the reason Chen Dong spoke this way is that he is not afraid of BibiDong knowing. Undoubtedly, it is also a demonstration towards her. Or it can be seen as a warning, telling BibiDong not to think that just because I am not coming out of the Douluo palace, you can act as you please. Every move you make is under my control. However, BibiDong showed no sign of abnormality. With a sneer, she provocatively asked, "What do you think?" Chen Dong furrowed his brows. He once again sorted through the powers BibiDong held in his mind. He still found no flaws and could not understand why BibiDong seemed so confident today. Even if those titled Douluo under your command came, so what? 6 titled Douluo with at most level 95 soul power think they can contend with us offers? The elder who initially scolded BibiDong, the second offerer Jin Douluo, mocked. Don't say that, second brother. Maybe Ju and Gui's 2 extreme stasis domains have made breakthroughs. The 6th offerer Qian Jun Duo crossed his arms, holding a long stick carved with mysterious dragon patterns beside him, looking eager to try. Or perhaps those 2 level 89 soul Douluo have become titled Douluo. Next to Qian Jun Duo, an elder who looked just like him stood with the same long stick and said, "The 7th offerer Jiang Mo Duo and Qian Jun Duo are brothers, both with level 96 soul power, wielding the spirit of the spiral dragon stick." From their words, it can be clearly heard that BibiDong's control forces are entirely within their grasp, even to the point of being extremely familiar with them. Their tone firmly grasps BibiDong. Even Mu Yao, who is about to become a titled Douluo, is aware of it. First, disable you. Then go kill that unknown little beast. At that time, the Spirit Hall can just issue another obituary. It won't be a loss. Jin Douluo grinned, and gold and diamond scales slowly grew from his skin. A thick and powerful golden tail appeared behind him, and his already tall figure expanded even more. Spirit Possession. Golden Crocodile King. The second yellow spirit ring, which is the second in the sequence of the 9 spirit rings of 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. Lit up, and Jin Douluo charged towards BibiDong with a layer of golden energy shield. Second spirit skill, Rampaging Crocodile Attack. Chapter 36, Secrets and Accomplices. Hearing Jin Douluo's words, BibiDong seemed to have touched her reverse scale. A dark and evil purple-black light instantly covered her originally noble and cold crimson-purple eyes. A large, ominously feeling magic sickle suddenly appeared in BibiDong's hand. Combined with her holy face, it looked so eerie. The magic scythe is entirely purple-black, with a chilling gleam on the blade, adorned with strange patterns. Each pattern seems to contain a terrifying and sinister power. The magic scythe has descended. A rich and intense evil purple aura then emerges. Within the purple aura, a chilling and terrifying presence can be faintly sensed. BibiDong steps lightly, her graceful figure swaying like a gentle breeze brushing through willows, elegantly facing the incoming golden crocodile, Douluo. With a magic scythe in hand, her speed and strength suddenly multiply several times. The scythe rises, then falls. Boom! A terrifying purple-black light erupts. In an instant, this seemingly ordinary casual strike sends the level 98 golden crocodile Douluo into a frenzy of shock. Impossible. He is also a level 98 title Douluo, and at the same level, no one could unleash such a powerful attack. In front of BibiDong, who wields the magic scythe, the golden crocodile Douluo is simply no match. The two are not even on the same level. With one strike, the golden crocodile Douluo is sent flying, firmly embedded in the wall, unable to move. Even more terrifyingly, a stream of purple-black evil energy is continuously coursing through his body. The golden crocodile Douluo can feel that this evil energy is eroding his life force every second, and he is powerless against it. BibiDong seems unwilling to let him off the hook. She swings the magic scythe, and a massive purple-black forked light blade slashes out, whistling sharply towards the weakened golden crocodile Douluo. Boom! At the critical moment, a golden divine giant sword blocks the magic scythe's light blade, saving the golden crocodile Douluo's life. Escaping from the brink of death, the golden crocodile Douluo gasps for breath. His heart feels like it's stuck in his throat, and his chest is rapidly contracting from the excessive tension, the process of exhaling and gasping resembling a broken bellows. He looks at BibiDong in disbelief. With only one thought in his mind, impossible. Has she gone mad? What have I done to offend her? She really wants to kill me. Second brother. The other 5 offerings instantly react. They are all outraged. No one has ever dared to attack an offering in the Douluo Palace. BibiDong is the first. How can they tolerate her audacity? The authority of the Douluo Palace cannot be challenged by anyone, even if that person is the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Come back. A calm voice comes through. What? Big brother. At this moment, the only one who can stop them is Chen Dong. He speaks in a calm tone. You are no match for her. Then, a complex look flashes in Chen Dong's calm eyes as he gazes at the evil magic scythe in BibiDong's hand, enunciating each word. Rakshasa, divine artifact. As expected of the representative of the angel god, you indeed know it. BibiDong chuckles lightly, not the slightest surprise that Chen Dong recognized it. Moreover, since she has come to the Douluo Palace, she has no intention of hiding or any thought of it. The purple-black Rakshasa magic scythe in BibiDong's hand slows its assault, missing the immobilized golden crocodile Douluo. She pours all her immense energy onto the nearby wall. In an instant, the entire Douluo Palace seems to tremble slightly. Dust falls from the wall in clumps. The golden crocodile Douluo's soul power vibrates as he forcibly pulls himself from the wall. His eyes still show a mix of anger and the relief of surviving a disaster. From now on, he probably will never dare to act recklessly in front of BibiDong, who has already broken through to level 98 and now wields such a terrifying Rakshasa magic scythe. The golden crocodile Douluo also knows that BibiDong is currently the only dual martial soul user on the Douluo continent. Her combat power far exceeds that of an ordinary title Douluo of the same level. If the two were to engage in a life and death struggle, the final outcome would definitely be his death. He is only the second offering of the Douluo Palace, completely unnecessary to be the one to stick his neck out. After all, if the sky falls, there is someone tall to hold it up, and Chen Dong is above him. Let us see what he has to say. No matter how strong BibiDong is, she cannot be stronger than Chen Dong. However, Chen Dong merely looks at BibiDong with a complex expression for a few moments before calmly sitting down, speaking without the slightest fluctuation in his tone. BibiDong, the Rakshasa god, governs the most evil and dark, the most filthy and vile rules in the world. While inheriting his power, you will also be eroded by the Rakshasa evil thoughts. As time passes, your temperament will drastically change, becoming filthy and ugly, resorting to any means, becoming neither human nor ghost. And all of this is for your disciple to become the Holy Son. Is he worth it? You seem to be somewhat irrational. Chen Dong speaks the truth. As the representative of the angel god, his understanding of the Rakshasa god far exceeds BibiDong's imagination. Whether it's worth it, I know myself. Chen Dong, you don't need to point fingers there. BibiDong's lips curl into a sinister smile, and using the Rakshasa magic scythe, she seems to have indeed undergone some changes. A terrifying evil thought is surging wildly in her heart, relying solely on her own powerful strength. BibiDong can still suppress the inner evil thought. Back then, what that bastard did to me, do you not know it all? You stood by and watched everything happen. Are you not also an accomplice? Do you think I don't know? Your only purpose is to hope for the birth of a child with exceptional talent. hoping he can inherit the angel god's legacy and complete the 9 tests of the god. On the Douluo continent, the strength of a martial soul is directly related to the parents. Generally speaking, children will inherit their parents' martial soul talents. Thus, many powerful martial souls on the continent exist in family forms. For example, the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Hao Insect, 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, etc. This kind of inheritance has its advantages and disadvantages. The advantage is that it can ensure the continuous inheritance of martial souls, maintaining the appearance of powerful martial souls among descendants. But the disadvantages are also obvious. It is easy to become complacent or difficult to surpass the achievements of predecessors. And the Angel clan has had no hope of completing the 9 tests of the Angel, from Qian Douluo to Qian Xuanji. Their talent is already top tier unless they hope for a mutated martial soul to appear among their descendants. However, mutated martial souls are entirely serendipitous and cannot be controlled at all. Besides that, there is another method. That is to find a woman with a powerful martial soul and exceptional talent. Use her to give birth to descendants of the Angel clan. The child born must be exceptionally talented and will have a chance to complete the 9 tests of the Angel. Chapter 37. The 6-year agreement over the years. As BibiDong's control over the Spirit Hall has grown stronger, coupled with her continuous cultivation of her loyal followers and power, she has also been secretly investigating the old matters of that year. Consequently, many previously overlooked details have surfaced one by one. As the grand offering of the Douluo Palace, Chen Dong's every move within the Spirit Hall is almost impossible to escape his control. Especially at that time, Chen Dong's control over the Spirit Hall was still very strong. Unlike now, where the entire Pope's Palace and Elders Hall are almost entirely filled with BibiDong's people. This means that Qian Douluo absolutely knew what had happened back then. With Qian Dong's strength, he absolutely has the ability to stop all of this. However, he did nothing. Therefore, in BibiDong's heart, Qian Dong's role as an accomplice is no less detestable than that of a direct criminal. BibiDong's tone carried a hint of anger and resentment. Don't think I don't know that you tacitly accepted my ascension as the Pope of the Spirit Hall while secretly suppressing my strength. Your intention is to trap me firmly within the Spirit Hall, waiting for your descendant to grow up, and when she does, everything I have now will just be a wedding dress for her. So, for these years, you haven't opposed my development of the Spirit Hall at all, and you even willingly cooperated with my plans, because you know that even if the Spirit Hall unifies the continent, the one who will ultimately stand at the top will definitely not be me. You have a good plan, but now the Spirit Hall is mine, and if she wants it, let her take it by her own strength. But don't naively think that an angel martial soul is invincible, and having innate soul power of level 20 is some phenomenal talent. As soon as BibiDong said this, the several elders present looked at each other in shock. Firstly, it was because the secret mentioned in BibiDong's words was truly shocking. Secondly, it was because of what BibiDong said at the end, which seemed to indicate something. Could it be that BibiDong's conferral of the so-called Chen Dong as the Holy Son was not just because she wanted to challenge Qian Dong's authority? Or is it that BibiDong is not just acting out of self-interest? Could it be that the boy named Chen Dong really possesses some astonishing talent? So much so that BibiDong thinks he will be stronger than Qian Rinxue in the future? However, no matter what kind of talent it is, how could it possibly be stronger than an angel martial soul with innate soul power of level 20? This must just be BibiDong's wishful thinking, right? BibiDong, go ahead, what do you want? Qian Douluo asked calmly. His strength was the strongest, and the power of the Rakshasa would not fare well against his angel's sacred sword. He just understood that this was merely BibiDong's test. She had not used the full power of the Rakshasa scythe. He also did not know how much of the Rakshasa god's legacy BibiDong had accepted or what stage her divine trial was at. But in any case, the power of the Rakshasa god was definitely not limited to what was before him. Right now, he was not willing to truly fight BibiDong to the death because it would bring him no benefit, accepting Chen Dong as the holy son of the Spirit Hall. Sure, the 6 elders exclaimed in disbelief, casting puzzled looks at the calm-faced Qian Douluo. Very good. A satisfied expression appeared on BibiDong's face. But I also have conditions. Qian Dong's tone remained calm, yet BibiDong's gaze froze for a moment. Seemingly sensing BibiDong's anger, Qian Douluo said calmly, "My condition is only from the perspective of the Spirit Hall. After all, if the Holy Son himself does not possess strong talent and strength, even if you push him to that position, it won't have much significance. My conditions are that he must obtain a 10,000-year soul ring before the age of 12. He is currently 6 years old, And if he can defeat any member of the Golden Generation before he turns 12, then he will qualify to lead the Golden Generation. Thirdly, as the Holy Son, he must rely on his own ability to obtain a soul bone. This must also be done before the age of 12. If he cannot achieve this, then his position as Holy Son will naturally be replaced by someone who can do it. This is not just my opinion, but also the opinion of all the elders. If you do not agree, I do not mind the complete rupture between the Pope's Hall and the Douluo Hall. BibiDong's gaze was strange, as if she was pondering something. The other elders, upon hearing Chen Dong say this, also fell silent. Clearly, they tacitly accepted this decision. In their view, these three conditions were increasingly difficult. Chen Dong obviously cannot do it. This Chen Dong is currently only a sole master of the first ring, and in 6 years, it is absolutely impossible. The first condition, obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring, means that Chen Dong must reach the cultivation level of Soul Zone before the age of 12. After all, absorbing a soul ring cannot be helped even by BibiDong. As for the second condition, defeating the Golden Generation before the age of 12, this is clearly also an impossible task. Chen Dong is currently growing, but the Golden Generation will also grow. In 6 years, by the time he reaches the strength of the current Golden Generation, characters like Xiaoyu and Hulayina will have already surpassed Chen Dong. Chen Dong is clearly putting pressure on BibiDong. If this person named Chen Dong can truly achieve that, it will be enough to prove his talent. A genius like him, as the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall, would naturally not draw any complaints from the other offerings. With a cold laugh, BibiDong said, I have agreed, so starting today, you all should go into seclusion. For the next 6 years, the Spirit Hall will no longer need the Douluo Hall, because I do not want the Holy Son to be plotted against by others. After a moment of thought, Chen Dong nodded in agreement. No problem, but you must promise me not to interfere with Schwerer's plans and not to use any other means to harm her. BibiDong sneered and then said, there is no need for me to take action. In 6 years, he will be more than capable of surpassing Qian Renxue. Seeing that the goal had been achieved, BibiDong had no interest in staying in the Douluo Hall for even a second longer. Putting away the Rakshasa scythe, the purple-black light in her eyes quickly faded as she pushed open the door to leave. See you in 6 years. Just as BibiDong was about to step out of the Douluo Hall, Chen Dong's deep voice suddenly sounded. BibiDong, you will surely fall into the abyss in the future. So what? BibiDong remained indifferent, facing away from the 7 offerings, her voice showing no signs of fluctuation. What now? Boom! The door of the Douluo Hall slammed shut, and no one knew when it would open again. Brother, are we really going to let her control the Spirit Hall so easily and keep us in seclusion for 6 years? Qian Yun Douluo asked unwillingly, unable to accept that something he had controlled for a lifetime was falling into the hands of someone he had never taken seriously. Yes, brother, with our strength, we could definitely fight her to the death. The 3 offerings' eyes flickered with a ruthless light, their tone cold and stern. Looking at the brothers filled with killing intent, Chen Dong suddenly sighed. Once the Douluo Hall and the Papal Hall go to war, the Spirit Hall will surely fall apart. For now, at least we can maintain unity. Once Schwerer successfully usurps the throne of the Tiando Empire, we will have the support of a nation behind us. At that time, it won't be too late to battle BibiDong. Brother makes a valid point. The 6 offerings thought carefully and found it indeed to be the case, nodding in agreement. As for the so-called 6-year agreement, no one took it to heart. Everyone knew that Chen Dong could not achieve it. Chapter 38. Who is the player? And who is the piece? Walking out of the Douluo Hall, BibiDong wore a strange smile. She glanced disdainfully at the Douluo Hall behind her, her eyes revealing a sense of satisfaction and cunning. Chen Dong, you have always thought you stood at the highest point of the continent, calculating everyone beneath you, feeling superior. However, you have no idea how strong this little guy's talent is, completely unaware of his strength. BibiDong was well aware of Chen Dong's intentions. First, he was wary of the Rakshasa scythe and the inheritance of the Rakshasa god in her hands, so he was reluctant to truly turn against her. After all, that would harm the strength of the Spirit Hall. In Chen Dong's eyes, the Spirit Hall was the private property of their angel clan. Second, as BibiDong's plan to unify the continent was crucial, so was her granddaughter, Qian Renxue. The key reason was that Chen Dong confidently believed that once Qian Renxue grew up with the power of the angel martial soul, combined with the success of her plan to usurp the throne and the resources of the Tiando Empire, Qian Renxue would reach an unprecedented peak. By that time, the mediocre Holy Son Chen Dong would naturally be compared to her, and the hearts of the people would be self-evident. Chen Dong played a good hand, but unfortunately, BibiDong knew what his trump card was while he did not know what BibiDong's reliance truly was. BibiDong practically held a winning hand, and that hand was Chen Dong. This was BibiDong's great confidence in Chen Dong. Apart from BibiDong, no one else had such confidence in him. Achieving a 10,000-year soul ring meant that one must reach the soul master level of soul power, and at this moment, Chen Dong was only 6 years old. In 6 years, if he wanted to reach the soul master level, he would almost need to advance one soul master level per year. This meant an average increase of 10 levels in strength per year, which was nearly impossible, even if BibiDong mobilized various resources for him, allowing the little guy's soul power to reach the soul master level, and even personally helped Chen Dong hunt for the 10,000-year soul ring. By then, the members of the Golden Generation would have also grown up, right at their peak. Chen Dong absolutely cannot defeat the Golden Generation, unless Pope BibiDong employs various means, such as weakening the strength of the Golden Generation or using other underhanded methods. But regardless of which method is used, it will cause a rift between the Golden Generation and BibiDong, even if Chen Dong miraculously passes this hurdle. The final condition of obtaining a soul bone will definitely be a roadblock. The requirements of Qian Douluo are also limited. Not just any soul beast dropping a soul bone counts as a soul bone. Moreover, Qian Douluo mentioned the soul bones of 100,000-year soul beasts, which Chen Dong absolutely cannot handle with his current strength. Furthermore, 100,000-year soul beasts are extremely rare on the continent. And even if BibiDong wants to help Chen Dong, she won't be able to. Thus, BibiDong has only two options. Either take the risk to find and kill a 100,000-year soul beast to help Chen Dong obtain a soul bone, or directly give Chen Dong the soul bone from herself. In either case, BibiDong will have to make significant sacrifices, which would severely limit and weaken her own strength. One could say that Qian Douluo's strategy seems light and casual, but it is actually full of hidden intricacies. It targets not only Chen Dong, but also more crucially, BibiDong. However, all of this is within BibiDong's calculations. In the Douluo Palace, the reason BibiDong did not mention Chen Dong's talent, nor argued logically, was to present a strong and domineering facade. When referring to Chen Dong, she was like a mother lion protecting her cub, completely unreasonable. This created an illusion for the several offerings that BibiDong had completely lost her rationality and was trying to forcefully elevate Chen Dong to the position of Holy Son. Given the wisdom of the offerings, it was natural for them to easily think of BibiDong's weak spot and flaw, Chen Dong. Compared to dealing with BibiDong the Pope, handling a little guy like Chen Dong is certainly not difficult at all, right? Therefore, when Qian Douluo proposed the 3 conditions targeting Chen Dong and set a 6-year agreement, the others had no objections and unanimously approved. Little did they know that all of this was BibiDong's fishing law enforcement, designed to make them use Chen Dong as a breakthrough point, and it indeed proved effective. However, in BibiDong's eyes, the first of the 3 conditions, the so-called 10,000-year soul ring restriction, applies before the age of 12. This means that with Ulaina's current age and strength, obtaining a 10,000-year soul ring would be extremely difficult. However, the little guy's first soul ring is a 1,000-year soul ring, and it won't be long before he obtains his next soul ring, which will be a 10,000-year soul ring. He won't even need to wait until he is 12. He could achieve it by the age of 6. As for defeating any member of the Golden Generation, BibiDong has never doubted that the little guy, even with her interference in the fairness of the competition, could only protect the opponent from being taken down by the little guy. Whether Chen Dong could defeat any member of the Golden Generation before the age of 12 has never been a question for BibiDong. If the little guy does not use his strange, god-slaying spear, Martial Soul, it might be somewhat difficult. However, if the little guy directly uses the strange, god-slaying spear, Martial Soul, or those divine weapons he refers to as spears, it can be said with certainty that even if all the members of the Golden Generation from the Martial Soul Hall teamed up, they would absolutely not be Chen Dong's match. As for the soul bone, Chen Dong already has an external soul bone. However, BibiDong understands Qian Douluo's meaning. He is referring to the soul bones from 100,000-year soul beasts. Yet, BibiDong is not worried at all. If it comes to it, she could just give her own soul bone to the little guy. And 6 years is enough time for her to unify the entire Papal Palace and the Dou Elder Palace. With the offerings in the Douluo Palace bound by her later directives, BibiDong's process of unifying the continent will progress faster and more smoothly. Many of her ideas and plans will be able to be realized, and with the little guy's martial soul, it's just a matter of time. By then, surpassing Chen Dong to become the #1 among the younger generation will be within easy reach. At that time, no one will be able to question the little guy, and his position as Holy Son will be even more justified. Thinking of this, BibiDong couldn't help but wonder what the little guy is doing right now. Since returning to the Martial Soul Hall, BibiDong has been busy dealing with various affairs and has had no time to cherish the little guy. Remembering the adorable and sensible Chen Dong and his innocent eyes, a hint of tenderness appeared in BibiDong's eyes. Wishing she could see the little guy right now and hold him in her arms to cherish him. Chapter 39, Experience Now. The already reserved embrace of Pope BibiDong's Chen Dong is hiding under a leaf. This is a relatively open forest, with many leaves scattered on the ground and towering trees of uneven heights. The grass on the ground is constantly swaying as a magical wolf slowly approaches the grass. Meanwhile, Chen Dong remains motionless, his heartbeat and breathing almost undetectable except for one eye. Just as the magical wolf passes by him, it gently extends its nose to sniff but finds nothing. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Chen Dong's eyes, his dark figure smeared with some unknown herbs. The magic wolf's sense of smell was extremely sharp, yet it had not detected Chen Dong right under its nose. It seemed that Uncle Yu's knowledge about herbs was indeed extraordinary, much more convenient than the trial and error he had done on his own. Just as the magic wolf's body passed over the ground where Chen Dong was, whoosh, a black shadow suddenly flashed on the ground, and the magic wolf was brutally torn apart, its white intestines and blood spilling everywhere. In the instant Chen Dong dashed out, he vanished once again, leaving behind the injured magic wolf, which struggled weakly a few times before falling still. Meanwhile, another magic wolf, hearing the commotion, rushed over at an incredible speed. It sniffed at its fallen companion's corpse and was about to turn away. Suddenly, a shadow flashed through the belly of the already dead magic wolf. And with a swift and clean strike, this magic wolf had its throat slit, collapsing helplessly to the ground and twitching a few times before becoming motionless. At that moment, another magic wolf appeared. Chen Dong was exposed in its line of sight. The deaths of its two companions did not cause it to retreat. On the contrary, a green light flickered on this magic wolf, and it charged towards Chen Dong at an extremely terrifying speed. At this time, Chen Dong's face turned pale, his steps unsteady, and his breathing momentarily chaotic. His previous attack had been made in a state of severe injury and extreme hunger, and to conserve energy, he had hardly moved, remaining in place. Now this magic wolf seemed to sense Chen Dong's weakness, leaping high into the air and pouncing down on him fiercely. Chen Dong stood still, unable to move, even stumbling slightly, causing his whole body to involuntarily fall downwards. Could it be that Chen Dong was going to be defeated just like this? At the very moment the demon wolf pounced on him, Chen Dong's fall caused by his weak legs happened to create an extra centimeter of distance between his body and the wolf's claws. It was this 1 centimeter of distance that allowed a gust of attached to the claws to gently sweep past. Chen Dong's clothes were torn, and at the same time, a dagger that he didn't know when had appeared in his hand was raised high in the air. The tremendous speed of the demon wolf brought a force that caused its abdomen to slide across the dagger in Chen Dong's hand in an instant. After the demon wolf landed, it charged forward a couple of steps. Its claws dug into the ground to stop its momentum, and this action caused a line of blood to slowly emerge from its abdomen. Then, blood began to spurt out continuously from this line. The demon wolf let out a painful howl and attempted to charge at Chen Dong again, but its steps were unsteady. 1 step, 2 steps. 1 step, 2 steps. The demon wolf's front legs weakened and collapsed to the ground, falling directly in front of Chen Dong. The massive wolf head lay on the ground, and Chen Dong sighed, gently sitting atop the demon wolf's head. Alas, Chen Dong wearily put away his tattered clothes. Just then, a shadow flashed before him, and a ghostly figure quietly hovered behind Chen Dong. "Old ghost, you've added 3 more magic wolves for me again without informing me in advance." The ghost sighed. "I can't help it. Who knew you were such a freak? Since the 3 soul beasts on the first day, in just 3 days, I've already increased it to 20 soul beasts for you, yet I still can't do anything about you. Although these soul beasts were in their 10 and 20-year states before, you were in a severely injured condition when you killed them. What's more crucial is that I've only prevented you from using the strange god-slaying gun technique on your left hand. But you haven't even used the martial soul on your right hand once, relying solely on your physical skills. You have to understand that using soul power and not using soul power creates a significant difference in strength for soul masters. Relying too much on absolute physical combat skills isn't very effective. Soul power and soul skills are fundamental. So you really don't need to suppress the martial arts on your right hand." Chen Dong grinned and said, "My soul eating skill is too domineering. Using the martial soul is somewhat bullying them. Besides, don't you think this is more exciting? The ghost fighting dragon shook its head and then said, "All right, little one, it's time to go back. Go back." Chen Dong was taken aback, "But I still want to learn more killing techniques." The ghost said speechlessly, "You have already mastered all the stealth and assassination techniques, even without using any soul power. You can rely solely on your physical strength and combat skills to annihilate 20 soul beasts surrounded around you. What else do you want to learn in this situation?" Chen Dong shook his head imperceptibly. Only he knew that this deliberate avoidance of using soul power was to prepare himself to fight using his physical skills. After all, the existence in that place was extremely special, and everyone entering it could not use soul power, relying solely on their own strength and skills to fight. What Chen Dong needed now was to continuously utilize the training from the ghost Douluo to enhance his killing techniques and combat awareness. As for strength, Chen Dong was not worried about it. The jungle knife, once purified into the guardian axe, could kill soul beasts and gain health points. If he was not mistaken, purifying his jungle knife into a red form would allow him to gain red power and attack speed. Seeing that Chen Dong still had the attitude of wanting to play for a few more days, the ghost Douluo shook his head and said, "This is the order of His Holiness the Pope." "Teacher?" Chen Dong was a bit surprised. The ghost Douluo nodded slightly and then said, "His Majesty the Pope has issued a decree. It's time to take you back." Looking at his own dirty appearance, covered in a layer of black herbs, with deliberately applied magic wolf dung and blood, along with various dirt and grass clippings, he felt quite embarrassed. "Okay, we'll head back in a bit, but you have to wait for me first." "Little guy, what are you going to do?" "I need to take a shower first." Chen Dongman and Nico are both clever. What they think about is that they must wash themselves clean before going back to see BibiDong. Otherwise, when they meet, a little hand will stretch out and press down, leaving 5 black fingerprints on the flowery big bun. Chapter 40. You won't be able to close your mouth then. In a martial soul city, in the training grounds of the Martial Soul Academy, the tall Yin is drenched in sweat. His fiery red hair looks somewhat messy, and there are obvious scars visible on his body. His eyes are bloodshot, and he awkwardly turns over, letting out a long breath of turbid air. Beside him lies another boy, Shiwe, who also has several scars, his clothes in disarray, gasping heavily. Both of them are weakly slumped on the ground, their bodies covered in sweat after the passionate release. However, Shiwe's hair and face are not messy at all, while Yan's face has 2 dark circles, bruised all over. "Yan, do you still remember how we became the golden generation of Martial Soul City?" Cough, cough. Yan coughs hard, grinning through the pain, struggling to breathe. He moves his arms a bit. "Of course I remember. We were chosen from various martial soul sub-temples and branches during the awakening of our martial souls due to our outstanding talents. The exceptionally gifted children from all over were unified into the Martial Soul Hall and trained by the Pope Hall. We enjoyed the best resources, experienced the most brutal battles, and finally emerged from so many children, growing into the golden generation." "Yeah." Shiwe looks up with his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. "So you feel very unwilling. Obviously, you have put in so much effort and gone through so many hardships to reach where you are today. Yet you're instantly overshadowed by a mysterious little guy, right?" Yin does not deny it, but turns to look at Shiwe and says, "Don't you think so? Actually, it's fine that you and I can't become the Holy Son, but why does he become the golden generation with just one sentence? What has he done?" "Hee hee." Shiwe chuckles and does not answer the question, instead asking, "Yin, do you think your talent was the strongest among that batch of kids back then?" "This." Yin hesitates, shaking his head. "Not really. Several people's talents are no less than mine." "Then that's it. But in the end, you became the golden generation, while those equally gifted children disappeared. What we have achieved today is not because of our talent surpassing others, nor because we were favored, but because of our own strength, earned through our own blood and sweat. Your talent and strength are seen by everyone. Let me ask you, if the Holy Son was not that little guy Chen Dong, but me or Nana, would you still be unhappy like now?" That's different." Yin sits up abruptly, a hint of shame and anger on his face. "What's different?" "Nana grew up with us, and..." Shiwe laughs and shakes his head, saying, "Chen Dong is only 6 years old now and will live in Martial Soul City in the future. He will grow up with us." "All right." Yin scratches his hair. "But Nana's talent is indeed better than mine, and her strength is progressing rapidly. Although she is not as strong as I am now, it is foreseeable that in a few years, Nana will definitely surpass me, and I naturally have nothing to say. But what does that little guy have to do with it? How old is he?" Shiwe looks at Yin and then says, "Were you stronger than him when you were 6 years old?" 6 years old is when a child just awakens their martial soul. Chen Dong is already a one-ring soul master, and he has innate full soul power. As long as he awakens his martial soul, he can directly obtain a soul ring. Therefore, Yin is instantly dumbfounded, unwillingly saying, that doesn't represent anything. So what if he has good talent? Shiyue pats his shoulder, then sits up and says, that's exactly it. He is just the Holy Son now, not the Pope. If in the future this little guy shows strength that matches his talent, and when he grows up to be on par with us, then he won't need the Pope to confer him. He will still be part of the golden generation. Moreover, do you think His Holiness the Pope is someone who disregards the bigger picture and favors his own? This. Yin looks apprehensively towards the Pope Hall, then quietly says, absolutely not. How could His Holiness the Pope be that kind of person? She is devoted to the public good, selfless, and I admire her the most. Hee. Shiyue chuckles lightly and casually says, it's fine. His Holiness the Pope has already entered seclusion. Is that so? Yin then lets out a long sigh of relief and says, putting everything else aside, His Holiness the Pope has led the martial soul hall to thrive over the years. Her various plans have shown her wisdom, and we are able to rise thanks to her cultivation. Yes. So, when His Holiness the Pope conferred Chen Dong as the Holy Son, it must be because he has something extraordinary about him. Extraordinary? Yin scratches his head in confusion, then says, I know this because he has innate twin martial souls, so he was accepted as a disciple by His Holiness the Pope. But there is a vast difference between a disciple and a Holy Son. Why is His Holiness the Pope so eager to confer him as the Holy Son? Why is she even unwilling to have a fair competition? Shiyue's gaze is deep, lost in thought. Then he shakes his head and says, I believe it's definitely not just because of the twin martial souls. I dare to bet that the little guy's talent is certainly astonishing, and he must have other secrets as well. Otherwise, His Holiness the Pope wouldn't be so serious about it. Just wait and see. On the day the secret is revealed, I'm sure the little guy will shock you speechless. Yin disdainfully curls his lips and says, humph, how strong can he be? Can he be stronger than that martial soul? Shoo. Shiyue subtly shakes his head. We better not talk about her. This is not something we should know. All right. Yin springs up like a carp and then looks at Shiyue and says, come on, let's continue. Shiyue brushes off the dust on his hands and then says, you play by yourself. I can't move anymore. After saying that, he lifts his leg and leaves. Wait, where are you going? I'm going to find the teacher. Nana hasn't come to the academy these days. I need to check with the teacher. Nana? Wait, I'm going too. Yin pats his butt, quickens his pace, and follows Shiyue. The two tall boys walk away laughing. In front of them is the resplendent Pope Hall. Grandpa Yu, what exactly are you drawing? What are these strange things? Yu Guan is seriously writing something in a large black notebook. He impatiently waves his hand at the side, Hulayina, saying, go away, don't mess up my book. This is for the little guy. It records my insights on various herbs and the rare medicinal herbs I've seen over the years traveling around. Chapter 41, The Bet. Hulayina is somewhat puzzled. The little guy is the teacher's disciple. Grandpa Yu, why are you teaching him this knowledge? Are you planning to take him as a disciple too? Yu Guan nodded knowingly and said, the little guy has such great talent. If I could take him as my disciple, I would wake up smiling from my dreams. But unfortunately, he's the Pope's disciple. However, the little guy loves studying herbs, so I made this notebook to give to him. That little brat is so peculiar. Just how good is his talent? I asked the teacher, but he didn't say. Grandpa Yu, can you tell me? Yu Guan smiled mischievously and covered his mouth with his hand. Since His Holiness the Pope didn't say, I won't either. But you'll find out sooner or later, that will definitely be interesting. Interesting? That little guy is so peculiar. He doesn't seem normal at all. He doesn't look like a man. Hulayina supported her fragrant chin, biting her lip as if recalling something. Yu Guan, who was writing, paused and then looked up in surprise. Nana, the little guy is only 6 years old, of course. He's not a man, he's just a boy. Oh, I see. I mean, he's not. Sigh. Forget it. Hulayina waved her hand in frustration. Even if he is a boy, he shouldn't be so excessive. What on earth is that little guy thinking? Nana. Yu Guan looked at Hulayina with a strange expression. The little guy has been gone for a few days, and you haven't been practicing, just talking about him all day, asking about his news. Honestly, you wouldn't have started to like that little guy, would you? Of course not. Hulayina's face turned red instantly as she stood up and glared at Yu Guan. Oh. Yu Guan nodded, realizing something. So you don't like the little guy? Well, I actually quite like him. He's good-tempered, has a great personality, and his talent is quite impressive. It would be wonderful if I could take him as my disciple. As he said this, Yu Guan sighed meaningfully. Grandpa Yu, you're so annoying. I'm not talking to you anymore. Hu Laiina turned to leave, just as she bumped into Xie Yu and Yin, who had come together. Nana, you are really here, Yin said with a simple smile, greeting Hu Laiina. Who beat you up so badly? Yin glanced at Xie Yu with dissatisfaction, noticing the numerous scars on his face. He thought to himself, who in Soul Master City would dare to lay such a heavy hand on him? Isn't this a rhetorical question? What are you two doing here? We came to see you. You haven't returned to the academy for several days, and I heard you've been with the teacher, so I came to check on you. Oh, I'm here to learn about herbs from Grandpa Yu and to inquire about the little guy's whereabouts. But after asking for several days, Grandpa Yu still won't tell me. Really? Xie Yu respectfully greeted Yu Guan. Teacher, if I'm not mistaken, it seems that Chen Dong has been taken away by Elder Gui for 5 days now. Yes, that's right. Yu Guan still didn't lift his head. So they are out for training and not in Soul Master City? To be precise, it's not training, but a test. However, they've been gone for so long. Either they didn't pass the test or they passed it, and Gui and the little guy are currently undergoing training. Test? Xie Yu was suddenly taken aback. Then he remembered something unbelievable and looked up at Yu Guan. Teacher, did Elder Gui really take the little guy too? At this moment, Yu Guan put down his pen, closed a horizontally placed black notebook, stood up, and said, that's right, old Gui indeed took the little guy for a test. What kind of test? Hu Laiina asked curiously. It's the same test that you, the Golden Generation, underwent back then. It's also the ultimate test. This time, the little guy's target is a gang of evil thieves, with a leader who is a level 39 soul respect and 3 one-ring soul masters. In an instant, the 3 of them were stunned. How is that possible? Chen Dong is only 6 years old. Xie Yu shook his head with a deep gaze. Such a test has no practical significance. The gap in strength is too great. Even if the little guy uses his means to kill 5 ordinary evil thieves, barely passing won't reflect his true strength, because he is destined not to be able to fight soul masters. Once he engages, it will put him in a life and death situation. I can't understand the purpose of such a test. Hee hee. A strange smile appeared on Yu Guan's face. This is arranged by His Holiness the Pope. What? It was arranged by the teacher? Hu Laiina said in surprise. How could the teacher arrange such a test for the little guy? The danger level is too high. Just like my brother said, this kind of test is completely meaningless. That's something I don't know. However, I saw that His Holiness the Pope seemed quite confident. So I think the little guy should be able to achieve a good result. Xie Yu pondered for a moment and then nodded. I can roughly understand the meaning of the Pope's arrangement for the test. First, he hopes the little guy can pass the test that the Golden Generation underwent back then, which would silence the critics, especially those who doubt the little guy's ability to become part of the Golden Generation. Second, he has high hopes for the little guy, hoping he can perfectly pass the test and understand the truth behind it. Another point is that he hopes the little guy can gain Elder Gui's recognition. The little guy was discovered by the teacher and the Pope together in the forest, and his bond with you two is very special. However, as the Holy Son, he cannot do without the support of both you and Elder Gui. But Elder Gui has a unique personality. I'm afraid that just relying on the Pope's orders won't make him acknowledge the little guy. On the contrary, it might push him further away. Xie Yu's analysis made Yin and Hu Laiina nod repeatedly. Hee, that's not something I can worry about. Yu Guan casually shook his head and looked into the distance. But I believe the little guy will definitely surprise you. I dare bet that the little guy will not only be able to kill 5 ordinary evil thieves. It seems the teacher has a lot of confidence in Chen Dong. Upon hearing Xie Yu's question, Yu Guan thought of Chen Dong's peculiar martial soul, especially the strange god-slaying spear on his left hand, which even gave Yu Guan a hint of coldness. Definitely not simple. And although the little guy is just a one-ring soul master, his first spirit ring is a 1,000-year spirit ring, plus the existence of external spirit bones. He might be able to kill those one-ring soul masters. As for the level 39 soul respect, even Yu Guan didn't dare to think about it. Seeing that the 3 of them looked somewhat unconvinced, Yu Guan chuckled mischievously and said, how about this? Let's make a bet. I bet the little guy can pass perfectly. He can at least kill 1 soul master. Considering the existence of the level 39 soul respect, I do not agree with the teacher's opinion. If he chooses to attack a soul master, he will definitely be in a life and death situation. He wouldn't make such a foolish choice. Very well. A smile appeared on Yu Guan's face. Then, let's set. Oh, old Gui is back too quickly. Chapter 42. Sister. You lost. As Yu Guan's voice fell, a dark shadow appeared at the door like a wisp of smoke. Chen Dong looked a bit pale, gasping for breath as he touched his chest. Ghost Grandpa, could you please install a safety seat on your back next time? I can't handle such sudden stops. You little brat, you're just teasing me. You were lying on my back the whole way. How could you not handle it? Upon hearing this, Xieyu's gaze instantly sharpened. He wasn't surprised that Ghost Mei and Chen Dong returned safely, as he knew that Ghost Mei would definitely protect Chen Dong's safety at the last moment. However, the tone of the two seemed to indicate that their relationship was not ordinary. How could this be? Ghost Mei had always been cold and rarely joked like this. Just after one outing, Chen Dong had quickly gained Ghost Mei's approval. It seemed that this new saint's son had strong social skills. Just as Xiaoyu was still pondering this in his heart, Chen Dong, who had just regained his senses, saw a graceful figure rushing towards him. Startled, Chen Dong's muscles tensed up, and he was about to react. But the moment he saw the person's face, he froze in place. This allowed him to fall directly into the little witch's clutches. Little guy, you finally came back. Hulayina ran in front of Chen Dong, squatting down to grab his little face and lifting him into the air. Damn it, I'm now the saint's son of the Spirit Hall, the successor of Pope BibiDong, the future leader of the Spirit Hall, and you dare to treat me like this? It's too much. Chen Dong struggled restlessly, constantly searching for a way to break free from Hulayina's grasp. External soul bone? No, the damage is too strong, especially the toxins on it are too domineering. It wouldn't be good to actually hurt Hulayina. God-slaying spear? Although Hulayina would definitely let go after one shot, and he could also benefit from it. There's no guarantee it wouldn't be his last meal. Give up. Hunting gun? Revolver? Grenade? Chen Dong took a deep breath and tried to say, Senior sister, put me down. Seeing that Chen Dong was a bit anxious, Hulayina inexplicably felt a mischievous urge. The little guy just wouldn't let go. What could you do to me? At the same time, she couldn't help but murmur in her heart, What saint's son? You're still completely under my control. Just then, Chen Dong let out a cold laugh. Senior sister, be careful. Whoosh. Chen Dong kicked forward with all his might. In an instant, a cold light flashed in Hulayina's eyes. This brat is addicted, huh? As she watched the foot coming towards her chest. Hulayina recalled the moment when she was kicked in the chest by Chen Dong during their first encounter. Bang! Hulayina's calf shot out with incredible speed, aiming a fierce side kick at Chen Dong, clearly intending to teach the little brat a lesson while not wanting to hurt him too badly. Sister, you fell for it. Saying this, Chen Dong extended his hands forward, grabbing Hulayina's arms, and rolled his body upwards, causing her kick to miss completely, making her lose her balance and stumble forward. Meanwhile, Chen Dong's feet easily wrapped around Hulayina's neck, using the recoil to pull her arms behind her. Bang! With one leg on the ground, Hulayina was unable to stop herself from falling forward, and at that moment, a sharp pain shot through her back. Hulayina was instantly slammed to the ground. Chen Dong took the opportunity to ride on Hulayina's back. Senior sister, it seems you haven't trained properly in the past few days when I wasn't around. Boom! In an instant, Hulayina's soul power surged. 3 soul rings suddenly appeared. With a smack, Chen Dong was blasted away by this immense force. Just then, Chen Dong's soul power erupted, and the resilience of his 1,000-year soul ring allowed him to dissipate most of the impact. He flipped backward and landed steadily on the ground. Senior sister, you used a soul skill again. Be careful not to let the teacher find out. Hulayina snorted coldly, shaking her somewhat sore arms. You little brat. It was clearly you who provoked me first. So what if the teacher finds out? Senior sister is just teaching you combat techniques. Oh really? Upon hearing combat techniques, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. It's just right. I also want to learn some combat techniques from senior sister. That's right. Hulayina, as a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, had strong combat talent. She later even emerged from the city of slaughter. That being said, Hulayina must have very strong combat techniques. Chen Dong suddenly felt a thrill of excitement, and Hulayina's lips curled into a sly smile. Little guy, you said it yourself, sparring between fellow disciples doesn't count as bullying. Of course it doesn't count. Senior sister, go all out. Very good. Hulayina was delighted in her heart, finally catching a legitimate opportunity to use her soul skill on the little guy without fear of being reprimanded by the teacher. Stinky little brother, I'm going to teach you a good lesson. With a light laugh, Hulayina activated her second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, as her soul power surged, she became dazzlingly charming. A seductive aura radiated from her. Yin, beside her, drooled and stared blankly at Hulayina. Meanwhile, Xie was unaffected by Hulayina's fox charm due to his martial soul, and Yu Guan and Gei Mei ignored Hulayina's skill, watching the spectacle with great interest. Hulayina had been experimenting and practicing her soul skills over the past few days, eager to try again. However, Chen Dong's eyes were bright, showing no sign of being affected at all. A wave of soul power surged around him, and suddenly, a purple thousand-year soul ring appeared. First soul skill, Life Devour. In an instant, Chen Dong's figure eerily vanished from the spot, holding a short blade glowing with a purple halo at an unusual angle, rapidly approaching Hulayina. Oof. Seeing that the fox charm skill had no effect on Chen Dong, Hulayina was not surprised. It was just a small test of her skills. Just as she prepared to use her first soul skill again, Chen Dong softly uttered 2 words. Judgment. In an instant, Hulayina felt a surge of pain erupt in her body, as if she had sunk into a quagmire. However, before she could react, the purple halo of the Life Devour skill enveloped her. In an instant, Hulayina felt dizzy and her body entered a state of continuous injury. Before she could process this, a red light flickered around Chen Dong. And, in an instant, Hulayina felt as if she had been struck hard and fell to the ground, a wave of debilitating pain washing over her. Then, Chen Dong's voice rang in her ears. Senior sister, the first taboo in battle is to never get distracted. You lost. As his words fell, Hulayina stood dazed in place. Chen Dong's short blade pressed against her throat, while his other hand locked around her neck from behind. In an instant, everyone in the arena was frozen in place. Chapter 43. The heartbroken little fox aside from Guanyin Mei, who had prior knowledge of the little guy's strength. Even Yu Guan stared at Chen Dong in shock. They were astonished that Chen Dong had so quickly defeated Hulayina, considering there was a difference of over 20 levels between them. At the same time, they were shocked by the purple soul ring that emerged from Chen Dong, especially Yin and Xiaoyu, who realized it all at once. Xiaoyu's pupils constricted rapidly, then quickly returned to normal. Deep inside, he was incredulously shouting. So that's how it is. So that's how it is. No wonder he became the saint son of the Martial Red Hall. He's too monstrous. This kind of talent is simply unbelievable. Yin, on the other hand, was in a dazed state, just having escaped the effects of the fox charm skill, with a bit of drool still at the corner of his mouth. Staring blankly at Chen Dong, his voice trembled as he muttered in disbelief, purple, purple, purple. In an instant, Yin felt a sense of life questioning, even doubting whether he was still under the control of Hulayina's fox charm skill, leading to hallucinations. Upon closer inspection, Chen Dong was indeed a first-ring soul master, but why did he have a purple thousand-year soul ring? How is this possible? This is not scientific. Yan's fingers trembled slightly. Senior sister, it's time to admit defeat. Don't be a sore loser. Chen Dong looked at Hulayina, who was standing there in a daze, and said nothing. So he kindly reminded her. In an instant, Hulayina couldn't help but burst into tears, her tears streaming down as she cried out in grievance. Chen Dong was taken aback. How could this be? After all, I am from the golden generation of the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong is also familiar with the selection process in the Golden Region. Hulayina has experienced various brutal battles since childhood, and as a disciple of Pope BibiDong, how could she be so weak? It's just one failure. Such a mindset doesn't match the personality of a little witch. Sigh. Senior sister, are you okay? Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, retracted his martial soul, and looked down at Hulayina. He tried to help her up. Go away. I won't pay attention to you anymore. Hulayina pushed Chen Dong away in dissatisfaction, angrily wiping her tears as she ran outside. Senior sister, please don't be mad. Looking at the disappearing Hulayina, Chen Dong sighed helplessly, then turned to look at Yu Guan. Uncle Yu, I didn't use much strength just now, did I? What about senior sister? Yu Guan couldn't help but shake his head. TSK. Little guy, you even had a dagger at Nana's throat, almost killing her. Nana is already seriously injured, and you still say you didn't use much strength? Is this how you spar? Chen Dong helplessly looked at the ghostly figure and said, Grandpa Ghost, you said that in any battle, one should use their full strength like a lion hunting a rabbit, ideally bringing the target to the brink of death or completely incapacitating them. I held back just now, and my senior sister still has combat ability. This is all what you taught me, right? Although the expression on the masked face of the ghostly figure was unclear, Chen Dong saw a hint of malice in his eyes, as if he were looking at a fool. The ghostly figure snorted coldly, said nothing, and turned to leave with his hands behind his back. Sigh, uncle, you look. Watching both the ghostly figure and Yu Guan sigh and leave, Chen Dong turned his head in silence. Brother Xiaoyu, don't say anything. I want to be alone. After saying that, Xiaoyu left in a somewhat awkward manner. Huh? Is Xiaoyu's girlfriend named Jingjing? Hey, Yinge, say something. Purple. Yin stood there, his eyes distorted, with a few drools at the corner of his mouth, looking completely frozen. His mouth couldn't even close. Chen Dong sighed, gritted his teeth, and chased after Hulayina, who was leaving. The reason he chose to take action today and even reveal his first spirit ring was that after BibiDong conferred him as the Holy Son, Chen Dong could clearly feel that Xiaoyu and Yin were somewhat unwilling in their hearts. After all, whether as the Holy Son or as the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, he needed to gain their support and maintain a good cooperative relationship with them. Naturally, he couldn't let their dissatisfaction with him continue. Therefore, Chen Dong planned to showcase a part of his strength to let Xiaoyu and Yin know that he was qualified to be the Holy Son of the Spirit Hall. Moreover, the reason teacher BibiDong chose him was because of his talent and strength. Furthermore, he used to lack the confidence to directly defeat Hulayina, especially without using firearms. However, since the end of this trial, Chen Dong's combat experience and awareness had increased significantly. That was why he felt confident. Chen Dong was also bothered by being bullied too much by the little witch, feeling somewhat overwhelmed. He thought about showcasing his strength in front of Hulayina. As long as he defeated the little witch, he believed she would know her limits and stop harassing him. However, he didn't expect Hulayina's optimistic and cheerful personality to hide such poor resilience, as she ended up crying directly after being defeated. He truly wondered how she had come this far. What Chen Dong didn't know was that Hulayina, as BibiDong's disciple, had never really been bullied like this in Wuhuan City. The two from the golden generation, Xiaoyu and Yin, cared for her too much. And as for the others in the Wuhuan Academy, they might not be able to defeat the little witch either. It was only because Chen Dong was completely unaffected by her charm skills that he succeeded. Therefore, the little witch hadn't tasted failure and humiliation for a long time. The crucial point was that in Hulayina's eyes, he had always been a smelly little brother. In the future, he would also be her snack bag and punching bag. But unexpectedly, reality gave Hulayina a harsh slap. She was easily defeated by Chen Dong, although there was an element of carelessness in front of everyone. A loss was a loss, especially when Chen Dong's purple soul ring appeared. Hulayina was shocked beyond measure. His talent was actually so strong. Twin martial souls. Innate full soul power. The first soul ring was 1,000 years. He was only 6 years old, and she could no longer defeat a 6-year-old. What to do? Once he grows up, won't she have even less of chance? This meant that Hulayina's chances of defeating Chen Dong in the future were becoming increasingly slim. Previously, she had bullied the little guy quite a bit. Would he retaliate when he became stronger? How terrifying. If she couldn't defeat him, she wouldn't be able to bully him anymore, and her fox charm skill would be completely ineffective. This meant that the delicious sour and sweet energy drink in the little guy's hands would no longer be within her reach. Other things were manageable, but just thinking about this made Hulayina's heart ache, and tears flowed down uncontrollably. Angrily, Hulayina walked to a big tree, leaned against it, squatted down, and buried her head in her arms, crying silently. At that moment, a hesitant sound of footsteps approached her. Without looking back, Hulayina turned around sharply and buried her head even lower. At this time, a strange object appeared in front of her, which looked like a somewhat unusual package. Green on the surface and square-shaped. Go away. Are you here to mock me? Chen Dong was momentarily speechless. Sister, at least look at me. Which eye of yours saw me mocking you? Chapter 44. Take a good look. There's no way around it. The little devil who caused the tears can only rely on her own abilities to make it up. Senior sister, I'm here to apologize. It was my fault for lacking martial ethics, to deceive and ambush you. Senior sister, you were careless and didn't dodge. By saying that, are you implying that I lack combat awareness? Cough cough. Chen Dong almost choked to death. Women really have two mouths. They can justify anything. Chen Dong squatted down, getting closer to Hulayina, and said sincerely, of course not. It's mainly because senior sister was afraid of hurting me, so she held back. I'm the one who doesn't know what's good for me. If it weren't for senior sister holding back, I would have been dead long ago. Oomph. The little demoness snorted, finding this explanation quite acceptable. Indeed, flattering girls is a skill that requires technique. One must speak deceitfully with a clear conscience. It was my ungrateful heart that failed to appreciate senior sister's good intentions, which led to unintentionally hurting her. Do you know? In a couple of days, the academy has an important competition, and with such a serious injury, I won't recover in just a few days. Hee, senior sister, don't worry. I have a solution. Saying this, Chen Dong handed 2 bandages to Hulayina and continued. This is a gift for you, senior sister. After using it, you can recover 10 life points in 4 seconds, but the maximum recovery is 75. The rest you'll have to heal gradually on your own. In an instant, Hulayina was stunned. How could this little guy have so many good things on him? Which big family does he belong to? He even has such a miraculous healing medicine. Recovering 10 life points in 4 seconds could be a lifesaver in a critical battle. The little fox quickly tucked the bandage away. How do you use it? Just open it and press it on your body. Most items in the airdrop box have undergone slight changes after crossing into this other world. For example, the energy drinks originally used for stamina recovery now also restore soul power. The bandage's healing effect has also become very simple. Just open it and press it on the body. Oh, Hulaina, somewhat skeptical, tore open the green package in front of her and gently pressed it against her chest. Instantly, a cool sensation spread through her, and she felt her injuries slowly fading away, with all fatigue and pain disappearing. Hey, it really works. Although she didn't fully recover, just regaining some health was enough. Hulaina had no intention of using the other bandage. She only needed to rest for another day, and it wouldn't be a major issue then. Such a good item should be kept as a precious treasure, especially in a real life-and-death battle. It could definitely work wonders. In an instant, the little fox's eyes regained their cunning. With a glint in her gaze, Hulaina stared into Chen Dong's eyes. You little brother, honestly, do you have any more? Give senior sister one more. I really don't have any more. Chen Dong shook his head vigorously. Senior sister, this is a precious item. This time out with old ghost for training was so dangerous. I almost died several times and didn't use it. I was saving it for you. Is that so? Of course. Of course. If you don't believe me, senior sister, take a look. Saying this, Chen Dong took off his soul guide, Ocean's Heart, to show Hulaina. Sure enough, apart from a few worn clothes and some dry rations, there was nothing else inside. Senior sister, I'll secretly tell you. Even the teacher doesn't have. Hulaina looked at Chen Dong in surprise, and he nodded vigorously. Immediately, a satisfied expression appeared on Hulaina's face. A woman's sense of achievement comes from dominating other women, regardless of who the other person is or in what aspect she dominates. The little fox's eyes sparkled with pride, but she still maintained a serious face and deliberately snorted. Then why didn't you take it out before? Sigh. It was because I didn't want to give it to you. But how could I say that heartfelt truth now? It's like this, senior sister, I originally planned to give you a surprise. Moreover, I heard the teacher say that if a boy casually give a girl something, it may lead her to think he wants to pursue her. So, I was afraid you might misunderstand. The little fox glared at Chen Dong, saying, What do you mean? You don't want to give me a gift, so you don't want to pursue me? Am I not beautiful? Beautiful. Beautiful. Chen Dong nodded desperately. So beautiful that it's breathtaking. Who believes your nonsense? The little fox wrinkled her nose disdainfully. Then why does my fox charm skill have no effect on you? You still say I'm beautiful. That's just a lie, right? Well, in Chen Dong's mind, a brainstorming session was suddenly ignited. He kept searching for ways to get through this. Senior sister, my martial soul is quite strange. It seems to inherently restrain beast-type souls. So it might have some effect on your beast martial soul. Is that true? The little fox clearly did not believe it. How could there be such a peculiar martial soul? This is just my guess. Chen Dong certainly wouldn't tell the truth. If the little fox really knew that his holographic scope could be used as freely as a soul bone, it would be a big deal. Sooner or later, BibiDong would find out too, right? BibiDong knows that Chen Dong's holographic scope has the ability to see through things, but she just doesn't know it can be used internally. Therefore, this point must never be revealed. It can only be attributed to his martial soul. After all, a jumble knife martial soul has never appeared on the Douluo continent before, so who could prove it? The little fox stood up and rubbed her somewhat aching chest. Looking down at Chen Dong from a higher position, Chen Dong felt a bit flustered. Senior sister, what do you want to do? I want to personally conduct an experiment. This time you're not allowed to resist. You must not use your martial soul or soul power. And you have to actively cooperate with me. Chen Dong was a bit stunned. Senior sister, how should I cooperate with you? I've never heard such a strange request in my life. How to cooperate? Little Fox was also a bit dumbfounded. She had never asked anyone to cooperate when using soul skills before. How about this? Just think of senior sister as very beautiful, a great beauty, and then you want to, with senior sister what? Seeing Little Fox's hesitant expression, Chen Dong asked in confusion. Hulaina gritted her teeth and finally said, just think about how you want to sleep together with senior sister. Chen Dong was a bit stunned. Is the little fox this brave? That's not good. Senior sister, my bed is very small, and I still need to read at night. The little fox gritted her teeth in anger and said, all right, you stand still. I'm going to use my soul skill. No desisting. All right, senior sister, go ahead. Chen Dong stood there indifferently, as it certainly wouldn't be of any use. Hulaina took a deep breath, her soul power surging. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. In an instant, a strange and enchanting aura radiated from Hulaina, her whole body exuding charm, her eyes flowing like water. Behind her, a fluffy fox tail swayed. Her slender little legs slightly lifted, her waist bending down, one hand resting on her chest, the other gently lifting her thigh. Junior brother, am I beautiful? Chen Dong honestly said, it's beautiful. The spirit hall is the most beautiful. However, when Hulaina saw Chen Dong saying such words with a calm expression, she was instantly furious. It seemed that he hadn't been affected by the fox charm effect yet. Don't move, just look well. Then the little fox struck an extremely enchanting pose once again, wearing tight little pants that slightly accentuated her curves, outlining a marvelous view. In an instant, Chen Dong's face turned red, and his breathing became rapid. There was no way around it. To counter the effect of the fox charm skill, Chen Dong had to activate the X-ray function of his holographic scope. But once the X-ray function was activated, that thin layer of leggings on Hulaina could hardly block anything. In an instant, all the details were revealed to Chen Dong. Chapter 45. The Scene of Social Death. Chen Dong stared blankly at Hulaina across from him, inwardly shouting, "No, don't do this, I'm still young." However, his eyes were wide open. "Stinky little brother, am I beautiful?" Hulaina's voice came out with an alluring tone from her nostrils. Then she gently turned around to face Chen Dong. The holographic aiming device automatically removed the mosaic from Chen Dong's field of vision. Chen Dong clenched his back molars tightly, thinking, no, if this continues, something might happen. With his face flushed, Chen Dong struggled to take a deep breath and forced out a few words through his clenched teeth. "Senior sister, is it done? Can we end this?" If this goes on, Chen Dong couldn't guarantee he wouldn't unleash his primal power. Stinky little brother, don't move." Seeing Chen Dong's face turn red, his expression tense, and his eyes starting to dart away, Hulaina felt a surge of pride inside. It seemed that in the past, using the fox charm skill had been too easy. Dealing with Chen Dong couldn't be done in a usual way. See, this is the effect. Previously, when using the fox charm skill to enchant Chen Dong, he would merely glance at her and remain completely unaffected, appearing indifferent. But today was different. The little guy's hidden tension was clear to Hulaina, especially when the little fox noticed that Chen Dong's body was slightly trembling, his fists clenched tightly, seemingly trying hard to resist the influence of the fox charm skill. Instantly, Hulaina became excited. A voice deep inside told her to hold on. Just a little more effort, and Chen Dong would definitely break down. He would definitely be successfully enchanted by her. Then, even if Chen Dong's strength surpassed hers in the future, that stinky little brother would still be under her control. Seeing Chen Dong's gaze wander slightly, Hulaina let out a soft huff and seductively said, "Brother, look at me." "No, I really don't want to look." "Senior sister, please don't do this." Chen Dong's heart was screaming wildly. Wait, this posture? I have to say, senior sister's flexibility is really impressive. Wow, oh my god. In an instant, Chen Dong's pupils dilated. "I didn't expect this. Senior sister, you're being too much. I'm not that kind of person." "Wait, don't do that. This isn't allowed." "So hot." In a moment, Chen Dong gently touched the tip of his nose, feeling a rush of heat about to uncontrollably flow down. Chen Dong slightly tilted his head, only to find a cold little hand on top of it. Hulaina discontentedly brought his head down. "No dodging, look at me. Pay attention." In Hulaina's eyes, Chen Dong's actions were clearly a form of evasion. He was indeed afraid of my fox charm skill, and the little fox felt quite pleased. "Brother, look, come on, look at your sister." As she spoke, Hulaina struck an even more provocative and alluring pose, and Chen Dong finally broke down. Gasping for breath, hot air rolled out onto Hulaina's delicate face, and a hint of excitement and daze flashed in the little fox's eyes. However, he gritted his teeth and held on, knowing that he absolutely could not lose at this moment. Chen Dong was almost enchanted by himself. Chen Dong was gritting his teeth, using the last bit of his rationality to resist Hulaina's allure. What he was facing was not just Hulaina's fox charm skill, but the charm of the little fox herself. Although from the outside, Hulaina's clothes seemed perfectly intact, she was merely striking seductive poses to release her soul power. However, in Chen Dong's view, the thin fabric on Hulaina was completely ignored by him, especially the various details that made his small body tense up. "Sister, you're playing with fire." At the same time, Chen Dong silently vowed that the holographic scope could still use its X-ray vision ability within himself, and he had to keep it a secret. No one could know. If Hulaina found out, The little fox would probably suffer social death on the spot and would definitely hunt him down afterward. If the teacher found out, then he would probably die in the physical sense. Sister, I'm sorry I lost, goodbye. Those enticing and bold poses, combined with the holographic scope's automatic X-ray function, were all high-definition images. No, I must hold on. Chen Dong now had only one thought: to quickly return to his room and close the door tightly. The little fox usually used her fox charm skills without such exaggerated physical movements. The main function of the fox charm skill was actually the release of soul power. But it just happened to encounter a peculiar guy like Chen Dong, who was completely unaffected. Therefore, Hulayina had to use all her tricks, employing various methods, essentially resorting to using her own little body to entice him. Although the little fox was somewhat shy, seeing Chen Dong flee in panic with his short legs frantically pounding the ground, she wished she could immediately escape from Hulayina's side. As if behind her was not a little fox, but a nine-tailed celestial fox with its gaping maw wide open, standing in place. Hulayina let out a triumphant giggle, her eyes curving into crescents, looking just like a cunning fox. Hee, stinky little brother. I caught your weakness. I believe that with such temptation, after a few more tries, using the fox charm skill will definitely have an effect. I can surely tame this little guy. However, it seems that the little guy doesn't have a deep understanding of the differences between men and women, especially the female body structure. It seems necessary to sneak into his room tonight and give little brother a proper education. In a rush to escape, Chen Dong ran all the way back to his room. All the guards he encountered on the way knelt down to pay their respects. Now, the order from BibiDong appointing him as the Saint's son had been communicated everywhere, and everyone in the martial Soul City knew that the Pope's disciple, Chen Dong, was the newly appointed Saint's son, a one-ring soul master. These guards naturally had to know their protected subject well, so they all recognized Chen Dong. Upon returning to his room, Chen Dong picked up a glass of cool water from the table and gulped it down, rubbing his slightly flushed and hot little face. Chen Dong decided to check himself. He lowered his head and took a glance. Fortunately, he was unharmed. Just then, the door suddenly swung open. In an instant, Chen Dong was stunned. His back trembled in panic. Turning his head, he saw that the person who came in was none other than BibiDong. Lady. Chapter 46. BibiDong's injury. At this moment, the Spirit Hall and BibiDong had reached a temporary balance. BibiDong wanted to use the 6 years to accelerate her pace, enhance her strength, and integrate the Papal Hall and the Elder Hall, gaining the capital to contend with the Douluo Hall. At the same time, it was also to give Chen Dong enough time to grow. After all, with the little guy's talent, in another 6 years, Chen Dong would definitely grow into an independent force. The reason why the Douluo Hall was willing to reach a temporary truce with BibiDong during these 6 years was twofold. First, because BibiDong's strategy of unifying the continent was also something they hoped to achieve. Second, the Douluo Hall was waiting for Qian Rinshue's growth, as nothing else mattered to Qian Douluo. As long as Qian Rinshue could grow up, perfectly unlock the God examination, and inherit the angel God position, everything would be worth it. Thus, the trump cards for both sides were the competition between Chen Dong and Qian Rinshue. Chen Dong gritted his teeth and said to BibiDong seriously, Teacher, I want to obtain my second spirit ring as soon as possible. What's wrong? Don't you want to go to the Spirit Academy to cultivate? BibiDong responded, For me, the fastest way to grow is to hunt spirit beasts. I already understand why you didn't let me directly hunt spirit beasts to increase my strength at the beginning, but instead wanted to take me back to the Spirit Hall. Chen Dong continued, You do this to help me learn how to control my inner self, so I won't sink in an endless slaughter. Don't worry, teacher. I have understood your good intentions. Good child. BibiDong tightly hugged Chen Dong, her expression a mix of relief and sighing. When she first learned that the little guy's spirit could hunt spirit beasts to absorb spirit power and enhance himself, she still had concerns. After all, the little guy was only 6 years old. If left untrained and allowed to hunt spirit beasts in the forest, it's possible that Chen Dong could grow into a top expert, even becoming the sharpest weapon in BibiDong's hands. However, that would only make him a mindless, emotionless killing machine. That was not what BibiDong wanted. But unexpectedly, the little guy's maturity and wisdom exceeded her expectations, and he had a calm personality, a good temperament, innate kindness, and a pure mind. This was evident from how he always smiled and remained unbothered despite being bullied multiple times by Nana. All right, BibiDong said with relief. Once I settle some matters, we'll set off in 2 days. I will personally take you to the Stardow Forest to hunt spirit beasts. Since Chen Dong's second spirit ring could directly absorb a 10,000-year spirit ring, it would undoubtedly be very difficult for him to deal with a 10,000-year spirit beast given his current strength. Therefore, BibiDong had to personally step in to help Chen Dong hunt the 10,000-year spirit beast. As a result, BibiDong excitedly sat up but suddenly furrowed her brows and lay back down. Chen Dong was taken aback. The teacher was injured, feeling somewhat anxious. He quickly used the holographic scope to observe. However, in the next moment, Chen Dong was stunned. BibiDong was indeed injured and had lost quite a bit of blood. But this kind of injury was something Chen Dong couldn't help with for the time being. At the same time, he sighed in his heart. What if she was a titled Douluo? Every month, there were always a few days. While Chen Dong quietly lay in BibiDong's arms, Yin and Shiwei returned home in a daze. Yin said, "Shiwei, what should we do? I feel like my self-confidence has taken a serious hit. You need to say something comforting to me. Help me out." Shiwei replied, "Don't talk, I want to be quiet. That's not really your style, is it?" Looking at Yan's puzzled face, Shiwei sighed and said, "Do you know the top 10 core competencies of martial spirits?" "I know. What's wrong? This was taught to us during the Enlightenment phase. Is there a problem?" Shiwei spoke gravely. According to the experiments of the predecessors of the Spirit Hall, the highest age limit for the first spirit ring absorption is around 540 years. However, Chen Dong's first spirit ring is directly a purple 1,000-year spirit ring. I really can't understand how this is possible. Yin scratched his head indifferently and said, "What's so hard to understand? You have to know that there are people in this world whose existence is meant to be admired by others. These people are geniuses. I once thought I was a once-in-a-lifetime genius, but I didn't expect our new holy son to be even more of a genius by a little bit." "Huh? You actually admit that little Chen Dong is the holy son?" Yin replied, "I won't allow you to slander the holy son. You wouldn't even call him your highness." Then, Yin sighed, "There's nothing I can do. I was particularly unconvinced, thinking, why should that little guy get this? But when I saw his first spirit ring with 1,000 years, I knew that this kind of monstrous genius is not something I can catch up to. I can only try my best not to be too far behind him." On Yan's face appeared a maturity and melancholy that didn't match his age. "Did you see? He's only 6 years old, but can directly defeat Nana. Although Nana was a bit careless, a defeat is still a defeat." Shiwei sighed and nodded. "It's rare for you to think this way. It feels like you've grown a lot recently." Just then, the little fox, Hulaina, bounced back with her hands behind her back, looking cheerful. The two noticed Hulaina immediately since their residences were adjacent. "Huh? Why is Nana so happy? Didn't you just?" I'm not telling you. It's a secret." The little fox wouldn't tell them that she had finally discovered Chen Dong's weakness and had an opportunity to extort more good things from him. Although she couldn't extract more precious, soul-guided devices and medicines from Chen Dong, Hulaina didn't believe that the little guy had only this little wealth. Even though Chen Dong showed her the Ocean Heart soul-guided device, Hulaina wasn't foolish. Chen Dong had given her a 150 independent space bag as a meeting gift the first time they met. Giving away such a storage soul-guided device only proved one thing. Chen Dong definitely had something of higher quality. Although she hadn't seen it, it might be hidden somewhere by him. As a member of the golden generation of the Spirit Hall, Hulaina was not so easily fooled. So she was also clear that as long as she could successfully capture Chen Dong and break through his resistance to her fox charm skill, dealing with the little guy would be a piece of cake in the future. Soul-guided devices and various divine medicines would be as abundant as she wanted. Right? Delighted, Hulaina ignored the two and happily walked into her room. Yin looked at Hulaina in confusion and then turned to Shiwei in bewilderment. "This is unbelievable. Is the Holy Sun really that amazing?" He made the little witch cry and then quickly cheered her up. "It's simply incredible." Shiwei nodded in agreement, fully aware of how hard it was to soothe a sad Hulaina. Chapter 47. The day's duo. It seems our Holy Sun is indeed extraordinary. By the way, I still don't know what evaluation the Holy Sun received in this test. I initially thought he would barely pass, but now it seems he has the strength to defeat Nana. Although there was a sneak attack involved, those evil thieves wouldn't be on guard against a 6-year-old child, so he is very likely to achieve an even better result. He might even be able to kill a soul master. Yan's tone was filled with amazement, completely devoid of any dissatisfaction with Chen Dong. After all, with Chen Dong's talent, it's easy to envision that he will surpass them in the future. Impossible. A 39-level soul master, surrounded by so many people. Even if he wanted a sneak attack, it wouldn't be that easy. However, killing a few one-ring soul masters should still be possible. I predict he will pass perfectly. Shiwei's tone remained calm. Yin got up and smiled. "What is the point of us guessing here? Let's go ask Elder Gui. Then we'll know." "Okay, let's go ask Elder Gui." Today I must get to the bottom of this. Otherwise, I won't be able to sleep soundly. When the two arrived at the elder hall, where Yueguan and Gue Mei resided, they had just reached the door when they heard Yueguan's shocked voice from inside. What? Say that again? I said during the test. The little guy directly killed the 39-level soul master. The opponent couldn't even summon their spirit rings. Then, in less than 3 minutes, he fought head-on and killed all the evil thieves, including 3 one-ring soul masters, without a scratch on him, and he wasn't even out of breath, still having energy left. Gue Douluo's cold voice was full of pride and satisfaction. He had been holding back his words just to see Yueguan's shocked expression. Yueguan's face showed an expression of disbelief. Do you know what you're saying? How is this possible? Do I need to lie to you? Oof. Gue Mei's voice sounded somewhat disdainful and proud. The little guy is definitely a once-in-a-lifetime genius I've ever seen. The key point is that he admires my assassination techniques immensely, so he has been learning stealth and assassination from me. He can be considered half my disciple. Huh, don't be shameless. Long before you took him out to train, the little guy had already learned a lot from me about various herbs and the identification of different celestial herbs and plants, treating me with the respect of a teacher. What use is learning those things? Can it enhance strength? Look at how long the little guy has been learning from me. He can directly defeat Nana. Nonsense. The little guy can defeat Nana due to his own strength. What does that have to do with you? Old Gue, stop trying to glorify yourself. Jiwaguan, you're being blatantly jealous. Standing outside the door, Yin and Shiyue's pupils dilated, their eyes vacant, standing there in a daze. Impossible. Shiyue was completely shocked. The words spoken by Gue Douluo were so astonishing that Shiyue's first reaction was that it was fake, absolutely impossible. But why would Gue Douluo need to lie? Moreover, whether Chen Dong has such strength will inevitably be verified in the future. Besides, with Chen Dong's first spirit ring being 1,000 years and his bizarre ability of having twin martial souls, all of this is very likely to happen. After all, when Chen Dong fought against Hulaina, he only used his first martial soul. What exactly is Chen Dong's second martial soul? What abilities does it possess? No one knows. Xiaoyu sighed, patted Yan's shoulder, and then said, "Let's go. No need to ask, it's time to head back." Yan replied, "I think you're right. We should seize the time to cultivate and not waste a single second." "Yin, don't talk, I want to be quiet." When Xiaoyu and Yin returned to their residence, Xiaoyu looked at the dark house next to them and asked in confusion, Why hasn't Nana come back so late? Who knows? Maybe she's out playing again. Don't worry. Who would dare to bully the little demoness in Spirit City? That's true." Xiaoyu nodded in agreement and then looked intently at Yin. "Yin, tonight." Yin nodded seriously and said heavily, "Come on. Tonight we will have a battle for 300 rounds. No sleep, no rest. All right. Clap, clap." Under the moonlight, the sound of metal clashing echoed. Xiaoyu and Yin were sweating profusely, enjoying the thrill of this crazy training. At this moment, in Chen Dong's room, a simply dressed lordia stood opposite Chen Dong, who was leisurely sitting at the table, holding a book in his hands. "Your Highness the Saint's son, I have never heard of this Soto city. Perhaps it is just an inconspicuous existence in the Balik Kingdom. Where did you hear such a name? And what is so special about this Shrek?" Chen Dong gently set down the book in his hand and calmly gazed at Lord Diala in front of him. The towering figure stood before Chen Dong, easily more than a meter taller. However, even though Chen Dong was looking up at him and remained silent with a calm expression, Lord Diala felt a wave of unease and awkwardness, his entire body becoming stiff. He possessed the strength of a Contra, yet for some reason, he sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Chen Dong. Under Chen Dong's steady gaze, he subtly bent his waist slightly to avoid appearing so imposing. Chen Dong spoke calmly without any fluctuation in his tone. "Lord Diala, do you know why I was given your extinction team? Please enlighten me, Your Highness. Because among the 5 extinction teams, the teacher values you the most. Following me is an opportunity for you, a chance to stand out in the future. You will have the opportunity to enter the Elder Hall. You must know that there have been precedents of Soul Duo serving as elders." In an instant, Lord Diala was stunned. He had never considered these things. At this moment, Chen Dong's seemingly casual words echoed again. "However, the teacher won't always be by my side, so your usual performance won't be seen by her, but that doesn't mean I can't report to her." A smile appeared on Lord Diala's face, and he bent even lower, gently picking up the kettle Chen Dong had placed nearby to pour him a cup of hot tea. He then said, "Your Highness, you are right. Rest assured, I will investigate everything about Shrek Academy in the shortest time possible, and I will pay special attention to those few individuals you mentioned." Chen Dong nodded lightly, and continued reading. Meanwhile, Lord Diala stood hesitantly in place, unsure whether to leave or say a few words to pledge his loyalty to the prince. Just then, without looking up from his book, Chen Dong spoke. The founder of Shrek Academy is named Flandra. Back in the day, he was known as part of the Golden Iron Triangle along with Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong. Among them, Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong are the teacher's greatest enemies. However, over the years, they have acted low-key, and with the teacher busy with teaching affairs, I, as her disciple, must share her worries. But this involves the teacher's privacy. Now you know the Pope's biggest secret. I believe His Holiness the Pope will greatly appreciate you as a trusted aide. Congratulations. Chapter 48. BibiDong's pajamas in an instant. Lord Diala was stunned, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Damn, he had just been testing the prince, but unexpectedly, after being lightly reprimanded, he had dug a big pit for himself. Inquiring about His Holiness the Pope's privacy? Just thinking about it sent a shiver through Lord Diala. All 5 extinction teams were personally trained by BibiDong, and he understood her character all too well. In an instant, Lord Diala was filled with fear, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. Your Highness, I did not intend to pry into His Holiness the Pope's secrets. Please believe me. Chen Dong stood up, smiling as he helped Lordia up, and then said, It's not that serious. Don't worry. I will help you keep this secret. However, I don't want anyone else to know about this. So do you understand? I understand. I will definitely keep a secret, and no one will know. Very good. Chen Dong nodded with satisfaction, a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. After Lord Yara left, he picked up the tea on the table and took a light sip. He was just a 6-year-old child, while Lord Yara already possessed contra-level strength. So it was natural for her to look down on him. However, as the most crucial weapon in his hand, he needed to discipline Lord Yara a bit to ensure that the Oblivion Squad became a sharp blade for him. Of course, once his own strength increased further, he could intimidate the members of the Oblivion Squad and then offer them some benefits. After all, as the Holy Son, having such a powerful force at his disposal was something he needed to utilize. He couldn't possibly do everything himself, especially since the members of the Oblivion Squad were very secretive and suitable for carrying out covert arrangements. After finishing the tea, Chen Dong lay on the bed, ready to read for a while and then go to sleep early. He hadn't had a day of rest in the past few days under the guidance of Ghost Douluo, constantly undergoing trials and killings. He was just trying to take a good rest tonight. However, not long after Chen Dong lay down in bed, suddenly, with a loud bang, the window opened and a figure fell into Chen Dong's room. Sister, what are you doing here? Chen Dong felt a bit of a headache. Why is the little witch still not giving up? She's looking at all sorts of messy books again, not even bothering to read proper ones. What Chen Dong held in his hand was indeed the history of the Tian-Do Empire, but unexpectedly, in Hulaina's eyes, these books were completely useless. The little fox, dissatisfied, walked to the bedside and looked at the illustrated book that was almost pushed to the ground. Picking it up, she irritably asked, Why aren't you reading the book that senior sister gave you? Chen Dong looked at Hulaina speechlessly, unable to suppress his inner complaints. Senior sister, don't you have any self-awareness? Should I still sleep after reading this kind of book at midnight? However, he sincerely said, Senior sister, I've finished reading it, so? Huh, you finished it? Hulaina raised an eyebrow and then asked, Did you understand it? Well, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment and then said, Got it. How should I put it? The physiological knowledge and human anatomy covered in this book are really too basic. With Chen Dong's years of experience in reading films, although he hasn't practiced in reality, just in terms of what he has seen and the theory, he believes he is unique even in the Douluo continent, right? Hearing Chen Dong say that he has read and understood everything, Hulaina looked at him suspiciously and then said, Since that's the case, senior sister will test it out. Test? How can this kind of thing be tested? Chen Dong was somewhat speechless, but Hulaina was secretly murmuring in her heart. If the little guy really understood these things, it would definitely react to her fox charm skill. Whoosh! Hulaina's soul power surged, and upon seeing this scene, Chen Dong's mouth twitched. Here we go again. The little fox is still not giving up. Second soul skill, fox charm. Chen Dong had no choice but to activate his holographic scope. Sure enough, he was able to see through the fox charm skill using the X-ray function. At the same time, another part of the scenery was also revealed. Chen Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he forced himself to look away. He said hurriedly, Senior sister, the fox charm skill doesn't work on me. You should give up on this idea and go back soon. I don't believe it. As long as you finish that book, the fox charm skill will definitely have an effect on you. Sai, who told you that? Chen Dong is really speechless. Where did Hulaina learn all this strange knowledge? There's no way, if it really comes to fighting, It's probably going to turn the little fox into a whimpering mess again. Chen Dong could only force a smile and say, Senior sister, I actually still don't understand this book, so... Hulaina was taken aback. She withdrew her soul power. Since Chen Dong completely didn't understand, and it was the same as before, what was the point of using fox charm? Wasn't that just wasting her time? Hulaina quickly picked up the book, plopped down on Chen Dong's bed, and said without any politeness, scoot over a bit. Before he could react, Chen Dong was gently nudged by Hulaina's perky bottom, and then the little fox jumped onto the bed. Brother, can senior sister teach you how to read, okay? No. Right? Senior sister, this is a bit inappropriate. What's inappropriate about this? Even the teacher said, I should teach you more. Are you sure the teacher meant this kind of book? All right, senior sister, but you only need to teach me how to read. There's really no need for demonstrations. Shut up. Hulaina took out her senior sister's dominance, directly opened a page, and pointed at it. However, when she looked closely, the little fox's face turned a bit hot. Still, she forced herself to calm down and pointed at the illustration, then asked, Do you know what this is? I know. This should be abalone. Senior sister, do you have to be so explosive? But how could Chen Dong say that? Just then, bang, the door was slammed open, and a figure stood there, exuding an imposing presence. Teacher, Chen Dong was a bit flustered. What the hell? He had been caught by BibiDong several times. All in bed. Sigh, the little fox is really causing trouble. At this rate, it seems like the days of showing respect to the teacher will be far away. At that moment, BibiDong was not wearing her luxurious robe, but rather a thin, light-colored nightgown, with damp hair naturally draped over her shoulders. She looked a bit more relaxed and gentle, and the high-slit skirt paired with BibiDong's figure gave her quite a feminine charm. The little fox nervously jumped off the bed, preparing to obediently accept punishment. Then he saw BibiDong in her pajamas, holding a pillow in her arms. Confused, he asked, Teacher, are you bringing a pillow for the little guy? Is it necessary to come personally? BibiDong had been tossing and turning in her room, unable to sleep, and on top of that, she felt a bit unwell today and was in a bad mood. So she thought of Chen Dong. Every time she was with him, she felt inexplicably at ease and could sleep well. That is why BibiDong took a pillow and planned to come to Chen Dong's place to get some rest. Chapter 49. Chen Dong startled the little fox. However, BibiDong did not expect that as soon as she arrived, she found Hulaina bullying the little guy again. That's right. In BibiDong's eyes, this was completely Hulaina unilaterally bullying Chen Dong. Just outside the door, BibiDong had already heard their conversation clearly. Hulaina was clearly making things difficult for Chen Dong, but the little guy resisted several times. In the end, with no other choice, he could only submit. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in BibiDong's eyes. Chen Dong is still young, and he mustn't be influenced badly by Nana. Seeing BibiDong's expression, Chen Dong was suddenly shocked. He instantly understood that BibiDong was angry, and it seemed like she was about to punish Hulaina again. He hoped it wouldn't happen. Chen Dong felt it was really difficult to be caught between these two people, one big and one small. However, he absolutely could not let BibiDong truly punish the little fox. Firstly, he had witnessed the little fox's fragile heart today. She was simply a whiny creature. Secondly, both BibiDong and Hulaina were on his side, and he must not let any unpleasantness arise. Chen Dong quickly jumped out of bed and swiftly took the pillow from BibiDong's hands. He neatly placed it on his own bed, carefully shaping it into a curve, and then spread the quilt flat. Only then did he respectfully say, Teacher, please don't be angry. Senior sister is just trying to teach me how to study. At this point, Chen Dong's face showed a hint of shame. Senior sister has such a broad mind. During the sparring today, I accidentally hurt her, and she is still injured but came here to guide me in my studies. All because the teacher said she should teach me more. So, senior sister actually listens to you the most. It's mainly because I've been mischievous and haven't studied well. That's why BibiDong looked at Chen Dong, who was earnestly and anxiously pleading for Hulaina, and thought that although Hulaina was being naughty, she was essentially helping the little guy study. Thus, her expression softened considerably. She then turned sternly to Hulaina. Hulaina, from now on, I will personally take charge of teaching the little guy. You need to focus on your cultivation. You haven't been to the academy for a long time, have you? Hulaina pouted in dissatisfaction. I already know everything those old men teach. There's nothing to learn. You are also part of the golden generation. By rights, your talent should be higher than Xiaoyu and Yan. But now they have both become soul sect members, while your strength is still at soul master level. Moreover, you can't even defeat this 6-year-old kid. And you're still slacking off? Hulaina suddenly felt a bit wronged. Xiaoyu and Yan were a few years older than her, and had been cultivating for longer. It was T that she was slacking off compared to them. As for Chen Dong, she thought she only lost because of her carelessness. If they were to fight again, even without relying on her fox charm skills, she could win against Chen Dong solely based on her soul power and combat skills. However, she didn't dare to retort against BibiDong at this moment. All right, you'll obediently go back to the Martial Soul Academy for class tomorrow. Oh, Hulayina pouted in grievance and was about to sneak away. But then she saw BibiDong naturally walking to Chen Dong's bed, where the pillow he had prepared for her was. In an instant, Hulayina was stunned. Was he the teacher here to deliver a pillow to the little guy? How could she want to sleep here herself? In that moment, a wave of bitterness surged in Hulayina's heart. I want to teach the little guy how to study. Why can't I come? You have to teach him yourself? Now she was being kicked off the bed, only for the teacher to get on it herself. In an instant, the little fox felt extremely wronged. Especially being bullied by the teacher left her speechless. It felt like an adult taking away her teddy bear. The little fox looked back with a grievance and turned away angrily. On her way back to her residence, she was sobbing when suddenly a figure rushed at her. The startled little fox kicked out, sending the figure flying. Immediately, Yan's figure tumbled on the ground, rolling twice and groaning as he got up, holding his waist. Xiaoyu, you said we would have a fair fight. Why are you still calling for help? That hurt. Huh, Laina? Oh, it's nothing. It doesn't hurt. Yin instantly forgot about his pain and put on a smile. Laina, your footwork is really good, and your timing is impeccable. I just thought of 10 ways to dodge, but couldn't avoid it. You're amazing. Hulayina, in a bad mood, ignored Yin's flattery. She dissatisfiedly said, What are you two doing up at this hour? We're cultivating, sparring, cultivating. Hulayina was somewhat puzzled. You don't have to stay up all night to cultivate, do you? What's going on? Is there an assessment at the academy? No choice. Yin shook his head in frustration and said dejectedly, It's all because of the Holy Sun's provocation. Hulayina was somewhat surprised. You mean the little guy? Why are you being so polite to him all of a sudden? I remember someone just said a couple of days ago, Why should a 6-year-old brat ride on my head? How did he become the Holy Sun now? I just didn't know before. Who knew the Holy Sun was actually a little freak? Laina, you didn't lose unjustly at all. What? Hearing this, Hulayina was furious. What do you mean I didn't lose unjustly? Even you, Yin, dare to look down on me? I just got scolded harshly by BibiDong. She immediately said, unhappily, The little guy just sneak attacked. I was careless and didn't dodge. Otherwise, how could he be my opponent? At this moment, Xiaoyu walked over and looked at Hulayina with a hint of pity. It seems you still don't know. Sigh. Yin, noticing the situation, looked at Laina with a hint of sympathy. Sigh. Xiaoyu, I think it's better not to tell Laina about this. Otherwise, it would be too much of a blow to her. You make a good point. Xiaoyu nodded in agreement. What is going on? You two are acting so strange. Hulayina asked, puzzled. However, Yin and Xiaoyu exchanged a glance and shook their heads in unison. Forget it. Such a cruel result is hard for even me to bear, let alone the proud little fox. It's better not to tell her. Ignoring Xiaoyu, Hulayina turned to Yin, staring intently at him, and then said, Speak. 3, 2, I'll say it. Before Hulayina could say one, Yin obediently spoke up. I just learned from the Ghost Elder that Chen Dong perfectly passed his test and killed a level 39 soul master in an instant, before the opponent could even summon their martial soul. In just 3 minutes, he killed all the evil thieves, including 3 first-ring soul masters, without suffering any injuries himself. I'm done. Laina, are you okay? Yin, having said all that in one breath, looked at Hulayina with concern. At this time, Xiaoyu also said with concern, Laina, are you okay? Hulayina stood frozen in place, her mind echoing with the phrase, killed a level 39 soul master, before the opponent could even summon their martial soul. How could this be possible? Chapter 50, Teacher Teaches. In an instant, Hulayina felt a bit dazed, repeatedly recalling her memories of Chen Dong. The harmless little guy, the cute little short legs, shy, timid, a punching bag, the silly child of the landlord. Little money, but many people pure-minded, annoying little brother, but none of those images match what Yin had just described. Then Hulayina thought about today, how she was defeated by Chen Dong's strange skill, how he had appeared behind her like a ghost, softly whispering in her ear, Senior sister, you lost. The warmth of the breath he exhaled still made Hulayina's ears flush. So the little guy was actually this strong? He had always been letting her win. He was clearly so powerful, yet every time she bullied him, he never fought back. He completely ignored my fox charm skill and possessed the strength to kill a level 39 soul master. In other words, if he wanted to, he could defeat me at any time, even easily kill me. Yet the little guy was submissive, willingly becoming a punching bag, and would often apologize to himself with various things. Thinking of this, Hulaina felt a mix of emotions, both shocked and unwilling, along with a bit of confusion and curiosity. However, deeper within her heart, there was a sweetness that surged. Why was this little brother so good to her? He couldn't possibly be. No, he is only 6 years old, and the little guy knows nothing. Could it be that he simply wanted to be good to her? Moreover, although the little guy was shy, he didn't resist skinship with her. For a moment, various thoughts flashed through Hulaina's mind, making her feel somewhat lost. Without saying a word or paying attention to Xiaoyu and Yin beside her, she returned to her room, heavy-hearted. With a slam, she shut the door and didn't turn on the light. Nana, you. Yin opened his mouth, then looked to Xiaoyu for help. Do you think Nana will be okay? Xiaoyu shook his head with concern. It's hard to say. When I first learned about it, I couldn't accept it either, let alone proud Nana. Sigh, I hope she can come to terms with it. Yeah, the pressure from the Sun's talent is just too great. Seeing Hulaina in such a lonely state, Yin and Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. Chen Dong, this little guy, brought them too much pressure. Thinking of this, the two turned around and exchanged glances. Their eyes burst forth with eager light. Come on. The two spoke in unison. Haha, that earlier battle was indeed exhilarating. But it was just a physical clash, not interesting at all. How about we duel? Oh no, compete. With our martial souls? Good. It seems you're quite brave. Under the moonlight, the sound of clapping once again echoed. Inside the room, Hulaina sat in front of the window in a daze, one hand propping up her fragrant cheek, lost in thought as she gazed at the moon outside, not knowing what she was pondering. In her hand was a small green cloth and an oddly shaped backpack, one hand gently stroking the backpack. The girl with worries in her heart couldn't sleep a wink that night. Likewise, Chen Dong, whose mouth was dry, also found it hard to fall asleep. Under the moonlight, BibiDong's body felt slightly cold. The silk nightgown was exceptionally smooth and soft. Just a light touch could feel the amazing elasticity of her body. What's wrong? Little guy, what are you afraid of? Feeling Chen Dong tense up in her arms, BibiDong was somewhat surprised. One hand gently caressed Chen Dong's shoulder, and in an instant, BibiDong felt the tension of Chen Dong's muscles contracting. Oh, teacher, it's nothing. Hearing Chen Dong's somewhat nervous words, BibiDong pondered for a moment, then hugged him tightly. With a tender voice, she said, Little guy, all these years you've never been held asleep, have you? Held asleep? Does an inflatable doll count? No. No, before in the forest, sometimes to keep warm, I would hug a dead bear to sleep. Teacher, you don't know that the bear's body was warm all night after it died. Later, I even found the bear's den, hiding in the cave. I didn't have to worry about other beasts attacking, and I slept peacefully for several nights. Listening to the little guy casually recounting his past experiences, BibiDong felt a sharp pain in her heart. Holding Chen Dong's somewhat cold little body, she said with concern, Why do you keep your body outside the blanket? You're still young, and you don't have soul power for protection. Cover yourself. Saying this, BibiDong pulled the blanket over Chen Dong, and instantly their bodies pressed closely together, completely enveloped under the blanket. Chen Dong's head just happened to rest in an exceptionally comfortable position, making BibiDong feel very at ease. The feeling was mutual. Don't worry, little guy. From now on, teacher will never let you suffer like this again. BibiDong's tone was unusually firm and gentle, sounding more like a whisper to herself. Chen Dong gently raised his small face to rub against her, then tightly hugged BibiDong's waist. With a satisfied sigh, he said, Teacher, you are so good to me. I will definitely take good care of you in the future. Hee, that's great. Such a childlike remark. For BibiDong, she had no more desires in terms of strength, status, or power. She didn't know why fate arranged for her to meet Chen Dong. Perhaps it was the little one's tragic past and adorable appearance that stirred a long-buried instinct within her. Thus, she felt an overwhelming urge to protect the little one, especially after discovering his extraordinary martial soul. BibiDong felt more surprised than anything. But her immediate thought was how to ensure the little one grows up healthily, rather than simply using Chen Dong's talent to help herself unify the continent. The little one had a twin martial soul, making him a natural candidate to be her disciple. BibiDong felt deep down that everything was destined. Holding Chen Dong tightly in her arms, she asked with concern, Little one, I just heard you say that you didn't understand the book Nana gave you, right? Huh? Chen Dong was taken aback. It turned out that BibiDong had overheard his conversation with Hulaina. How should he respond? In BibiDong's impression, Chen Dong naturally didn't understand, so he had to be honest. If he lied, wouldn't that make him a bad child? How could he still show respect to his teacher? Chen Dong could only brace himself and say, "Teacher, I really don't understand, but don't worry, I will figure it out soon." Oomph. BibiDong reproached with dissatisfaction. "You can't understand it by looking at it alone. Of course, it has to be taught by the teacher." "Huh? No, that's not necessary. Teacher, what's wrong? Do you want Nana to teach you?" BibiDong's words were light and airy, and the moonlight tonight was exceptionally gentle. But Chen Dong's body tensed up. He felt the temperature under the covers drop a few degrees. How could this be? He just saw that the teacher was already very tired, so what's the big deal? The teacher doesn't really want to sleep. She just wants to spend more time with you. All right, now the teacher will teach you. Listen carefully. Well, okay, fine. I can't refuse such kindness. I really didn't mean to take advantage of you, teacher. But don't worry, I will treat you well in the future. I swear. Chen Dong silently vowed under the covers. Chapter 51. I'll teach you about my sister. Seeing the little guy obediently agree, BibiDong finally revealed a satisfied smile. You are my appointed holy son, and with your looks, plus your talent, you will undoubtedly be a focus of attention in the future. I don't know how many girls will like you. Although the teacher knows you are pure-hearted, simple-minded, kind, and well-behaved, you still have to be on guard against those seductive and cheap women who covet your body. So the teacher must teach you this knowledge. Boys must protect themselves when they go out in the future, understand? Huh? Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded, looking at BibiDong's gaze, and quickly nodded obediently. Oh, got it, teacher. However, when saying this, teacher, you were tightly holding my body. Who's the one being greedy? But Chen Dong only dared to complain in his heart. Little guy, first you need to understand that there are differences between men and women, and the biggest differences mainly come down to 2 points. For example, here, hiss. What's wrong? It's nothing, teacher, you continue. Chen Dong couldn't help but complain. Teacher, please don't move. With my current body, your actions are a bit unfair. If it were 10 years later, don't. Stop. Huh? What's wrong? Don't stop. Teacher, keep going. A night without conversation. No, there were many things that couldn't be said. The next day, sunlight gently poured through the window onto Chen Dong's small face, and a glimmering liquid hung at the corner of his mouth. A pair of hands unconsciously kneaded softly. Slowly opening his eyes, he rubbed them, feeling that the warmth of the blanket had already decreased. When did the teacher leave? Chen Dong was a bit puzzled. And also, how could he have slept so deeply last night? Chen Dong lifted the blanket to take a look. Both the sheets and the blanket were very clean. It seems that the teacher's character is trustworthy. Saying to take a nap really meant just a nap. With some regret, he neatly folded the blanket and glanced at the pillow placed there. Chen Dong smiled. Although he didn't know when BibiDong had left, it didn't matter. The pillow was still there. He also didn't understand why, but last night he had started out feeling very excited and longing, mixed with a hint of curiosity and fear. By the end, he just felt very tired. Yet in the very end, Chen Dong felt an unprecedented comfort. His body completely relaxed, and then he had a good sleep. Refreshed, Chen Dong walked out of his room. What should he do today? He was about to go with BibiDong to obtain his second soul ring. And today might be his last day here, so it was just right to say goodbye to Xie and the others. He also wanted to learn about the customs and culture of Soul Master City, as it was necessary to build a good relationship with Xie and the others as future comrades in the same camp. However, when Chen Dong arrived at Xie's residence, he was surprised to find Xie and Yin sneaking around by the window, whispering to each other. Unsure of what to say. That room? If you remember correctly, it should be Hulayina's room. No way. He could understand Yin, but Xie was Nana's older brother. Hey, what are you guys doing? Startled, Xie and Yin quickly turned around. Seeing it was Chen Dong, they relaxed. Then they looked at Chen Dong strangely, their eyes filled with amusement. Chen Dong felt a bit guilty under their gaze, especially the look in Xie's eyes, which was filled with things that could only be understood but not articulated. He was very familiar with this kind of gaze, back in class. Whenever a female classmate spread rumors about him, others would look at him with the same expression. Could it be that last night's incident was exposed? In an instant, Chen Dong felt a bit anxious. It couldn't be, right? No matter how bold Xie and Yin were, they wouldn't dare to eavesdrop on him and BibiDong. Would they? Or perhaps they simply didn't have the strength. With BibiDong's powerful soul power, he would definitely be able to sense them. What is going on? What happened? Chen Dong curiously asked. Come here. Xie gently waved to Chen Dong, who walked over with curiosity. Standing on tiptoe, he could see a girl sitting by the window, staring blankly outside. The bright sunlight fell on her face, and today, Hulayina looked exceptionally charming. She was wearing a pink dress, and for some reason, Chen Dong felt an unprecedented feeling from her. What was it? Right, it was gentleness. Hulaina had suddenly become so gentle and lovely overnight, with a melancholic expression as if she was lost in thought. Looking at Xiaoyu and Yin, Chen Dong whispered, "What happened?" "Shoo." Yin dragged Chen Dong away from there and then carefully said, "You don't know. Nana came back crying from your place last night, and then she didn't sleep all night, keeping this posture. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you and the little witch did something bad last night." Chen Dong, who was already feeling guilty, couldn't help but blush upon hearing this. "You're the one who did something bad." I went to bed early last night. What does that have to do with me?" "I think it has a lot to do with you." Xiaoyu looked at Chen Dong with annoyance. "Ever since I heard that you passed the test, her mood has been off. She's been sitting there dazed, holding a strange little cloth bag, mumbling to herself by the window. Little guy, honestly tell me, what does this matter have to do with you?" Looking at the future big brother-in-law. Oh no, the future leader of the golden generation, Chen Dong couldn't help but touch his nose with a sigh. "Of course, it has nothing to do with me. Maybe it's just that your family has a girl coming of age?" Xiaoyu looked at Chen Dong seriously, her face devoid of a smile. "Your Highness the Sun, I know that with your talent and the Pope's favor, it won't be long before your strength surpasses ours. As part of the golden generation, we will absolutely remain loyal to the Spirit Hall in the future and will listen to your orders, Your Highness. But Nana is my sister, and I don't want her to be harmed in any way. Do you understand? Is this the big brother's request?" Chen Dong displayed a harmless smile on his face, looking at Xiaoyu with clear and innocent eyes. Then he appropriately revealed a hint of confusion. "Brother Xiaoyu, what are you talking about? I don't understand at all." "Don't worry, I accidentally hurt senior sister yesterday, and I already feel very ashamed. I will definitely not hurt her again in the future." Hearing Chen Dong's irrelevant response, Xiaoyu realized that Chen Dong was just a 6-year-old child. Perhaps he didn't have such thoughts at all. He was being overly concerned. However, looking at how Nana acted, it seemed she liked this little guy, Chen Dong. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so anxious about him. But Chen Dong had great talent, strong abilities, and was the holy son of the Wuhuan Hall, which matched Nana's status. If they could be together, that would be the best. But given the current situation, Chen Dong was still too young, and he probably didn't even have that awareness. It seemed he needed to find a way to teach this kid how to attract girls. Chapter 52. Chen Dong's crisis. Xiaoyu looked at the pure and flawless smile on Chen Dong's face and didn't know how to talk about such matters with a 6-year-old child. He could only sigh helplessly. He patted Chen Dong's shoulder and said, "Anyway, Nana is in a bad mood, and you have something to do with it. So go in and cheer her up. By the way, how do you cheer her up? You don't need me to teach you, right?" "Of course I do." Chen Dong really wanted to say just this one sentence, but Xiaoyu walked away without looking back. "Sigh, why? Why are you pulling me?" Xiaoyu also pulled along Yin, who was reluctant to part. "Xiaoyu, have you noticed that Nana is especially gentle and beautiful today? She is even more beautiful than when she uses her fox charm skill." "Yin, you're not allowed to have feelings for Nana." "Why not?" "Xiaoyu, you're just a sisgon. No reason, just because I can take you down. You were bragging. Last time we were evenly matched. I clearly remember it was me on top and you below. Still being stubborn. Want to go another round?" As he watched their voices gradually fade away, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, then took a deep breath and quietly walked into Hulaina's room. There is no helping it. A real man must dare to face a sad girl. Hearing the sound of the door opening behind her, Hulaina did not get up. Although she was in a bad mood, she could still sense the commotion outside the window. She knew that the newcomer was the little guy. Chen Dong glanced at Hulaina's bed, which was still unmade, and he couldn't tell whether she hadn't slept or had just woken up. Chen Dong walked cautiously behind. "Senior sister." Hulaina, upon hearing his voice, initially wanted to sulk and be angry, but suddenly she didn't have the heart to do so. She listlessly said, "What are you here for?" "Well, I noticed you didn't eat, so I bought your favorite snacks to give to you." As he spoke, Chen Dong took out several beautifully packaged pastries from his level 3 bag. These were originally prepared as his own provisions, thinking he could eat them when he was hungry and tired during the adventure in the forest. It was just right to use them here. Hulaina looked at the snacks in front of her, and a hint of unexpected surprise flashed in her eyes. It seemed he really cared about me. But she still said, "How do I know you bought them for me? Maybe you bought them for yourself, or perhaps you bought them for the teacher. Who knows?" By the end of her sentence, Hulaina's cheeks were slightly puffed up in anger. Chen Dong smiled awkwardly. Of course it was a gift for his senior sister. The teacher was such a big person and not greedy for snacks. "Oomph, are you saying I'm small?" Hulaina immediately felt wronged, looking down at her body that was just beginning to take shape. Well, she was indeed smaller than the teacher, but she was still young and had the chance to grow. Maybe in the future, she could surpass the teacher. An angry woman simply couldn't be reasoned with. So Chen Dong had no choice but to say sincerely, "It's a gift for my senior sister. If you don't like it, should I take it back?" Who said I don't like it? Hulaina huffed in dissatisfaction, but quickly took the pastries, fearing Chen Dong would really take them back. She picked up a piece and gently put it in her mouth. Although it was a common pastry, for some reason, Hulaina found it particularly delicious. Maybe it was because she had been hungry for a long time. After eating 2 pieces, Hulaina suddenly realized something was off and turned to stare intently at Chen Dong. The little fox curled her lips into a cold smile. "Is that all you bought? Just pastries? No other food?" "Well, yes. There's also." As Chen Dong was about to take out some dried food again, Hulaina suddenly said, "Don't move. I'll get myself." "Huh, senior sister." Hulaina stood up and reached directly for Chen Dong's ocean heart. While doing this, she wrapped her arms around Chen Dong's neck to take the necklace. Chen Dong's head happened to be in just the right place. Early in the morning, feeling the cleansing of the facial wash, Chen Dong's breath caught in his throat. In an instant, he thought, without a teacher's guidance, it's a bit larger, but the elasticity is really good. "Oomph." Hulaina, proudly holding Chen Dong's ocean heart, then said, "Stinky brother, you just said you have it. Where is it? Take it out." "Oh no, I fell for it. I was so focused on the gentle sensation and the fragrance coming from my nasal cavity that I let my guard down. I was tricked." The little fox truly deserves her title. Even while enjoying her favorite snacks, she didn't forget her true intentions. She was always thinking about the resources on Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong revealed an awkward smile on his face and said, "Isn't there? Let me take a look." "Oh, maybe I remembered wrong, senior sister." "Oomph. I didn't ask for anything from you. So why did you explain?" Hulaina turned away in dissatisfaction, suddenly feeling that the pastries in front of her were no longer appealing. Sure enough, the little guy was hiding other soul-guiding devices on him, yet kept it from her. There must be sweet and sour drinks as well. Realizing that the matter had been exposed, Chen Dong hurriedly tried to make up for it. "Senior sister, I..." After hesitating for a moment, Chen Dong didn't know what to say. Lying was obviously not going to work, and confessing was even less feasible. Just then, with a soft thud, Chen Dong froze and then looked at Hulaina. He saw Hulaina sitting at the table with a wronged expression, a tear rolling down her cheek. The thought that Chen Dong had deceived her made her heart ache instantly. Although rationality told her that she had no right to ask Chen Dong to give her anything, and it was normal for him not to, she still felt uncomfortable. "I'm sorry, senior sister. I didn't mean to deceive you. It's just that there are many people in Wuhuan City, and I'm still young, carrying some special soul-guiding devices. If someone with ill intentions discovers it, it would be very unsafe." Chen Dong's brain was racing, constantly thinking about how to solve this crisis, how to perfectly turn things around. "I'm not anyone to you, so why do you need to explain? I'm not angry, just go." With a sigh, Chen Dong knew that he absolutely couldn't take a woman's words seriously at this moment. If he naively thought she really wasn't angry and she actually left, it would be over. She would turn around and send a message saying, in the end, one person bore it all, and there was a high probability that he would be blacklisted. So Chen Dong quickly said, "You are my senior sister. I am an orphan. The teacher found me in the forest. The teacher is my family, and the spirit city is my home. I have no one else in this world. Senior sister, you are also my family, just like the teacher in my heart, the person I trust the most. First, play the emotional card, preferably a tragic one to gain sympathy." "What?" In an instant, Hulaina was stunned. After the teacher brought the little guy back, she only said that Chen Dong was her disciple. She didn't mention that she found him in the forest. Although Yu Guan knew the details, he wouldn't take the initiative to say it. Therefore, it was the first time Hulaina learned about Chen Dong's past. She said in disbelief, You're not from some big family?" Effective. Attention successfully diverted, moving to the next stage. Chapter 53, Critical Moment. Looking at the shock and confusion on the little fox's face, Chen Dong took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart. He stood up, tilting his head at a 45-degree angle, his profile turned away from Hulaina. Looking out the window, he spoke in a deep tone. "No, I don't know. Maybe I am. Ever since I can remember, I've lived alone in the forest, surrounded by wild beasts. Every day, I had to be extremely cautious to guard against their attacks, narrowly escaping death several times. Sometimes I had to eat the corpses of the dead. Sometimes I had to fight desperately against wolves, and sometimes I would gnaw on tree bark and eat wild grass. When I met my teacher, she saved me from the jaws of a hungry wolf. I thought I was really going to die. It was the teacher who helped me heal my wounds, clean my injuries, personally changed my clothes, and brought me back to the human world." At this point, Chen Dong turned around, looking at Hulaina with a sorrowful gaze. He shook his head in pain. Senior sister, I didn't mean to deceive you. Before awakening my martial soul, I knew nothing. I understood nothing. It wasn't until the teacher helped me awaken my martial soul that I realized I had a soul guide on me, containing some things I don't know where they came from. Now that I think about it, this should be what my biological parents left for me. But I don't understand why they left me alone in the forest to fend for myself. These items may be the only proof of my identity. Perhaps the only clue I have to find them. Only when I see them do I occasionally remember my parents, who I have no idea where they are. This may be the only connection between us. As he spoke, Chen Dong recalled the friends and family he might never see again in this lifetime. And in an instant, an uncontrollable sadness surged in his heart. His nose tinged with bitterness, and a tear rolled down his cheek. Listening to Chen Dong recount his tragic past, and seeing the sorrow in his eyes and that single tear, in an instant, that tear fell into Hulaina's heart. Her heart twisted in pain. As for the truth of Chen Dong's story, she had no doubts at all. There was no way. Because Chen Dong's story was half true and half false. It could be said to be 90 true and 10 false. Hulaina never expected that a 6-year-old child could have such a past. Looking at Chen Dong's small body, always wearing a cute and lively smile, Hulaina had never known that he harbored so much sadness and pain inside. Have you been living like this all these years? Hulaina asked. Her voice choked with emotion. Chen Dong sighed and turned around, facing away from Hulaina. Senior sister, the last time you asked me to take off my clothes, I absolutely refused. It's not that I don't listen to you, but because I have too many scars on my body. I'm afraid of losing you and having you laugh at me. As he spoke, Chen Dong used one hand to undo his clothes, and, as they slid to the ground, countless scars were revealed on his body. Although many of the wounds had healed with medication, some old injuries were still very obvious. In an instant, Hulaina covered her mouth, looking at the small boy in front of her, who had endured so much pain in such a small frame. Hulaina, heartbroken, stood up and walked to Chen Dong's side, saying urgently, "How could I laugh at you?" She couldn't help but reach out to touch Chen Dong's wounds, and then choked up as she said, "Good little brother, it's my fault. I was too unreasonable. I didn't know you had such a heartbreaking past. It's nothing. Senior sister, all of this is in the past. Now I have a teacher and a senior sister, and you both treat me very well. I feel like the happiest person in the world." After saying this, Chen Dong cooperatively revealed a traditional, harmless, and cute smile. Absolute kill. Woo. As soon as these words were spoken, Hulaina instantly broke down. She tightly embraced Chen Dong, repeatedly saying, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little guy." Huh. Chen Dong finally let out a long sigh of relief. Perfect, too perfect. Especially the smile at the last moment of the decisive blow, applauding his own performance. Watching as he finally moved the little witch and perfectly covered up his hidden supplies, Chen Dong couldn't help but give a thumbs up to his own cleverness. A perfect combination of moves, along with seamless acting, successfully transformed the sad little fox into one that cried loudly. Hulaina, choked with emotion, was thinking about how she often bullied this little guy, whose background was so tragic. Yet he never complained about the unfairness of fate. Even when fate played tricks on him, he remained so kind, embracing fate with his cute, sunny smile. Hulaina was suddenly overwhelmed by an uncontrollable tenderness. Holding Chen Dong's little face in a daze, Hulaina said with red eyes, "Good little brother, it was senior sister's fault. I won't bully you anymore. Can you forgive me?" Chen Dong revealed a cute smile on his face and sincerely said, I've never been angry with you. I know that senior sister likes me, which is why she wants to play with me." Who likes you?" In an instant, the little fox's face turned red, and her expression became a bit hot and tense. She didn't expect that the little guy would see through her, and even say it out loud. It was so annoying. Hulaina instantly felt a bit shy. Huh? So, senior sister, you don't like me? Chen Dong looked shocked, staring at Hulaina with clear and innocent eyes. "But Uncle Yu really likes me, and although Grandpa Good didn't like me at first, he later came to like me. I thought you, senior sister, liked me a lot." Hulaina was taken aback. So this was what he meant by liking? As she sighed in relief, a hint of disappointment crept into her heart. It seemed the little guy truly didn't understand what liking someone meant. Looking at the adorable Chen Dong, especially his clear eyes, Hulaina still had traces of tears on her face as she bravely looked at him. Gazing into his eyes, Hulaina trembled as she said, "Smelly little brother. I like you. I also like senior sister very much." Chen Dong replied brightly, his smile exceptionally radiant. Upon hearing such words from him, Hulaina's heart trembled. Although she knew the little guy's understanding of liking might be very different from what she wanted, it was enough for her. Hearing him say such words made Hulaina feel incredibly satisfied. By the way, little guy, Hulaina remembered something and hesitated as she glanced at the little bag in her hand. Then she said, "Since this is probably the only thing that can connect you to your family, then you should take it back. Now you are my family, and to me, you are the most important." Perfect. Absolutely insane. In an instant, Hulaina felt her defenses crumble again. She solemnly clutched the little bag in front of her tightly. And at that moment, her face and heart were filled with happiness and sweetness. Chapter 54. So delicious when Hulaina walked hand in hand with Chen Dong, her face beaming with happiness, bouncing every 3 steps and laughing as she headed towards Spirit City in the small courtyard. The battered Xiaoyu and Yin stopped and exchanged glances. Especially Yin, whose mouth was wide open in shock, looked dazed, with drool mixed with snot dripping down his chin. Sniff. Yin wiped his nose and foolishly stared at the departing Hulaina and Chen Dong, then said, I can't be mistaken, right? Xiaoyu, how long did we just fight? Xiaoyu looked up to recall, then said with a pained expression, Yin, your body hasn't been as good as before lately. You couldn't hold on for even 3 minutes. 3 minutes? Including the pleasantries at the beginning. That means he finished off the little demon girl in just 5 minutes. And she's a sad little demon girl at that? Yeah. Xiaoyu sighed deeply, watching Chen Dong's distant figure, thinking that just moments ago, he was considering teaching Chen Dong how to attract girls. In an instant, Xiaoyu felt his face heat up, thankful that he hadn't said it out loud. Meanwhile, Yan's eyes sparkled with a fervent admiration as he watched Chen Dong's retreating back. A voice inside him was screaming, I want to be his disciple. The Holy Sun is amazing. I want to learn this trick. Come on, little guy. Seeing your sister will take you to explore Spirit City today. Hulaina felt a pang of sympathy for Chen Dong, who had lived in the forest and had little exposure to human society, so she eagerly pulled him out the door. She wanted to accompany him to explore Spirit City and make up for the regrets he had over the years. With Chen Dong set to leave Spirit City in a couple of days, he needed to gather some supplies. Therefore, it was just right to go to the shops in Spirit City to buy some items. His level 3 bag had plenty of space, and it was prudent to carry more items when going out. Today, Hulaina seemed exceptionally happy, wearing a pink dress, walking like a gust of wind, her skirt fluttering. There were many shops in Spirit City, filled with a wide variety of goods. The two entered a general store. The products here were dazzling. Many items were new to Chen Dong. As he looked at these goods, filled with otherworldly style, surprise and curiosity appeared on his face. Hulaina noticed all of this. Chen Dong quickly selected the items he wanted, including blankets, quilts, pillows, pots, pans, oil, seasonings, ropes, candles, a large pile of various things. Hulaina looked at Chen Dong in surprise. Little guy, what do you need so many things for? It looks like you're moving. It's nothing. I'm going on a trip with my teacher in a couple of days. A trip? Hulaina was stunned. When? How far? Just for a day or two. We're going to the Star-Do Forest. My teacher is taking me to get a soul ring. Huh? Hulaina was a bit dumbfounded. Her teacher had never taken her to get a soul ring. Moreover, Chen Dong was only a 1-ring soul master now. Even if he were to obtain a second soul ring, there was no need for BibiDong to personally handle it, right? Hulaina had hunted for her first 2 soul rings all by herself. At most, she had an elder accompany her. Besides, traveling all the way to the distant Star-Do Forest, there were soul-hunting forests near Soul City. Why would her teacher need to take the little guy so far? The round trip would take almost half a month. Remembering what happened yesterday when BibiDong kicked her off Chen Dong's bed, and then she herself, instantly, Hulaina felt a sense of alertness rise in her heart. Could it be that her teacher had some intentions towards the little guy? It must be said that women in love are exceptionally sensitive. Chen Dong noticed Hulaina's confusion, but there were too many people around, and he didn't want to explain that his second soul ring could already absorb 10,000-year souls. He could only say, my teacher is a bit worried about me. So she is accompanying me for some training. Oh, Hulaina's mood was not high. She hadn't expected Chen Dong to leave so soon. She thought she would be able to spend a few good days with him. Moreover, if her teacher really had intentions towards the little guy, compared to her teacher, she definitely had no competitiveness, which made the little fox feel a bit dejected. Just then, Chen Dong realized an awkward problem. He had no money. Yes, Chen Dong discovered that he didn't have a single gold coin on him. He had been living in the Pope's palace these days and had never thought about needing money anywhere. Chen Dong looked at Hulaina a bit awkwardly. What's wrong? Hulaina asked with concern. Seeing your sister, do you have any money on you? Money? The little fox was taken aback, then thought of something and asked with a smile. Didn't the teacher give you any money? No, he didn't. Chen Dong and BibiDong never thought of this. A smug smile suddenly appeared on Hulayina's face as she happily said, "It's okay. It's Sister Hua's." Saying this, Hulayina generously patted Chen Dong's shoulder, seeming particularly excited about the fact that BibiDong didn't give Chen Dong money and that Chen Dong was spending his own money. Oh, the jealousy of women. Chen Dong thought for a moment. It seems he can only spend Hulayina's money. Does this count as living off a woman? This is seriously inconsistent with his iron-willed character. Wait, little brother, come call your good sister. Huh? Is it really necessary to be this embarrassing? Chen Dong's heart resisted. A man should be strong and dignified. 6 feet? 3 feet? In any case, this behavior is just too shameful. I, Chen Dong, would rather starve to death or jump off the back mountain of the Pope's palace than call out, "Good sister." Chen Dong's body was extremely honest. The little fox smiled so much that her eyes squinted, took out a pink purse, handed it to Chen Dong, and then said, "Spend it as you like." Chen Dong opened it and was instantly stunned. It turned out to be a soul guide device, although it only had a single independent space. However, it was filled with shiny gold coins. Oh my goodness, this is really nice. I have to say, the little fox is quite wealthy. By the way, senior sister, where did you get so much money? The Spirit Hall regularly issues various tasks, many of which come with bounties. And there are also opportunities to help some teachers in the Spirit Academy, who will give some gold coins as rewards. Of course, there is another way to earn a lot of gold coins, participating in betting fights at the Great Soul Arena. With my strength, I can easily defeat opponents of the same rank, and I just need to bet on myself to win each time. This is indeed a profitable avenue. It seems that once my strength increases a bit more, I can sweep through various Great Soul Arenas and make money quickly. After paying, Chen Dong then walked into a jade shop and bought many jade boxes. Hulayina curiously asked, "What are you buying so many boxes for?" "Uncle, you said that many rare herbs need to be stored in jade boxes to be preserved. So I'm buying some just in case I come across a few top-grade immortal herbs." Chapter 55, Ink Jade Hand, Master Ink. Hulayina was aware that Chen Dong had previously sought Yu Guan to learn about various herbal knowledge, but she thought it was just a whim of the little guy, a natural curiosity. She didn't take seriously what Chen Dong said about searching for immortal herbs. Just then, a voice came. "Hee, little guy, do you know what an immortal herb is?" Chen Dong was taken aback and looked up to see the with a goatee on the counter, smiling at him. This appeared to be in his 50s, and one of his hands seemed to have an ailment. Chen Dong thought for a moment and said, "Honestly, Uncle, the fairy herb is a rare treasure of heaven and earth, and its conditions for growth are quite difficult. However, it has unique effects for soul masters, and consuming it has no side effects. Each fairy herb is a rare opportunity that can almost create an extraordinary master." The shopkeeper initially thought that Chen Dong, being so young, wouldn't understand fairy herbs, and that buying things like jade boxes was merely a wasteful act due to having too much money. But he didn't expect that Chen Dong really understood, and judging by his expression, he seemed to have a deep knowledge of these herbs. The shopkeeper stroked his beard and nodded in satisfaction, then said, "How about this, little guy? As long as you can casually name 3 types of fairy herbs along with their effects, I will give you a product for free. How does that sound?" The shopkeeper had a scholarly air about him and seemed to have a good impression of Chen Dong, a young person eager to learn. Naming 3 types of fairy herbs along with their effects was something only someone knowledgeable about top-tier fairy herbs could do. However, this was not a challenge for Chen Dong at all. He casually said, "The strange mushroom and heavenly chrysanthemum is a neutral fairy-grade herb. Consuming it can enhance one's luck, invigorate the blood, and help cultivate an indestructible body. There's also the fragrant Chihuahua fairy herb, which is the best poison-preventing herb. Within its range, any poison becomes ineffective, and its fragrance has the effect of neutralizing all poisons, making it a nemesis to toxins." The old man nodded in appreciation and said, "There are really too few young people like you who love to learn nowadays." As he spoke, he pulled open a drawer behind the counter and took out a wrapped item, placing it on the counter. Then he carefully unwrapped the black cloth covering it, revealing a black, palm-shaped object. Looking at this item, the shopkeeper's expression was complex. "This is a piece of jade passed down from my ancestors called the Ink Jade Hand. It can be worn on the hand to pick fairy herbs. When harvesting herbs, it not only preserves their properties, but also helps avoid some injuries." Chen Dong looked at the black jade hand in front of him with some hesitation. "How about this, old man? How much do you want for this black jade hand? I'll buy it." "No, no." The shopkeeper waved his hand, saying it wasn't a valuable treasure. The black jade hand looked ugly and was just gathering dust here. It would be just right to give it to a young friend like you. It might be useful in your hands. Chen Dong instinctively felt suspicious about such a free gift. However, the black jade hand was indeed useful to him. After a brief thought, he smiled and accepted the black jade hand. He then said seriously, "Thank you, old man." Once the two of them exited the shop, the old man stroked his beard with a smile on his face and sighed, "The holy son of the spirit hall is indeed extraordinary, having such insight at such a young age." The news of BibiDong designating Chen Dong as the holy son had already spread, especially within the spirit city, where it was basically common knowledge. Hulayina, this little witch, was also a well-known figure in Spirit City, so as soon as they entered the shop, the owner recognized her. When he heard them address each other as siblings, combined with Chen Dong's age, the owner almost guessed Chen Dong's identity. The black jade hand given away didn't have much value to the owner, and it wouldn't sell if left in the shop. After all, there were too few people who truly appreciated such items. Most customers came to the jade shop to buy pretty-looking objects. For the owner, using these things to build a good relationship with Chen Dong was clearly a good deal. After all, making a living in Spirit City and establishing good relations with his holy son was naturally very beneficial. After leaving the shop, Chen Dong stored the black jade hand in his level 3 backpack. Pretending not to care, he asked, "Sister, do you often visit this shop? The owner is really nice. I've been here a few times, but there isn't anything interesting. I've walked this street, and there is nothing rare." Hulayina replied, while looking around to see if there was anything new that caught her eye. Chen Dong suddenly realized and nodded. It seemed that the boss must have recognized Hulayina's identity and then inferred his own identity through her. It appeared that there were indeed no other conspiracies or schemes involved. Chen Dong felt at ease and put away the black jade hand. At most, he would just take care of the boss's business in the future. Chen Dong is really worried that if he is schemed against by some people, it would be troublesome. It's quite a coincidence that just as he casually mentioned wanting to pick celestial herbs, someone presented him with a special hand used for harvesting celestial treasures. Although he is in the Spirit Soul City, Chen Dong still remains vigilant. After all, the Spirit Soul City is not a solid fortress, while BibiDong is powerful. There should be quite a few people secretly dissatisfied with her. Naturally, with his teacher's strength, no one would target her, but right now, Chen Dong is the only flaw and weakness of BibiDong, so he is always cautious. At that moment, Hulayina suddenly brightened her eyes and excitedly grabbed Chen Dong's hand. "Let us go over there." Chen Dong looked up and saw that Hulayina was pointing at a jewelry store, which was 2 stories high and looked quite upscale. Inside were various exquisitely crafted accessories. No wonder Hulayina was interested. Hulayina excitedly said, "I haven't been here for several days, and I didn't expect this store to have new products. Hurry up, stinky little brother. There's a master craftsman here who's exceptionally skilled. The accessories he makes are very exquisite, and basically, you hardly see anyone copying them, so they're especially popular. If we go slowly, I'm afraid they'll be snatched up quickly." Looking at Hulayina's eager expression, Chen Dong smiled and shook his head, then quickly followed her. As they entered the store, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. Even the 21st century, accustomed to various industrial products, he couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. All the accessories and items here were crafted with extreme precision, and both the colors and styles looked extraordinarily gorgeous. At that moment, Hulayina was staring intently at a pink hairpin, which was carved with a butterfly. The butterfly's wings were as thin as a cicada's, and they could flutter in the wind. With a gentle flap, it seemed as if the butterfly could fly away at any moment. Such craftsmanship was indeed extraordinary. The owner's forging skills were impressive. The handmade products could reach the level of mechanical production. Wait a minute. Chen Dong felt like he had grasped something. Handmade? Mechanical. In an instant, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. "Senior sister, is this item from the master blacksmith you mentioned?" "Yes, at first glance. This is definitely the master's latest work. This butterfly hairpin is truly beautiful." Chen Dong nodded and then said, "Yes, sister. Besides making jewelry, does this master also make other items?" "Other items? Like very intricate parts, some iron castings and iron pipes, etc." Chapter 56, The Hidden Hand. It should be possible, right? After all, Master Mo has a great reputation and has made many interesting products. By the way, brother, do you think I look good wearing this? Not good looking. Chen Dong shook his head. A look of shock and dissatisfaction appeared on Hulayina's face in an instant. For females, their external appearance is an absolutely inviolable zone. However, Chen Dong remained calm, gazing at Hulayina with confidence, and said affectionately, "Senior sister, your beauty no longer requires any jewelry to enhance it. Your beauty is natural and flawless. On the contrary, this piece of jewelry is merely a mundane object. and wearing it would tarnish your ethereal aura. In an instant, Hulayina's eyes curved into a smile as she looked at Chen Dong with contentment. Junior brother, this is your flaw. You always like to speak the truth, too straightforward. Chen Dong nodded reservedly. Yes, I'm just that honest. But Hulayina glanced at the jewelry in front of her and said, but still looks like you really like it. What should I do? Sister, I'll buy it for you next time. Right now, I need to go back to the Pope's palace. There's an urgent matter. Huh? Hulayina was a bit surprised, then reluctantly glanced at the jewelry in front of her and said helplessly, all right then, it's not that good looking anyway. On the way back, Chen Dong hurriedly rushed back, while Hulayina was somewhat puzzled about what the urgent matter could be. However, she didn't ask too much, just pondering anxiously about what Chen Dong's feelings for her really were. Upon returning to his residence, Chen Dong had Lordia called in. Your Highness, I have already instructed the matter you asked me to investigate last time. Chen Dong was straightforward and said, there is a jade shop in Wuhuan City, located on the 2nd Street. The owner is a middle-aged man in his 50s with a goatee. Do you have any impression of this shop? Lord Yaleo was taken aback and then hesitantly asked, did this shop offend His Highness the Saint's son? Chen Dong glanced at him lightly and then said, my question is, do you know who the owner of the shop is? Where are they from? What is their background? How many years have they been in Soul Master City? Are they a Soul Master? If so, what is their strength? What are their social connections? Instead of hoping to hear you ask me what I want to do, the subordinate realized his mistake. Lord Daira was in a state of panic as he bowed to Chen Dong, feeling anxious inside. Chen Dong shook his head regretfully. It must be said that on the Douluo continent, because most Soul Masters adhere to the principle of absolute strength, very few pay attention to schemes or calculations. This has led to the powerful Jimmy team being unaware of even the most basic intelligence elements, making the conspiracies and power struggles displayed across the Douluo continent appear exceptionally low level. For instance, it took the Spirit Hall many years, over a decade, for Qianrenxue to set up a grand plan to usurp the country, yet the execution turned out to be a complete mess with numerous flaws. However, this is normal. After all, the Douluo continent respects power above all else, and any schemes are mere facades in the face of absolute strength. A titled level expert can destroy a city with a single move, and for such figures, strategies are of little significance. This is the case throughout the Douluo continent. And Chen Dong cannot afford to be anxious. He can only change things gradually. Looking at Lord Yalia in front of him, Chen Dong said, the Spirit Hall is right under the Pope's nose. As His Holiness the Pope's confidant, it is your duty to ensure the safety of the Spirit Hall. So I need you to establish a powerful intelligence network in the shortest time possible. An intelligence network? Your Highness, do you mean? To use the personnel of the Jimmy team to carry out reconnaissance, collect, and analyze intelligence, not only for the Spirit Hall, but also for various forces across the continent. Infiltrating, winning over, corrupting, and tempting. And arrange for our people to infiltrate the opponent's sect when necessary. Your Highness, aside from the top 3 sects, other forces are rather insignificant. Is it really necessary to be so complicated in dealing with them? Sigh. Chen Dong sighed. All you know is killing and fighting. What the Spirit Hall needs is to unify the continent, not to wipe out all the small forces. You don't need to know why. Just do as I command. Yes, I understand, my lord, the subordinate replied. At least there's one good thing. He is very obedient. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction. Now, I want you to investigate the background of the owner of that jade shop in the shortest time possible, and see if there are any other forces or influences behind them. Chen Dong never believed in unexpected gains. He didn't want any uncertain factors to interfere with his judgment. Also, there's a jewelry store in Soul Master City, and there's a Master MO in it. Do you know about this person? Yes. Master MO is a very famous craftsman with exceptional crafting skills. He has created many unique items, but his craftsmanship has never been highly regarded. So he can only make a living by crafting jewelry in Soul Master City. What does it mean that his craftsmanship is not highly regarded? Hearing Chen Dong's confusion, Lord Yalia said, Holy Son, there are many forging masters and craftsmen in the Spirit Hall. For example, the design of Soul Master City and the various magnificent sculptures within it were all created by their hands. Compared to these masters, Master MO can only design some small trinkets. Chen Dong nodded and then said, are these forging masters of the Spirit Hall part of the Pope's Hall or the Douluo Hall? This. Lord Diala was a bit puzzled and didn't understand why the son said that. Chen Dong looked at the confused Lordia and could only patiently say, for example, if I want to use these craftsmen to do something without wanting anyone other than the teacher know, do you think these people can be trusted? I'm afraid not. Lordia shook his head. Many of them are old-timers from the Spirit Hall and do not belong to any faction. If I had to say, to a large extent, they might be influenced by the offerings of the Douluo Hall, especially the offerings. I see. It seems that the craftsmen in the Spirit Hall are indeed unreliable. I can only find a way to build a secret team of craftsmen that belongs solely to me. I need to find out the background of this Master MO in a short time. I want all his information, including his origin, life history, personality, and hobbies. Everything must be investigated thoroughly. Don't be afraid of wasting manpower and resources. Go to his birthplace and investigate every place he has been to, who he usually interacts with, and what he does. Also, I need a hidden and quiet place that is spacious enough, and it would be best if there are iron mines nearby. This matter doesn't need to be hidden from the teacher. At first, when Chen Dong spoke, Lord Diala could barely remember. But later he had to take out a notebook to start jotting down Chen Dong's arrangements. Chapter 57. Hulayina's intentions after leaving Chen Dong's room. Lord Diala wiped the virtual sweat from his forehead. He didn't know why, but even though the Holy Sun was only 6 years old, he felt an immense pressure in front of him. Especially tonight, he could clearly sense a disappointment in Chen Dong's eyes. Many of the things the Holy Sun had just said were things he had never heard or seen before. However, in an instant, Lord Diala felt a sudden clarity, as if he had been enlightened, especially at the end. The Holy Sun not only taught him many methods for gathering intelligence and infiltrating, but also compiled a booklet for him on how to develop networks, secret languages, codes, and so on. Lord Diala genuinely admired this 6-year-old Holy Sun. In his view, the Holy Sun's intelligence and tactics far exceeded his age. Perhaps this was the secret training by the Pope. It seemed he had to do his best to handle this matter and must not disappoint the Holy Sun. After Lord Diala left, Chen Dong let out a long sigh. He had previously thought that Lord Diala's intelligence was concerning while watching anime. Now it seemed to be true, but there was nothing to be done. There were too few capable people around him. Chen Dong had no choice but to think of ways to cultivate them slowly. With a sigh, Chen Dong sat tiredly on the bed, looking at the pillow beside him, suddenly feeling puzzled. It was already very late. Why hadn't the teacher come over today? Could it be that the teacher wasn't going to sleep with him today? Alas, I was too clever. If I had known I would learn things slower yesterday, finishing a book in one night, the teacher would have nothing to teach today. Chen Dong immediately regretted it, and could only carefully place BibiDong's pillow properly, trying to squeeze himself into a more inner position. The space he freed up was naturally convenient for the teacher to come in later. It was simply filial. At this moment, inside the papal hall, BibiDong stood quietly in the empty papal hall, the moonlight casting down on her, making her look so ethereal, yet so lonely. Teacher, did you call me for something? Hulayina, wearing a pink dress, hesitated for a moment before speaking. BibiDong seemed to be in a bad mood today, standing there without saying a word for a long time. Nana, how long has it been since we had a good chat together? Hearing BibiDong's sudden question, Hulayina was taken aback. It seemed like the teacher hadn't spoken to her like this in a long time. Most of the time, she acted more like a strict mentor or a formidable pope. I don't know. Hulayina hesitantly shook her head, then said, Teacher, what made you think of asking this? BibiDong sighed and turned to look at Hulayina in front of her. Although the little fox was only 12 years old, she had grown into a graceful figure, full of vitality and charm in every movement. Nana, do you like him? BibiDong suddenly asked, staring directly at Hulayina. No, I don't. In an instant, Hulayina's expression tensed, her face flushed red as she stammered. He's only 6 years old, how could I? Sigh. BibiDong sighed, walked in front of Hulayina, looked at her blushing face, and shook her head, saying, Nana, you get flustered when I mention a little guy. I didn't say who you like just now. Aren't you just admitting it? Hulayina realized, and suddenly her small face turned pale. What to do? The teacher knows. Will she stop me from being with the little guy? Will she ruin us? The teacher, Nana, although you haven't been by my side like the little guy since childhood, I know you very well. It's just that I've been busy managing the academy these years, and it's been a long time since we had a good chat. Unknowingly, you've already turned 12. If you were a girl from an ordinary family, you might have already married or even had children by now. Sigh, at your age, it's the time when one starts to have feelings. I've been through it, so how could I not know? Mentioning having been through it, BibiDong felt a bit lost. Hulayina nervously crossed her small hands behind her back and hesitantly said, Teacher, I don't even know if I like him. At first, I just thought the little guy was cute, and sometimes I couldn't help but want to tease him. Later, after being punished by you and then being defeated by the little guy, I felt a bit unconvinced, thinking I must teach him a lesson in the future. But when I learned about the little guy's background, I felt very ashamed, and at the same time, I inexplicably wanted to protect him. I don't know if this is liking. BibiDong shook her head, walked over, and gently wrapped her arm around Hulaina's fragrant shoulder. Let me ask you, do you feel inexplicably happy whenever you see him? And once you leave him, you often think of him? Do you care about every word he says? And do you empathize with his joys and sorrows? Do you just want to stay by his side and watch him? Yes, Hulaina shyly murmured, her voice barely audible. BibiDong looked up at the distance with a sense of melancholy. This is what liking is. But the little guy is only 6 years old. His mind is simple, and he doesn't understand these things. I'm afraid you have to keep this liking hidden in your heart until the little guy grows up. And then the seed you buried in your heart can truly blossom and bear fruit. During this time, you will have to endure the loneliness and pain of unrequited love. Teacher, you don't oppose me, do you? Hulaina looked at BibiDong in surprise. BibiDong looked at Hulaina with a smile. You are my disciple. In my heart, you are the future saintess of the Spirit Hall. The little guy is also my disciple, so I would only be happier if you were together. How could I oppose it? You are both so well-matched in talent and strength. However, Nana, the little guy is still young, so you mustn't be anxious, especially in those aspects. Don't rush things. Teacher, what are you talking about? Instantly, Hulaina's face turned red. How could I have those thoughts? He's just a little kid. Who would be interested in him? As she said this, the little fox couldn't help but murmur to herself, fearing that some people might want to keep things to themselves. Nana, there's also something very important. What does the little guy feel about you? Do you think he has you in his heart? Upon hearing BibiDong's question, Hulaina stood there in a daze. Does Chen Dong truly have himself in his heart? The first time they met, he was awkwardly kicked off the carriage. And Chen Dong sent a cloth bag and a delicious energy drink, sneaking a peek at a book under the covers in the middle of the night. That sentence, "Seen your sister, you lost," ringing in her ears and the warm breath on her earlobe. The gentle voice when she cried under the big tree. And that little boy with a tragic background, shedding tears, a body full of scars. In an instant, Hulaina was lost in thought. Tears filled her eyes. When BibiDong saw Hulaina like this, how could she not understand that her disciple had already fallen deeply in love? She sighed helplessly. The current Nana is so much like she was back then, except that she didn't obtain the happiness she wanted. No matter what, the tragedy cannot be repeated in Nana's life. Chapter 58. Trust. BibiDong looked seriously at Hulaina and said, Nana, the little guy's talent is extraordinary. He could defeat you even as a one-ring soul master now. Although there's an element of carelessness, soon I will take him to obtain his second soul ring. And once the little guy acquires it, you might no longer be his opponent. BibiDong said this because Chen Dong's second soul ring would be 20,000 years old. At that time, although Chen Dong would only be a great soul master, he would still lack a soul ring compared to Hulaina. However, the difference between a 10,000-year soul ring and a 1,000-year soul ring is enough to make up for the gap in soul power levels. Moreover, with Chen Dong's twin martial souls, if Hulaina does not improve, she may never have a chance to defeat Chen Dong again. Hulaina hesitated at BibiDong's words. She admitted that Chen Dong's talent was indeed exceptional and his strength was formidable. But was it really that exaggerated? Seeing Hulaina's disbelief, BibiDong said solemnly, You only know that the little guy has twin martial souls, but have you considered that his first soul ring is 1,000 years? How many years do you think his second soul ring will be? What? Hulaina was stunned. Did the teacher mean? No, it can't be. Teacher, are you saying that the little guy's second soul ring will exceed 1,000 years? Yes. BibiDong nodded. The little guy's second soul ring could absorb 20,000 years. In an instant, Hulaina was dumbfounded, finally understanding what BibiDong meant. After Chen Dong obtains his second soul ring, she might never be able to defeat him again. Nana, I know you have great talent, but you've indeed been a bit lax in your training lately. Your personality is lively, and with your talent plus the resources of the Martial Soul Hall, even if you don't work hard to cultivate, you could still reach the level of a Soul Douluo or even a title Douluo in the future. But with the little guy's talent, he is destined to stand at the top of the continent. If you want to stand shoulder to shoulder with him, not being left behind, then don't waste your talent. Otherwise, you can only follow behind him forever, watching his back. Do you understand the teacher's good intentions? Seeing BibiDong's heavy expression, Hulaina felt an overwhelming pressure in an instant. Teacher, I understand. Hulaina nodded solemnly. She knew that what BibiDong said was right. With Chen Dong's talent, it wouldn't be long before he would leave her far behind. Thinking of this, Hulaina took a deep breath. Teacher, I understand. I will definitely train hard to keep up with the little guy's pace. By the way, teacher, when do you plan to take the little guy to obtain the soul ring? It should be tomorrow, BibiDong said calmly. Huh? Hulayina nodded, feeling a bit down. She had realized it when she saw Chen Dong buying supplies today, but she didn't expect the farewell to come so quickly. All right, Nana, it's getting late. You should go back and rest. The little fox left the Pope's palace in a daze, walking heavily with her thoughts. The bright moonlight outside cast shadows on the ground, and Hulayina stepped on her own shadow, her pink skirt fluttering in the evening breeze as she walked step by step on the stairs. From a distance, she saw Chen Dong's house. Just as she was about to go over and bid farewell to Chen Dong, Hulayina suddenly covered her mouth with her little hand, standing in place, stunned. She saw BibiDong, dressed in a nightgown, skillfully opening Chen Dong's door as if returning home. In an instant, Hulayina froze in place. Teacher, she... No way. The little fox hurriedly comforted herself. Maybe it was because they were leaving tomorrow, so the teacher came to find the little guy. But why was the teacher wearing a nightgown? With a heavy heart, Hulayina returned to her residence, continuously counting on her fingers, carefully recalling every moment spent with Chen Dong. Her mind was in a jumble, unsure of what she was thinking. He must have me in his heart, right? Right? No. He probably doesn't have me in his heart. He didn't even buy me that beautiful hairpin today. And so the little fox, in a daze, with a trace of tears on her face, gradually fell asleep. The next morning, when Hulayina woke up and saw the bright sunshine, she was startled. Wait, the little guy wouldn't have left already, would he? Hulayina hurriedly ran towards Chen Dong's room. However, when she reached the vicinity of Chen Dong's residence, she saw Xiaoyu, Yin, and Zhu Guo standing there, gazing into the distance. Nana, you're here. Why are you so late? You didn't even come to send the little guy off? Sent off? Hulayina was stunned. The little guy had already left? Yes, just left. Look, you can still see him now. Standing halfway up the Pope's palace, Hulayina stared blankly at a carriage slowly leaving Wuhuan City. In an instant, she felt an immense sense of loss deep inside her heart, unable to describe her feelings. All she could think about was that the little guy had left without saying goodbye to her. He didn't have me in his heart at all. A wave of bitterness surged in Hulayina's heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Nana, what is wrong? Yin, noticing Hulayina's abnormality, quickly asked with concern. It's nothing. The wind is strong outside. I'm going back. After finishing her words, Hulayina quickly ran back to her room without looking back, sitting at her desk. Looking at the small cloth bag in front of her, a sudden wave of heartache washed over her. Discontent. Hulayina picked up the small cloth bag on the table and was about to throw it down. Suddenly thinking of something, she hesitated for a moment and then gently put the small bag away. At that moment, Hulayina let out a soft "oh," her small face showing a hint of surprise. In disbelief, she slowly opened the cloth bag and was stunned in place for a moment. Inside the bag was a delicate butterfly hairpin, with the butterfly flapping its wings as if ready to fly. There were also 3 neatly arranged energy drinks and a piece of stationery. Sister, you slept so soundly that I didn't wake you up. Also, don't casually put the gift I gave you on the table. I'm going to the Douluo forest and we'll be back soon. Sister, save the drinks for later. Every time you drink them, you'll remember me. And, sister, you secretly cried in your sleep and even called my name. By the way, sister, who is that little fellow you mentioned in your dream? Tell me when I come back. Also, about the question you asked in your dream, whether I like you or not, I can tell you now. I like you. I like you very much. The bottom right corner of the stationery was drawn with a crying little fox. Soon, the little fox reading the letter had its eyebrows raised in a smile, with a hint of joy at the corners of its mouth. Carefully cradling the stationery in her arms, Hulayina solemnly held the small cloth bag in her hands, hugging it tightly to her chest. She looked in the direction Chen Dong had left, murmuring, "Little fellow, take good care of yourself. Also, sister likes you too. I must hurry to cultivate. You won't be able to be too proud for long. Sooner or later you won't escape my grasp." Saying this, Hulayina solemnly put the small backpack on her back and seriously placed the hairpin in her hair while looking in the mirror. Chapter 59. Returning to the Douluo forest, Hulayina looked at herself in the mirror, a satisfied smile appearing on her face as she adjusted the butterfly hairpin. Then she happily walked out the door. Outside the door stood Xiaoyu. "Nana, are you okay?" "You. Don't worry, I'm fine now. I'm going to the academy." "Going? To the academy? Did I hear that right?" Xiaoyu looked at the little witch in surprise. "Of course. I need to cultivate well and strive to advance to Soul Master before the little fellow returns. Also, I want to take first place in the final exam." "First place?" A strange smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face. "Nana, even if you become a Soul Master, you'll only be at level 40. Are you not taking Big Brother seriously? Really? All right, let's compete." The The little fox was full of fighting spirit, and a captivating charm appeared on her bright face. Xiaoyu smiled and said, "All right, it's a deal." As soon as the words were spoken, Hulayina's figure ran far away, turning around and shouting, "I'm going to the academy first. First place in the exam is definitely mine." Xiaoyu, frozen in place, showed a satisfied smile while unable to help but glance in the direction Chen Dong had left. That brat caused Nana to become like this. It seems I need to hurry up and cultivate. Otherwise, if I can't beat this little fellow in the future, I won't be able to take charge for Nana. After several days of hurried travel, Chen Dong and BibiDong finally arrived at the Stardew Forest. In fact, with BibiDong's strength, she could have flown, but considering the little fellow, they still traveled by carriage. Looking at the familiar great forest in front of him, Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile, his expression unusually complex. "Stardew Forest, who? Oh no, I Chen Dong am back." After crossing over, Chen Dong had not come into contact with the outside world, so he had no idea that the forest he was in was the Stardew Forest. Moreover, the place he was at the time was merely the outskirts of the Stardew Forest, just more concealed, which is why he barely survived. If it had been the core area of the forest, even the slightest disturbance from a soul beast could have shattered Chen Dong's small body. It's important to know that the Stardew Forest has many powerful soul beasts, including several that are over 100,000 years old. That would be enough for my second martial soul. Thinking of this, Chen Dong's lips revealed a hint of excitement. At this moment, BibiDong, observing Chen Dong's expression, asked curiously, "What's wrong, little fellow?" "Nothing." Chen Dong shook his head, only thinking about the time he was bullied by those nasty beasts in the forest. Now he could finally take revenge. Seeing his somewhat childish impulsiveness, BibiDong's tone was filled with suppressed laughter. "Those ordinary beasts are no match for you now. Your target should naturally be soul beasts. By the way, little fellow, have you decided which type of soul beast you want to hunt for your second soul ring?" "Teacher, I want to hunt a speed-type soul beast, preferably one with strong speed and attack power." This idea had been in Chen Dong's mind for a long time. His soul skill, Life Devour, has the function of a hunting axe, possessing a powerful percentage damage attribute, combined with the finishing skill, making his damage output sufficient. After all, no matter how strong the defense or vitality of a soul beast, it cannot withstand percentage damage. Moreover, in terms of other attack capabilities, he also has his 98k martial soul, revolver, grenades, and other weapons to supplement his damage. So what Chen Dong currently lacks is a life-saving skill, or in other words, attack speed and movement speed. This was something he felt when he faced the Thief Ghost before. Although his Life Devour skill could deal a lot of damage to the Thief Ghost, it was not an instant kill and required some time. During that time, Chen Dong was easily attacked by the Thief Ghost. Thus, he urgently hoped for a soul beast that could meet his demands for both movement speed and a life-saving skill. BibiDong also showed a look of agreement on her face. A speed-type soul beast is indeed the most suitable for your martial soul right now. The offensive direction of weapon martial souls is nothing more than strength, speed, and their own resilience. Then, teacher, which type of soul beast do you think is more suitable for me? Especially one that can provide both attack speed and movement speed? Speed-type soul beasts like the Nether Leopard, Shadow Cat, Gale Wolf, and Lightning Rabbit are all known for their speed. However, most of these soul beasts are only thousands of years old, with very few being 10,000 years old. The rest are flying-type soul beasts. But those with flying abilities are difficult to catch, especially the 10,000-year ones. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong's excited and expectant face, smiling gently. "Little fellow, don't worry. There are countless soul beasts in the Stardew Forest that are suitable for you. With my strength, capturing a mere 10,000-year soul beast is a piece of cake. This is just the outskirts. There won't be any strong soul beasts here, so you don't need to rush." Originally, it was difficult for a soul beast to absorb a soul ring if it wasn't killed by the person themselves. And there was even a possibility of being backlashed by the powerful resentment of the soul beast before its death. However, Chen Dong's martial arts were special, so BibiDong could assist him in severely injuring the soul beast, as long as he could deliver the final blow. I have to say, living off someone else's success is quite enjoyable. The two slowly walked towards the central area of the Stardew Forest, and, as they walked, BibiDong continuously taught Chen Dong some basic survival knowledge. For example, most of the soul beasts in the Stardew Forest are wild soul beasts, unlike the domesticated soul beasts found in various hunting forests. Additionally, many soul beasts are social creatures, and once you enter the territory of a social species, you will definitely be attacked by them. Furthermore, some powerful Lord-level soul beasts also have their own territories, and they will not be polite to any creatures that invade their territory. They will definitely invite you to dinner at their place. Rustle, rustle. At that moment, a series of faint sounds came from the forest. In an instant, Chen Dong lowered his body, and the soul power on him fluctuated slightly. BibiDong smiled with satisfaction and said, "Not bad. It seems your sensitivity is quite high. Little guy, can you determine what kind of soul beast this might be?" Chen Dong vigilantly observed his surroundings and said softly, "I didn't see the trees and leaves shaking much while moving. Instead, it was just the grass on the ground making sounds. From this, it can be inferred that this soul beast should be one that moves quickly on the ground. Therefore, we can first rule out large soul beasts, like bears and apes. Although BibiDong is right beside me. We agreed in advance that unless we encounter a 10,000-year soul beast or a life-threatening crisis, she won't intervene in my judgments or battles." Chen Dong continued to analyze quickly. At the same time, he also ruled out agile soul beasts like tigers, leopards, and wolves, because they would not make such a huge noise while moving. Additionally, there was an inexplicable fishy smell in the air, so it should be a snake's soul beast. Chapter 60, Killing the 1,000-Year Phoenix-Tailed Coxcomb Snake. BibiDong smiled and nodded, clearly satisfied with Chen Dong's analysis, and said, "That's right, this is a phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, a rare soul beast in the Douluo forest. Teacher, what is the length of this phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake? What color are its wings?" BibiDong replied with a smile, "Light pink, about 68 meters long. Why? Can you tell how many years it has?" Chen Dong revealed a smile at the corner of his mouth and said, "Based on a method taught by my teacher, this is a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake. The light red color indicates that it has evolved into a 1,000-year beast. According to its length, 68 meters suggests a cultivation age between 1,300 and 1,700 years. Although it's a bit weak, it's just right for me to practice." A soul master at the first ring mentioned that a 1,000-year soul beast was a bit weak, and the two people present almost took it for granted. BibiDong also nodded in agreement and said, "The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake itself is non-toxic and uses its body to entangle enemies as its attack method. Its attacks are singular, so it is indeed a bit too weak for you. Its only characteristic is its extreme speed, as the various nutrients stored in its crown can instantly enhance its speed in critical moments. But unfortunately, this phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake is too low in age. Otherwise, absorbing its soul ring will be just right for increasing your speed. Indeed, it would have been great if this were a 20,000-year-old phoenix-tail chicken-crowned snake." At that moment, BibiDong's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and her voice came from midair. "Little guy, this is your first real encounter with a 1,000-year soul beast. Experience the attack of a 1,000-year soul beast." Although he was about to face a 1,000-year soul beast with a wild knife in hand and his punishment skill, Chen Dong was not worried at all. The patrolling axe suddenly appeared in his hand, and Chen Dong's purple 1,000-year soul ring lit up. At this time, the sounds of commotion not far away grew more intense, and a strong fishy smell wafted through the air. Soon, Chen Dong saw a flying snake rushing out from the woods ahead, darting rapidly towards him. The snake was flying at a low height, about 3 meters off the ground, with a huge fleshy crown on its head, looking slightly larger than its head. Its color was blood red, and its tail spread out in a fan shape. Whoosh! Just as the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake charged towards him, Chen Dong's body moved as well, leaping high towards the direction of the snake. The phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, seeing a humanoid creature suddenly appear in front of it while flying at high speed, showed no signs of panic. It reacted quickly, opening its wide mouth and lunging at Chen Dong's body. From a distance, it looked as if Chen Dong was leaping in the air, about to jump into the mouth of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake as a late-night snack. Moreover, with the massive and robust body of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, if it wrapped around Chen Dong, it would likely crush his small frame in an instant. At this moment, a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's eye. Punishment! A blue light flashed in the air, and an invisible short blade struck directly into the head of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. In an instant, its body froze in place, unable to move, falling into a state of dizziness. With a loud bang, the body of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. At this moment, Chen Dong's body also naturally descended, landing on top of the phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake. Whoosh! Chen Dong's purple guardian axe precisely hit the 7-inch mark of the wind-tail rooster snake, triggering the life-draining skill. A large amount of blood within the wind-tail rooster snake was absorbed by a purple light ring. The massive flesh lump on its head, resembling a comb, rapidly shrank at a visibly noticeable speed. At that moment, the stunning effect of the punishment finally ended, and the windtail rooster snake regained its ability to move. Tilting its head, it opened its mouth and violently sprayed a colorful mist towards Chen Dong behind it. However, Chen Dong was very familiar with the habits of the windtail rooster snake. Without dodging or evading, he swung the guardian axe directly into the gaping mouth of the windtail rooster snake. Instantly, a massive gash was carved into the snake's mouth, with blood flowing rapidly and being absorbed by the guardian axe. Just then, the body of the windtail rooster snake suddenly became incredibly slippery, and with a swoosh, it slipped out from under Chen Dong's guardian axe. Then, the windtail rooster snake twisted its body and desperately darted forward. Although it wasn't flying, its speed while skimming along the ground was still incredibly fast. In an instant, it was already over 10 meters away, trying to escape. Is it that easy? Chen Dong's voice rang out. The phoenix-tail chicken crown snake originally thought it had definitely shaken off Chen Dong, but unexpectedly, Chen Dong was still steadily standing on top of the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake. Two huge, sharp spider legs extended from behind Chen Dong, deeply piercing into the body of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake. The snake writhed wildly in pain, twisting its body in an attempt to shake off Chen Dong. However, the spider legs of the human-faced demon spider were exceptionally sharp, firmly pinning Chen Dong in place. The toxins on the spider legs were already highly lethal to soul beasts, and combined with Chen Dong's life-devouring skill, it continuously drained a percentage of the snake's health. Soon, the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake collapsed helplessly, its body turning a purplish-black. Completely still. At that moment, Chen Dong noticed that BibiDong had appeared beside him at some point, looking at him disapprovingly. BibiDong said with concern, "Why didn't you dodge the colorful mist that the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake spat out just now?" Chen Dong smiled and said, "Teacher, the windtail chicken crown snake is non-venomous. The colorful mist it sprays is just to scare people." BibiDong shook her head and replied, "Teacher knows that you have read many books. But what is recorded in books is not necessarily the whole truth. Many soul beasts can undergo mutations, so in the future, unless you have personally verified it, do not rigidly believe everything written in books. Do you understand?" Chen Dong nodded. He knew that BibiDong was mainly worried about his safety and was afraid that he would develop such a habit. If he encountered an unexpected situation one day, he might not be able to react in time. Chen Dong said seriously, "Teacher, I understand. Don't worry. I will take good care of myself." At this moment, his clothes were once again torn, leaving his upper body bare. BibiDong cast him a reproachful glance. "All right, the teacher knows now. Hurry up and put your clothes on." Chen Dong quickly took out a piece of clothing from the third-level backpack and put it on. At this moment, BibiDong let out a soft huh, looking curiously at the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake in front of her. "Little guy, I don't seem to see any soul rings dropped from this soul beast." Chen Dong smiled and gestured with his right hand, then said, "After my martial soul upgraded, I can kill soul beasts and absorb their soul power and life force." The soul ring of the phoenix-tail chicken crown snake was directly absorbed by my martial soul, so the entire power of the soul beast won't be lost, and the absorption is more thorough. As for Chen Dong's strange martial soul, BibiDong was already accustomed to it. It was a unique opportunity that belonged to Chen Dong alone. Therefore, she wouldn't ask too much, as long as the little guy was okay. Chen Dong looked at the withered body of the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake in front of him and retracted the martial soul from his right hand. He exclaimed in surprise, "Teacher, I'm already at level 19. Chapter 61. Crimson Feather Flame Eagle Hunting. Extra damage of 60 to soul beasts. Gaining 30 current soul power and bounty after killing a soul beast, permanently increasing the vitality of the soul beast by 20. This is the new feature of Chen Dong's hunting broadblade after upgrading to the guardian axe. By killing a 1,000-year-old phoenix-tail coxcomb snake, Chen Dong can absorb 30% of the soul power, but he doesn't know the exact age of his soul beast. Fortunately, there is a way to calculate it accurately. Currently, Chen Dong has 520 bounties on him, of which 70 bounties were obtained from previously killing 300-year soul beasts. This means the phoenix-tail coxcomb snake provided 450 bounties, which translates to an exact age of 1,500 years. Therefore, this kill is roughly equivalent to completely absorbing the soul power of a 450-year-old soul beast. In terms of the normal level of soul masters absorbing 100-year soul rings, it's just a 2-level increase, which is indeed a bit low. Chen Dong is not satisfied with such a rate of improvement. BibiDong, on the other hand, displayed a shocked expression. although she knew that the little guy's unusual martial soul had the effect of absorbing soul beast soul power. Hearing that Chen Dong only killed a 1,000-year soul beast and directly increased by 2 levels was truly astonishing. How difficult is it for other soul masters to level up by 1 level? How much sweat must they shed? It seems that as long as you kill another 1,000-year soul beast, your soul power will rise to level 20, and at that time, you can obtain your second soul ring. Let us go. We are still on the outskirts of the forest, where 1,000-year soul beasts generally don't appear. We need to continue to delve deeper. Chen Dong cut off the flesh crown and the tail of the phoenix-tailed chicken snake and stored them in a level 3 backpack. Then, under BibiDong's lead, they continued to move towards the core area of the Douluo forest. Along the way, the two encountered quite a few other low-level soul beasts, especially a group of burrowing mice, which numbered around 100. However, most of them were soul beasts around 10 years old. And Chen Dong had no interest in these low-level soul beasts at all. It might take killing several hundred of them to catch up to a 1,000-year soul beast, and that efficiency was simply too low for Chen Dong. Hunting 1,000-year soul beasts was the way to go. However, the two had not gone far when suddenly a rustling sound came from the grass ahead. Chen Dong was taken aback. Could it be that he encountered another wind-tail, chicken-crested snake? Chen Dong stopped in his tracks, his nose twitching. The air carried a hint of blood, but this scent was not strong. Instead, it had a faint sweetness and a hint of tea fragrance. Teacher, this doesn't seem to be a phoenix-tailed chicken-crowned snake, but it should be a kind of highly venomous snake. The more vibrant the color of a mushroom, the stronger its toxicity, and the same goes for venomous snakes. If the scent is more intense, it indicates that the toxicity is even more terrifying. Chen Dong asked with some confusion, Teacher, why are there so many snake-type soul beasts active in the Douluo forest? At this moment, BibiDong's voice came. Perhaps there are some creatures hunting these snakes. Hunting snakes? Even 1,000-year snake soul beasts can be hunted? BibiDong nodded, that's right. Do you remember the flying soul beasts I told you about? Many powerful flying soul beasts feed on snakes, especially eagles. They love to eat snakes. As she spoke, BibiDong's figure disappeared from the spot, and soon, her voice came from above. Little guy, this is a mandala snake. It should be over 2,000 years old. Close to 3,000 years, but don't worry, it's injured. Chen Dong carefully recalled the characteristics of the mandala snake recorded in the book. The mandala snake has a strong venom that causes paralysis. Its venom has a powerful destructive effect on the body's nerves, making it one of the most terrifying existences among poison attribute soul beasts. Its body is resilient, difficult to cut through with blades, and only its mouth and eyes are weak points. However, the mandala snake protects these two areas very well, making it generally hard to hit. The mandala snake is extremely fast and has a volatile temperament, actively attacking when it encounters humans. At that moment, a dark green, poisonous snake with a triangular head suddenly darted out from the distant woods. However, at this time, the snake had 4 huge blood holes on its back, with blood flowing steadily. Upon seeing Chen Dong, the mandala snake opened its mouth and lunged fiercely at him. Chen Dong's soul power surged as he swung his guardian axe fiercely at the mandrake snake, letting out a cold laugh. Judgment. In an instant, a phantom precisely struck the mandrake snake, causing its body to stiffen and freeze in place, its mouth opening rigidly. At that moment, Chen Dong's guardian axe pierced directly into the mandrake snake's gaping maw. This was precisely where the mandrake snake's weakness lay, and the life-draining skill activated instantly, continuously siphoning the blood from the mandrake snake. Meanwhile, the 8 spider legs behind Chen Dong suddenly extended, with 2 piercing into the mandrake snake's eyes and the remaining 6 forcefully stabbing into its body. The mandrake snake remained frozen in place, and when the judgment skill lost its effect, it could no longer struggle. After twitching a few times, it breathed its last. At this point, Chen Dong felt he had reached level 20. Although he still had a surplus of soul power, he could no longer absorb any more. However, the immense vitality from the mandrake snake was perfectly absorbed by Chen Dong, boosting him by 20 points, and he felt his body become even more solid. Additionally, the mandrake snake contributed a bounty of 840, bringing Chen Dong's total bounty to 1360. This also allowed Chen Dong to deduce the age of the mandrake snake, 2,800 years. Chen Dong satisfactorily pulled out 8 spider legs. Just then, he noticed a faint dark green glow at the sharp tip of the spider legs, and he was taken aback. What is this? BibiDong, who had unknowingly walked in front of Chen Dong, glanced at it and said, It should be the external soul bone absorbing the venom of the mandala snake, which means your spider legs now also have some of the mandala snake's toxicity. Teacher, are you saying that my spider legs will also have the paralyzing effect of the mandala snake after hitting a target? Chen Dong's eyes lit up. This way, the toxicity of the spider legs had significantly increased. Then, Chen Dong looked at the 4 bloody holes on the back of the mandragora snake's corpse and wondered, I don't know what kind of fierce beast injured this mandragora snake, resulting in such a massive loss of blood. BibiDong glanced at it and said, judging by the shape of the wounds, it should be from the claws of some kind of avian predator, and there are quite a few remnants of fire attribute energy. Coupled with the fact that the mandragora snake and the phoenix tail coiling snake were frantically fleeing, the cause of these wounds must be the natural enemy of snakes. The eagle. Considering the previous characteristics of the fire attribute, it should be the ruler of the skies, the crimson feather flame eagle. The crimson feather flame eagle? That's right. BibiDong nodded. It is a type of flying spirit beast with a pair of fiery red wings that look like flames. When it flies, it appears like a fireball streaking across the sky. It has an extremely fast speed and strong flying ability, and its sharp claws, combined with the burning effect of fire, make the flame eagle rarely meet a match. In terms of flying ability, while the crimson feather flame eagle may not be the most agile or flexible, its altitude, endurance, and speed are absolutely the fastest. The wings of the crimson feather flame eagle generate 2 burning flames while flying, which provide explosive acceleration, making it extremely difficult to hunt and capture. It has excellent eyesight and generally escapes at the first sign of danger. If this crimson feather flame eagle is of the right age, it can serve as your second spirit ring. Chapter 62. Second spirit ring. Just then, a sharp screech echoed in the air, and instantly, rustling sounds erupted from the nearby trees and bushes. Snakes, the spirit beasts, were fleeing in a frenzy. A massive yellow python crashed into a large tree with a bang, continuing to escape without pause. Many snake spirit beasts completely ignored Chen Dong, desperately fleeing. At that moment, an excited expression appeared on BibiDong's face as she said, Little one, you are quite lucky. It really is a crimson feather flame eagle, and it should be over 20,000 years old. I'll catch it for you right now. As soon as she finished speaking, BibiDong's figure vanished from spot. At that moment, Chen Dong finally looked up and saw the crimson feather flame eagle in the sky. Its enormous wings stretched over 10 meters long, resembling a fire-red meteor streaking across the horizon. Utilizing the 1.5x magnification of the holographic scope, Chen Dong saw the details on the crimson feather flame eagle clearly. The wide wings were covered in fiery red feathers that radiated dazzling light. The eagle's strong red claws were equipped with sharp barbs, and Chen Dong could imagine how tragic it would be to be struck by such massive claws. Suddenly, the crimson feather flame eagle, soaring in the air like an invincible king, suddenly stiffened, as if it had detected something. Whoosh! With a flap of its enormous wings, the crimson feather flame eagle turned to flee. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Can you escape? Third spirit skill, Death Spider Web Binding Whoosh. A deep purple spider web was spat out into the air, enveloped in a purple poisonous gas, heading towards the crimson feather flame eagle. As the web flew toward the eagle, it expanded rapidly, reaching a size of about 10 feet in an instant. The red light on the crimson feather flame eagle erupted, accelerating instantly. At that moment, in a completely opposite direction, a thick black spider silk tore through the air, instantly wrapping around the body of the crimson feather flame eagle. The eagle let out a mournful cry as it was tightly ensnared by the spider web behind it. Sixth spirit skill, Eternal Creation. 2 emerald-like giant sickles appeared in the air simultaneously, slashing out a huge green ripple. It accurately struck the immobilized crimson feather flame eagle. After a sharp scream, the body of the crimson feather flame eagle began to plummet towards the ground. With a loud bang, the eagle landed on the ground, stirring up clouds of dust. BibiDong's figure appeared calmly in front of Chen Dong, retracting the binding of the black spider web. At this moment, the crimson feather flame eagle in front of them struggled weakly. Having been hit by my eternal creation, the wounds will endlessly spread, and it can only rely on its spirit power to resist until its spirit power is completely consumed, burning out and dying. It's almost dead, little one. Hurry up and absorb the spirit ring. Chen Dong looked at the scarlet feather flame eagle in front of him, recalling its earlier graceful and domineering posture. But now it looked disheveled and defeated. He heard BibiDong calmly say, This scarlet feather flame eagle is about 23,000 years old. just perfect for you. The scarlet feather flame eagle, in an effort to resist BibiDong's web of restraints, retracted its wings. At this moment, its body was only a little over 2 meters long, with 2 stout claws covered in fiery red patterns, and a pair of scarlet eyes that looked exceptionally imposing. However, now these eyes were filled with pain. The soul power within the scarlet feather flame eagle surged wildly, but with each surge, 2 crossed green threads emerged from its chest, and the scarlet feather flame eagle let out a mournful cry as its soul power instantly dissipated. Chen Dong looked at BibiDong with admiration. This was a 20,000-year soul beast. Yet in BibiDong's hands, it was like bullying a child, easily being severely injured. I will hold onto the teacher's thigh. Looking at the red feather flame eagle in front of him, Chen Dong's hunting axe suddenly appeared in his hand. In an instant, the red feather flame eagle seemed to sense some kind of fatal crisis, its body trembling uneasily, and its fiery red wings suddenly spread out. However, at that moment, a blue blade shadow fell from the sky. The punishment struck, and the red feather flame eagle's body instantly became motionless, a sense of calm and relief appearing in its red eyes, peacefully closing them. Then, faint black light spots began to condense into a soul ring above the red feather flame eagle's body. The soul ring slowly solidifying, containing some kind of immense energy. Chen Dong could even feel a fiery glow above. 10,000-year soul ring. Chen Dong couldn't help but feel his heart racing. This is the black 10,000-year soul ring. Little guy, this crimson feather flame eagle has an extra 3,000 years. Are you confident? Chen Dong looked at BibiDong and smiled. Don't worry, teacher. I will definitely succeed. Including the soul beasts he killed during the trial. Along with the 2,000-year soul beasts he has killed so far, Chen Dong absorbed 20 of their life force. This means that Chen Dong now has the powerful life force equivalent to that of a 1,000-year soul beast. Such physical strength, just by having an additional 3,000 years of soul power, is completely bearable. Alright, then hurry up and absorb it. I will protect you. Chen Dong sat cross-legged, raised his right hand, and concentrated his soul power in his palm. Accompanied by a radiant light, Chen Dong summoned his hunting wide blade. At this moment, the hunting wide blade did not display the second form of the patrolling axe. The silver-colored hunting wide blade slowly floated in mid-air, drawn by Chen Dong's soul power. The black 10,000-year soul ring on the crimson feather flame eagle slowly flew towards Chen Dong's direction. In an instant, Chen Dong felt an overwhelming pressure as the black soul ring suddenly shrank, perfectly encircling his hunting broadblade, martial soul. In an instant, Chen Dong felt as if molten lava was invading his right hand, with a hot and turbulent energy crazily penetrating. Chen Dong felt that his right hand was burning with a fiery heat, but within this energy, there were no negative emotions or obstacles. It was perfectly absorbed by his body. After the punishment, the 10,000-year soul ring's energy was not so violent. It was just the intense heat from the fire attribute energy leaking out of the scarlet feather flame eagle that made Chen Dong feel somewhat uncomfortable. Chen Dong felt his blood vessels and pores constantly expanding, his bones growing wildly, a pressure transmitting above his bones, and a severe heat. However, as the soul ring continued to absorb, Chen Dong's expression gradually became calm. At that moment, Chen Dong's brows furrowed tightly, his jaws clenched and made a clicking sound, and his body, sitting cross-legged, went into a violent spasm. Chen Dong's body uncontrollably fell to the ground. Suddenly, his back straightened up, accompanied by the sound of tearing fabric. 2 small bulges appeared on either side of his spine, and at that moment, Chen Dong seemed to be enduring immense pain, letting out a desperate roar. With this roar, 2 fiery shapes erupted from the bulges, instantly forming 2 fiery red wings behind Chen Dong. The wings emitted a scorching light, looking identical to the wings of the scarlet feather flame eagle. In an instant, BibiDong in the distance was stunned. Even with her strength and knowledge, she couldn't help but feel a bit astonished. The little guy's luck was too good, right? He absorbed the first spirit ring and gained an external spirit bone, and now it was evident that Chen Dong had obtained another external spirit bone. As a 23,000-year-old scarlet feather flame eagle, it was reasonable for it to produce a spirit bone. However, what BibiDong didn't expect was that the scarlet feather flame eagle actually produced another external spirit bone, and it was its pair of wings. This meant that Chen Dong had flying abilities at level 20, and it also meant that he would no longer be able to hold the little guy while flying in the future. The focus of attention seems to have deviated a bit. At this moment, Chen Dong's body floated in mid-air, a pair of flame-like wings rising from his back, causing waves of heat and scattering grass and debris. All of the little guy's clothes were instantly burned away, yet his body remained unharmed. At this time, BibiDong noticed that Chen Dong's body seemed to have grown a bit, with some well-defined muscles appearing on his fair skin, revealing a fiery red energy. Accompanied by a soft grunt, Chen Dong slowly opened his eyes, feeling the overwhelming energy throughout his body, along with the intense, restless power within him. Chen Dong felt as if he were floating in the air, completely weightless and light all over. At that moment, BibiDong's voice came. "Little guy, how do you feel?" "Teacher?" Chen Dong suddenly realized that it wasn't an illusion after all. He was indeed floating in the air, and out of the corner of his eye, he could see two flames burning on either side of his body. For a moment, Chen Dong felt a bit panicked. What was going on? Just then, as his panic intensified, a pair of feathered wings suddenly folded up, and Chen Dong lost control of his body, plummeting downward. Whoosh! In an instant, BibiDong's figure disappeared from the spot. The next moment, Chen Dong found himself in a warm embrace, as BibiDong tightly held him, gracefully landing on the ground. However, she didn't rush to put him down, but instead chided him, saying, "Little guy, why are you so fidgety like a little monkey?" At that moment, Chen Dong's clothes had been burned away by the searing flames, leaving him completely bare, yet he felt no chill. The immense heat within his body made him somewhat uncomfortable, especially when he sensed that this restless heat was gathering towards a certain point. Chen Dong's face showed some unease. To mask his embarrassment, Chen Dong quickly spoke up, "Teacher, I just saw something behind me. It seemed like something." BibiDong set Chen Dong down and then said, "That is an external soul bone. It should have been transformed from the wings of the scarlet feather flame eagle. Little guy, now you have the ability to fly, but you still can't fully control it yet. You need more practice. It's best for the teacher to hold you while flying. It's safer and more stable." Chen Dong nodded in agreement, saying, "That's right. I also think it's better for the teacher to hold on." Then, Chen Dong joyfully summoned a pair of fiery red wings from within him, which were different from the gigantic wings that spread out over 10 meters long from the scarlet feather flame eagle. The wings behind Chen Dong are only a few meters long, covered with streaks of scorching red energy. Seeing the scene, a bitter smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. It seems that his strength can only be perfectly showcased in the Douluo forest. If Chen Dong were to represent the Spirit Hall in some competitions or contests, he might not be able to use his fiery red wings. Each time he uses them, it almost ruins an outfit, and Chen Dong is not like some peculiar uncles who enjoy bursting their clothes in front of everyone. It truly feels too embarrassing. By the way, little guy, what soul skill did you comprehend after absorbing your second soul ring? Upon hearing BibiDong's question, Chen Dong raised his eyebrows, and a look of joy spread across his face as he retracted his wings. He then lifted his right hand, revealing a strange, short dagger glowing with red light. At the same time, as his soul power surged, two soul rings, one purple and one black, rose from beneath Chen Dong's feet, swirling around his body. He is indeed a two-ring Great Soul Master, but at this moment, this Great Soul Master has a purple and a black soul ring. If there were outsiders present, they would probably question their life upon witnessing this scene. "Teacher, I am already level 24. Chen Dong's face was filled with joy. After absorbing this 20,000-year-old soul beast, Chen Dong's soul power upgraded to level 24. Not only that, the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle also provided Chen Dong with a total of 6,900 reward coins. In addition, Chen Dong gained 20 vitality from the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle. He now felt an immense power coursing through his body, as if he had endless strength. Chen Dong felt that just in terms of vitality, he was stronger than a 1,000-year soul beast. Looking at the strange martial soul in Chen Dong's hand, Bibi couldn't help but be surprised. If she remembered correctly, the little guy's martial soul seemed to be a silver short blade when it awakened. Later, after absorbing the face-devouring spider, the color of the short blade changed to purple, and now it had unexpectedly turned into a strange short knife with red mixed with black. Bibi couldn't help but ask, "Little guy, what's going on with your martial soul? How did it change like this?" Chen Dongxin's mind stirred, and in the next second, the red short blade in his hand transformed back into a silver hunting broadblade. "Teacher, this is the new form of my martial soul. After absorbing the faceless demon spider, my martial soul has transformed into the purple guardian battle axe." Chen Dong spoke while channeling his soul power, and the martial soul in his hand slowly transformed into a purple circular axe. This time, after absorbing the scarlet feather flame eagle, His martial soul transformed into a brand new pursuit blade. As he spoke, Chen Dong's martial soul once again changed into a red short knife. So my martial soul now has 3 modes. The purple guardian axe can enhance its soul power after defeating soul beasts and also absorb the life force of the soul beasts, while the red pursuit blade can absorb both soul power and the strength and speed of the soul beasts after killing them. Upon hearing this, a look of shock involuntarily appeared on BibiDong's face. Chen Dong's martial soul is simply terrifyingly strong, especially after each upgrade. Its abilities are like a nemesis to soul beasts. Not only does it kill soul beasts, but it also destroys their hearts. It also absorbs your life force, strength, and speed. Little guy, your martial soul could simply be called the Beast Slayer Blade. It seems to be born specifically to kill soul beasts. Teacher, actually, I prefer to call it the Jungle Blade. Jungle? What does that mean? How to explain this? Chen Dong was also a bit hesitant, so he could only say, it means hunting wild beasts. I like to hunt in the jungle. Since you like it, then the teacher will join you in the jungle. Teacher, you don't know, actually I just love fighting. Chen Dong smiled and said, with the hunting knife, if I encounter those soul beasts with strong vitality, I can use the purple guardian axe to absorb their life force. Conversely, if I face soul beasts with strong speed and strength, I can use the red pursuit blade, which allows me to absorb their power and speed. Unfortunately, these 2 modes cannot absorb simultaneously. I can only choose one. At this point, Chen Dong let out a sigh. Chapter 64. 300,000-year-old beasts, isn't that enough? BibiDong looked at Chen Dong with a bit of disbelief and dissatisfaction. Little guy, don't aim too high. By the way, what is your second soul skill? Chen Dong raised his eyebrows and said, the second soul skill, Crimson Flame Fury, can instantly unleash tremendous energy, granting the speed and attack power of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle for a brief moment, along with a flame damage penetration effect. The duration is only 1 minute. However, with the speed of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, combined with my terrifying life-devouring skill, this 1 minute will definitely be a one-sided massacre. A smile appeared on BibiDong's face as she said, it seems that letting you absorb the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle was indeed the right decision, perfectly compensating for your lack of speed. However, Chen Dong did not tell BibiDong one thing, which was that after leveling up to level 24 this time, besides awakening the second soul skill, Chen Dong has gained 2 brand new skills. But these 2 skills are not brought about by the second soul ring. The first skill, Rage. Cooldown time is 60 seconds. Increases attack speed by 60. Increases physical attack by 10, lasting for 5 seconds. Although it only lasts for 5 seconds, and seems to provide a minimal boost. The Rage skill can be stacked with soul skills when used. If Chen Dong activates Rage while in the state of Crimson Flame Fury, gaining the speed and attack power of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, and then activates Rage again. Additionally, Chen Dong has gained another skill, Sprint. Cooldown time is 100 seconds, increases movement speed by 30, lasting for 10 seconds. Similarly, it seems like only a 30 increase, and the duration is very short. However, if this is added to the speed of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle, the effect would be terrifying. Moreover, these 2 skills perfectly align with the abilities of the Crimson Feather Flame Eagle itself. So when Chen Dong uses these 2 skills, he doesn't have to worry about others noticing whether he has activated Sprint and Rage. As long as Chen Dong doesn't say anything, no one will know. This is his true trump card. BibiDong looks at the spirited and confident little guy in front of her, and thinks back to when she first met Chen Dong in the forest, that ragged, scarred little boy. A strange thought arises in her heart. She never expected that her momentary impulse to save Chen Dong would lead to such a talented disciple. With the little guy's talent and the terrifying skills to hunt soul beasts and enhance his strength, it won't be long before his power catches up to hers. All right, little guy, stop showing off and put on your clothes. Since you've reached level 24, it won't be long before you reach level 30. By then, your teacher will help you hunt a 10,000-year soul beast, and once you reach Soul Master, your teacher will arrange other training for you. Chen Dong scratched his head awkwardly and then said, Teacher, I'm afraid it will be very difficult for me to become a Soul Master. What does that mean? BibiDong was a bit surprised. Chen Dong sighed while getting dressed and said, Teacher, when I reach level 30, the years of soul rings I can absorb will change again. BibiDong was taken aback. You mean there's been another change? Could it be? A guess formed in BibiDong's mind, but she didn't dare to be sure. Chen Dong nodded and said, That's right. At level 10, it's 100 times. At level 20, it's 1,000 times. And by level 30, the years of the soul rings I can absorb will already be 10,000 times. The moment Chen Dong said this, BibiDong's pupils contracted, and she was instantly stunned, unable to react for a long time. It wasn't that she was unwilling to believe, but what Chen Dong said was simply too unbelievable. 10,000 times 30 equals 300,000 years. To elevate to Soul Zune could absorb a 300,000 year soul ring? Then how many years of soul rings would that little guy need to absorb to reach title Douluo? What a terrifying talent. But a 300,000 year soul beast isn't something you can just find like a cabbage in the field. Where could she find one for the little guy? However, BibiDong suddenly seemed to think of something, and a look of determination flashed in her eyes. No need to worry, little guy. There just happen to be two 100,000 year soul beasts in the Stardew Forest. I originally planned to hunt them for myself, but it seems they're just right for you. Looking at BibiDong's fierce demeanor, she looked like she wanted to rush into the center of the Stardew Forest immediately. Chen Dong hurriedly advised, Teacher, you don't need to worry. I can find a 100,000 year soul ring on my own when the time comes. BibiDong smiled and shook her head, little guy. You have no idea how terrifying a 100,000 year soul beast is. Once it reaches that age, it can transform, and its power will be vastly different. It will also possess a domain, making ordinary ambushes ineffective. Teacher, I understand, but there's no need to rush for now. After I reach level 30, I can continue hunting soul beasts to enhance my strength. By the time my vitality and attack power are fully boosted, I might be able to kill a 300,000 year soul beast just with my own strength. BibiDong looked at Chen Dong in front of her, knowing he was concerned for her, fearing she might impulsively seek out a 100,000 year soul beast. She shook her head and smiled. Don't worry, little guy, I won't be anxious. Not only are 100,000 year soul beasts hard to find, but their strength is formidable. Especially in life and death crises, they can unleash tremendous combat power and might even choose to sacrifice themselves. Once a soul beast chooses to sacrifice, it becomes extremely terrifying. At this point, BibiDong seemed to recall something, and her expression turned pained, mixed with anger and uncontrollable hatred. Taking a deep breath, she calmly said, Therefore, hunting soul beasts above the 100,000 year level must be well thought out. We need to set up a comprehensive plan, and it would be best to mobilize several titled Douluos to ensure a flawless outcome. Chen Dong shook his head and said, Teacher, I know that the Spirit City is not a united front right now. If I were to hunt 100,000 year soul beast for my sake, many people would likely be dissatisfied. Moreover, there is the 6-year agreement with the Douluo Palace. If you help me hunt the soul beast to fulfill it, they might try to go back on their word. Don't worry, I'm only 6 years old. Just give me a few more years, and I believe I can resolve this. Looking at Chen Dong, who was sincere and earnest, BibiDong was taken aback. This little guy is grown up. Not only does he care about himself, but he also understands how to consider issues from the perspective of the Spirit Hall's overall situation. Seeing Chen Dong's somewhat resolute face and slightly taller figure, BibiDong felt a surge of emotions. With a gentle smile, she looked at Chen Dong and said, All right, since that's the case, then I will accompany you to hunt soul beasts and enhance your strength. Hee. Chen Dong was in a great mood when he saw BibiDong finally give up and go to find the 100,000 year soul beast. Jokingly, he said, That's not possible. Teacher, before that, I still have to do something. BibiDong was a bit surprised. What is it? I need to go pick up an airdrop. Chapter 65. Sniping the title Douluo. When BibiDong heard Chen Dong mention another airdrop, her face instantly showed an excited expression. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of light as she eagerly asked, Where is the airdrop? Chen Dong was a bit stunned. What was going on? Why did it seem like the teacher was even more excited about the airdrop than he was? However, BibiDong was thinking about how the last so-called airdrop had mysteriously appeared above him, and he noticed it all from start to finish. It was only when it landed on the ground that he felt the presence of the airdrop. It seemed that only the little guy could see it. In BibiDong's mind, no one could achieve this level of power in the Douluo continent. There was only one possibility, and that was the power belonging to a higher level, that of a god. Thinking of this made BibiDong even more excited. Perhaps understanding this so-called mysterious airdrop could not only reveal the true identity of the little guy, but might also deepen his understanding of god-level power. After Chen Dong pointed the direction for BibiDong, he eagerly hugged the little guy and flew towards the direction Chen Dong indicated. Although Chen Dong wanted to say, Teacher, I already have wings. Why not let me try flying on my own? He decided to be obedient as he felt the comfortable brain cushion beneath his head. he would endure a little discomfort for now. The location of the airdrop was not far from the two of them. After Chen Dong and BibiDong landed on the ground, they found that there were no soul beasts appearing nearby for the time being. It made sense. Just a moment ago, a fierce battle had erupted in the sky, and a 20-year-old aerial overlord had fallen here. So for a while, some lower-level soul beasts wouldn't dare to approach. Little guy, why haven't you seen it yet? BibiDong looked around but saw no sign of the so-called airdrop. Teacher, it's just above you, about 100 meters up. As soon as Chen Dong's voice fell, BibiDong's figure instantly disappeared from the spot and suddenly appeared in midair. She tentatively released her soul power to explore the sky, but found nothing. BibiDong even tried to use her soul skill, releasing a black net of pearls to envelop the area ahead. However, she still found nothing and could only helplessly land on the ground. BibiDong kept pondering why the little guy could see, but she could not. Chen Dong was also pondering this question. Could it be that the process of an airdrop landing is essentially a demonstration of virtual animation, merely appearing in my line of sight, while in reality, there is nothing in the sky, and is the moment the airdrop lands actually a direct arrival in this space? Just as BibiDong looked on in confusion, a huge box suddenly appeared in front of Chen Dong. This time, Chen Dong skillfully took out his 98K and aimed at the box in front of him. Bang! A shot was fired, and the box instantly shattered into fragments, disappearing into the air. In an instant, a large pile of supplies appeared before Chen Dong. A level 2 backpack, a level 2 bulletproof vest, and a jungle camouflage level 2 helmet. In addition, there was an Uzi submachine gun, a quick-loading magazine specifically for the submachine gun, and 300 rounds of ammunition. An AKM assault rifle, 500 rounds of ammunition, and a muzzle compensator for the rifle. 10 hand grenades, 10 flashbangs, 10 smoke grenades, and 10 Molotov cocktails. 10 energy drinks, 10 bandages, 10 painkillers, 10 first aid kits, and 1 medical box. Additionally, there were 4 special items. 1 level 3 helmet, which was exclusive equipment. As Chen Dong held this level 3 helmet in his hand, he instantly understood that this helmet, like the level 2 backpack, belonged exclusively to him and could not be given to others. Moreover, once worn, it could be retracted into his body, rendering him completely invisible. Chen Dong eagerly put on the level 3 helmet, and in an instant he felt much more at ease. Perhaps this was what safety felt like. After donning the level 3 helmet, Chen Dong was surprised to discover that his mind became extraordinarily clear and his mental focus was highly concentrated. In the forest, he could hear the rustling sound of insects crawling on the grass, the slight movement of grass blades, and even the sound of ants moving beneath the soil, all distinctly perceptible. It turned out that the level 3 helmet not only provided protection against fatal injuries, but, most importantly, significantly enhanced Chen Dong's mental power. Additionally, the level 3 helmet had another function. It could protect Chen Dong's brain from mental attacks. Indeed, after crossing the dimensional wall, the artifact from the original world had undergone some changes in the Douluo continent, becoming more suited to its rules. With this helmet, he was no longer afraid of encountering mental attacks, especially since there were many special martial souls on Douluo continent that employed mental attacks. After equipping the silencer and 4x scope onto his 98K martial soul, Chen Dong noticed that when he summoned his martial soul, he did not take out the holographic sight. The holographic sight was still intact in his left eye, but when he retracted his martial soul, the 4x scope's field of view appeared in his right eye. Moreover, the 2 scopes could be freely turned on and off within his body, with the 4x aiming effect, combined with Chen Dong's pair of feathered wings. He could soar freely in the air like the red feather flame eagle, keenly observing enemies with sharp vision. This made both reconnaissance and fleeing incredibly convenient. In addition, the sniper rifle silencer not only masked the sound of the 98K firing, but also had the added skill of concealing the source of the attack. This meant that no one would discover where Chen Dong's attack was coming from. This created favorable conditions for Chen Dong to ambush those high-level soul masters. Of course, while the weapon was concealed, Chen Dong himself could not hide. However, when Chen Dong looked at the last special item on the ground, a smile appeared on his face. The ghillie suit, a special piece of equipment, had the effect of concealing one's form, making it imperceptible to soul power and mental power. Looking at the green ghillie suit before him, Chen Dong eagerly picked it up and put it on. Teacher, please close your eyes. Why should I close my eyes? Although curious, BibiDong closed her eyes. This was Chen Dong's voice, all right. A bit disappointed, BibiDong opened her eyes to look at Chen Dong, but to her surprise, she saw nothing. Just then, BibiDong noticed something moving in the grass in front of her, appearing almost ethereal. Swish! In an instant, BibiDong's figure disappeared, and the next second, Chen Dong fell in her arms. Huh, little guy. How did you just disappear in front of me? Chen Dong said, with a frustrated expression. It seems that the camouflage effect of the Geely suit is not that perfect. It's still very easy to be discovered when moving. BibiDong suddenly realized, is it that strange green outfit you just obtained? Chen Dong nodded and said, that's right. This piece of clothing will put me in a temporary state of concealment, while blocking the perception of spiritual and soul power. However, there is a flaw. It cannot completely hide my form. Someone with good eyesight will still notice me when I move. But that's because BibiDong is too close to me and heard my voice in advance. If I were a few hundred meters away and used a 98K martial soul to fire a shot without any sound, I believe even a title Douluo wouldn't be able to detect it. In an instant, a bold idea emerged in Chen Dong's mind. A genius plan to snipe a title Douluo. Chapter 66. The power of the 98K. Looking at the shocked BibiDong, Chen Dong smiled and took out a grenade, then said, Teacher, do you remember the self-defense weapon I wanted to give you last time? This little thing, what effect does it have? Seeing BibiDong's confusion, Chen Dong continued, Teacher, don't underestimate it. I only got 2 last time and didn't dare to take them out for an experiment. You can personally try its power. BibiDong nodded and said, all right, how do I use this little thing? After pulling this ring, the grenade will explode after 3 seconds and it will spray out 6,000 tiny steel balls, each of which has immense lethality. Teacher, I suggest you summon your martial soul's true form. BibiDong shook her head with a smile and said, all right, I got it. Little guy, you back off a bit. Saying this, BibiDong had already pulled the ring and was holding the grenade in her hand. Teacher, please don't let go. If you let go, it will explode immediately. I know. Little guy, don't worry. Just protect yourself. Okay. Chen Dong took 2 steps back and couldn't help but remind, Teacher, you better activate your martial soul true body defense. The next moment, with a loud bang, a cloud of black smoke exploded, grass clippings flew everywhere, and dirt splattered. In an instant, BibiDong's soul power surged, and whoosh. The next second, BibiDong's figure suddenly disappeared. By the time Chen Dong reacted, BibiDong, still feeling apprehensive, was descending from the air. Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh when he took a glance. BibiDong, dressed in a purple robe, had many large and small transparent holes all over her body, even in several places on her chest. Fortunately, she wasn't injured. However, her robe had turned into a revealing outfit. Her hair was somewhat disheveled, and many parts of her body were barely concealed. Chen Dong, who had long been accustomed to such sights, didn't take this incident to heart and quickly took out a piece of clothing from his level 3 bag. He carefully draped the clothing over BibiDong and asked, Teacher, are you all right? Shaking her head, BibiDong took a deep breath before saying, little guy, this weapon is truly terrifying. I wonder who crafted it. Chen Dong shook his head and said, I don't know either. I just know how to use it, as if I was born knowing it. Teacher, do you believe in its power now? BibiDong nodded and said, that's right. If this kind of weapon is used properly, it can even injure a title Douluo. Under Chen Dong's repeated reminders, she had prepared herself mentally and even used her soul power for defense, which was how she managed to block the grenade's attack. Just imagine if the enemy, unaware of this object, faced a grenade for the first time completely unprepared. What kind of scene would that be? Just thinking about it made BibiDong feel excited. Chen Dong generously took out 5 grenades and handed them to BibiDong, then said, Teacher, keep these for self-defense. By the way, there's also this. As he spoke, Chen Dong took out 5 smoke bombs and continued. Once the smoke bomb is released, it will create a thick cloud of smoke at the spot, which can block vision and also hinder the detection of spiritual and soul power. It's definitely a great tool for escape. Of course, with your strength, Teacher, you won't really need it, but just in case. BibiDong took 2 grenades and then 2 smoke bombs before saying, all right, little guy, the rest you can keep for your own defense. Such things can only be effective when used unexpectedly. The opponents I face are all title Douluo level experts, and with precautions in place, there won't be a second chance for them to succeed. So having more is useless. Chen Dong thought for a moment, nodded, and took out 2 first aid kits, 2 energy drinks, and 2 bottles of painkillers. Teacher, the energy drinks can restore soul power, and this bottle of painkillers can restore vitality while also recovering mental strength. Additionally, these 2 first aid kits can restore your health to over 70 within 8 seconds after use, and I give them to you for self-defense. BibiDong nodded with appreciation. She didn't refuse these items, as the gifts from the little guy were extremely precious to her, especially the energy drinks and painkillers. Just then, BibiDong's gaze sharpened, and she said, "It seems that the explosion just now attracted some reckless little creatures. A few thousand-year soul beasts are coming, just in time for you to enhance your soul power." Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile. "Don't worry. Leave it to me." After being promoted to a soul master of the second ring, Chen Dong was eager to test out his new soul skills and combat power. "There's a soul beast that's almost 10,000 years old. Should I have the teacher distract it for you, so you can take it down one by one?" Chen Dong laughed loudly. "No need. So what if it's 10,000 years?" In the next moment, a pair of fiery red wings extended from behind him, and his figure instantly floated in midair. Let's first test the 98K's lethality against spirit beasts. With the aid of the 4X scope, Chen Dong, looking down from above, quickly saw that there were quite a few spirit beasts in the distant forest, with 3 of them being the closest to him, coming from 3 different directions. One of them was a gigantic diamond tiger, over 10 meters long, with a coat of white fur interspersed with black and white patterns. Its massive head was almost the size of Chen Dong's entire body. As it charged over from afar, a gust of wind swept up. Like a dragon in the clouds and a tiger in the wind, the diamond wolf, with an imposing momentum. Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile. And in the next moment, the 98K appeared, with a 4X scope activated. Aiming at the distant diamond tiger, Chen Dong gently squeezed the trigger. In the next second, a barely noticeable burst of soul power vanished before the muzzle of the silencer. The diamond tiger, moving at high speed, suddenly suffered a heavy blow, its entire body collapsing instantaneously as it lunged forward. Along the way, many sturdy trees were knocked down, and the diamond tiger's body fell awkwardly to the ground, shaking its head as it stood up, a massive blood hole on its forehead. However, the diamond tiger's physique was extraordinarily robust. It only swayed its head a bit, feeling somewhat dizzy. Just then, another bullet precisely struck the diamond tiger's forehead, and the heavily injured diamond tiger's 2 front paws went limp, kneeling on the ground. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, very pleased with the damage output of the 98K. One should know that the diamond tiger in front of him had a head that was almost the hardest part of its body, yet it still couldn't withstand 2 attacks from the 98K. After putting away the 98K spirit, Chen Dong's figure suddenly vanished from spot, and 2 pairs of fiery red wings unfurled behind him, resembling a giant eagle as he plummeted from the sky. A red pursuit blade suddenly appeared in his hand, rushing towards the diamond tiger below. Chen Dong was worried that if he was a moment too late, the diamond tiger might die, and he wouldn't be able to absorb its soul power. At that moment, the 3 horizontal stripes on the diamond tiger's head, resembling a character, suddenly shook violently. There was still a backup plan? Punishment. A shadow flickered in the air, and the diamond tiger was instantly stunned, frozen in place. The red pursuit blade struck precisely, and in an instant, the diamond tiger struggled weakly a few times before falling still. All the blood from its body was slowly absorbed by the pursuit blade. Chapter 67. Terrifying Speed of Enhancement. Once the pursuit blade had completely absorbed the blood from the diamond tiger, Chen Dong finally stood up in satisfaction. He felt a powerful force surging within him, with both strength and speed having increased. Moreover, this diamond tiger provided Chen Dong with a total of 3,200 bounty points, allowing him to deduce its exact age as 9,600 years. It was already very close to a 10,000-year soul beast. At the same time, Chen Dong's level also rose again. Having absorbed the soul power of a 9,600-year soul beast, his level increased by 2, reaching level 26. Just then, 2 other soul beasts suddenly appeared from different directions, a purple phantom leopard and a blue gale wolf. Both were agile attack-type soul beasts, incredibly fast. Moreover, they appear to be quite old, at least surpassing 3,000 years. The corpse of the diamond tiger on the ground did nothing to instill fear in the 2 brutal soul beasts. Swish, swish. 2 shadows rushed towards Chen Dong's direction. At that moment, Chen Dong's figure instantly vanished from the spot, leaving only a gust of wind behind. In the backdrop of the red wings, Chen Dong leaped into the air, and, at the same time, he had a Uzi submachine gun in his hand. Aiming at the phantom leopard and gale wolf on the ground, he fired rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. The phantom leopard, moving at high speed, suddenly appeared on the ground, awkwardly rolling over and slightly stumbling. No matter how fast it moved, it couldn't escape the bullets, especially since Chen Dong's Uzi had the characteristic of a high rate of fire with dense bullets. It was the most suitable weapon to deal with such speed-type soul beasts. The gale wolf beside, it also had a wound on its hind leg, blood continuously flowing down. Meanwhile, Chen Dong put away the Uzi, and with a flap of his red wings, he dove straight towards the ground, like a giant eagle capturing a fierce beast. The fury of crimson flames was unleashed in an instant. Chen Dong's speed is explosive. The frenzy begins. Chen Dong's arms and eyes were filled with a fervent red. The sprint began. In an instant, Chen Dong's figure was even faster than the speed-oriented shadow leopard and gale wolf. The pursuit blade in his hand slashed down fiercely at the two soul beasts, hitting them with lightning speed. Swish, swish, swish. In a moment, Chen Dong struck out 4 or 5 times, leaving several grotesque wounds on the surface of the two soul beasts. Just then, the soul power in Chen Dong's hand surged, and a purple halo flashed. The life-devouring skill activated, causing the two soul beasts to suddenly feel weak all over, their blood flow accelerating, while their movement speed visibly slowed. Meanwhile, Chen Dong's speed remained unchanged, and the purple guardian axe in his hand struck down hard at the two soul beasts. Before long, the shadow leopard and gale wolf staggered, unable to dodge. With a thud, Chen Dong's red pursuit blade effortlessly pierced into the body of the shadow leopard, which collapsed weakly to the ground. The gale wolf, sensing danger, turned to flee. Punishment! A phantom flashed by, and the gale wolf fell helplessly to the ground. Easily killing the 2,000-year soul beasts, Chen Dong's level increased once again. These two soul beasts were 400 years and 200 years old, respectively. And together, they not only leveled Chen Dong up, but also contributed a significant bounty, bringing Chen Dong's total bounty to 13,740. However, the effects of the bounty had yet to manifest. Chen Dong could only patiently wait, believing that since his jungle knife could earn a bounty, it certainly wasn't just for show. The bounty could definitely be spent, and that day was bound to be not far off. At this moment, BibiDong's voice came, "Little guy, it seems that as long as you don't encounter a 100,000-year soul beast, you no longer need to worry about your safety in the Douluo forest." Now, Chen Dong already possesses the ability to fight against 10,000-year soul beasts head-on. Plus, with the abnormal speed provided by the Scarlet Flame, Feather Wings. Even if he can't win, Chen Dong can escape. Moreover, he also has grenades, smoke bombs, a shotgun, a submachine gun, and plenty of bandages, first aid kits, and painkillers. Whether it's for escape or recovery, Chen Dong has strong confidence. As long as he doesn't run into a 100,000-year soul beast with a domain. The ordinary soul beasts in the Douluo forest can do nothing to him. They are destined to become his prey. Accompanied by BibiDong, Chen Dong continuously hunted soul beasts in the Douluo forest. For 1,000-year soul beasts, if they were around 3,000 years. He often needed to hunt 2 or 3 to level up. However, for high-level soul beasts like the 9,000-year ones, killing just one was enough for Chen Dong to level up. Soon, Chen Dong's level rose to 30. At this point, as long as he wanted, he could add a soul ring for himself and enhance his strength to Soul Master. However, Chen Dong was unwilling to casually look for a 10,000-year soul beast. Since his martial soul could absorb 300,000-year ones, he would naturally look for the best standards. There was no need to set a lower standard for himself. As for where to find a 300,000-year soul beast, Chen Dong was not worried about that. There were too many powerful soul beasts on the Douluo continent, and Chen Dong was afraid he might not be able to choose. Since he couldn't obtain a soul ring for the time being, Chen Dong decided to continue hunting soul beasts to increase his strength. Although he couldn't level up through soul rings, Chen Dong could continuously absorb the vitality, attack speed, and strength of soul beasts to enhance his combat power. Of course, this kind of enhancement required accumulation to achieve a qualitative change through quantitative change. Currently, with his exceptional vitality, Chen Dong's physique was already comparable to that of a 10,000-year soul beast. If he continued to improve, he believed that one day, even without using soul skills, he could directly fight and kill a 100,000-year soul beast. And when BibiDong saw Chen Dong easily overpowering a 10,000-year soul beast on his own, she finally felt at ease. "Little guy, since you can't add a soul ring in the short term, I'll go back to the Spirit Hall to search for the whereabouts of a 300,000-year soul beast for you." BibiDong had been accompanying Chen Dong for some time now, and there were still many matters in the Spirit Hall. She couldn't stay outside indefinitely. Chen Dong nodded and said, "Since that's the case, teacher, you can go back first. Don't worry, as long as I don't go to the center of the forest, nothing will happen." After this period of exploration, Chen Dong had already summarized the rules of the Douluo forest. The outermost area is inhabited by some low-level soul beasts and even wild beasts, which is where Chen Dong was born. Further in, there are a mix of 100-year soul beasts and 1,000-year soul beasts. The area where Chen Dong is currently located mostly consists of 1,000-year soul beasts, with a small number of 10,000-year soul beasts. As you go deeper, the number of 10,000-year soul beasts becomes even scarcer, and low-level soul beasts are even fewer. Many 10,000-year soul beasts have their own territories, so some low-level soul beasts will not approach here. Generally speaking, 10,000-year soul beasts rarely engage in large-scale activities in each other's territories, as that would mean an absolute provocation and attack. Therefore, as long as Chen Dong doesn't go to the center of the forest himself, he won't encounter any 10,000-year soul beasts. Chapter 68. Opening the mall since BibiDong had already decided to go back. Chen Dong took out a letter from his level 3 backpack and handed it to BibiDong, saying, "Teacher, this is a letter I wrote last night. Please help me deliver it to my junior sister." A strange smile appeared at the corner of BibiDong's mouth. "What's this? You miss Nana after just a few days?" Chen Dong felt a bit awkward, shook his head, and then said, "I left in a hurry that day and didn't say goodbye to my senior sister. I'm afraid she might be angry. So please help me deliver a letter to her when you get back." BibiDong's earlier words were just a joke. She knew that although Lily had already developed feelings for Chen Dong, the little one was too young to understand such matters. Naturally, BibiDong was very pleased that her two proud disciples could have mutual feelings for each other. Seriously putting away Chen Dong's letter, BibiDong had no intention of checking it. It was just the words of a child, which didn't interest her. "By the way, teacher, when you return, please help me call Aurelia over. I have some matters to instruct him on, and I also need your assistance." BibiDong asked curiously, "What matters?" "Teacher, I have already asked Aurelia to find Master Mo in Soul Master City. It is said that Master Mo's forging skills are top-notch, and he is good at making some clever devices. So I want to secretly set up an underground factory there to replicate firearms and grenades." "Grenades and firearms? Little one, are you saying that such weapons can be replicated?" Chen Dong nodded and said, "Of course, teacher, this type of weapon itself does not require the use of soul power. After all, its materials are just some iron and copper. The only trouble is that it is relatively difficult to manufacture and requires complete handcrafting, which is less efficient. However, starting from now, if we secretly begin production, a few years will be enough for us to equip a special army. This power will be completely in your hands, teacher, so we cannot use the skilled craftsmen available in the Spirit Hall. We must find new people to create it." "Little guy, how did you come up with this? At such a young age, you are thinking through problems so thoroughly?" BibiDong was somewhat surprised, not expecting that Chen Dong not only considered everything so comprehensively, but had also already begun to make arrangements, quietly carrying out such steps in the Spirit City. Chen Dong shyly smiled and said, "Teacher, I was just thinking about how I could help relieve your burdens. Firearms are convenient to use and don't consume resources. At critical moments, they can compensate for the lack of damage from soul skills. Whether for offense or defense, they are powerful tools. Having such a troop would be greatly beneficial for the Pope's Hall, especially since this troop could serve as a secret trump card in your hands. I believe it will definitely surprise the worshippers when the time comes." BibiDong had personally witnessed the power of such magical weapons, so she naturally had no doubts about Chen Dong's words. "By the way, teacher, to keep it confidential, we'd better produce these weapons using an assembly line method." "Assembly line? Production?" BibiDong was somewhat dumbfounded. What does that mean? Why didn't she understand? "It means combined processing. The general structure of firearms can be divided into different parts: the body, barrel, grip, action, magazine, etc. We can divide the factory into several areas, with each area processing just one part. This way, the craftsmen only need to focus on creating a simple component, which will greatly improve efficiency. Once all the parts are completed, the Jimmy team can handle the final assembly. This not only increases efficiency, but, more importantly, ensures the confidentiality of the design blueprints. After all, if we can manufacture it, once other forces obtain the blueprints, they could also produce it, so we must be cautious." BibiDong looked at Chen Dong in astonishment, not expecting the little guy to consider everything so thoroughly. Not only was he powerful, but he also had a sharp mind and long-term vision, truly the best candidate for the son of the Spirit Hall. In this regard, he was far superior to Bina. "Little guy, undertaking such a project requires quite a bit of expense, right?" "Yes." "Then in your plan, where will the money come from?" Chen Dong's face turned red, and he felt embarrassed to say it came from Hulayina, Wu Ti, that just confirmed the fact that he was living off someone else. He could only say, "Teacher, I have some ideas for making money." I originally planned to go directly to various big soul arenas to gamble and fight. With my strength, I can definitely sweep through all the major soul arenas. For this, BibiDong naturally believed him. The little guy, with the cultivation of a great soul master, could directly engage in combat with 10,000-year soul beasts. Having such strength participate in the big soul arena battles would simply be bullying. BibiDong shook her head and said, "No, you can't waste your time on these matters. I will give Lord Daira a portion of gold coins to handle this. Also, although many craftsmen and masters in the Spirit City do not belong to any faction, I also have a group of usable people under me, and they will all be handed over to you for command." BibiDong was also very concerned about Chen Dong's mention of replicating firearms. If it really succeeded, such simple, easy-to-operate, and powerful weapons would become an important trump card for her. The two then discussed some details. And soon BibiDong couldn't wait to rush back to the Spirit City. Chen Dong stood still, watching BibiDong's figure fade away, feeling a bit melancholic, wondering when he would see his teacher again. Shaking his head, Chen Dong took a deep breath and turned to face the Douluo forest. In the time to come, he would do everything he could to crazily improve his strength. To prepare for obtaining a 300,000-year soul ring, Chen Dong knew a lot about 300,000-year soul beasts, and even had several backup plans. However, knowing didn't help. Even if he found a 300,000-year soul beast, so what? If he couldn't defeat it, everything would be in vain. Although Chen Dong had the 98K martial spirit in hand, which was a powerful weapon for ambush, the life force of a 300,000-year soul beast was incredibly tough. Chen Dong had to continue honing his strength and speed. However, before that, Chen Dong excitedly looked at a virtual panel in front of him, which displayed a string of numbers, 29,315. This was the amount of bounty he held. And, at the same time, a brand new interface suddenly appeared before him. Chen Dong recognized at a glance that this was the shopping interface from the game, specifically the hero purchase interface. However, every hero displayed was in gray, with their prices marked behind them. Here, all heroes had a base price of 13,888, and there were no heroes available for a lower price. No wonder the bounty he earned at the beginning was of little use. It turned out he hadn't met the minimum requirements. Chapter 69. Purchasing heroes. Looking at the hero shop in front of him, filled with a dazzling array of different heroes, Chen Dong couldn't help but tremble. I knew it. I knew it. With the jungle knife, the awakened summoner skill, and the ability to earn bounties. How could it possibly be just for show? As he looked at the various heroes displayed, each one vividly brought to life, Chen Dong couldn't help but fantasize about which heroes he could purchase. Looking at the prices, it seemed he could afford all the heroes. However, he wondered if he could really summon a hero from Honor of Kings to assist him in battle after buying them. He was also curious about the strength of these summoned heroes. Would summoning a Sun Wukong actually bring the great sage equal to heaven to his aid? If that were the case, wouldn't he be invincible? Or would buying heroes only allow him to acquire their skills? If he had to choose, the hero Chen Dong most wanted to buy was, of course, Li Bai. Not for any particular reason, just because he looked cool and stylish. As a jungle hero, paired with a jungle knife, it was simply perfect. However, when Chen Dong clicked on Li Bai's image in the store and chose to pay the bounty, a piece of information suddenly appeared in his mind. This information seemed neither textual nor linguistic, yet it directly conveyed its meaning to Chen Dong. It felt like a more complex language system was communicating with him, translating into a language humans could understand. The gist of it was, no existence with a compatible soul bond detected, unable to purchase this hero. What did that mean? Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. Do I really have to consider the soul compatibility level just to buy a hero? This isn't a blind date. What the hell is going on? Chen Dong forcefully clicked to purchase again, but this time another mysterious message appeared. This time, Chen Dong tried to convey his thoughts, how to use the hero after purchasing it. Will the hero himself really be summoned? Does he have thoughts? Can we? No. Can we communicate? Soon, another message appeared. After purchasing the hero, one can obtain the corresponding weapons and skills. The weapons and skills will transform into soul weapons and soul skills, which can change into the hero's appearance, possessing the hero's physical and personality traits. They can subtly alter the user's own attributes and body. One can purchase skins and heroes, but all skins and heroes must meet the level of soul compatibility before they can be purchased or gifted. Chen Dong said he understood, but not really. The information was just too vague. Why can other systems freely communicate with their hosts, whether it's a cute lowly or a girl in a JK uniform? At worst, it's just a silly little pet, But why does it feel like there's a huge communication barrier when it comes to him? It's as if they're awkwardly gesturing in sign language, barely managing to understand each other, and mixed in with various body movements. There is no choice. Chen Dong could only use the most straightforward method, trying one by one, looking at the long list of different heroes, since he couldn't purchase Li Bai. Chen Dong tried to select another hero. He clicked on Marco Polo to choose to buy. There was no way. Marco Polo with dual pistols looked incredibly cool. And most importantly, it matched his own temperament perfectly, to align with the so-called soul compatibility. Chen Dong even held an Uzi submachine gun in one hand and a revolver in the other. He struck a pose just like Marco Polo, thinking that this time it should work, right? This image and temperament were simply a reincarnation of Marco Polo. However, Chen Dong once again felt that information. The soul compatibility level was not sufficient, and he couldn't purchase it. Damn, this is too much, right? He couldn't even buy Marco Polo. Fine, Chen Dong, undeterred. Chose again. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he looked at Li Shoyu. This one should fit, right? Chen Dong summoned the 98K spirit, holding the K98 rifle in both hands, striking a shooting pose just like Li Shoyu. Everyone is into guns, and my spirit is also a sniper rifle. So this time it should work, right? Soul compatibility not sufficient. Unable to purchase. Damn. System, you're going too far. Forget it, I'll just randomly pick one. Diao Chan. Gender mismatch. Please choose carefully. After purchasing a female hero, it could be transformed into that hero, possessing all physical characteristics of that hero. This transformation has side effects, and after completion, it will subtly impart some abilities and traits of that hero randomly. Oh my god, oh my god. Forget it, forget it, forget it. Please no. Chen Dong expressed that he has no interest in natural transformation. If Dongfang Booby encountered this function, he would probably laugh his head off. It's better to choose among male heroes. Not enough soul compatibility? What kind of soul am I? A brave and strong man? That's right, it must be like that. Chen Dong tried to choose Zhao Yun for purchase. Both are gun enthusiasts, and he drinks just like Zhao Yun. Both are the kind of outstanding men who charge in with guns. This time it must succeed. Soul compatibility level does not meet the requirements. Unable to purchase. Damn. Chen Dong was about to break down. This was too much. Unwilling to give up, Chen Dong tried selecting one by one again. How about Yun Zhongjuan? I have wings. And he does too. It seems quite fitting. The most important thing is that Yun Zhongjuan has a bit of my charisma and handsomeness. However, it turned out that Chen Dong was overthinking it. Could it be that the system is jealous of my beauty, so it won't let me choose someone too handsome? Then let's pick someone with a more ordinary appearance. Cheng Yaojin? No way. Dian Wei? Not happening. System, don't push your luck. Are you really making me choose Neo Mo? But when I think about how the system's mysterious selected hero would inherit some traits from the hero, please don't let it be Neo Mo. How am I supposed to explain having a horn on my head? I might get mistaken for a soul beast and be hunted down. Just then, Chen Dong tried selecting one by one, and after selecting Dian Wei, he randomly clicked to purchase another hero next to him. Suddenly, the mall interface in front of him changed dramatically and instantly switched to the payment screen. Do you want to pay 13,888 to purchase the hero Chow Chow? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Chen Dong was a bit dumbfounded. What did it mean? Why Gao Gao? How on earth was he soulfully connected to Chow Chow? However, the shop in front of him was like an emotionless cashier, only presenting a payment interface and completely ignoring any of Chen Dong's questions. For a moment, Chen Dong was caught in a dilemma about whether to buy Chow Chow. Chow Chow's appearance seemed quite ordinary. The key point was that this warrior-type hero was not cool at all, completely not meeting Chen Dong's requirements, and he looked like a middle-aged man. But he, Chen Dong, was still a cute little boy. How could he attract a teacher if he turned into an uncle? Oh no, how could he enhance his relationship with the teacher? But just now, he had tried out all the heroes, and the others couldn't be purchased. If he didn't buy Chow Chow, then the bounty might be completely unusable. Damn it, what a ridiculous mechanism. What exactly do I have in common with the Prime Minister? By the way, what soul traits does Prime Minister Chow actually have? Military talent and political strategy? It seems like I have a slight connection there. I have some knowledge in both literature and martial arts. Could it be because of that? However, my literary talent should be unreliable. Chen Dong had no talent in that area at all. As for Chow Chow's other characteristic of being suspicious, that didn't seem to apply to him either. Chow Chow also had a hobby, which was a love for people. Wait a minute, Chen Dong suddenly froze, feeling like he had grasped something important. No way. Could it really be? System, this is slander. This is defamation. I do not acknowledge it. In an instant, Chen Dong's little face turned bright red. This matter between students and teachers. Could it be considered that kind of thing? Chen Dong was a bit angry. This is an insult to me. I absolutely refuse to accept such an evaluation. I don't want this Chow anyway. Chen Dong was already incredibly angry. Then Chen Dong began to seriously examine Chow's skills. Spinning 13,888 was truly painful. He had purchased a hero he completely disliked. After completing the purchase, a figure suddenly appeared in the mall interface, a man dressed in red, wielding a strange reddish-brown sword, with wild, long hair and a beard, as if he had suddenly come to life. In an instant, he transformed into a blood-red phantom and shot into Chen Dong's body. In a moment, Chen Dong inexplicably felt as if something had been added to his body, a bit hot and burning. It felt as if he had grown a pair of limbs all over, which was quite strange. The next second, with a thought, Chen Dong's body suddenly underwent a bizarre transformation. A blood-colored energy surged throughout his body, and then Chen Dong looked at his palm in astonishment. He now wore a pair of purple-black gloves. He touched his chin and found a tuft of delicate beard. He was draped in a strange long robe, with flowing long hair. I have become Prime Minister Chow. Why does it feel like I perfectly fit this body, without any sense of unfamiliarity? I can't believe it. Why? It turns out that the villain Chow is actually me. Chen Dong's complexion looked very bad, showing no joy at all from buying the hero. He sighed, realizing he could only accept this fact. Chen Dong circulated the pure red energy within his body, and a strange blood-red great sword appeared above his right hand. With this sword, Chen Dong felt an extreme thirst for blood. A strong desire for slaughter was growing, and a bizarre red energy was constantly roaming within Chen Dong's body, subtly changing him. Is this the martial soul of my body? But why don't I have any soul skills? Chow has 3 skills, plus a passive. That makes at least 4 skills. Why do I feel like I don't have any soul skills yet? Do I still need to add soul rings? After the changes in the wild knife rules and the mutations of items in the airdrop, especially the fact that energy drinks can restore soul power, Chen Dong realized that some things in the world seemed to have merged with the rules of Douluo continent after crossing the spatial barrier. They acquired certain characteristics of Douluo continent. Therefore, the heroes he purchased in the shop could not directly release their skills and had to follow the rules of Douluo continent. Weapons and skills were transformed into martial souls and soul skills, and since there were martial souls and soul skills, soul rings were naturally indispensable. He wondered how many years the soul ring in front of him could add, with the strength of his current body. Even if it wasn't a special rule martial soul like the jungle knife, it would still be sufficient to absorb a 10,000-year soul ring. If he could add 4 more 10,000-year red rings, wouldn't he be invincible? Wait a minute. Chen Dong hesitated for a moment, but ultimately gave up on this tempting idea. His true trump card and secret weapon were, of course, his own wild blade martial soul and 98k martial soul. The Chow minister in front of him was merely a disguise. Its greater purpose was to facilitate Chen Dong in carrying out certain tasks while subtly altering his body, even allowing him to inherit and evolve some of Chow's abilities. For example, the talent of Chow's blood-sucking skill and his passive abilities. The enhancement of the soul rings themselves was not very important. Therefore, the soul ring configuration could be obtained according to the standard best configuration commonly used in Douluo continent. After all, the attributes boosted by this disguise would not be too strong. With only 4 skills, it meant he could only reach a maximum of level 40. He couldn't live under this disguise forever. Sooner or later, he would have to revert back, and it would be meaningless no matter how good the soul rings he donned were. On the contrary, obtaining soul rings with the best configuration could make Chen Dong less noticeable and prominent. If he showcased his wild blade martial soul, it would likely expose his strength in an instant. After all, the first soul ring of a millennium and the second of 10,000 years would attract attention wherever he went, and if Chen Dong's true self made a move, it would be impossible to hide it any longer. With this in mind, Chen Dong made a decision. Since that was the case, he would choose to obtain soul rings based on the yellow-yellow-purple-purple configuration of Douluo continent. Even so, Chen Dong could still choose the ones with the maximum years for his configuration. For example, 2 900-year soul rings and 2 9,000-year soul rings to maximize the effect. His current body strength could easily absorb these soul rings. However, looking at the beard on his chin, Chen Dong felt extremely awkward. Having been accustomed to being a little boy, he felt somewhat uncomfortable facing this appearance. It seemed necessary for Chen Dong to buy a skin for himself. At the very least, he could not keep the beard any longer. Among the 5 existing skins of Chow, it seemed that only the Sky Wolf Conqueror, Candle Dragon, and Death God Come skins did not have beards. However, the style of the Sky Wolf Conqueror was too peculiar. If Chen Dong purchased this skin and appeared in such a futuristic image on Douluo continent, it would likely cause a stir wherever he went. The remaining Death God come skin was also too bizarre, especially with such a grotesque and fearsome image of death, which almost blatantly wrote the word villain on his face, making it likely that he would be targeted and attacked wherever he went. It would be even more difficult to blend into other righteous forces, as he would likely be mistaken for an evil spirit master and killed on the spot. Given this, it seemed that the only skin Chen Dong could choose was the Candle Dragon skin. After all, wearing a strange mask would conceal his true appearance. Moreover, skins like heroes could allow Chen Dong to subtly inherit some attributes after donning them. The strongest among them was undoubtedly the ancient exotic beast Candle Dragon that once existed in the classic of mountains and seas. With this in mind, Chen Dong directly selected the Candle Dragon skin from the shop and clicked to purchase. Just as Chen Dong clicked to buy, a message echoed from the strange shop in front of him. In Chen Dong's mind, there seemed to be a presence telling him that in order to obtain the Zhulong skin, he must gain the recognition of the Zhulong will. Chapter 71, Zhulong. Receiving such a prompt, Chen Dong couldn't help but feel surprised. Is it really that complicated to purchase a skin? And what exactly is this so-called Zhulong will? Chen Dong tried to focus his attention on the Candle Dragon skin in front of him. Suddenly, an incredibly vast and terrifying dark energy surged into his body in an instant, and he felt as if a boundless will was gazing at him. Chen Dong's consciousness seemed to appear in a void, in a chaotic realm, like the majestic ancient wilderness. Suddenly, a pair of giant eyes opened, and the whole world became bright. A giant dragon, 1,000 miles long and entirely crimson, quietly floated among the mountains. When the giant dragon closed its eyes to sleep, countless darkness flowed from within it, each dark entity transforming into terrifying monsters, rampaging across the land. Soon after, blood-colored energy appeared on the body of the 1,000-mile-long red dragon, transforming into blood-red armored beings that roamed in the darkness, capturing the evil energy that ravaged the earth, sealing this evil and darkness back within the armor. After absorbing this information, Chen Dong quickly understood the so-called will of the Candle Dragon. It was a will of guardianship. When he sensed this will, a set of incredibly fierce-looking armor appeared before him. The patterns on the armor resembled both snake scales and dragon scales, and atop the helmet was a red mask, featuring a golden vertical pupil that looked like the eye of a giant dragon. In his hand was a red greatsword, with a swirl of red blood energy intertwined with a strong dark aura, and at the handle was another golden vertical pupil. Looking at this mysterious and powerful armor, Chen Dong understood that as long as he donned this armor and wielded this weapon, he would possess a part of the Candle Dragon's energy. However, there was a condition. He needed to have the will to protect, to guard the light of a city, sacrificing himself to plunge into darkness in exchange for his eternal light. Only by meeting this condition could he acquire this skin. Wow, is it really that prestigious? Instantly, he felt the scale had expanded. Chen Dong silently looked at the Candle Dragon skin in front of him, feeling the overwhelming energy and continuously asking himself in his heart, do I have a city that needs protecting? In this unfamiliar world, Douluo continent felt more like a game to him. He was merely a fleeting traveler in this world. However, here he met his teacher BibiDong, the little fox Hulaina, the ghostly Yueguan, Xian. Among them were friends and family. If there was a city that needed his protection, it would undoubtedly be Wuhuan City. This is Chen Dong's home, his second hometown, where his loved ones and friends, whom he needed to protect, reside. Thinking of the tragic and dismal fate of Wuhuan City in the future, he decided, then let me protect this city in this lifetime. No matter who wants to destroy it, they must step over my corpse first. Just as this belief erupted in Chen Dong's heart, the red armor in front of him suddenly moved strangely, transforming into a vast energy of red and black, which instantly entered Chen Dong's body. The red-black giant sword entwined around Chen Dong's large sword martial soul, and suddenly, Chen Dong felt an additional pure red-black energy within him. This energy was similar to soul power, but was not soul power. It seemed to have always existed within his body, in his blood, silently operating in a fixed manner. Chen Dong found that this way of operation was very similar to how BibiDong taught his soul power operation method, but it was many times more advanced than that. It carried a natural and pure charm of the Great Way. When Chen Dong tried to operate his soul power in this manner, the two energies combined, and in an instant, a strange set of armor appeared on him. The armor contained a terrifying energy that was restless and violent. as if it were a blood-red force from the ancient abyss, bringing with it a sense of dreadful darkness. A peculiar energy continuously washed over Chen Dong's body, subtly altering his physique. At the same time, Chen Dong felt an unknown momentum had been added to him. After admiring his brand-new armor and appearance, he turned his gaze to the shop interface, and Chen Dong was instantly stunned. What's going on? All of the bounty balance is cleared? No wonder the shop was giving out skins so generously. I thought my had moved the shop, but it turned out it directly deducted all my balance. I'd spent money on it? No wonder. I just obtained a hero and a skin, and now I'm broke. However, fortunately, the so-called bounty was just about killing more soul beasts. Chen Dong was only worried that there were too few soul beasts in the Douluo forest. What if he wiped them out? After absorbing the skin, Chen Dong found that the 4 skills belonging to Chao had not changed. But he felt that an energy belonging to the candle dragon had been added to him, along with some changes in appearance. This energy from the ancient candle dragon would continuously alter Chen Dong's body, causing a sort of evolution in his flesh and blood. Thinking of this, Chen Dong was not in a hurry to retract the skin, trying to absorb more candle dragon energy and Chao's bloodline energy. It seemed he needed to live with the skin for the time being. Just then, Chen Dong's thoughts moved, and a pair of fiery red wings suddenly extended from his back, making his figure instantly disappear from the spot. Although the skin changed his appearance, the external soul bones and martial soul already existed within him, so he could naturally use them at any time. With the view provided by the 4x scope, Chen Dong saw a golden shadow rapidly approaching from a distance. Upon closer inspection, he could see that it was a golden figure with a pair of golden wings, flying at an incredibly fast speed. In just a few breaths, it was close to Chen Dong, and from afar, the golden figure also saw Chen Dong, who was adorned in a red and black bizarre armor with fiery red wings extending from his back. The figure suddenly stopped about 100 meters in front of Chen Dong, looking at him with suspicion. The visitor was indeed Lord Diarla. At this moment, he was not wearing his usual golden outfit, but an ordinary black garment as he hurried along. He had flown here quickly after receiving BibiDong's order to find Chen Dong and wait for his instructions. He did not dare to be the slightest bit negligent towards this holy son. However, when he saw the strange figure in front of him, he couldn't help but stop, as this person was simply too bizarre. He actually had a pair of fiery red wings, and judging by their shape, they were definitely not a transformation of a martial soul. This person was certainly not a soul beast, and the strength of the soul power on the other party did not seem too strong. If this was a human, the other party's soul master level would not be too high, but Lord Diarla could sense a sense of oppression and crisis from him. This feeling was something he had only experienced when facing the Holy Sun. At this moment, with such a mysterious figure appearing here, Lord Diarla had to raise his guard. Just then, Chen Dong's voice came. Lord Diarla, you came quickly. This is the Holy Sun's voice? Lord Diarla hesitated and said, Holy, what is son? Chen Dong, under the mask, nodded and said, Let's go down and talk. It's too conspicuous here. Saying this, Chen Dong took the lead and dove down, like a fiery red meteor, instantly appearing on the ground. He retracted his fiery red wings and stood quietly in place. Meanwhile, Lord Diarla, having retracted his golden wings, stood cautiously opposite Chen Dong, incredulously examining the mysterious person wrapped in bizarre armor before him, still somewhat unable to believe that this person was the Holy Sun. Chen Dong did not hide his identity from Lord Diarla because there was no need to. He still needed Lord Diarla to do many things for him, including solidifying this identity, so it was inevitable that he could not keep it from him. Moreover, this was also an opportunity to better intimidate him, allowing him to maintain an air of mystery in Lord Diarla's mind. Sure enough, Lord Diarla was plunged into a state of shock and confusion. Chen Dong's heart moved, and he retracted his Zhu Long form. He appeared again in his original image, sensing that the red energy still remained within him, allowing him to transform back into the Zhu Long form at any time. When Lord Diarla saw Chen Dong's figure appear, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the shock in his eyes grew even stronger. The Holy Sun was indeed unfathomable. He was truly mysterious and terrifying. Could it be that the Holy Sun was actually a 100,000-year soul beast in human form? Why did he just feel a sense of pressure from a high-level soul beast on him? You came just in time. There are a few things I need to tell you. I will be staying in the Douluo forest for a while. I have already hunted quite a few 1,000-year and 10,000-year soul beasts, and some of the things on these soul beasts are quite valuable and can be exchanged for some gold coins. I can't carry so much with me. So send a few members of the Oblivion Squad to follow me and gather these resources. What is the Holy Sun saying? 10,000-year soul beasts? If I remember correctly, the Holy Sun was only at level 17 before leaving, right? It's only been a few days. Seeing Lord Yala's confusion, Chen Dong smiled and said, "You don't need to doubt it. I'm already level 30 now, and hunting 10,000-year soul beasts is not a difficult task." 30 levels? Lord Yala was somewhat astonished. To be able to hunt 10,000-year soul beasts at just level 30? How is that possible? Wait, the Holy Sun has only been gone for a few days and has reached level 30? How? This is impossible. Could this be the true talent of the Holy Sun? To reach level 30 Soul Master in just a few days means that in another 6 months, he could catch up to me? In an instant. Lord Yala felt a bit bewildered. So all these years of my training have been for nothing? Chen Dong looked at Lord Yalara, who was standing there somewhat dazed, and raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No. No problem. Subordinate obeys. Lord Yalara quickly collected her shocked thoughts and focused on listening to Chen Dong's instructions. What you see now is another version of me, a disguise created using my martial soul. This disguise won't be perceived by others. You are now the second person, besides me, to know my disguised identity. Do you understand what this means? Yes, subordinate understands. This is the trust of the Holy Sun, and I will repay it with all my heart. Seeing the fearful Lord Yalara, Chen Dong couldn't help but laugh. There's no need to go that far. Chen Dong nodded. I want you to create a perfect identity for my current disguise. It needs to be seamless. Holy Sun, do you have any specific requests? It's simple. First, this identity should have as few direct relatives as possible. Parents deceased, no siblings, so it would be difficult to investigate. Also, there should be a record of the awakening of the martial soul in the martial soul city. You can ask the teacher for help with this. There should be no concealment. The record should state that the martial soul awakened at 6 years old and now is 8 or 9 years old, with full innate soul power, the martial soul being dark blood sword and possessing the bloodline of an ancient giant dragon. If His Holiness the Pope helps, there won't be any issues. However, it won't be easy to hide it from the elders of the Douluo Hall. Chen Dong shook his head and said, "It's fine, as long as we can conceal it from external forces. It would be best if someone could prove his past identity, confirming that this person indeed existed. As for the name, let's call him. Chow Chow seems a bit too imposing. Having two Chows together feels a bit too domineering, which completely doesn't match my character. Let's call him Prime Minister Chow. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, if there is no need to hide it internally. We can forge such an identity and have results within 2 to 3 days. One more thing, from now on, do not meet me directly. Use the special contact method I gave you last time and communicate with that set of code words. You must get used to this way of communication. Understood, my subordinate. By the way, Your Highness, there is something I need to report to you. What is it? Among the major forces you instructed me to pay attention to, the little princess Ning Rongrong from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School has recently left the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School and seems to be heading towards the Stardow Forest. Can you confirm that? Lord Yalara hesitated for a moment and said, Ning Fengji is still within the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, but both Bowen Douluo and Sword Douluo have disappeared simultaneously. It seems that aside from Ning Rongrong, no one else has the standing to have both titled Douluo protect them. You also know the strength of Bowen Douluo and Sword Douluo, so I didn't dare to get too close. All right, I understand. Chen Dong did not take this matter to heart. He took out the AKM rifle and ammunition from the third-level package, along with some blueprints, and handed them to Lord Yara. The blueprints should be given to Master M.O., asking him to secretly forge them, using the parts as models to make them in batches. I will give you the disassembly method for this weapon shortly. If there is anything unclear on the blueprints, you can provide him with a specific part for reference. Just make sure to replicate each part completely. The teacher also has a few trusted craftsmen. You should contact the teacher in Soul Master City and strictly replicate according to the blueprints and the actual items. There is no need to pursue speed in this matter, but it must be kept secret and not known to others. Seeing Chen Dong's serious expression, Lord Yara quickly and respectfully took the weapons and blueprints handed to him by Chen Dong. Yes, I understand. After thinking for a moment, Chen Dong took out 2 cans of energy drinks and a bottle of painkillers and handed them to Lord Yara. These 2 cans of drinks are for you. Just 1 sip will restore all your soul power within 8 seconds. And this bottle of painkillers can continuously heal your injuries within 8 seconds and even has the effect of resisting toxins. You know that besides the teacher and Nana, you are the only one in the entire Soul Master City who has this miraculous medicine. I will definitely not treat you poorly for helping me. Chapter 73. Candle Dragon Domain. Chen Dong deeply understands the principle of giving a sweet date after a slap. Managing subordinates requires a balance of leniency and firmness. The combination of grace and authority leads to a long-lasting path. Indeed, seeing the energy drink and painkillers Chen Dong handed him, Lord Diala was somewhat excited and knelt down. Thank you, Your Highness, for your generous gift. I truly feel unworthy. Recovering all soul power in 8 seconds. Continuously healing injuries and having anti-poison effects within the same time frame. What does this mean? It means that even in a life and death crisis, as long as he can secure 8 seconds, he can instantly restore all his peak combat power. Especially for Lord Diala, obtaining such a divine medicine means he can exhaust all his soul power to fly, which could provide him with an extra life at a critical moment. However, as the saying goes, no merit means no reward. Since his team of extinction was assigned under Chen Dong's command, they had not achieved any significant results. He knew that his few performances had left Chen Dong somewhat dissatisfied. Originally, Lord Diala felt a bit proud of his soul fighter strength, but after a few setbacks in front of Chen Dong, he realized that the Holy Sun's current strength had not yet developed, but he greatly admired the talent and strategy within him. Thus, he had always dared not underestimate Chen Dong and felt a degree of respect. Unexpectedly, Chen Dong would generously bestow upon him such a divine medicine, leaving Lord Diala somewhat flattered, and his gratitude for Chen Dong increased. To make a horse run, one must feed it grass. For Chen Dong, Lord Diala was the only useful person he had at the moment. This action not only ensured his loyalty, but also aimed to enhance Lord Diala's strength, as he held too many secrets. Additionally, with his constant travels, any sudden crisis could easily cause significant losses to Chen Dong's plans. As Chen Dong watched the determined and grateful Lord Diala respectfully leave to fulfill the tasks he assigned, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. After all, it was just a small favor. In the future, if he finds any celestial herbs, he could share one with Lord Diala to see if it could help him successfully advance to a title Douluo. After all, as his subordinate, the stronger he is, the better. Next, Chen Dong planned to experiment with the abilities of the heroes and skins he obtained. First up was the passive skill from Prime Minister Chao's 4 skills, Domination. Each time a skill is released, it increases attack speed by 10, with no stacking limit, lasting for 5 seconds. Chen Dong's eyes brightened as he released his skills, rather than his soul skills. This meant that in addition to the 3 active skills, even using skills like Life Devour, Rage of the Crimson Flame, Finish, Berserk, and Sprint would count as well. In this way, Chen Dong could ensure a continuous effect for 5 seconds without interruption, continuously stacking his attack speed. This meant that once in combat, he would become more and more courageous, and by the end, his attack speed could potentially increase to infinity. However, while it looked very powerful, it was actually not very useful. No matter how high the attack speed, an output environment was still needed. Therefore, he still needed to continuously enhance his strength and health. Next was the first active skill, Blade of Dominance. He could freely choose the direction to launch a slashing assault, dealing 184 attack power damage to all enemies in its path, with a maximum of 3 strikes. The interval between each strike could not exceed 8 seconds, and the third strike would knock the enemy back for 0. 5 seconds. 8 seconds? It was completely unnecessary. Of course, the shorter the interval, the better, as this would allow the attack speed to stack more quickly. The second active skill was World Dominance. Holding the Dark Blood Sword, he pointed the sword towards the world and unleashed a powerful sword energy in a designated direction, dealing 190 attack power damage to all enemies in its path and reducing their movement speed by 50 for 2 seconds. Each time an enemy was hit would reduce the cooldown of World Dominance by 1 second. The third active skill was Bloodbath Hero. With a will of blood, he strengthened the Dark Blood Sword, removing all control effects on himself and immediately restoring 20 lost health points while dealing 200 attack power damage to all surrounding enemies. The enhanced Dark Blood Sword would increase physical attack power by 200 tenacity by 20, and all attacks and skills hitting enemies would restore 37 health points from the damage dealt. After reading this, Chen Dong couldn't help but exclaim, strong. This meant that his methods of attack would become even more diverse. Now Chen Dong's 2 soul skills, Life Devour and Rage of the Crimson Flame, were essentially state-enhancing skills, somewhat similar to Chao's passive skill. Chen Dong actually lacks active offensive means, and these 3 active skills come just in time. As long as it's a standstill fight, Chen Dong will definitely become stronger with each hit, remaining invincible. And this is just the skill of the Cao Cao hero as the Zhu Long skin. It has additional bonuses. Chen Dong switched to the Candle Dragon skin form, with armor covering his entire body. In an instant, Chen Dong felt the dark night and blood-red energy enveloping him, exuding a reclusive aura. Candle Dragon Domain. Empowered by the Blood Clan and Shadow powers, he gained a frenzied, bloodthirsty energy while also having damage enhancement and immunity against all evil thoughts associated with dark attachments. The will of the Candle Dragon exerts a suppressive effect on all dragon-type beings. Within the Candle Dragon domain, he is immune to domain control effects, unless the domain energy exceeds the will of the Candle Dragon. Great! Chen Dong felt a surge of joy in his heart. He had been worried about how to counter the domain of a 300,000-year-soul beast, as even with his strong vitality and power, dealing with the rule-like force of a domain was quite challenging. But now, with the Candle Dragon domain, Chen Dong could disregard the domain of the 300,000-year-soul beast. On the contrary, his punishment skills would not be affected by the level of the soul beast. Moreover, within this domain, Chen Dong completely ignored the pressure from all dragons and released the protective will of the Candle Dragon, which had a significant damage enhancement effect against all evil beings and dark thoughts. Now what Chen Dong needed to do was to obtain soul rings, as currently, Cao Cao's 4 skills were still in a gray state and could not be used. Only by adding soul rings could he utilize the skills. With this in mind, Chen Dong began to move towards the outer area of the Stardow Forest, as the area he was in was mostly inhabited by 10,000-year and 1,000-year soul beasts, with very few 100-year soul beasts present. Along the way, he directly ignored the low-level 100-year soul beasts he encountered. Their levels were too low and completely unsuitable for him. Additionally, the soul power gained from killing them was minimal and not worth the time, unless they happened to come into his path. Chen Dong used his wings and the vision of a 4x scope to continuously observe suitable soul beasts while moving at high speed. After a hard time, he finally spotted a powerful century-old soul beast. However, after killing it and receiving the bounty, it turned out to be just an 890-year-old fire tiger. What a pity. Chen Dong actually wanted a soul beast that was over 900 years old and about to break the 1,000-year mark. After discarding this soul beast, Chen Dong retracted his pair of wings. He was already close to the outskirts of the Stardow Forest and did not want to be seen by too many people. At the same time, the pressure from the 10,000-year soul beast that emanated from his wings would cause some 100-year soul beast to scatter in fear, which would not be beneficial for his search. Chapter 74. Ning Rong Rong. At this moment, a group of 3 was walking from a distance at the outskirts of the Stardow Forest. The one in front was a little girl who was only 6 or 7 years old. Despite her young age, it was evident that she would grow up to be a beauty. Her long hair cascaded down to her waist. Her face was exquisitely carved like jade. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her sky-blue eyes looked lively and spirited. She wore various exquisite accessories in her hair, on her chest, wrists, and waist, and her sapphire blue dress, complemented by lace trim, gave her a naturally pampered princess aura. At this moment, the little girl was happily running around like a little sprite. Behind her closely followed an old man. This old man had wrinkled skin, deep-set eyes, and sparse white hair that barely clung to his scalp, making him extremely unattractive. If seen at night, he would likely be mistaken for a giant skeleton. The old man wore a worried expression and kept muttering, "My little ancestor, slow down, slow down. What if you fall?" Next to him was another old man, with white hair and a face as tender as a baby's. His pure white clothes were stretched taut by his strong physique. His neatly combed white hair fell over his shoulders, and his sharp gaze resembled that of a sword. His eyebrows were also sharp, making him seem like a drawn sword, sharp and ready. He walked at a leisurely pace, each step measured as if he had calculated the distance precisely. He walked very calmly, yet his speed was not slow at all. His expression was cold as he remarked dismissively, "Old bone, don't be so useless. Rong Rong will soon be a one-ring soul master. How could she easily fall? Besides, with our strength, even if something unexpected happens, do you think we wouldn't be able to protect Rong Rong in time? What do you know? I'm just worried about her." The skeleton-like old man retorted, turning to respond, "It's clear you don't care about Rong Rong. Only Grandpa Bone treats you the best, right, Rong Rong?" Hearing this, the little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "Grandpa Bone doesn't he let Rong Rong play at all? Not good at all." Upon hearing this, the old man immediately expressed his grievances. "Rong Rong, Grandpa Bone is doing this for your safety. The Stardew Forest is different from other places. It's filled with dangers. At this moment, the white-haired old man interjected gleefully. Rong Rong is curious about everything on her first outing. Since she wants to play, we can just accompany her. With our strength, even if we encounter a 10,000-year-old beast, we can protect Rong Rong safely. Rong Rong, Grandpa Bone doesn't care about you at all. It's Grandpa Sword who treats you the best, right? After finishing, the white-haired old man looked proudly at the little girl, raising his eyebrows provocatively at the bald old man. The latter was shocked, looking eagerly at the little girl, fearing she would say something unfavorable. The little girl stopped, hands on her hips, shaking her head. Grandpa Sword is not good at all. Rong Rong asked you to catch a soul beast to dance for me, and you couldn't do it, hum? The white-haired old man's face froze, and he awkwardly replied, Rong Rong, no matter how many years of soul beasts you want, Grandpa Sword can catch them for you. However, making a soul beast dance is too difficult. How about this? Grandpa Sword will dance for you. What's so good about you dancing? Our Rong Rong won't watch it at all, right? The bald old man immediately interjected, his face brimming with joy, clearly pleased that the white-haired old man couldn't coax praise from the little girl. At that moment, the white-haired old man suddenly brightened his eyes and said, Rong Rong, I found a target. This is a 400-year-old earth dragon rhinoceros beast with very strong defense, perfectly suited for your soul ring. Just wait, Grandpa Sword will catch it for you right away. Old Bone, you protect Rong Rong. Why should I protect Rong Rong? You go catch the rhinoceros beast. Just then, the earth dragon rhinoceros beast ahead seemed to sense some kind of deadly danger and quickly fled into the depths of the forest. However, the two old men did not rush to chase after it. Instead, they began to argue over who would catch the soul beast, as if catching this soul beast for the little girl was a tremendous honor. At this moment, Chen Dong was quietly searching for his own target in the silent forest. He had just killed a 960-year-old 100-year soul beast, absorbed the first soul ring, and unlocked Chow Chow's first soul skill. Now he needed to find another 100-year soul beast. Unfortunately, while there were many 100-year soul beasts, those over 900 years old were exceptionally rare, and Chen Dong was now very close to the outskirts of the Stardew Forest. Just then, a shadow flashed in the grass ahead, and a soul beast charged straight toward him. Chen Dong was taken aback. What was going on? Delivering food to the door? Looking up, he could see that this was a ground dragon rhinoceros beast, which had decent defense, but it was only about 400 years old. Even if he killed it, it wouldn't increase his soul power by much. For a soul beast like this, if it were just passing by him, Chen Dong wouldn't even bother to chase it. However, now that he saw the posture of this soul beast, it was clearly charging straight at him. Chen Dong stood still, facing the direction from which the earth dragon rhinoceros beast was coming, and lightly threw a punch. With his current physique, he was comparable to a 10,000-year soul beast, and his strength was also on par with that of a 10,000-year soul beast. With just a gentle punch, the earth dragon rhinoceros beast, which had been growing in defense, was instantly sent flying, its bones cracking loudly. At the spot where the earth dragon rhinoceros beast fell, three figures suddenly appeared. The earth dragon rhinoceros beast, suffering from broken bones and intense pain throughout its body, trembled uncontrollably, its forelegs struggling to stand up in a twisted manner before weakly collapsing to the ground. The little girl named Rong Rong happened to witness this scene and excitedly clapped her hands. The soul beast is dancing. The soul beast is dancing. Hooray! Chen Dong looked warily at the three people opposite him. Two old men, whose strengths were hard to gauge, held a 6- or 7-year-old girl high above their heads. The little girl was excitedly clapping her hands on top of their heads. Oh, there's only a breath left. Rong Rong, hurry up. It's just right to absorb the spirit ring. As they put the girl down, the white-haired old man looked at Chen Dong in surprise. He could tell at a glance that this earth dragon rhinoceros beast had its bones shattered by immense force. It should be noted that the earth dragon rhinoceros beast possesses a trace of dragon bloodline, making its defenses incredibly tough, especially the skull, which is its most defensive and resilient part. Yet at this moment, it had been caved in by a single punch. He couldn't help but curiously glance at the strange, mysterious person across from him, who was clad in red and black armor and exuded a mysterious aura. However, judging by his stature, he still appeared to be a child. The white-haired old man took out a small pouch from his bosom and said, "This friend should be able to see that this earth dragon rhinoceros beast was chased here by us. Since you killed it, we can't just take advantage of this. How about this? Here are 50 gold spirit coins. Consider it as me buying this earth dragon rhinoceros beast from you." 50 gold spirit coins for a 100-year spirit beast? That's quite generous. Since when has a 100-year spirit beast been worth so much? What a wealthy person. Chen Dong glanced at a few people without showing any expression, especially at the two oddly shaped old men. Upon seeing the little girl's remarkable temperament and her luxurious accessories, and recalling the information mentioned by Lord Daira, it seemed that they should be the sword Douluo, bone Douluo, and the little princess Ning Rongrong of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. What a coincidence! With such a vast Stardew forest, they managed to meet. Chapter 75. You can't afford it. Chen Dong held a relatively high regard for the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School and Ning Fengji himself. Of course, he is now the son of the Spirit Hall, which means that the two sides will largely be opponents in the future. However, given his current strength, he still preferred to act low-key. Chen Dong looked at the few people in front of him and said in a flat tone, "Since it's useful to you, then take it." After saying this, Chen Dong turned and left. Wait, Jian Douluo couldn't help but speak up. Chen Dong stood still, facing away from the three. Is there anything else? The sword Douluo was taken aback. What a cold and proud young man. In the face of the temptation of gold soul coins, he showed no hesitation whatsoever, not even glancing at them. Moreover, this young man's strength was truly formidable. As for the fact that he was just a boy, aside from his not-so-tall stature beneath the armor, the voice he had just spoken with was clearly that of a child, suggesting he couldn't be older than 12. A boy of such a young age appearing in the Stardew Forest. Could he be a descendant of some major family? With this thought, the sword Douluo said to Chen Dong, "Young friend, please don't misunderstand. I am Chen Xin from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although this little friend does not care about this 100-year-old soul beast, I would never take advantage of anyone. Please, you must accept this money." Indeed, it was the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Chen Dong turned to observe the sword Douluo, his entire being radiating a restrained sword aura. He seemed like a treasured sword that had not yet been drawn from its sheath, with a profound aura. Since that's the case, let's go by market price. Just give me 1 gold coin. At that moment, another person behind the sword Douluo curiously stepped forward, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. Then, with bright eyes, he pointed at Chen Dong and said, "I want that set of armor. It looks great. Hurry up and give it to me." The sword Douluo's expression stiffened, and he turned around awkwardly to look at Ning Rongrong. "Rongrong, that armor looks so fierce and so large. It definitely wouldn't fit you. So let us not take it, okay? No, I want it. Grandpa Jian doesn't care about me at all, but Grandpa Gu is the best to me. Grandpa Gu, I want the armor." Chen Dong looked speechless at the little girl in front of him, who was only 6 or 7 years old and already so willful. It's understandable. After all, in the entire Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, no one would go against her wishes. Saying that Hulaina is a little which is really far from comparing to this one in front of him. Bone Douluo and sword Douluo exchanged glances. The other was just a teenager, while both of them were titled Douluo in strength. Naturally, they couldn't resort to strong-arm tactics. Bone Douluo scratched his already sparse hair and mustered the courage to clasp his hands towards Chen Dong, saying, "Little brother, I wonder if you would be willing to sell this piece of armor? Rest assured, as long as you can state your conditions, our Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School will definitely meet them. By the skin of the Candle Dragon? What a joke. Not to mention the effects of the Candle Dragon skin. Just the uniqueness of it in the entire Douluo continent is unmatched. No matter how powerful your Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is, can you create skins?" Chen Dong stood still, shaking his head, and said, "Not for sale. You can't afford it." After saying that, he turned around and left, ignoring the few people. Chen Dong always kept his distance from such annoying brats. Watching Chen Dong coldly turn away, Bone Douluo and sword Douluo hesitated for a moment, and finally could only sigh helplessly. This is troublesome. How are we going to appease this little ancestor? Rongrong, how about Grandpa Bone catches you a 10,000-year soul beast to make armor? No, I don't want that. I want that armor. Stop right there, you little brat. Saying this, Ning Rongrong angrily chased after Chen Dong. Seeing such a cute little girl running towards him, Chen Dong felt a tickling sensation in his palm. A punch from such a cute girl would definitely be even cuter, right? Take off your armor. I want to wear it. Chen Dong sneered. Why should I? Oomph. If you dare not agree, I'll have Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Sword beat you up. Oh, really? Chen Dong smiled at Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo. I have heard people say that the Master Ning of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School is a modest gentleman, exuding the demeanor of an elder and the aura of a benevolent person. Only after seeing him today do I realize that what is heard may be false. But what is seen is true. Upon hearing this, both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo felt deeply ashamed. as if they had slapped the entire seven-treasure glazed tile school in the face. Moreover, the other party is just a young man, and they themselves are in the wrong. They couldn't retaliate. Cough, cough. Young friend, Rong was just speaking as a child. It shouldn't be taken seriously. This matter is indeed our seven-treasure glazed tile school's fault. Please forgive us, young friend. Chen Dong smiled and said, I hope so. I'm just a humble wandering child. If the seven-treasure glazed tile school really intends to kill and seize treasures, the Stardew Forest is indeed suitable. However, if you have no such intentions, then let's part ways here. After saying that, Chen Dong turned and walked away. Ning Rong was relentless and shouted, Stop. You can't leave. Rong, don't make a scene. Sword Douluo stopped Ning Rong, then threw the money pouch in his hand towards Chen Dong and shouted, Little friend, the seven-treasure glazed tile school would never use force to pressure others. This is our sincerity. Please accept it. Whoosh. The money pouch spun in the air and then flew back towards Sword Douluo. Chen Dong held a gold soul coin in his hand and left without looking back. One gold soul coin can be exchanged for 100-year soul beast. They owe each other nothing. After Chen Dong left, Douluo and Sword Douluo exchanged glances with difficult expressions, wondering how to appease the little ancestor in front of them. Rong. Just as Sword Douluo was about to speak, Ning Rong burst into tears. Woo, Grandpa Jian is so bad, he actually bullied me. Rong doesn't want to be with you anymore. Sword Douluo's sword-like brows furrowed tightly, and he sighed helplessly, saying, Rong, have you forgotten what your father said when he left? If you listen to Grandpa Jian, there will be a gift waiting for you when you go back. But if you don't behave, the gift will be gone. Douluo quickly echoed. Not only that, Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian have prepared gifts for you. As long as you behave, you can have them when you return to the sect. I want gifts from both Grandpa Bone and Grandpa Jian. Good, too. No problem. Now be good and obedient and absorb the soul ring. I also want armor. Okay, Rong, after you absorb the soul ring, you'll be a soul master. And then Grandpa Bone will give you one, okay? You have to keep your word. Keep your word. Watching Ning Rong begin to absorb the soul ring, both Douluo and Sword Douluo breathed a sigh of relief. It was more exhausting than battling a 10,000-year soul beast. Sword, that little guy just now had a terrifying aura, seemingly from some kind of dragon bloodline, and there was a fearsome, forbidden power within him. I wonder which family's disciple he is. Really? I sensed an astonishing sword energy from within him. He either has an extraordinary sword or possesses a sword martial soul. Those who use swords are proud and unrestrained. This young man is a good seed for sword practice. Chapter 76. Actually, I'm a stray child. After walking a distance, Chen Dong looked back a few times. Regardless of the strength of Douluo and Sword Douluo, their character was trustworthy. Especially Sword Douluo, like a transparent treasure sword, would definitely not do such things as bullying the weak or forcing a sale. If he did, his sword heart would be tarnished, and it would be difficult for him to make progress in his cultivation. However, that little demon girl Ning Rong was truly a headache. In comparison, Hu Liena from Wuhuan City could at most be called a clingy little fox, completely incomparable to Ning Rong's lethality. In Chen Dong's view, this was just a chance encounter, nothing to take too seriously. Right now, his main focus was on improving his strength, quietly developing, and setting up some hidden hands was enough. He did not yet have the power to influence any major situations. After wandering in the Stardew Forest for half a day, Chen Dong still had not found the target he was looking for. A soul beast nearing 1,000 years was indeed hard to come by. Just then, Chen Dong's footsteps paused. Not far away in the dense forest, in a dark corner, it seemed that something was quietly approaching. However, Chen Dong did not hear any sound, only a sort of instinctive sensation. Why was he able to inexplicably sense the approach of some unknown presence? Wait, Chen Dong realized that it must be his own candle dragon domain. The power he felt was a force coming from the darkness. In the shadows of the dense forest, a pair of green, glimmering eyes flickered, and a 2-meter-tall nether wolf, with black and gray fur that resembled needles, was lurking. Furthermore, it was a nether wolf that was about to reach 1,000 years of cultivation. Chen Dong's eyes brightened. This was just perfect, a delivery, right to his door. The nether wolf itself possessed dark attributes and excelled in speed. Although it was merely a soul beast that had existed for 1,000 years, it still moved with a ghostly silence. Just as Chen Dong spotted the nether wolf, it had already lunged towards him at a terrifying speed. Chen Dong was even too lazy to use his punishment skills and decided to try out Chow Chow's skills instead. Whoosh! The dark blood sword suddenly appeared in Chen Dong's hand. stabbing fiercely towards the phantom wolf in front of him. The speed of this sword was very fast, accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. After the dark blood sword struck the phantom wolf, it left a wound on its abdomen. Chen Dong didn't use much strength, so the ghostly wolf is not dead yet. Whoosh! Chen Dong thrusts out his sword again, and as he does, he notices that his speed has suddenly increased. It seems this is the attribute boost from Cao Cao's passive skill. Just one stack has resulted in such a noticeable effect. After this dark blood sword strikes the nether wolf again, Chen Dong's attack speed increases once more. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, Chen Dong is able to deliver 2 consecutive strikes, hitting 2 different vital spots on the nether wolf. The nether wolf's body collapses helplessly to the ground, quickly falling silent. Chen Dong curled his lips in disdain. This was just too easy. However, having tested the effects of the dominant skill, he was satisfied as he held the dark blood sword in his hand. Whoosh! The yellow soul ring on the body of the nether wolf suddenly lit up, tightly wrapping around the dark blood sword. Chen Dong didn't even sit cross-legged. Instead, he stood in place, feeling a surge of energy within him, which was quickly absorbed. Absorbing the soul ring of a 100-year-old soul beast would hardly cause any fluctuation in Chen Dong's soul power. Just as he was absorbing the soul ring, 3 people walked out from the dense forest beside him. It was the trio led by Sword Douluo. Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong in surprise and then angrily shouted, "It's you again. You actually killed my nether wolf? Hurry up and compensate me." She then turned around and complained to Sword Douluo, "Grandpa Jian, I told you to hurry up." Sword Douluo's expression was somewhat unpleasant. He had just noticed Chen Dong, but he couldn't argue against the little ancestor in front of him and could only follow along. He had also witnessed the scene of Chen Dong killing the nether wolf and was surprised to find that the boy in front of him was only a soul master. Of course, he was now a great soul master. The other party must be a disciple of some major power, daring to come alone to the Stardow Forest to obtain a soul ring as a mere one-ring soul master. Moreover, this boy actually had a weapon spirit, and the spirit was a sword. The dark blood-colored long sword contained a terrifying energy, which even shocked Sword Douluo upon seeing it. The boy's swordsmanship was average and seemed not to have undergone systematic training. However, he had a great talent for killing, with strong combat experience and awareness. After absorbing the soul ring, Chen Dong turned around and saw the 3 people, feeling somewhat speechless. How could this Ning Rongrong be like a sticky candy, appearing wherever he went, impossible to shake off, which was incredibly annoying. Chen Dong glanced at the corpse of the nether wolf in front of him and casually said, "I just want to give it to you. You killed my century-old soul beast. You owe me. All right." Chen Dong lightly tossed a gold soul coin in the direction of Ning Rongrong. "A gold soul coin can buy a 100-year soul beast, and now we're even. No debts between us. You." Ning Rongrong's little face instantly turned red. Chen Dong's action was due to the 100-year soul beast that the Sword Douluo had just purchased from him using a gold soul coin. Chen Dong now returning a gold soul coin is only natural. However, Ning Rongrong looked at the gold soul coin thrown in front of her and felt deeply indignant. She had never encountered anyone who dared to speak to her like this, so coldly. "Bastard, you are too much. I want to duel with you." "Duel?" Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong in surprise and said with a hint of amusement, "A cute girl like you would definitely cry terribly if I punched you. Right? Aren't you two going to stop her?" Jian Dong sighed helplessly, stepped forward from behind Ning Rongrong, and said, "This is Ning Rongrong, the daughter of the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School. She is still young, so young friend, please don't hold it against her. Don't you know which family's child this little friend is?" As Jian Douluo spoke, he was also pondering in his heart whether her martial spirit was a weapon or a sword. It was a type of martial spirit that was not very common on the continent. He wondered which family she belonged to. Chen Dong shook his head and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not from a big family. I'm just a wanderer, born in a small village in the outskirts of Sodo. I had the misfortune of losing my parents and have no siblings. I was raised by the village chief. When I awakened my martial soul at the age of 6, the people from the Martial Soul Hall said I had innate full soul power and great talent, and they wanted to take me away. I didn't like being constrained, so I secretly ran away. After that, I lived a life of hiding from someone. So, now you know I'm not from a big family, just an ordinary wanderer. Even if you kill me, I believe it wouldn't tarnish the reputation of your 7-treasure glazed tile school, right?" What Chen Dong mentioned about identity information is entirely what he and Lord Diala agreed upon in advance. Now, both Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo cannot verify it. Once they return to verify, they will indeed find that such a genius exists. "Young friend has misunderstood, but I see that your talent is quite good. Cultivating alone has many inconveniences, and I fear it might waste your great talent. Have you considered joining a sect? Chapter 77. Sword Douluo's Appreciation. Hearing Douluo's words, Chen Dong's eyes lit up. What does this mean? Is he trying to persuade me to join the seven-treasure glazed tile school? If he were an ordinary boy, he might have been tempted. But Chen Dong is the holy son of the Spirit Hall, with countless resources and renowned masters at his disposal. Moreover, what Chen Dong needs most right now is to improve his strength and search for soul rings. Entering the seven-treasure glazed tile school would certainly give him an additional hidden identity to make some plans in secret. However, now is not the right time. If he joins the seven-treasure glazed tile school now, he would be under the influence of Ning, Fengji, and Douluo, as well as several others. It would be difficult to carry out any small maneuvers then, especially Ning Fengji, who is quite shrewd. Thinking of this, Chen Dong calmly replied, "What is so good about joining a sect? Right now, I can feed myself and my family is not hungry. The sky is my blanket and the ground is my bed. I live as carefree as I want." Douluo did not expect Chen Dong to pick up on his intentions, but he still chose to refuse. In his view, this young man has outstanding talent and possesses a sword martial soul, making him an excellent candidate for his legacy. Unfortunately, it seems this boy has lacked guidance since childhood and doesn't understand the benefits of joining a sect. Thinking of this, Douluo said, after joining a sect, not only can you receive guidance from renowned masters, but more importantly, you have the protection of the sect, so you don't have to worry about your safety, and there are various resources within the sect to help you grow. This is not good. Chen Dong pretended to be completely naive, pointing at Ning Rongrong and saying, "Look at her, so willful and unreasonable, and she's the daughter of the sect master. Even you two are her punching bags. If I join your sect, won't I be bullied by her every day? Absolutely not." As he spoke, his head shook like a wave drum, and he looked at Ning Rongrong with obvious disdain. Sword Douluo couldn't help but laugh and cry. The young man in front of him seemed to be born with a love for freedom, completely carefree. However, he did quite like this aloof and proud young man. He had good talent, and his martial spirit was a sword martial spirit, with a straightforward and unpretentious personality, which was just to Sword Douluo's taste. It was just that he didn't know much about this young man's background yet, but for a big power like the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, finding out the truth wouldn't be difficult at all. Meanwhile, Ning Rongrong, hearing Chen Dong belittle her and the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, immediately looked at him with dissatisfaction and said, "You're just a drifter, a little beggar. Do you think you can join the seven-treasure glazed tile sect? No way." While speaking, Ning Rongrong proudly pointed at herself. "Humph, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect only accepts talented disciples. Do you think just anyone can join?" Chen Dong said with feigned surprise. "Oh, so the seven-treasure glazed tile school only accepts genius disciples?" No. As he spoke, Chen Dong exaggeratedly shook his head. "I think there are exceptions within the seven-treasure glazed tile school." Ning Rongrong was a bit stunned and said defiantly, "What exceptions?" Chen Dong pointed at Ning Rongrong and said, "Isn't that you? You became a disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school because you have a patriarch father. Without that identity, with your talent, I'm afraid the seven-treasure glazed tile school wouldn't want you, right? You underestimate people," Ning Rongrong retorted. "I'm already a one-ring soul master. You, at such an old age, have only become a great soul master, and you dare to mock me? Is that so?" Chen Dong shook his head disdainfully. "I'm 8 years old now, and I'm already hunting soul beasts alone in the Douluo forest. I wonder how strong you were at 8. As soon as Chen Dong said this, Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo were instantly stunned, looking at Chen Dong in surprise. Although they knew that the boy in front of them couldn't be too old, they never expected him to be only 8 years old. What kind of concept is it for an 8-year-old child to hunt soul beasts alone in the Douluo forest? This is a genius, and a genius that the Spirit Hall has missed. How wonderful would it be if he could become a disciple of the seven-treasure glazed tile school? Chen Dong smiled and said, "You look down on me, but it's only because you have a good father. I look down on you because your abilities are not as strong as mine. Little sister, I'll give you a piece of advice. Come back to disdain me when you have the capabilities to be proud of yourself. Goodbye." After saying this, Chen Dong turned and left, leaving Ning Rongrong stunned in place. She quickly reacted, realizing that Chen Dong actually looked down on her. She immediately burst into tears. "Stinky beggar, stinky vagrant, just wait, I won't let you off. Grandpa Bone, Grandpa Jian, he's bullying me, and you won't do anything." Wu, Douluo sighed, squatted down, and looked at the crying Ning Rongrong. He reached out to pat her head. "All right, Rongrong, stop crying." What he said isn't entirely unreasonable. "Do you know why the sect leader didn't personally bring you out this time? Isn't Dad busy? That's one reason. But another is that he hopes you can break free from his influence, go out and see the world, and truly grow up. Grandpa Jian believes you are a good child, and with your talent, you will definitely shine on the Douluo continent in the future. Ooh, I don't care. I don't care. I want to kill that stinky beggar. You all don't care about me. Rong hates you all. Don't follow me, hate. Walking alone in the depths of the forest, Chen Dong couldn't help but sigh. He felt that he was having a bad day, having encountered the willful and headstrong Ning Rong twice in one day. The current Ning Rong was completely a little demoness, unruly, unreasonable, selfish, and domineering, making anyone who saw her have a headache. Moreover, she was accompanied by two powerful bodyguards, Douluo and Douluo, making her someone no one could provoke. Chen Dong could only avoid her. However, he believed that he wouldn't encounter Ning Rong again. Now, Chen Dong had already obtained 200-year spirit rings, and he naturally planned to search for the remaining 1,000-year spirit rings according to the highest standards. At the very least, he needed one that was over 9,000 years, since it only needed to appear purple on the surface. To outsiders, there was no difference between a 9,999-year spirit beast and a 1,001-year one. Naturally, to find such a spirit beast close to 10,000 years, he couldn't stay on the outskirts. Chen Dong must search in the core area of the Stardo Forest. Once there, he believes he can perfectly avoid Ning Rong. After all, no matter how strong Duo and Duo are, they would not take Ning Rong into such a dangerous place. They absolutely would not allow Ning Rong to be in any danger. Chen Dong returned to the area where the Millennium Soul Beasts lived once again. He didn't know if it was really due to bad luck, but after searching for a long time, he couldn't find a suitable target, wasting half a day's time. Just then, Chen Dong was stunned as he looked at certain traces on the ground. He crouched down and carefully examined the movement marks on the ground, where there were two thin, winding traces. Chen Dong reached down to pinch a bit of soil and sniffed it under his nose. A familiar stench wafted through the air. A face-devouring spider? As the first soul beast he obtained a soul ring from, Chen Dong was very familiar with the face-devouring spider. He knew that the face-devouring spider could provide continuously evolving energy for his external soul bone. So while in Soul Hall City, Chen Dong had researched many records about the face-devouring spider. He was well aware of its various habits. Judging by the traces on the ground and that peculiar smell, there was no doubt it was a face-devouring spider. Such a powerful soul beast was generally at least 1,000 years old. However, regardless of how many years it had lived, it was a target for Chen Dong's hunt. Even if this face-devouring spider wasn't 9,000 years old, killing it could still enhance the attributes of his external soul bone. With this thought in mind, Chen Dong excitedly followed the traces on the ground in pursuit of the face-devouring spider. Chapter 78. Fainted from anger with just one sentence. Meanwhile, Douluo and Douluo were anxiously traversing the Stardo Forest at high speed. They occasionally leaped into the air to glance below, seemingly searching for something. Old Bone, this isn't working. We should split up to look. Douluo anxiously grabbed at his already sparse hair, which was in even worse condition now. He sighed and said, Rong is too willful. The life-saving soul tool given to her by the sect master was actually used to shake us off. Douluo's calm eyes were filled with anxiety. I didn't expect Rong to do this either. Anyway, the most important thing now is to find her. Although Rong has a few red soul tools left by the sect master that can protect her in critical moments, there are too many powerful soul beasts in the Stardo Forest, and a slight misstep could lead to. At this point, thinking of the terrifying outcome, Douluo dared not continue. Douluo slapped his thigh heavily. All right, I'll search the outskirts. Your speed is faster than mine. So you search the core area. Hopefully, Rong hasn't run into the core area. Douluo's tone was filled with worry. Okay, before Douluo finished speaking, he sped off toward the core area. At this moment, in a dense forest of the Stardo Forest, a little girl in a blue dress had a smug smile on her face. Excitedly, she emerged from the thicket, murmuring to herself, What danger? It's all a lie. Where's the danger? A little beggar can hunt soul beasts alone. Why can't I? You all look down on me. I want to prove to you that I can do it. The little girl was Ning Rong, and the jade pendant she wore on her chest was given to her by her father, Ning Feng. It could teleport her instantly to a specified direction in critical moments. Though it could only be used once, it was still a rare treasure. Originally, it was meant for Ning Rong's protection during critical times, but she used it to shake off Douluo and Douluo. The reason was simply that Chen Dong's words made her a bit unconvinced. wanting to prove that she could also hunt soul beasts alone. It must be said that this was also a butterfly effect caused by Chen Dong's arrival. However, Ning Rongrong also had several soul tools for protection. The bracelet on her wrist, the ornaments on her head, and the belt around her waist all flickered with faint soul power fluctuations. Just then, a mandala snake burst out of the thicket, rushing towards her with a foul odor. In an instant, Ning Rongrong was so frightened that her complexion changed, tightly gripping her soul tool toward the mandala snake in front of her. However, upon seeing this scene, the mandala snake was terrified and fled in a panic, not looking back as it left Ning Rongrong's side, as if it had seen some incredibly terrifying monster. Only after the mandala snake had disappeared from sight did Ning Rongrong curiously gaze in the direction it had vanished, then glanced at the soul tool in her hand. A proud expression immediately appeared on her face. What did Old Bones say about how terrifying the soul beasts in the Stardo forest are? They still run away when they see me. Unfortunately, this snake was too ugly. Otherwise, she would have caught it and shown them what they would say. At that moment, Ning Rongrong suddenly felt the air around her grow a bit cold, and sunlight streamed through the gaps in the thicket. She looked at her shadow on the ground and sensed something behind her. It was an incredibly terrifying and grotesque shadow with 8 long, spear-like legs. It looked at least 3 meters tall, and Ning Rongrong could even sense a special fragrance in the air that made her dizzy and nauseous. The surroundings fell eerily silent. Even the insects in the thicket ceased their activity, as if they had encountered some terrifying presence. Ning Rongrong nervously swallowed her saliva, her body stiff as she slowly turned her head. In an instant, an eerie and grotesque human face appeared before her. Startled, Ning Rongrong fell to the ground, finally realizing what was in front of her. It was a face-devouring spider, its purplish-red body strikingly eye-catching, with white hairs at the joints indicating its 1,000-year age. 8 eyes filled with coldness and terror, and a mouth full of dense, sharp mandibles emitted a hissing sound. In an instant, Ning Rongrong was left dumbfounded. Such a terrifying monster filled her with a fear of facing death. Don't come over. Woo-woo. Don't come over. Help. The face-devouring spider moved its 8 massive spider legs, its terrifying mandibles lunging toward Ning Rongrong. A flash of light emanated from her waist, and the belt released a brilliant blue light, blocking the face-devouring spider's attack. It seemed that the face-devouring spider was enraged. Swish! The face-devouring spider raised its abdomen, and in an instant, a purple web wrapped around Ning Rongrong's body. Although the belt could resist damage, it was powerless against the entangling effect of the web. Soon, a tingling sensation spread from the web, making Ning Rongrong's head feel dizzy and her whole body weak. The face-devouring spider lifted its sharp legs to stab down at Ning Rongrong, and the blue light around her waist flashed again. Crack! With the face-devouring spider's attack, a blue gem on the belt cracked little by little, finally shattering with a loud pop. The next second, the giant mandibles of the face-devouring spider were about to bite into Ning Rongrong's body, and she felt a numbing pain in her neck. In despair, Ning Rongrong closed her eyes, trembling all over, tears streaming down her cheeks. Now, she regretted her impulsive actions immensely. Woo-woo, I regret it so much. Dad, Grandpa Bone, I was wrong. Please come save me. Just as the mandibles of the face-devouring spider were about to tear through Ning Rongrong's skin, a cold voice rang out. Punishment! Ning Rongrong could feel the cold aura of death from the faceless spider, which seemed to be motionless beside her. After a moment of shock, Ning Rongrong opened her eyes in surprise. In front of her was still the faceless spider, but at that moment, its body was slowly moving away from her, as if being crushed by some unseen force. The next second, the faceless spider fell helplessly to the ground, closed its eyes, and became motionless. Indeed, a 400-year-old faceless spider had quite the luck. Overwhelmed by fear and slightly dazed from the toxins of the faceless spider, Ning Rongrong suddenly noticed someone in strange red and black armor standing in front of her. The eerie golden mask stared at her, and the tone sounded somewhat gloating. Oh, isn't this the genius disciple of the 7-treasure glazed tile school? What kind gesture! Coming to deliver dinner, since the faceless spider is hungry? The 7-treasure glazed tile school truly deserves its reputation as one of the top 3 sects. So generous, I admire it. You, just as Ning Rongrong, who had just been rescued and was feeling the joy of being alive, was stimulated by these words. She rolled her eyes and fainted on the spot. Chen Dong was stunned, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was lying on the ground, feeling somewhat speechless. What kind of person is this? One sentence, and they're dead from anger? It's over. The son of the Spirit Hall killed the little princess of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School with a single sentence. This is probably the most serious accident in the history of Douluo continent, right? Chapter 79. Heartbroken Ning Rongrong. Hey, wake up. Are you okay? Chen Dong squatted down and patted Ning Rongrong a few times, but there was no response. He then reached out to touch her neck and let out a long sigh of relief. She was fine, just unconscious. Moreover, seeing her lips turn purple, it seemed she had been poisoned by the man-faced demon spider. If it were any other poison, it might be troublesome, but the poison of the man-faced demon spider was just a piece of cake for Chen Dong, easily manageable. Since she wasn't going to die, Chen Dong felt relieved, although he didn't understand why Ning Rongrong was alone here. The bone Douluo and sword Douluo were not by her side, which led to her falling into such a dire situation. If Chen Dong hadn't appeared, she might have died right away. However, Chen Dong knew that with the strength of bone Douluo and sword Douluo, they could turn the entire Stardew forest upside down and would definitely find Ning Rongrong. If they really found her dead here, there would be no way for him to explain himself. If the two of them were to act out of anger, he feared for his own life. Titled Douluos were titled Douluos. Chen Dong didn't think he had the strength to contend with them. But at this moment, since Ning Rongrong was already unconscious, Chen Dong wasn't worried about her seeing any secrets. Swish! Chen Dong turned around, and the dark blood sword Martial Soul suddenly appeared in his hand. He activated his soul power, and the purple 1,000-year soul ring from the recently killed spider demon fell onto the dark blood sword. Soon, a massive energy filled Chen Dong's body after absorbing the soul ring. Chen Dong extended 8 huge spider legs from behind, piercing the sharp ends of the legs into the body of the human-faced spider demon. Instantly, a powerful energy flowed through the 8 spider legs into Chen Dong's body. This energy, filled with violent aura, circulated within him for a while before ing again on his spinal bones. Chen Dong's spine suddenly became extremely hot, like an abyss continuously absorbing this energy. The 8 spider legs of the external soul bone can absorb some toxins to increase their lethality, while also possessing the ability to continuously evolve. This evolution requires absorbing the energy from the body of the human-faced demon spider. At this moment, as the absorption continued, the 8 spider legs, which were originally over 1 meter long, had gradually grown to about 3 meters, with rows of neatly arranged barbs growing on them. They presented a pale, white, circular ring, with a white ring interwoven with the original purple, looking extraordinarily brilliant. Whoosh! Chen Dong satisfactorily retracted the external spirit bone. It seemed like it was time to give his 8 spider leg a nice name. The name 8 spider spears that Tang San chose for himself was too low-key and completely unworthy of an external spirit bone that could evolve. When his strength increased to the divine level, the external spirit bone would inevitably become a tool for slaying gods and demons. Since his martial spirit was already called the God-slaying spear, then the external spirit bone would be named the God-piercing stab. He hoped that one day, the God-piercing stab could truly pierce the body of a deity and absorb its energy. He imagined that it would surely be quite delicious, right? Chen Dong drew the dark blood sword and unleashed his skill, striking fiercely forward, quickly obliterating the man-faced demon spider. Chen Dong didn't want to be noticed by others. The soul rings on the face-changing demon spider had already been absorbed, and the energy within him had been completely devoured. Then, helplessly glancing at Ning Rongrong on the ground, he thought it was really troublesome. He picked up Ning Rongrong and spread his fiery red wings, quickly flying towards the outskirts of the forest. With a thud, he casually placed Ning Rongrong on the ground and helped her sit under a large tree. Chen Dong lit a bonfire, humming a little tune casually, and took out a dead soft-bone rabbit. He quickly skinned it, cleaned it, and put it on the fire to start roasting. At this point, the purplish-black color on Ning Rongrong had completely disappeared. The slight toxin had long been absorbed by Chen Dong using the God-slaying spike. The wound on Ning Rongrong's chest left by the face demon spider had also been simply bandaged by Chen Dong, so she was out of danger. This little girl had fallen into a coma for a while due to a combination of heat and fear, and had not yet woken up. Chen Dong was self-absorbed as he took out a small oil bottle, a small brush, and a can of seasoning from his Tier 3 package. He evenly sprinkled the secret seasoning over the already golden-brown skin of the rabbit. While sprinkling the seasoning and brushing on the oil, he hummed a tune that was out of tune. Roasted little bunny. It's my favorite to eat. Chen Dong stayed here for 2 reasons. First, he was indeed a bit hungry and needed to rest and replenish his energy. Second, he was afraid that Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo wouldn't find him. So he proactively moved closer to the outer area and lit a bonfire here. He believed that if Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo were flying in the sky, they would easily spot this place. After all, he happened to encounter Ning Rongrong and saved her. Although he thought the little witch's words were a bit poisonous, he wouldn't go too hard on a little kid. Moreover, Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo were right outside. If he really wanted to get rid of Ning Rongrong, he wouldn't be able to leave afterward. Additionally, Chen Dong knew that Sword Douluo had a high regard for him and intended to recruit him into the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School. Although Chen Dong didn't want to lose his freedom by joining the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School for now, he thought it would be good to create a favorable connection and leave a bit of karma for future arrangements. After a while, Ning Rongrong, lying on the ground, let out a muffled groan. Her fingers moved slightly, and her eyelids struggled to open. Although Chen Dong had helped her absorb the poison, her body was still extremely weak at this moment. Chen Dong didn't want to waste precious painkillers here, as long as there was no life-threatening danger. With the strength of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, the remaining minor injuries shouldn't be a problem. After waking up, Ning Rongrong felt a bit dizzy. She barely managed to prop herself up and could see a blurry figure with red and black colors resembling a ghost, facing away from her. There were flames crackling nearby, and the weather had turned quite dark, making the quiet Stardew forest seem incredibly oppressive and terrifying. You're awake? Don't move around. Lean against the tree and rest for a while. Your body is very weak right now. Where am I? Am I still alive? Oh, you're in Wasted Death City, right in front of the Ghost Gate. You've already died, but it's okay. Soon I'll take you to queue up to see the judge. Let him decide if you did anything bad in your life. If you were willful and bullied others or anything like that. If you did bad things, it would be terrible. If you cursed, you'd go to the snake pit hell and have your tongue pulled out. Lying is the same. Peeping would get your eyes dug out. And bullying others would get your hands chopped off. Once you pass this level, you can go to the Naiha Bridge to drink Mengpa soup and then reincarnate. As for reincarnation, it completely depends on luck. If you're lucky, you could be reborn into a major power as a young lady with no worries about food and clothing, plus bodyguards to protect you, and you can go out and bully others all day. If you're unlucky, you might be reincarnated as a small animal and end up being roasted and eaten. Chen Dong's voice sounded eerie, incredibly hoarse, and terrifying. Wow. Ooh. In an instant, Ning Rongrong, who was already dazed and overly frightened, was scared to tears. She cried with such heartbreak. Chapter 80. The little kid is not worth watching. Chen Dong turned his head in surprise, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was crying and trembling under the tree. He was momentarily dumbfounded. No way. This little, which has such little courage? She got scared to tears? Well, little brat, it's really no fun at all. They're both 6-year-old kids. How can the difference be so huge? Hey, don't blame me for not reminding you. You're weak right now, and the bandage on your chest is just an ordinary one, wrapped carelessly. If you keep crying and it tears, you won't be able to hold on and might die. I really don't want to be hunted down by Bon Douluo and Sword Douluo. Huh? Grandpa Bone? Bandage? Ning Rongrong looked down at the bandage on her chest in confusion and pressed it gently. Hiss. It hurts. Pain. So that means I'm not dead? I'm not dead. Why? Do you really wish you were dead? Chen Dong said as he stood up. Is it you? Stinky. Stinky beggar? Chen Dong took 2 steps forward in front of Ning Rongrong. What? What do you want to do? Ning Rongrong was so scared that she curled up, tightly hugging her knees. Chen Dong looked down at her, crouching down to get closer to Ning Rongrong. What do you want to do? Oh, I was wrong. I won't call you a stinky beggar anymore. Smell it. Chen Dong said coldly. Smell what? Smell if it's stinky or not. No, not stinky. Then why did you call me a stinky beggar? You. Ning Rongrong was immediately at a loss for words and could only sit down angrily. You better sit here quietly and wait for those 2 old men to come and take you home. After saying that, Chen Dong ignored the little witch's ugly expression and turned back to his spot. Ning Rongrong looked at her body in disbelief, especially when she saw the white cloth that Chen Dong had wrapped around her chest. In a panic, she exclaimed, You took off my clothes? Yes. Chen Dong nodded as a matter of course. I need to bandage your wound. Of course you have to take off your clothes. Then you would see my body, right? You. Chen Dong said in surprise. You were just a 6-year-old kid. What kind of body do you have? What is there to see with that little frame? You are the real kid. You have a little frame? Chen Dong ignored her and continued. I won't charge you for the materials used to bandage your wounds, but given my bandaging skills, I'll charge you 20 gold soul coins. Also, since I just helped you with the poison from the face-devouring spider, I'll need to charge you 100 gold soul coins for that. That's totally reasonable, considering the poison from the face-devouring spider is notoriously difficult to deal with. I'm giving you a fair price. And carrying you for such a long distance earlier, even as a runner, I could earn 5 or 6 coins, so I'll charge you another 100 gold soul coins. That brings the total to 220 gold soul coins. Let's round it down to 200. Do you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Huh? Ning Rongrong was stunned, her eyes blank and unfocused. Just remember to pay up later, okay? Do you understand about the payment? Ning Rongrong glared at Chen Dong and said angrily, how can you be so cold-blooded, only thinking about money? Chen Dong shook his head. Little friend, if I were cold-blooded, you would already be dead, okay? Is this your attitude towards your savior? Who asked you to save me? Even without you, I could still kill that smelly spider. Yes. You're amazing. Don't say just a 1,000-year-old human-faced demon spider. Even a 100,000-year-old beast wouldn't be a problem for you because you have a powerful dad and 2 titled Douluos as grandfathers. Ning Rongrong covered her chest in anger, not knowing whether it was the pain from her wound or the anger caused by Chen Dong. Chen Dong gently tore off a piece of meat from the rabbit's leg, blew on it, put it in his mouth, savoring the crispy surface and chewy texture inside, nodding in satisfaction. Then he said, don't blame me for not reminding you. If you end up dying from anger, it won't be my fault. You think that's a good idea? I won't die from anger. That would be best. Chen Dong looked up at the sky with confusion, wondering why Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo had not come yet. What were these two doing? It had been so long, and they weren't in a hurry? At that moment, Ning Rongrong sat up and started rummaging through her belongings. Soon, a flash of green light appeared on her bracelet, and she produced a small porcelain vial in her hand. After pouring out a few black pills and swallowing them, a bit of color returned to Ning Rongrong's pale face, indicating it was likely some kind of advanced healing medicine. Indeed, she had a lot of good stuff on her. Don't just focus on finding medicine. Do you have anything on you to contact those 2 old men, like a signal flare or fireworks? Look for something. No, I was scared they would find me, so I threw everything away. Saying this, Ning Rongrong lowered her head sadly. Impressive. Chen Dong gave a thumbs up. Awesome, I've seen people take risks, but I've never seen anyone take risks like this. No need to ask. He must have used some means to shake off Bone Douluo and Sword Douluo, and maybe even block their tracking. Forget it. Now I can only wait here peacefully. Tearing off a piece of rabbit leg, Chen Dong sat on the ground, leisurely munching. I have to say, one advantage of the Douluo continent is that the meat of various old beasts is exceptionally delicious. You have to know that there are not only beast-soul beasts, but also plant-type soul beasts. Just imagine if you used 1,000-year-old garlic, 1,000-year-old ginger, 1,000-year-old chili, and combined it with a 100,000-year-old soft-bone rabbit to make a pot of dry-fried rabbit meat. What would that taste like? It's a pity. Maybe because every household uses garlic, ginger, and scallions for cooking, I've never seen scallions, ginger, and garlic grow into 100-year soul beasts. However, there are still many plant-type soul beasts with good flavors, and I must try them if I get the chance in the future. The rabbit Chen Dong is roasting now is just a soft-boned rabbit of about 100 years, and its meat is exceptionally tender. Each bite is full of springy meat and rich juice. As he smelled the strong aroma of meat in the air and watched Chen Dong devour the rabbit meat, Ning Rongrong forced herself to stand up and hesitated for a moment before walking in front of Chen Dong. Hey, are you selling a rabbit? I'm not called Hey. I have a name. And this rabbit is over 400 years old and uses my various secret seasonings. I can sell it, but I'm afraid you can't afford it. Underrating me. As long as you sell it, I can afford it. By the way, what is your name? Chen Dong turned around and smiled at Ning Rongrong, then said, what's wrong? Are you asking my name because you want to thank me properly in the future, or are you planning to take revenge one day? Capture me, chop me into pieces, whip me hard, and then cut out my tongue and sew up my mouth to get back at me for mocking you? In an instant. Ning Rongrong was stunned. No way. He could see a thought that I only secretly considered. Suddenly flustered, she said, You're talking nonsense. Who would be as bad as you think? You don't want to say hey, and you want to even tell me your name. Hee. Chen Dong said with a smile. All right, it doesn't matter to tell you my surname is Chow, and my given name is a single character Chow. But this is my formal name, and I usually don't use it lightly. You can call me by my nickname, Chow A-Man. Chapter 81. You're looking at me again. Although Prime Minister Chow has many titles, in order to keep a low profile, Chen Dong chose the most rustic one, which fits his current identity. Chow A-Man. Ning Rongrong looked at the computer in surprise, her expression very strange. Who has such a strange name? It's really unpleasant. Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong with some confusion, wondering where it sounded unpleasant. At that moment, Ning Rongrong noticed that Chen Dong in front of her was not wearing a mask. He had taken it off because he was going to eat a rabbit. What appeared before Ning Rongrong was a strange face, with clear eyes and a simple gaze, but a somewhat pale complexion. Although he looked like a young boy on the outside, there was always a sense of a middle-aged man, as if the quality of his skin was not very good. "What's wrong?" Chen Dong asked, puzzled, as he watched Ning Rongrong, who seemed a bit lost in thought. He then reached up to touch his chin. No beard? The skin of the candle dragon had the effect of altering bloodlines, and with this skin, Cao Cao had no beard at all. Although he appeared somewhat older, combined with Chen Dong's already young bone age, plus the effect of altering bloodlines, he looked at most like a boy in his teens. "Humph." Ning Rongrong snorted coldly and said, "You're lying. You say you're 8 years old, but I think you're already 18. Aren't you ashamed?" Chen Dong sighed helplessly and said, "I'm indeed only 8 years old, but when I was young, I accidentally absorbed the blood of some kind of monster, which caused my appearance to undergo a strange change, making me look extraordinarily old. As a result, I was regarded as a monster by the people in the village and had no choice but to leave. Over the years of wandering, I have always worn a mask and donned armor, afraid to show my true face because once I take off the mask, I will be discriminated against and mocked. And some people would even beat me. Sigh, why is it that in this world, people judge others by their appearance and fail to see a person's pure and kind heart?" Saying this, Chen Dong sighed with a sad expression on his face. What? Ning Rongrong did not expect such a secret behind it. It turned out that Chen Dong's background was so pitiable. Although he had a sharp tongue, it must have been honed to protect himself. Just look at him hunting soul beasts alone in the forest, cooking for himself, and wandering for so many years. It was truly tragic, even more so than the tragedies she had heard in stories. Was her treatment of him a little, just a tiny bit too much? Although the little witch was willful and headstrong, she felt somewhat guilty in front of her savior. After hesitating for a moment, Ning Rongrong still said softly, I'm sorry, Gao Aman. I shouldn't have bullied you." "What?" Chen Dong was taken aback. He instantly jumped up, looking surprised at Ning Rongrong in front of him, then rushed over and touched her head. "Huh, no fibit." Then he looked at the wound on Ning Rongrong's chest. The wound wasn't infected, and the poison had been cleared, so there shouldn't be a fever. What was going on? "You." In an instant, Ning Rongrong's face turned red as she covered her chest, feeling anxious and angry, biting her lip in frustration as she glared at Chen Dong. He actually looked at me again. Although she knew that during her unconsciousness, Chen Dong had helped bandage her wound and would have seen it. That had happened when she had no awareness, so it wasn't embarrassing. But now, right in front of her, Chen Dong's big hand reached over like that. It was too much. However, thinking that he was doing this out of concern for her health and injury, it was ultimately well-meaning. But then she thought, wasn't Chen Dong just bullying her, Ning Rongrong, for being willful and not admitting her mistakes, only admitting wrongs when she had a fever? It was really infuriating. Chen Dong stared at Ning Rongrong in confusion and said, "What did I just hear? The genius disciple of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School actually said I'm sorry. How strange. So strange. Humph, I won't talk to you anymore." Ning Rongrong, who had just mustered the courage to apologize, suddenly turned around angrily, looking at Chen Dong's punchable face. The sympathy she had just felt disappeared in an instant. "Humph, you deserve to be beaten, so ugly." Chen Dong happily shouted, "That's great. I can enjoy some peace and quiet for a while." As he spoke, he joyfully sprinkled his secret seasoning and took big bites of the rabbit leg. Soon, Ning Rongrong was drawn in by the enticing aroma, unable to resist turning her head and looking at Chen Dong again and again, especially when she saw the golden fat dripping continuously from the rabbit roasting over the campfire. Ning Rongrong secretly swallowed her saliva. Gao Aman, are you selling a rabbit?" Chen Dong ignored her and continued to gnaw on the rabbit meat. Ning Rongrong stomped her small feet in dissatisfaction and said, "You just said to sell it." Chen Dong cheerfully tore off a rabbit leg and said, "Look, doesn't it smell good? The skin is crispy, the color is golden, and the meat is delicious. Ning Rongrong quickly nodded, secretly licking her lips. "So, do you want to eat it?" "Yes." Ning Rongrong's answer was very straightforward. "Good. I'm not giving it to you." Saying this, Chen Dong held the rabbit leg close to his mouth and took a big bite, intentionally making loud, crunching sounds. Ning Rongrong felt a bit wronged and pressed her lips together, tightly clenching her teeth. "Rongrong, don't cry. Don't be sad. It's not tasty at all." Rongrong must not cry. She can't let this annoying guy feel proud. But in the end, she couldn't hold it in and cried out, "Woo, woo woo." Chen Dong was instantly a loss for words. The thing he feared the most was a woman crying. He simply couldn't stand it. Last time he made Hu Laina cry, It was like a nightmare in his life. He didn't expect that Ning Rongrong in front of him was not much better than the little fox. The decibel level could practically be used as a soul skill. He really wasn't afraid of attracting powerful soul beasts in the Stardo forest. Chen Dong sighed helplessly. All right, I'm afraid of you. Stop crying. I'll get it to you for free. Saying this, he handed the rabbit leg to Ning Rongrong. I don't want it, she said, choking back tears. Huh? Why? Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong in confusion, then suddenly realized. Oh, I understand now. I didn't expect you to be so principled. Well, if you want to pay, I won't force you. Not at all. This has your saliva on it. It stinks. Ning Rongrong wiped away a tear and pouted in dissatisfaction. Chen Dong sniffed in confusion, then took a bite to taste and said, You're talking nonsense. It's not smelly at all. I brush my teeth every day. Don't slander me. I'll give you one last chance to think about it. If you don't eat it, it's going to be gone. 3, 2. Whoosh. In the next moment, the rabbit leg in Chen Dong's hand instantly disappeared. Chen Dong's lips curled into a smile. Chapter 82. On 100 Ways to Eat Rabbit. Ning Rongrong shot a resentful glance at Chen Dong, proudly holding a rabbit leg, turned it over, and then took a big bite. The aroma that filled her mouth made Ning Rongrong forget about the heat, and she swallowed the rabbit meat in 2 or 3 bites, her eyes shining as she looked at Chen Dong. In surprise, she asked, Chow, man, what kind of meat did you roast? Why is it so delicious? Chen Dong said, I just told you it's rabbit meat. But rabbit meat is very hard to eat. So dry and so tough, it's completely different. Chen Dong revealed a mysterious smile at the corner of his mouth and said, It's different. What I'm using is softbone rabbit, a century-old soul beast. The older the rabbit meat, the more fragrant it is. Let me tell you, even though we're roasting a rabbit now, it's actually not the most fragrant. Do you know what is the most fragrant? Ning Rongrong swallowed hard. If such fragrant rabbit meat is not the most fragrant, how fragrant could it be? Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong with anticipation and couldn't help but ask, What is the best tasting? Of course, it's the spicy rabbit head. The taste is delicious and leaves a lasting impression. Eating a rabbit head requires fully engaging the various functions of the mouth, lips, and tongue to savor the exquisite flavor of the rabbit head. When eating, you first hold the rabbit head by the teeth and break the upper and lower jawbones apart. At this point, you can nibble on the cheek meat, eat the tongue, and once the lower jawbone part is basically done, you can break off the back of the upper jawbone and enjoy the tender rabbit brain inside, which is as smooth and delicate as soft tofu. Chen Dong was speaking while observing Ning Rongrong's expression. He noticed her constantly swallowing saliva and her eyes sparkling with light. Chen Dong smiled wickedly and said, Not just that. There are more. What else is there? There are dry-fried rabbit, braised rabbit, marinated rabbit, sauced rabbit, cured rabbit, songhua small rabbit, dried rabbit meat, mixed rabbit slices, smoked rabbit belly, steamed 8 treasure rabbit, glutinous rice stuffed rabbit, canned wild rabbit, mountain rabbit, vegetable rabbit, silver rabbit, steamed hash rabbit, stewed rabbit shreds, stewed rabbit waist, stewed rabbit strips, cold tossed rabbit tongue, braised white rabbit, braised yellow rabbit, black bean rabbit, pot roasted rabbit, stewed soft rabbit, crispy fried rabbit, sesame oil rabbit, stir-fried fresh rabbit, stir-fried rabbit belly, stir-fried rabbit slices, vinegar stir-fried rabbit slices, stewed white rabbit, stewed rabbit eggs, quick-fried green rabbit, fried noodle rabbit, fluffy rabbit dish, stewed sea rabbit, stir-fried rabbit tendon, pot-roasted sea rabbit, fried rabbit ears, stir-fried rabbit liver tips, osmanthus rabbit wings, fried flying rabbit, rabbit meatballs, red braised rabbit meat, yellow braised rabbit meat, sauced rabbit meat, sun-dried rabbit meat, stewed rabbit meat, sticky rabbit meat, pressed rabbit meat, fluffy rabbit meat, canned rabbit meat, roasted rabbit meat, large rabbit meat, grilled rabbit meat, stewed scattered rabbit, stewed sour rabbit, stewed silver rabbit, stewed rabbit offal, chestnut rabbit, board rabbit, tube rabbit, stewed rabbit belly, dragon beard rabbit, quick-fried winter rabbit, magnolia rabbit, roasted rabbit head, sugar stir-fried rabbit, caramelized rabbit, sugar braised rabbit, stuffed rabbit, almond rabbit, stir-fried rabbit, mixed Gusian rabbit, oil-splashed rabbit, sauce-splashed rabbit, stir-fried rabbit yolk, stir-fried rabbit yellow, Buddha hand rabbit, rabbit soup, mixed skin rabbit, yellow fish rabbit, cabbage rabbit, mixed rabbit, glutinous rice ball rabbit, chrysanthemum rabbit, mixed stew rabbit, boiled dough rabbit, meat cube spicy rabbit, stewed rabbit, braised rabbit, blanched rabbit, stifried rabbit, plus piqueux rabbit shred. Chen Dong recited the names of dishes in one breath, leaving Ning Rongrong dumbfounded. She never expected that such a small rabbit could be made into so many delicious dishes. She realized that she had truly wasted her years. No, she had wasted her eating. Chen Dong continued to tempt, saying, although these practices are delicious, the quality of the ingredients is also important. There are many types of rabbits, but I found that the meat of other rabbits is either too dry or too tough. After multiple experiments, I found that the tastiest is the soft-bone rabbit. Soft-bone rabbit? Yes, think about it. Soft bones mean even the bones are tender. So the meat must be fresh and tender. Yes, Ning Rongrong nodded in realization, feeling it made a lot of sense. Moreover, the older the soft-bone rabbit, the tastier it is. If one day you manage to catch a 100,000-year-old soul B soft-bone rabbit, then you will be in for a treat. 100,000 years. How could that be possible to catch? Chen Dong pretended to be indifferent and said, it's very difficult for us, the people at the bottom of society. But it's quite simple for you, isn't it? Just think about it. You have all your titled Douluos with you, and a mere 100,000 year soul beast is nothing for you to handle, right? At this point, Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Indeed, could a 100,000 year soul beast withstand the attacks of Grandfather Jian and Grandfather Gu, both titled Douluos? If a mere 100-year soft-bone rabbit is so delicious, what would it taste like after 100,000 years? In an instant, a foodie's DNA was stirring with excitement. Ning Rongrong firmly kept this thought in her heart, thinking that she must realize this dream whenever she gets the chance in the future. On the surface, Chen Dong appeared calm, but inside he was overjoyed. He was really curious about what Ning Rongrong's reaction would be when she encountered a 100,000-year-old rabbit. Ning Rongrong quickly devoured a rabbit leg, not even leaving any meat on the bones. Then she looked at the rabbit again, and the meaning in her eyes was clear. Chen Dong smiled proudly. That was a free gift just now, but now it's time to charge. Go ahead, how much is it? I'll buy it. Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with confidence. Money is no object. 100-year soul beast, plus my secret spice, 100 gold soul coins. No problem. Ning Rongrong generously took out her pouch, thinking it wouldn't be too expensive. 1 bite. What? 1 bite. 100 gold soul coins a bite. You are robbing me. Swish. The next moment, Chen Dong's dark blood sword was resting on Ning Rongrong's shoulder as he said, does this make you feel a bit better? You bully people. You filthy rogue. All you think about is money. Chen Dong sighed deeply and said, I have been a wanderer since childhood, living alone and helplessly in the great forest, pursued by various wild beasts, covered in countless scars. Every day, I struggled to survive, far away from the human world. I never knew what soul coins were until one day I accidentally passed through a city and saw some delicious food. Later, I found out that it was food for humans, but I didn't have any soul coins. So, after finishing a steam bun, I had no money to pay, and the owner beat me up. Later, I understood that this thing was called soul coins, which could buy food, a bed, a house. But unfortunately, I have never had a single soul coin. Maybe you think I love money, but everything is because of what I cannot obtain, which makes me want even more. I really want to know what it feels like to hold a gold soul coin in my hand. In an instant, a small cloth bag appeared in front of Chen Dong. Chen Dong weighed it in his hands. It was quite heavy indeed. Ning Rongrong wiped away her sympathetic tears and choked out, I've given you everything. You're too pitiful. I'll talk to Grandpa Jian later, and from now on, you can come back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school with us. The disciples there are very united, and no one will bully you anymore. Chapter 83. Ning Rongrong crawled into Chen Dong's tent looking at the crying little witch in front of him. Chen Dong realized that Ning Rongrong was not fundamentally bad. She was just a bit spoiled. Plus, she had never faced any setbacks since childhood, so she was used to everyone catering to her. However, deep down, she still had a sense of sympathy for the weak. Among the Shrek 7 monsters, Ning Rongrong was the one Chen Dong found relatively agreeable. The other members, especially the few boys, had utterly terrifying values. Chen Dong discreetly tucked the money pouch into his pocket, and then said, is this really for me? His expression was 3 parts surprise, 3 parts pride, and 1 part confusion. How pitiful. He is so happy over such a small amount of money. Sigh, really pathetic? Ning Rongrong wiped her tears and nodded heavily, saying, it's all for you. This little amount of money is indeed not much to show off. Don't worry. When we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school and you want to spend money, just come to me for it. What a wealthy dog. Chen Dong sighed. There's no way to compare. If I were to kidnap Ning Rongrong and then write a letter to Ning Fengji, would I become rich overnight? But considering the pursuit of 2 titled Douluos, I'd better not, even though I have the protection of teachers BibiDong and Zhuguo. However, I don't want to provoke a war between the Wuhuan Temple and the 7 Treasures glazed tile school right now. Starting a war would not only consume a lot of resources, but also lead to many unnecessary sacrifices. After receiving the money, Chen Dong, in a good mood, placed half a rabbit in front of Ning Rongrong. Eat up. What about you? I'm full, you eat. Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong, surprised that he was so kind to let her have the whole rabbit. What a good person. If Chen Dong knew this, he would probably laugh to death. This silly girl completely forgot about the large bag of money she had just thrown out. After finishing the whole rabbit, Ning Rongrong wiped her mouth, still wanting more, only to find that Chen Dong had already extinguished the campfire, buried the ashes in the ground, sprinkled a layer of fine soil, and laid down some grass leaves. He then collected all the bone fragments, dug a deep pit, and buried them. After that, he sprinkled some realgar powder and mosquito repellent powder. Next, Chen Dong took out a simple folding tent from his level 3 backpack. He casually broke off a few branches from a big tree, and soon, a simple tent was set up. Chen Dong then leisurely took out blankets and quilts, placing the tent in the afterglow of the campfire. The night forest was still a bit cold, and Chen Dong was well prepared for it. This series of actions left Ning Rongrong dumbfounded. She blinked in confusion and asked Chen Dong, What are you doing? Can't you tell? I'm going to sleep. Chen Dong replied confidently. Of course, Ning Rongrong could see that. She just couldn't understand why Chen Dong carried so many random things. She didn't think much about the fact that he had soul guide devices. After all, they weren't rare items, and she had several herself, so she didn't suspect why a homeless person had such a large capacity soul guide device. Watching Chen Dong skillfully set up camp and arrange the bedding, she immediately believed what he said about having been wandering in the forest. It seemed completely true, as Chen Dong's movements were so practiced and natural, and he looked so satisfied sleeping in a simple tent. Have you been sleeping like this all these years? It's quite good, what's the problem? But isn't it very dangerous at night in the forest? It is dangerous, so what can we do? With our 2 strengths, we can't leave, and your 2 bodyguards still haven't come. I don't know what they're doing. I can't just stand in the forest all night, can I? Watching Chen Dong lie down leisurely and stretch, Ning Rongrong looked at the dark forest, listening to the various faint sounds coming from inside and the occasional roars of beasts from afar. Feeling a bit panicked, she tiptoed step by step to the entrance of Chen Dong's simple tent. Chow! Chow, I'm on. Can I buy your tent? No. Chen Dong shook his head. With just this one, if I sell it to you, I want to have a place to sleep, and besides, do you even have any money on you right now? Ning Rongrong took out a pink little bag, and when Chen Dong saw it, it was even bigger than the one she had just thrown to him. Instantly, Chen Dong fell silent, filled with envy and jealousy towards the rich dog. Well, as the saying goes, a gentleman loves wealth, but he acquires it through the right means. How could I let myself suffer, just earn a bit of gold soul coins? Just then, a chilling wolf howl echoed from afar. Ning Rongrong panicked and quickly dove into Chen Dong's tent, curling up tightly and not daring to show her head. Chen Dong sat up speechlessly, looking at Ning Rongrong, who was burying her head like an ostrich. I'm scared of you, so I'll give you half the space. He then shifted his body to the side. Only then did Ning Rongrong sit on the soft blanket, allowing her body to stretch out. She hugged her knees and rested her head on them, saying somewhat dejectedly, I don't know when Grandpa Jian will be able to find this place. It's hard to say. It's night now, and I don't dare to light a bonfire in the forest, or it will attract various powerful soul beasts. Maybe he'll find us by tomorrow morning. Ning Rongrong felt a bit down. Does that mean I have to stay here for a night? Yeah, is that a problem? Just the thought of spending a night together with Chen Dong in such a small tent gave Ning Rongrong a strange feeling. Although she was only 6 years old, children in Douluo continent were quite precocious. Ning Rongrong didn't understand much about such matters, just having a superficial understanding. However, she felt that it seemed a bit inappropriate for a girl and a man to spend the night together. As she hesitated, Chen Dong said, The forest at night is exceptionally dangerous. Many powerful soul beasts come out to hunt at night, like some poisonous snakes, rats, ghost cats, swift wolves, shadow leopards. Chapter 84. Getting along well with other sisters. As Ning Rongrong listened to Chen Dong listing one soul beast after another, she felt the temperature around her gradually drop. She nervously glanced around and couldn't help but scoot closer to Chen Dong. Chen Dong pretended not to see and continued calmly. Especially some venomous snakes and insects. They often sneak into your body when you're not paying attention. When you wake up the next morning, guess what? How? Wow, congratulations. You'll be surprised to find that you have been completely hollowed out with your heart, liver, and intestines all eaten clean by the bugs. Wow, boo-hoo. Bad people. Ning Rongrong was so frightened that she trembled and couldn't help but cry. She nervously stared at the tent. as if she wanted to escape at any moment. Chen Dong waved his hand and said, "It's okay, don't worry. As you just saw, I've sprinkled realgar powder and mosquito repellent around. Those venomous snakes won't dare to come near. Besides, you are the genius disciple of 7 Treasure Glazed Tile Village. Why are you so timid?" Hearing Chen Dong say this, Ning Rongrong felt a bit relieved and cautiously sat down. Looking at Chen Dong's blanket, she carefully lifted one corner and slowly pulled it over herself, feeling the warmth from the blanket and the residual warmth from the campfire beneath her. Her fear lessened a bit. However, her long eyelashes kept trembling, and her pair of shiny black eyes were constantly darting around, leaving her in a state of unease. Chen Dong yawned and said, "Don't worry. After a good sleep, everything will be fine." After speaking, he gently closed his eyes, and his breathing gradually became steady. Only Ning Rongrong was left feeling a bit flustered. She knew Chen Dong wasn't lying. The Stardow Forest at night must be incredibly dangerous. How could he just fall asleep like this? Had he been living like this all these years? This guy is either very bold or simply lucky. What Ning Rongrong didn't know was that Chen Dong could sleep peacefully because not far away, Lord Diallo was guarding them. Just a moment ago, while cutting branches on the big tree, he had already discovered the secret signals left by Lord Diallo. Therefore, Chen Dong also carved some messy marks on a tree, which, to outsiders, looked like mere knife cuts. Understanding the secret code Chen Dong had written would reveal the message he was conveying. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so fearless. Soon, in a quiet tent, only the sound of Chen Dong's faint breathing and the occasional roars of beasts from the forest could be heard. Listening to the various sounds, Ning Rongrong's expression grew more anxious. After hesitating for a moment, she couldn't help but shake Chen Dong's arm. "Huh? What is it? I'm scared. I can't sleep. What should we do?" Chen Dong was also a bit speechless. "Should I knock you out? That way you can wake up naturally tomorrow morning?" Ning Rongrong looked at Chen Dong with annoyance and then dissatisfiedly said, "Absolutely not." Chen Dong spread his hands. "There's nothing I can do. I'm powerless to help you." Ning Rongrong pouted in dissatisfaction and said, "When I was at home, I was scared at night and couldn't sleep. My dad would tell me stories." "Stories?" Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong thoughtfully, a mischievous smile appearing on his lips. "I'm good at that. I love telling stories." "Really?" Ning Rongrong's eyes sparkled with surprise and anticipation. "I love listening to stories." "Do you really know how to tell stories?" "Of course. There was once a wandering soul master named Ning Kaichen." "Huh? He has the same surname as me?" "Don't interrupt. Listen carefully." "Once, he went on an adventure in the wild, and when night fell, he had nowhere to sleep. At that moment, he discovered a dilapidated temple called Lanrua Temple. As night approached, Ning Kaichen quietly stepped into Lanrua Temple. At that moment, accompanied by a gust of cold wind, the door suddenly opened by itself, and a hoarse voice came from the darkness. "Ning Rong, Rong, ah!" With a scream, Ning Rongrong buried her head in the blanket, tightly hugging Chen Dong, her whole body trembling. "I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen anymore. You asked for a story. What's the meaning of this? I don't want to hear such stories. You're a bad guy." Chen Dong sighed in frustration. "You didn't make it clear what story you're telling. I'm best at ghost stories." Anyway, I don't want to hear those scary tales." "Fine, since that's the case. Let me tell you a story about a powerful soul master named Shiman Dakengren and his battles with several female soul masters." "Scary? Is it scary?" Looking at Ning Rongrong, who seemed a bit frightened, Chen Dong carefully recalled the different versions he had seen. "Is it scary? Probably not. Forget it. This story isn't suitable for you to hear right now. I'll tell you when you grow up. Instead, let me tell you a somewhat romantic love story." "Oh, just to be clear, it can't be scary." "No problem. Once upon a time, there was a girl named Guofu. Her father was a particularly powerful soul master, one of the strongest in the continent. So Guofu was spoiled and pampered from a young age. Everyone around her catered to her, and she always wore the most luxurious clothes when going out, accompanied by experts to ensure her safety. One time, Guofu encountered a little beggar named Yonghua. You're talking nonsense, You're just talking about yourself." Ning Rongrong poked her head out from under the covers, glaring at Chen Dong in discontent. "What Guofu? It's just slandering herself." Chen Dong patted her head in dissatisfaction. "Don't mess around. This is a story I heard from old Jean, and it's definitely true. Don't underestimate Yonghua, just because he is a wanderer. He is actually exceptionally gifted and incredibly smart. It's just a pity that he didn't have a great master to teach him since he was young and had to wander instead." Later, Guofu's father took Yonghua back and began to teach him how to become a powerful soul master. Ning Rongrong listened with her eyes sparkling with a certain bright light, occasionally peeking out from under the covers to glance at Chen Dong, only to hurriedly pull the blanket back up. What happened next? Didn't you say? Later, Yang Guo and Guo Fu lived a shameless life together. What does a shameless life look like? Well, how should I put it? Just like the two of us right now, lying in the same blanket. Huh? In an instant, Ning Rongrong's little face turned red, and her eyes darted away from Chen Dong. Hey, Chow, a man. Yes, here. Do you think Yang Guo likes Guo Fu the most? You'd have to ask Yang Guo. Oh, Ning Rongrong nodded with a hint of disappointment. Is there another story? Sigh. Fine, let me tell you another story. This is about a wanderer named Wei Xiaobao and a spoiled little princess named Princess Jian Ning. Another story about a wanderer and a spoiled princess? You're just making this up. Not at all. This is also a story told to me by old Jean. But let me tell you, Wei Xiaobao has 7 wives. 7? He must be very fickle. Not at all. Wei Xiaobao is very devoted and loving. He is sincere to each of his wives. Let me explain it to you in detail. So, the biggest problem with Princess Jian Ning is that she is sharp-tongued and very jealous, unable to get along well with the other wives. That is not right. One must respect the other sisters and serve their husband together. Chapter 85. My sword? As Ning Rongrong listened to Chen Dong's gentle persuasion, she vaguely felt that something was off, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Her worldview had been built on various stories since she was little, making it hard for her to distinguish complex matters. I feel like something's wrong. Ning Rongrong peeked out from the corner of the blanket, bravely expressing her dissatisfaction as a listener. Host Chen Dong was resolutely unwilling to accept the bad review. What's wrong? Come on, here, the microphone. You tell the story, and I'll listen, okay? I can't. Ning Rongrong immediately wilted. Then that's it, right? Don't mess around. Just listen to me continue. Even though Wei Xiaobao has 7 wives, he is actually very affectionate. You see, each of these wives is so outstanding. In this world, there are too many scumbags. If these lovely girls were given to someone else, they would surely be heartbroken. And each of them loves Wei Xiaobao so much. So he must treat each of them well and protect them. As the night in the forest began to quiet down, Chen Dong's voice was neither fast nor slow, carrying a hint of melancholy and tranquility. Ning Rongrong gradually revealed a smile at the corners of her mouth, relaxing her body as she nestled in the warm blanket. Her head leaned against Chen Dong's arm, revealing half of her face, her eyes gently closing with long, thick, soft eyelashes, calm like 2 butterflies. That night, Ning Rongrong slept very soundly. However, during the night, she had a dream in which she transformed into Guo Fu one moment, and then into Princess Jian Ning the next. While that annoying Chao man was sometimes the little beggar Yang Guo and sometimes the wanderer Wei Xiaobao. Finally, when the first ray of morning sunlight hit Ning Rongrong, she slowly opened her eyes and found herself lying on a soft quilt. But there was no sign of Chen Dong beside her. In an instant, Ning Rongrong hurriedly got up, tumbling out of the tent, anxiously scanning her surroundings, but finding no trace of Chen Dong. Chow man, where did you go? Woo-woo, don't leave, I was wrong. I shouldn't have scolded you in my dream last night. Woo-woo, don't leave me alone. Just then, Ning Rongrong felt a pain in her head and turned to see Chen Dong looking down at her, giving her a light knock on the head. Oh, you're confessing now. You actually dared to secretly scold me last night? Chen Dong was holding a skinned, soft-boned rabbit in his hand, and Ning Rongrong looked at him in surprise. You didn't leave? Of course not. You still owe me money for the rabbit. Huh? Don't worry, once we go back to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, I'll give you as much as you want. Chen Dong skillfully set up a bonfire on the ground and placed the soft-boned rabbit on top, then said in a desolate tone, after we finish breakfast, if your 2 bodyguards haven't found us yet, then the 2 of us will try to head towards the outskirts of the forest. I will listen to you, Chaomon. When did you sneak out of bed? Ning Rongrong silently watched Chen Dong expertly roasting the soft-boned rabbit, and soon a tempting aroma wafted through the air. Just then, a shadow flashed across the sky. Sword. The figure of Sword Daw suddenly appeared, his eyes sparkling with surprise, his clothes a bit disheveled. He dashed in front of Ning Rongrong and tightly hugged her. Rongrong, you made Grandpa Jian very worried. Where have you been? I didn't go anywhere, Grandpa Jian. Why did you come so slowly? Chow Amon and I waited for you here all night yesterday, and you didn't come to find us. Grandpa Jian thought you went deep into the forest, so he went in to look for you. As a result, he encountered a 100,000-years-old beast and fought it, which delayed him a bit. A 100,000 100-year-old beast? Ning Rongrong's eyes lit up. Was it a soft-boned rabbit? How does it taste? Did Grandpa Jian catch one for me? No, it's not a soft-boned rabbit. It's a Titan great ape. The meat probably doesn't taste good. Who told you that 100-year-old beasts are delicious? Sword Douluo was somewhat speechless. A 100-year-old beast, is it meant to be eaten? Chow Amon said that the soft-boned rabbit he made is really delicious. Grandpa Jian, I'll buy a piece for you to try later. Buy a piece? Yes, definitely delicious and worth the price. At this moment, Sword Douluo stood up, looking surprised at Chen Dong, who had already put on a mask. Young friend, you saved Rongrong? The seven-treasure glazed tile school is immensely grateful. Chen Dong casually clasped his hands and said, it's all good, it's all good. Acting bravely and helping others is the mission and unshirkable responsibility of us soul masters in the new era. By the way, what should I use to show my gratitude? The Sword Douluo was momentarily stunned. It was the first time he had seen someone calmly and justifiably say, what will you use to thank me? He was a bit dazed, but then realized that this young man, Chen Dong, seemed to have a naturally straightforward personality, not hiding his true thoughts at all. Such a person is indeed clear-minded and a rare talent for sword practice. In an instant, the appreciation in the Sword Douluo's eyes for Chen Dong deepened. Little friend, just say what kind of reward you want. Soul beast, soul, guiding devices, heavenly materials, earthly treasures, gold soul coins? Sigh. Forget it, those external things are useless. As a soul master, the greatest power is, of course, one's own strength. Since you are a master of the sword, then teach me a sword technique. Upon hearing this, the expression of the Sword Douluo not only showed no dissatisfaction, but instead revealed a faint sense of pride and joy. See, this young man with the sword martial soul truly admires my swordsmanship. Young man, you should know it's not that I'm stingy, but the method cannot be passed lightly. Oh, then forget it. After saying that, Chen Dong calmly turned around and continued roasting the rabbit. The Sword Douluo was striking a pose with a condescending attitude, extending a finger for effect, and hadn't he finished his sentence yet. The Sword Douluo was left bewildered in the wind. So casual? Does my sword technique not have any flair? This, Chow Amon, since you want to learn sword techniques, I will teach you, but first, I have a question for you. Senior, please ask, what do you think a sword is? In your eyes, what is the true way of the sword? What is your sword? Hearing the Sword Douluo's question, Chen Dong was somewhat confused. Tentatively, he replied, my sword? Is it your sword? Seeing the astonished expression of the Sword Douluo, Chen Dong realized he had misspoken. Hesitantly, he said, all things are swords, unity of heaven and man, unity of man and sword. No sword is better than having a sword, forgetting both self and object. Sword Douluo. Not right. Sword heart gathers. Sword heart is indestructible. Sword heart has no self, no sword, no way, no self, no way. Still not right. Heavy sword has no edge. Great skill is unrefined. The great way has no name. Grass and trees, flying flowers can all harm people. Picking stars with my hands, cutting the sun and moon with the sword. One sword opens the heavenly gate. Heaven did not give birth to me. Chow Amon, the way of the sword has been like a long night for eternity. I have a sword that can move mountains, turn seas, subdue demons, suppress evil, command gods, sever rivers, destroy cities, and open the heavens. Is this also not right? Chen Dong was stunned. It seemed he really had no talent for the sword path. Chapter 86, Sword Heart Technique. Senior, are you okay? He saw Sword Douluo standing dazed in place, his mouth slightly open, with a somewhat blank expression. Senior, are you all right? Huh? No, I'm fine. Sword Douluo came to his senses. Senior, am I too dull and shocked you? Yes, you really shocked me. Sword Douluo wanted to curse. You at such a young age, with little life experience and insufficient understanding of the sword path, casually spoke so much about sword principles. Some of the words he heard made his sword heart tremble, as if he had experienced a moment of enlightenment. With that, he had prepared a lot of words to show off and intimidate Chen Dong, hoping to make him wide-eyed in admiration, practically worshipping him, begging to learn the sword path. But now, how could he show off? Your talent for the sword path is quite good. How about it? Are you interested in joining a sect? Not interested. My goal is to travel the continent, taste all the delicacies, see all the beautiful sights, and soak in. Hot springs. So I don't want to join any sect. What a pity. What a pity. Well, since that's the case, I'll teach you a little technique. I call it the Sword Heart Technique. Sword Heart Technique? Yes. As a soul master with a sword martial spirit, your martial spirit is an extension of your body. The greater advantage of practicing swordsmanship is that the sword in your hand can communicate with your heart like an extension of your own body. And the sword heart technique cultivates your heart as well as your sword. Ultimately, it reaches the supreme realm of unity between man and sword. It sounded quite good. Chen Dong looked delighted, not expecting to learn such a powerful technique from Sword Douluo. It seemed his effort to save Ning Rongrong had not been in vain. Just then, as Sword Douluo was teaching Chen Dong the sword heart technique, a figure suddenly fell to the ground in the distance. The ground shook, and Douluo looked at Ning Rongrong, who was quietly sitting there munching on a rabbit leg. In an instant, he was almost moved to tears. "Oh, my little ancestor, I finally found you. You scared Grandpa Bone to death. Huh, you're here? Why do you look so dirty? Oh, don't mention it. I didn't sleep all night looking for you. Rongrong, are you all right?" "Of course I'm fine." Ning Rongrong bit into the fragrant rabbit before continuing. "It was Chao-Amon who saved me." "Chao-Amon." Douluo followed Ning Rongrong's pointing finger and saw Chen Dong practicing swordsmanship with Sword Douluo nearby. He was instantly shocked. "No way. I remember Sword Douluo said he still needed to test this young man further. How did he start teaching him directly?" "Rongrong, is it that Chao-Amon was pestering your sword grandpa so much that he finally agreed to teach him?" "No, it was actually Sword Grandpa who insisted on teaching him." "Huh." Douluo was stunned. As a lifelong comrade, he never expected that one day Sword Douluo would chase after someone to teach swordsmanship. It was simply unbelievable. At this moment, Sword Douluo also saw Douluo and nodded to Chen Dong, saying, "Your comprehension is very good. You learn quickly. As the saying goes, a master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. The rest must be accumulated through your daily training. By the way, little guy, are you really not interested in joining a sect?" Chen Dong knew that Douluo had developed feelings for him. "Of course, I will leave a life for you. But not now. Who knows, maybe one day in the future I will suddenly want to join the sect. But for now, I just want to travel the continent." What a pity. However, Douluo did not force him. Those who practice swordsmanship are like this. They cannot go against their hearts. Otherwise, how can the sword's heart progress if it is covered in dust? "Rongrong, since you are safe now and have successfully obtained your soul ring, we should return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school immediately." "No, Rongrong hasn't had enough fun yet." "Rongrong, this time your grandpa Jian fought with a 100,000-year soul beast, and the commotion was quite big. I'm afraid some powerful soul beasts in the core area of the Stardo Great Forest will come out. It's no longer safe to stay here." "Yes, Rongrong, and you are already a one-ring soul master. Once we return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, the sect master will definitely start teaching you how to cultivate." Douluo was also persuading from the side. But I... Ning Rongrong lowered her head, unable to speak for a long time, and then looked up at Chen Dong in front of her. "Chao-Amon, will you go back with me, okay?" By the time she said the last 3 words, Ning Rongrong's tone was almost pleading. Chen Dong sighed. "What is the use of going back? You're only 6 years old now, and every day you just play house with the kids. Moreover, you're limiting yourself so much in the 7 treasures glazed tile school. Chen Dong is not that foolish. I appreciate your good intentions, but I hope to venture out on the continent to create my own path and become a powerful soul master. By then, I will come to find you at the 7 treasures glazed tile school. If I go there now, perhaps the sect master will keep me there out of consideration for you, but in that case, I would just be a small fry under the protection of the 7 treasures glazed tile school, never able to stand out. And how could I ever be worthy of your status?" Huh. When it came to the last sentence, Ning Rongrong suddenly blushed. You, why would you think you're worthy of me? Of course, it's to be friends with you. Don't people from big powers value equal status in friendships? I don't have that. Chao Man, you are now my friend." As she spoke, Ning Rongrong took out a pink pouch from her wrist and handed it to Chen Dong. "Chao Man, don't you really like gold soul coins? This is a gift for you. Remember, if you eat steamed buns in the future, you must pay for them, but don't pay with gold soul coins. Copper soul coins will do." Chen Dong looked at Ning Rongrong, who had a pure expression and was holding a small pink cloth bag, seriously reminding her. A moment of softness flashed through his heart. He took out a first aid kit and a hemostatic bandage from his pocket and handed them to Ning Rongrong, saying, "When you return to the 7-treasure glazed tile school, you must listen carefully. Remember, the outside world is very dangerous, and you need to protect yourself. This hemostatic bandage has excellent healing effects. You should replace the ordinary gauze on you with this bandage later, and your injury will heal quickly. Also, this first aid kit should only be used in emergencies, understand?" I understand." Ning Rongrong happily accepted the gifts Chen Dong gave her, holding them tightly in her arms. Chen Dong said with a smile. As long as you behave and listen, I will give you a gift next time we meet. Great. Let's make a pinky promise. Okay. Chen Dong stretched out his finger and gently hooked it with Ning Rongrong's pinky. You have to keep your word. Absolutely. The sword Douluo watched as the mysterious young man strode confidently towards the edge of the forest, gradually disappearing from view. He let out a slight sigh. Just then, the real Ning Rongrong, who had been standing in place, suddenly burst into tears. Chapter 87. Massacre of the 10,000-year-old beasts. Seeing Ning Rongrong crying like a pear blossom in the rain, heartbroken, BibiDong and sword Douluo immediately panicked. The two title Douluo were at a loss, with BibiDong anxiously pulling at his hair. Rongrong, what's wrong? Quickly tell Grandpa Bone if you're hurt, or if something feels off. Woo, I don't know, I feel so uncomfortable. No one will roast rabbits for me anymore, and no one will tell me stories. Oh, so that's why. Sword Douluo and Bone Douluo exchanged glances and both let out a sigh of relief. It's a small problem. Rongrong, be good. Grandpa Bone will roast rabbits for you, okay? Yes, that's right. Grandpa Jian will tell you stories, so don't worry, Rongrong. I don't want that. Woo. Ning Rongrong choked out as she wiped her tears. Grandpa Jian, why didn't Xiaomon come back with me? He would rather be a wanderer than return to the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Woo. Sword Douluo sighed and lovingly patted Ning Rongrong's head. Silly child, he is a swordsman. A true strong person has their own pride. He doesn't want to rely on the seven-treasure glazed tile school. Trust me, Rongrong. This little guy will grow up sooner or later and give us a surprise. Really? Of course. Didn't he say he would bring you gifts the next time you meet? Ning Rongrong nodded heavily, tightly hugging the two small cloth bags in front of her chest. All right, Rongrong, let's go back early. Your father must be worried sick, but I still want to eat roasted rabbit. Rongrong, do you remember what he said before he left? If you behave and listen, he will see you and bring you gifts. Oh. Ning Rongrong nodded reluctantly, turning her head to glance at the direction Chen Dong had left. She murmured, Xiaomon, I'm waiting for you. We made a pinky promise. You can't go back on your word. You want tea, right? Chen Dong crossed his arms and leaned against a large tree. He held a small pink bag in his hand, lightly weighing it before opening it to take a look. Suddenly, he realized he had a special talent for living off others. He hadn't earned a single soul coin since arriving in Douluo continent, and all his belongings came from the little fox and the little witch. Could it be that I really have the potential to be a kept man? Unfortunately, before his transmigration, he didn't want to work hard either, but no ant was willing to lend a helping hand. Currently, Chen Dong was not in a hurry to leave the Stardow forest. On the contrary, he intended to move deeper into it. The aftermath of the battle between the Sword Douluo and a 100,000-year-old soul beast had caused some chaos among the soul beasts in the Stardow forest. Most soul beasts were affected and left their territories, while some even erupted into turmoil, resulting in widespread fighting among the soul beasts. Normally these 10,000-year-old soul beasts would stay in the core area and not venture out, but now large numbers of them had left their territories. This was an excellent opportunity for Chen Dong to harvest. In the forest, two tall soul beasts were battling fiercely. One was a 10,000-year-old earth bear, and the other was a 10,000-year-old shadow tiger. These two soul beasts had likely left their territories due to the unrest in the forest. Their massive bodies fought intensely, and many large trees were crushed beneath them. The earth bear's attack power was terrifying. With a single slap, the century-old giant trees in the forest were smashed to pieces like straw mats. The shadow tiger, however, possessed frightening speed and explosive power, skillfully dodging the earth bear's attacks, while occasionally using its speed to bite down hard on the earth bear. Despite the earth bear's tough hide, it was now covered in wounds from the shadow tiger's assaults. Nevertheless, the shadow tiger remained cautious. One careless hit from the earth bear's claws could easily shatter its body. This was a showdown between a tank and an assassin. You could hit me countless times, but I only need to hit you once. At this moment, Chen Dong, dressed in a colorful camouflage suit, quietly lay hidden on a small hillside. His 98K martial soul was already quietly drawn, and the silencer was attached. The surroundings were quiet, and a ghostly cat darted past him without noticing Chen Dong. Below, the two soul beasts were fighting more fiercely. With a roar, the shadow tiger lunged at the earth bear's back, sinking its teeth in. Just then, the earth bear seemed to anticipate this, spinning around and slapping out with a paw. The shadow tiger's body flew back like a broken sack, rolling on the ground, just as the earth bear was about to pursue. A barely noticeable fluctuation of soul power flickered near its forehead. With a splat, blood sprayed from the earth bear's head, and its massive body crashed down. In an instant, Chen Dong vanished from his spot, his fiery red wings streaking through the air like a meteor, landing right in front of the Earth Bear. Skillfully, he drew the purple guardian axe from his right hand and slashed at the Earth Bear's throat. The Earth Bear let out a series of desperate roars before soon closing its eyes in peace. Chen Dong let out a long sigh of satisfaction. The 23,000-year-old Earth Bear had tough skin and flesh, and he absorbed 20 of its life force. The only regret was that he couldn't absorb the soul power, which felt somewhat wasted. However, he discovered he could infuse this soul power into his candle dragon armor, which seemed to absorb all the soul power like a bottomless pit. At that moment, the shadow tiger, which had been knocked away by the Earth Bear, also noticed the unexpected guest. It endured the pain in its body, stood up, and lowered its body to watch Chen Dong. Just then, the soul power in front of the shadow tiger flickered. Chen Dong gently extended his right hand, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. Punishment. In an instant, the shadow tiger's body stiffened and remained motionless, a trace of confusion and shock flashing in its eyes. Chen Dong's figure instantly moved in front of the shadow tiger, and the purple guardian axe in his right hand had transformed into a red pursuit blade. It pierced directly into the shadow tiger's throat, absorbing a large amount of blood. 30,000 years old shadow tiger, it had absorbed 20 of the opponent's strength and speed. Fourth, Chen Dong. Killing Soul Beast now was not just to enhance his soul power, but to absorb the Soul Beast's life force and strength. He would choose the corresponding absorption method based on the different characteristics of the Soul Beasts. Chen Dong already had a target for his third soul ring. However, before that, he needed to find a way to continue enhancing his strength, even if he couldn't continue adding soul rings. Chen Dong's Wild Blade Martial Soul allowed him to continuously enhance his attributes by killing soul beasts. Chapter 88. 2 years later. Stardew Forest. In a dense forest, a gigantic diamond mammoth was walking through the woods. Its body was over 10 meters long and about 3 to 4 meters high. This was a genuine 10,000-year soul beast, and it was very close to the core area of the Stardew Forest. The traces of soul beasts were not as concentrated as in the outskirts, because most of the soul beasts living here were 10,000-year soul beasts. Generally speaking, these 10,000-year soul beasts would stay in their territory and would not easily wander around. However, recently, there had been chaos among the 10,000-year soul beasts. Many of them had died mysteriously in the outskirts, and this trend of death was slowly spreading towards the core area. After the death of many powerful 10,000-year soul beasts, their neighbors would come to take over their territory, leading to more conflicts among the soul beasts. This diamond mammoth was the overlord of the nearby forest, and its strong physique and defense meant that few soul beasts dared to provoke it. While the diamond mammoth was leisurely strolling, it suddenly felt as if it had stepped on a stone. Moreover, this stone was very hard, causing its foot to ache a bit. Boom! The diamond mammoth, dissatisfied, trumpeted loudly and lifted its foot. Below, it saw a patch of grass that was taller than the surrounding area. The diamond mammoth curiously extended its massive trunk towards this patch of grass. And just then, the patch of grass suddenly moved, and a fair hand grabbed the diamond mammoth's long trunk. The hand on the diamond mammoth's giant trunk looked like a child gently petting it. But the next second, a tremendous force came, and the diamond mammoth's body was violently slammed to the ground. This nearly tore its trunk off. The diamond mammoth awkwardly stood up, shaking its head in confusion, looking a bit dirty, but it didn't suffer much harm. Standing opposite, it was a boy who appeared to be about 11 or 12 years old, dressed in a strange, tattered green garment. As he put away his camouflage clothing, a boy who looked to be around 10 years old appeared. It was Chen Dong, who had been hunting in the Stardew Forest for 2 years. At this moment, Chen Dong's body was already taller than Hulaina 2 years ago, although it didn't reach the extreme level of yin. Due to continuously absorbing the life force of soul beasts and being in a constant state of battle, Chen Dong's physique looked full of explosive power. A faint halo seemed to be circulating beneath his skin, and his face no longer looked as cute as it did 2 years ago. It now appeared more defined, with sharp brows and bright eyes. His body was subtly changing under the influence of the Zhu Long skin and blood clan energy, and his eyes even had a faint red hue, adding a hint of wickedness. His long black hair flowed in the wind as he yawned. He cracked his fists, twisted his neck, and the bones in his body popped and crackled like frying beans. Waking up to deliver a surprise? How considerate. Since that's the case, I'll make it quick and not torture you. The diamond mammoth, not expecting that the human boy before it had just flipped it over, glared with anger. Its eyes glowing red, and soul power surged, covering its body as if it were encased in hard diamond. The diamond mammoth charged fiercely towards Chen Dong. Its massive hard head aimed directly at him. This is good, just right for a morning workout. In an instant, Chen Dong's figure suddenly disappeared, moving as fast as lightning. Bang! Chen Dong's entire body slammed into the hardest head of the diamond mammoth, like a small egg actively colliding with a hard rock, appearing to be a suicidal attack. But the next second, the diamond mammoth let out a heart-wrenching roar, its long trunk swinging in the air, and its whole body fell down. With a loud bang, dust rose everywhere. The diamond mammoth trembled all over, and there were 2 sunken grooves on its head, faintly showing that they were fist marks. Blood was trickling out from its head, which was as hard as diamond. How could it fall down like this? Not satisfied. Let's go again. Chen Dong didn't even use his soul power. He simply relied on the strength of his body to stomp down hard with both feet, causing his body to leap high into the air, creating 2 massive deep pits in the ground. Boom! Chen Dong fiercely stomped down on the giant trunk of the diamond mammoth, and with another painful roar, the trunk broke apart. This ignited the ferocity of the diamond mammoth, which gasped heavily, its entire body trembling, and in an instant, it became incredibly massive, radiating dazzling diamond light. Then it charged ferociously towards Chen Dong. The massive, thick legs of the diamond mammoth stomped on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Now this is exciting. Chen Dong clenched his fist and swung a powerful punch towards the charging diamond mammoth. Bang! Dust and smoke erupted, and the shockwave even broke several nearby large trees. Chen Dong took half a step back, his body remaining motionless. In contrast, the diamond mammoth slid several meters away, its head buzzing. Come again. Chen Dong swung his fist and charged forward again. The diamond mammoth is really explosive. Bang! Bang! The massive body of the diamond mammoth was sent flying, landing on the ground with all its diamond luster completely vanished. It rolled around in pain on the spot. Damn, have you not eaten? Why are you so weak? Forget it. I'll make it quick for you. The next second, a purple axe appeared in Chen Dong's hand, and soon, the diamond mammoth stood still, its eyes carrying a sense of tranquility and a hint of relief. 70,000 years of diamond mammoth, not bad. Chen Dong stood up, satisfied as he put away the patrolling axe, and looked at a blue glowing object on the ground. He reached out and gently grasped it, revealing a blue soul bone in his hand. He had obtained another soul beast, and it was a rare skull. However, this guy didn't seem very intelligent, so it was likely the skull wouldn't be very useful. He decided to put it away and see if he could sell it for a good price later. After 2 whole years, Chen Dong had no idea how many 10,000-year soul beasts he had hunted, and by now, he had started hunting in the core area. As for soul bones, he had accumulated 8, but he hadn't absorbed any of them. The reason was simple. They were too low quality. 10,000-year soul beasts were not worthy. He casually put this soul bone away and looked at the section of elephant trunk he had severed. He sliced it off to make a breakfast. Just then, Chen Dong suddenly felt the light around him dimming. He raised his head in confusion. The sky was clear with no clouds, and sunlight was shining down. Yet he felt that his surroundings were shrouded in darkness. What was going on? Chapter 89. Dark Demon, Evil God, Tiger feeling somewhat uncertain. Chen Dong activated his 4 times magnification to look around, but he found nothing. Wait. Switching to Candle Dragon form, he activated the Candle Dragon domain, and instantly, Chen Dong sensed a dark power stirring in the distance. The Candle Dragon domain was exceptionally sensitive to all forms of dark energy and had a strong suppressive effect against these dark attributes. However, ordinary soul beasts couldn't change the environment in front of him. Could it be a soul beast with a domain? Was it already 100,000 years old? In an instant, Chen Dong hesitated. He hadn't fought against a 100,000-year soul beast yet. He didn't know if he could defeat it. Forget it. He decided to take action. After all, the 70,000-year diamond mammoth in his hands couldn't last for several rounds, and with the punishment skill, so what if he encountered a 100,000-year soul beast? At this moment, the light around him grew increasingly dark, and this darkness gradually began to spread around Chen Dong. Chen Dong stood still, trying to see what kind of soul beast it was. It seemed that among the 10,000-year soul beasts he knew, there was none that could darken the light. A low roar suddenly echoed, and from the nearby forest, a gigantic soul beast abruptly stood up from its crouch, glaring fiercely in Chen Dong's direction. It was a black giant tiger, completely black without a hint of other colors, its red eyes filled with a sinister aura. It was more than 8 meters long, its muscles bulging, and its weight was probably over 3,000 jin. The king's symbol on its forehead was also black, but different from the fur's black. It was a gloomy, mist-like black. The most peculiar feature was its tail, which was much longer than that of ordinary tiger-type soul beasts, and it stood upright, composed of countless joints, with a massive backward hook at the tip, shining with a chilling, ghostly light. At the moment he saw it, Chen Dong was stunned. It was actually not a 10,000-year soul beast. This was a 10,000-year soul beast. Wait, why did he feel a sense of familiarity with this soul beast? Suddenly, Chen Dong recalled an ancient book he had seen in the library of the Wuhuan Temple, which recorded many secrets and some unbelievable martial souls and soul beasts, many of which even compiled myths and folklore. It documented a special magical beast, whose number was even less than that of the human-faced demon spider, and was almost extinct. This was a top-tier soul beast, and because it was so top-tier, it was difficult to survive in the world of soul beasts, making it extremely rare. According to the ancient book, this magical beast was called the dark demon evil god tiger. It was said that the evil god descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate, turning its original light attribute into a dark attribute, giving it black wings representing corruption and a scorpion-like evil god hook. The dark demon evil god tiger possessed immense strength. Generally speaking, soul beasts could potentially be human martial souls, but the dark demon evil god tiger was an exception. No human had ever possessed it as a martial soul. It was not inherently a dark attribute, but was left with the utmost evil attribute by the evil god, which the human body could not withstand. If evaluated according to the level of martial souls, it would definitely be on par with the six-winged angel. The dark demon evil god tiger had an extremely domineering nature. Its growth did not occur through its own cultivation. It was extremely difficult for it to cultivate. It could only enhance its strength by devouring the soul power of other soul beasts or human soul masters. Therefore, this soul beast would immediately attract attacks from other soul beasts, who would strive to destroy it before it could become powerful. Even a 1,000-year dark demon evil god tiger was rarely seen, let alone the one standing before Chen Dong, which had existed for over 10,000 years. This top-tier soul beast was capable of challenging opponents one tier above itself, meaning that a 10,000-year dark demon evil god tiger could even challenge a 100,000-year soul beast. Seeing Chen Dong standing still, the massive dark demon evil god tiger's blood-red eyes suddenly lit up. Its roar was filled with excitement. It slowly raised its tiger paw and stepped closer to Chen Dong. The dark demon evil god tiger could sense a tremendous soul power within Chen Dong, accumulated from his kills of soul beasts over the past 2 years, all gathered within the candle dragon armor. Moreover, the energy from the Cao Cao blood clan and the dark energy of the candle dragon continuously absorbed from Chen Dong's body had a fatal attraction for the dark demon evil god tiger. It knew that devouring this special human, Chen Dong, would likely be better than devouring a 100,000-year soul beast. Originally, its goal was just to hunt the diamond mammoth to absorb its soul power, but encountering Chen Dong was an unexpected surprise. Although the corpse of the diamond mammoth before it made it somewhat uneasy, as this diamond mammoth was of comparable age, it was unexpectedly killed easily by this human. However, it had never been defeated by a human, and with its cultivation already reaching over 60,000 years, it was naturally full of confidence. Yet even so, it was extremely cautious while advancing. It still sensed danger from Chen Dong, feeling an instinctual aversion and fear emanating from him. Nevertheless, the dark demon evil god tiger could not resist the temptation Chen Dong posed. It clearly judged that if it could devour Chen Dong, it might very well break through the 10,000-year barrier in a short time. Its cultivation did not need to be measured by years. It could progress as long as its strength reached the required level. At that time, it could go to the core area to take revenge on those two despicable beings. The massive evil god hook behind the dark demon evil god tiger slowly lifted, gently swaying behind it, creating a series of distorted, strange halos in the air with each movement. Its body was black, but the energy fluctuations it emitted were gray, filled with a sinister aura. With each step it took, the surrounding plants would automatically part to the sides. The temperature in the Stardow forest seemed to drop suddenly, belonging to an evil coldness. This coldness felt like an immensely powerful and ancient mysterious aura. Flashes of information about the dark demon evil god tiger crossed Chen Dong's mind, and, combined with his knowledge of the original text, his expression became serious. The dark demon evil god tiger had exceptionally strong talent, possessing the utmost evil attribute left by the evil god, as well as attributes of darkness, lightning, wind, time, and space, and it was highly intelligent, both domineering and wise. In terms of bloodline, This creature possessed the attributes of a divine king, and even Tang San had not truly killed it. In the end, its inner core had escaped through time and space. If he could hunt this dark demon, evil god tiger, and obtain its inner core. Thinking of this, a faint smile appeared on Chen Dong's face as he slowly raised his right hand, and a purple circular axe appeared. 2 soul rings, one purple and one black, suddenly appeared, gently undulating around Chen Dong's body. However, he did not release any strong energy. All his soul power fluctuations were completely reined in. Under the black-red armor, Chen Dong's expression was unclear. The dark demon, evil god tiger, had faced human soul masters before, seeing that Chen Dong only had 2 soul rings. Its blood-red eyes instantly became fervent. Just a 2-ringed great soul master, it had been too cautious. The dark demon, evil god tiger, took a step forward, its aura becoming increasingly domineering, its gaze cold and sinister. Chen Dong's mouth revealed a slight smile. Is this being looked down upon? Little brain axe. I'll make you cry soon. The gray energy around the body of the dark demon, evil god, tiger, quietly spread out, and the cold, evil energy caused the candle dragon armor on Chen Dong's body to automatically generate a powerful force. That gray energy could not penetrate Chen Dong's body, as if it were inherently restrained. A trace of a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chen Dong's mouth. He loved these dark attribute soul beasts. Realizing that his domain seemed ineffective against Chen Dong, a hint of brutal aura flashed in the eyes of the dark demon, evil god tiger. In an instant, the dark demon, evil god tiger moved. As soon as it moved, Chen Dong immediately felt a gust of bloody wind rush toward him, and the surrounding air began to fluctuate violently with a fierce gale. The dark demon, evil god tiger actually vanished from his sight in an instant. The ability of wind? Chen Dong smiled. His figure flickered, and in an instant, Chen Dong disappeared from his original spot. The next moment, the fierce pounce of the dark demon, evil god tiger, which suddenly appeared at Chen Dong's standing position, abruptly halted mid-air. Its massive body defied the principles of gravity and landed heavily, turning warily to see Chen Dong suspended in the air. In the next second, Chen Dong moved. His figure shot through the air like a red lightning bolt. At the same time, the body of the dark demon, evil god, tiger, leaped up from the ground with a bizarre speed, once again pouncing into the air. Although there was nothing in front of it, its 2 tiger claws were already raised, like shadows in the darkness, one claw seemingly striking a phantom in midair. In the next second, this phantom instantly vanished. Chen Dong's figure appeared at the position where the dark demon, evil god tiger, had just been. He was unscathed, but still amazed by the speed of the tiger's claw. However, after 2 years of continuous hunting of soul beasts, Chen Dong's strength and speed had changed dramatically. Although the claw had not hit him, it was only when the tiger's paw was just a foot away from his body that Chen Dong clearly felt the terrifying power within it. Even with his body's strength, if he were truly hit, he would definitely be injured. It is worth noting that Chen Dong had taken attacks from the diamond mammoth without a scratch, which shows how terrifying the power of the dark demon, evil god tiger is. This probing confrontation significantly increased the vigilance of both man and tiger. There is no doubt that the dark demon, evil god tiger was testing him, while Chen Dong was also testing its reaction with his speed. Although they had not truly collided, the tiger's calmness, decisiveness, and the explosive power it displayed in that instant made Chen Dong's expression turn serious. The fact that it did not easily use its powerful skills and completely concealed its capabilities during the probe, while also exuding a sense of impending crisis, was even more terrifying. This dark demon, evil god tiger, was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. The man and the tiger changed positions and confronted each other again. Looking at the fiery red wings behind Chen Dong, a flash of red light appeared in the eyes of the dark demon, evil god tiger. Its wings suddenly spread wide and flapped hard, and immediately, countless black lights surged forth, transforming into dozens of blade-like projectiles over a foot in size that soared into the air. Chen Dong's figure moved like a ghost, dodging all the attacks. The dark demon, evil god tiger seemed to be enraged, suddenly slamming its right front paw onto the ground, sending a straight line of black light rushing towards Chen Dong. Wherever the black light passed, plants withered and disappeared. In almost an instant, the attack reached Chen Dong's feet. Chen Dong didn't even look, and with his right hand, he directly thrust the dark blood sword into the ground. A surge of pure Zhu Long energy erupted from the dark blood sword, and the evil aura within the black light instantly vanished. Dominant blade. In an instant, the dark blood sword slashed forward, just as the dark demon, evil god tiger was about to react. Punishment. In an instant, the dark demon, evil god tiger, stood frozen in place. The violent dominant blade struck out 3 times at an incredible speed, and the dark demon, evil god tiger's body was uncontrollably sent flying. Crimson Flame Fury. Life Devour. The dark demon, evil god tiger began to suffer uncontrollably, with blood flowing continuously. Just then, the stun effect disappeared, and the dark demon, evil god tiger regained its senses. A gray shield suddenly appeared around it, attempting to block the damage. However, this gray shield was instantly pierced by the dark blood sword. In a critical moment, the evil god hook silently swung up from behind the dark demon, evil god tiger. The evil god hook turned black again, and its hooked shape changed, with the curved hook body instantly straightening, piercing lightly into the tip of the dark blood sword. Chen Dong let out a cold laugh, and in the next second, a burst of black light erupted, accompanied by tremendous force. A point of black light suddenly appeared at the center between the dark demon, evil god tiger, and Chen Dong. The intense black light instantly exploded, transforming into a massive black hole with a diameter of 3 meters. At the location where the black hole expanded to 3 meters, an incredibly powerful suction suddenly emerged. Chen Dong could not resist the powerful suction and was directly pulled in, while the dark demon, evil god tiger, also uncontrollably disappeared into the black hole. Everything around him fell into darkness, and Chen Dong felt his body light and weightless. What puzzled him even more was that his soul power fluctuations seemed to be weakening, and his body appeared to be undergoing some strange changes. Suddenly, the surroundings lit up, and he felt a solid ground beneath his feet. To Chen Dong's surprise, he found himself in a peculiar space. It resembled a gigantic arena, appearing circular but seemingly boundless. There were no clouds, sun, or stars in the sky, only endless darkness. The light emanated from the arena itself. At that moment, Chen Dong also saw his opponent. However, he was somewhat surprised to find that the opponent seemed to have changed. The dark demon, evil god tiger, was now 30 meters in front of Chen Dong, also looking at him. However, its tiger eyes were filled with a fierce light, roaring continuously, completely devoid of the calm demeanor it had before. At the same time, Chen Dong sensed a hint of fear in the dark demon, evil god tiger's gaze. A look of utter despair, as if it had been startled by something. The original body of the dark demon, evil god tiger, measured a formidable 8 meters in length, extremely robust, with its wings spread out, giving an impression of blocking the sky. But now, not only had its wings disappeared, but its tail had also transformed into an ordinary tiger's tail, with the evil god's hook at the end appearing pitifully small, devoid of any energy fluctuations. Its body had shrunk to only 1.5 meters long, a significant reduction from before, if it had previously looked incredibly ferocious. The current dark demon, evil god tiger, appeared rather cute, resembling a large black cat. Chapter 91. Absorbing the inner core. When Chen Dong saw the shrunken version of the dark demon, evil god tiger, he found it quite amusing. Was this an enforced cuteness? At the same time, Chen Dong himself had also shrunk considerably, and even his clothes had shrunk along with him, the candle dragon armor disappearing without a trace. Chen Dong returned to the appearance of when he was 6 years old, looking down at the results of 2 years of vitality nourishment, which had once again turned into small bean sprouts. Chen Dong's expression froze. Rejuvenation? This thing can't be permanent, right? No way. After 2 years of being nourished by the life force of various soul beasts, he finally saw hope for robust growth. The principle of not missing out on opportunities was Chen Dong's motto, so his mood was not very pleasant. By all accounts, the dark demon, evil god tiger, shouldn't be so foolish. Its ultimate move surprisingly brought both the enemy and itself back to childhood. In this way, there was no obvious advantage for the dark demon, evil god tiger. Everyone returned to childhood. Wasn't it the same for the dark demon, evil god tiger? Moreover, seeing its exasperated expression, it must have encountered some unexpected situation during the use of this skill. It's even possible that the original skill of the dark demon, evil god tiger, although it involved time and space to revert both the enemy and itself to childhood, still allowed it to retain some advantages. Perhaps it could still use some trump cards. This involves the power of time and space. And Chen Dong's body was formed after traversing time and space, being only 8 years old. This means that if the dark demon, evil god tiger, wanted to pull Chen Dong back to his younger years, merely reversing 2 years in time would inevitably lead to failure. Because if it wanted to continue breaking through time and space, it might directly revert to another universe. It could even reach Earth. At that point, What the dark demon evil god tiger would have to endure would be not just the time and space power of his continent, but the time and space power of two worlds. Looking at the hint of fear in the eyes of the dark demon evil god tiger, it must have encountered some unexpected events during this process. Perhaps the dark demon evil god tiger even suffered a heavy blow. Chen Dong found it somewhat amusing. The dark demon evil god tiger deserved its bad luck. If it had used this move against someone else, it might have actually worked. But daring to trace back Chen Dong's timeline, one had to admit that the dark demon evil god tiger was quite bold. At this moment, a strange voice echoed from all directions. Welcome to the death arena. Only by killing one side can this life and death battle end and escape this space. Countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. During the countdown of the suddenly appeared voice, Chen Dong's mind raced. From the voice's simple explanation, he realized this was a life and death battle. A battle for survival between him and the dark demon evil god tiger after regaining its youth. After the battle, he should be able to return to his previous state, and his body would recover, meaning he wouldn't remain in his small sprout form permanently. This made Chen Dong breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it was just a temporary shrinkage. Otherwise, his teacher's happiness would be compromised again. In front of him, the dark demon evil god tiger's eyes flashed with 3 parts resentment, 3 parts rage, and 3 parts unwillingness, along with a hint of fear that was barely visible. But it was soon shrouded by a violent evil power, its pair of red eyes revealing a chilling light, staring intently at Chen Dong as if it had already regarded him as a dead man. Its huge mouth open wide, showing a human-like sinister grin for the 6-year-old kid in front of it. A single swipe from the dark demon evil god tiger could easily turn him into a pile of meat paste. However, was 6-year-old Chen Dong weak? Perhaps he was much weaker than he was at 8, but let us not forget that the current dark demon evil god tiger was merely an ordinary little tiger. Impatient, the dark demon evil god tiger instantly transformed into a shadow, its powerful hind paws forcefully pushing off the ground, charging towards Chen Dong like a bolt of black lightning. Chen Dong stood still, seemingly stunned. Just as the figure of the dark demon evil god tiger was about to rush in front of him, Chen Dong smiled. Punishment. A silver phantom fell straight onto the head of the dark demon evil god tiger, and in an instant, its body became uncontrollably dizzy. With a bang, the airborne dark demon evil god tiger fell to the ground rigidly, a flash of fear appearing in its eyes, but it couldn't move at all. Just as the dizziness was about to fade, the dark demon evil god tiger looked up and found itself balancing a dark object on its head. S-1897 shotgun. Large caliber, high explosive, unbeatable close combat lethality. In an instant, the body of the dark demon evil god tiger froze, its eyes filled with disbelief and confusion. Why? He was only 6 years old. How could this be? The next second, thick gray mist erupted from its body, each cloud making its body shudder, and its crimson eyes were filled with anger, grievance, and despair. Everything around began to twist little by little, the space shattering like a mirror. With a bang, countless spaces exploded, and endless gray darkness surged again. Chen Dong relaxed his body, staring intently at the dark demon evil god tiger that was about to transform into a virtual form in front of him. With a burst of light, he felt a sense of lightness throughout his body. When he landed firmly on the ground again, Chen Dong had returned to the Star Do Great Forest, and the lost power had returned to him, restoring all his strength. Chen Dong looked down and saw that, after 2 years of careful nurturing, the precious item was about to mature and looked vigorous and full of spirit. Chen Dong nodded in satisfaction, while the massive corpse of the dark demon, evil god tiger, lay quietly at his feet. Floating above the corpse was a peculiar black orb, about the size of a baby's fist, shimmering with hues of green, blue, and silver. At that moment, the strange black orb suddenly trembled uncontrollably, and the nearby black hole also shook uneasily. The next second, just as the orb was about to make a move, Chen Dong suddenly spat out a strange mist of blood, which sprayed onto the eerie black orb. In an instant, the surface of the black orb absorbed the blood mist. The orb then stood still, and as Chen Dong grasped it, an extremely cold aura erupted from it. This aura surged into Chen Dong's body without any hindrance. The strange black hole before him also vanished. As this energy entered Chen Dong's body, he felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave, a chill spreading throughout him. A terrifyingly cold aura rushed into Chen Dong's mind. At that moment, a profound, ancient, and abundant energy emanated from his candle dragon armor. Instantly, The cold aura began to dissipate like melting snow. But soon after, the black orb released even more energy. This energy took the form of a thick gray mist, seemingly filled with vibrant life. And as this gray mist replaced the original black glow, strange changes began to occur in the plants around Chen Dong in the starry forest. All plants within a 5-meter radius of Chen Dong became tainted with gray, quickly withering and spreading outward. In just a short while, all the plants within that radius had completely withered. An inexplicable evil energy crisscrossed the air, and a gray-black glow gradually intensified. For distinct auras, cold, domineering, evil, and eerie, constantly swirled around Chen Dong's body. His body began to tremble slightly, and then, amidst the black and gray, 3 strands of light quietly appeared. They swayed gently above his body. These strands are the green, blue, and silver hues from the peculiar black orb that had entered his body earlier. A black character for king slowly manifested on Chen Dong's forehead. Additionally, a layer of curled black demonic patterns appeared on his skin. Beneath the black patterns was another layer of identical gray patterns, and the 2 layers combined created a striking 3-dimensional effect. These demonic patterns not only covered Chen Dong's body, but also spread across his face and skin. Chapter 92. Evil God Hook. Just then, suddenly, Chen Dong's dark blood sword and candle dragon armor moved in an instant. The dark blood sword floated before Chen Dong, and a surge of blood-colored energy flowed into his body. A tremendous power emanated from the candle dragon armor, continuously absorbing the strange gray-black glow. And the black demonic patterns on Chen Dong gradually receded, restoring his skin to its smooth state. This gray-black, violent energy gradually returned to balance, settling within Chen Dong's body. Chen Dong opened his eyes and felt the 3 inexplicably extra small light balls inside his body, which were like little spirits wandering restlessly within him. Chen Dong's mouth curved into a smile. He had succeeded. The inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger contained a trace of its residual soul and the power of the evil king, which had almost escaped. Fortunately, Chen Dong had known this in advance. The moment he left the space, he bit his tongue and held a mouthful of essence blood. This prevented the bead from escaping. The strange energy contained in the inner core, which belonged to the evil god, was also resisted by the will of the candle dragon. It is important to note that the protective will of the candle dragon is specifically designed to counter dark attributes. Otherwise, absorbing this bead could have posed other hidden dangers for Chen Dong. Chen Dong looked at the massive corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger in front of him. After just finishing the kill, he already knew that this dark demon evil god tiger was 67,000 years old. Should he absorb the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger? Although the age was somewhat low, in terms of attributes alone, the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger could definitely be considered top tier. Chen Dong couldn't help but hesitate. However, his jungle knife was about to absorb a 300,000-year soul ring, and he had already chosen his target. At this moment, would it be a bit unwise to change his decision? After a moment of hesitation, Chen Dong focused his thoughts, and a 98K martial soul suddenly appeared in his left hand. The dark barrel of the gun seemed to be filled with a mysterious aura, and at this moment, there was not a single soul ring on it. Gazing at the massive corpse, Chen Dong gently operated his soul power, and a gray airflow floated up from the corpse of the dark demon evil god tiger. Instantly, it condensed into a circular shape in the air, quickly turning from gray to black, transforming into a stream of light heading towards the 98K. With a flash of light, the black circle was directly placed on top of the 98K martial soul. At the same time, a not overly large but extremely sharp cold aura also entered Chen Dong's body in an instant. However, since Chen Dong had already absorbed the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, this aura quickly spread throughout his limbs and bones like rivers returning to the sea, continuously nourishing his body. This time, because the soul ring was attached to the 98K martial soul, he could not enjoy the unrestricted benefits of the years like he did with the jungle knife. He could only absorb it based on the strength of his own body. At this moment, after continuously absorbing the life force of soul beasts, Chen Dong's body strength was already capable of directly withstanding a 70,000-year diamond mammoth. Even so, absorbing the soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger would still require some effort, but after he absorbed the inner core, there was completely no such concern. The red soul ring of the dark demon evil god tiger was perfectly absorbed by him, and a dark soul ring quietly hovered above the 98K martial soul. With just a slight infusion of soul power, one could immediately feel a surging evil aura rising to the sky. That feeling of power made a strange gray hue appear on the 98K, just as Chen Dong finished absorbing the soul ring. The corpse of the dark demon, evil god tiger, in front of him gradually began to dissipate, turning into wisps of gray mist. Chen Dong's expression stiffened. What the hell? The inner core of the dark demon, evil god tiger, had already been absorbed by him. How could there be no soul bone? It's important to note that Tang San couldn't obtain the soul bone of the dark demon, evil god tiger, because the inner core had vanished into a spatial rift. Just as Chen Dong was filled with unwillingness and disappointment, the gray mist in front of him seemed to be continuously absorbed by some presence. Gradually, as all the gray mist was absorbed, a flickering object emitting a black light suddenly appeared before Chen Dong. Chen Dong excitedly held the object that was flickering with black light in his hand. It was a soul bone. Strangely, it was still an external soul bone. It was the evil god hook from the tailbone of the dark demon, evil god tiger. He already had the god-slaying spike from the human-faced demon spider. And now he had another evil god hook. Chen Dong was also a bit helpless, not knowing what effect the absorption would have. Would he grow a black tail like the dark demon, evil god tiger? Chen Dong activated the soul power to envelop the soul bone, which was absorbed into his body without any obstruction. Once it entered Chen Dong's body, a wave of evil, violent, domineering, and strange power surged wildly within him. Under Chen Dong's control of the soul power, this force continuously descended and quickly reached below his waist. Chen Dong sighed inwardly. It seemed he really was going to grow a tailbone. What difference would it make to have a tail? After all, it was the evil god hook of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and its lethality was astonishing enough. At that moment, Chen Dong's expression froze. Something was wrong, brother. No, it was behind, not in front. Buzz. In an instant, Chen Dong's body convulsed, pain causing sweat to pour down his head as he uncontrollably clutched his lower abdomen. He slammed his fist hard into the ground. Grass and debris flew everywhere as he fell clumsily to the ground, rolling around incessantly. Pain. A heart-wrenching kind of pain. If one had ever undergone catheterization, they would understand the kind of agony it would be if the catheter were replaced with the evil god hook of the dark demon, evil god tiger, and it was brutally stabbed into the lower body. Fortunately, because the evil god hook carried an aura of wickedness, ferocity, dominance, and otherworldliness, this process was extremely quick and brutal. Soon, Chen Dong's suffering came to an end. Feeling his body slightly tremble, Chen Dong incredulously looked down and was instantly stunned. At that moment, the tender sprout he had painstakingly nurtured had transformed into a fierce tail spike. Although it was covered in flesh, some black patterns could be seen, and faintly visible were segmented bone rings. The most outrageous part was that at the very tip, there was a backward hook. The evil god hook could bend and could also instantly straighten to thrust forward a short distance. Chen Dong tried bending, straightening, moving forward, repeating bending, straightening, moving forward. Or moving forward, bending, bending. Or bending, straightening, straightening. He could also move forward 9 times, then bend once. 3 bends, then straightening once. In short, there were countless variations and combinations. Looking at the dark purple, thick as a forearm, evil god hook, Chen Dong was a bit stunned. Is this considered an external soul bone? Who am I supposed to fight with this thing? Thinking about the Soul Master competition on the continent many years later, when the representative from the Spirit Hall steps onto the stage, exuding dominance, instantly bursting their clothes, revealing the evil god hook. This is not a fair fight. Chen Dong was completely focused, with only one thought in his mind. Can my teacher endure such a vicious evil god's hook? Chapter 93. Heavenly Dream, Ice Silkworm. At this moment, Chen Dong slowly put away the evil god's hook, his eyes filled with killing intent, staring coldly at a certain spot. There, he sensed a faint energy, but it was certain that the other party was not a dark attribute entity, because the reaction of the Candle Dragon domain to that area was not very strong. On the contrary, the energy belonging to the evil god within him began to stir restlessly. Chen Dong circulated his soul power, and the 98K martial spirit suddenly appeared, with a black 10,000-year soul ring quietly circling around it. After attaching a brand new scope, Chen Dong aimed at the direction in front of him, and at the same time, he noticed that his mental strength became exceptionally sensitive while using the new scope. The effect of the holographic scope was further enhanced. The range of had expanded, Previously, he could only a thin layer of paper or fabric, but now he could some not very sturdy trees. Not far from Chen Dong, under a large tree, he vaguely saw a white, mysterious object through the holographic scope. The anomaly sensed by the evil god energy came from there. What kind of existence could it be? Chen Dong aimed at that spot, his soul power continuously circulating within him, as a gray energy emanated from his 98K martial soul. At that moment, 3 different colored energies within Chen Dong began to converge, transforming into a pure energy bullet, which was attached to his 98K martial soul. In an instant, Chen Dong felt the power of the green wind, the blue lightning, and the silver space. Once this bullet was fired, it would simultaneously possess these 3 attributes. The power of the wind could provide the bullet with extreme speed. The power of lightning would grant the bullet powerful lethality. The silver power of space would make Chen Dong's bullet incredibly unpredictable and hard to evade. Meanwhile, Chen Dong also learned about the first soul skill of his 98K martial soul, Evil God Dark Kill. It condenses a bullet formed from the power of the evil god, which, when fired, would have the attributes of wind, lightning, and space. The wind attribute increases the bullet's flying speed by 300 and its range by 300. The lightning attribute can add a paralyzing effect to the bullet and ignore defenses. The space attribute allows the bullet to break through spatial limitations and be controlled by mental power to move in curved trajectories. The power of the evil god has a dark corrosive effect. Living beings hit by the bullet will uncontrollably suffer from the corrosion of the evil goddess power, permanently reducing their health. The different attribute effects of the bullet can be activated individually or all at once. Chen Dong roughly understood that after his bullet is fired, it not only travels faster and farther, but also has wall penetration. Combined with his own wall hacks, it's a combination of aimbot and wall hacks. Wouldn't this get reported? If Chen Dong locks onto someone, they can't escape the bullet even if they hide behind buildings and cover. Because the bullet has spatial power attached, it can bend and hit you. The bullets with lightning damage also have a paralysis effect, and at critical moments, if he wants to capture the target alive, he can use tranquilizer bullets. It's simply a multi-purpose shot. I must say, Chen Dong's choice of the dark, evil god tiger with a history of only 60,000 years as the first soul ring for his 98K weapon soul is truly a wise decision. It perfectly complements the 98K weapon soul, giving his sniper rifle more functionality. At this moment, as Chen Dong slowly presses the trigger on his finger, a terrifying aura is gathering little by little at the muzzle of the dark 98K. Just then, in the view of the holographic sight ahead, a gigantic white creature suddenly appeared. "Spare me, great king, spare me. Don't kill me, it's a misunderstanding." Huh? Chen Dong was caught off guard and stunned. From beneath the soil, a large white worm, looking crystal clear and snow white, rolled out. This worm was plump all over, appearing to be over a meter long, with a jade-like white color, translucent and smooth. Despite emerging from the dirt, its skin showed no signs of filth. A halo shimmered beneath its surface, and, surprisingly, it had a pair of shiny golden eyes on its head. Most peculiarly, starting half a meter from its head, there were golden patterns encircling its body at intervals, totaling 10 such patterns from head to tail. Its little eyes were now filled with lewdness and fear as it looked at Chen Dong, and its chubby body even trembled slightly. "Great king, spare me. Great king, spare me." What kind of creature was this fat worm that it could actually speak? Chen Dong was stunned. A talking fat worm? I'm not a worm, your majesty. I'm an ice silkworm." "Ice silkworm?" Chen Dong's eyes moved. Then he carefully examined the ice silkworm in front of him, his eyes slightly narrowing, and said nonchalantly, "Why do you call me king?" While saying this, he slowly exerted force on the 98K martial soul in his hand, making his intent very clear. I just saw the character king on your head. That's why I called you king." Chen Dong was taken aback, reaching out to touch his forehead. He indeed felt 3 strange energies on his forehead, which, combined with a trace of the power of the evil god, formed a faint and indistinct character resembling the word king. Whoosh! Chen Dong circulated his soul power, and the 98K martial soul vanished without a trace, along with the strange energy on his forehead. The ice silkworm in front of him finally saw the fear in its small eyes disappear after Chen Dong retracted his 98K martial soul. Just a moment ago, it had clearly sensed the terrifying power emanating from the dark barrel, as it had lived for an unknown number of years as a soul beast. It could distinctly feel the power contained within that bizarre martial soul, which was definitely beyond what it could resist at the moment. Moreover, not long ago, right under its nose, it had witnessed how the arrogant, dark, evil god tiger, possessing the bloodline of an evil god, had fallen, something it remembered vividly. The reason Chen Dong withdrew his 98k martial soul was not because he cared about the faint appearance of the character Wang on his forehead, but because he had already recognized who this coward in front of him was. There was no need to waste soul power dealing with him. Chen Dong looked at the lewd, ice silkworm in front of him with a half-smile, letting out a cold snort. You were sneaking around there, just now. Weren't you thinking about how to kill me? No, absolutely not. It's a misunderstanding, a big misunderstanding. I was actually sleeping there. It was your fighting that woke me up. Nonsense. Seeing that you can speak, you must be a soul beast over 100,000 years old. This place is an area for 10,000 year soul beasts. Would you really be sleeping here? And not long ago, the dark evil god tiger was clearly looking for something. It seems he is probably looking for you, and I just happened to block the bullet for you. So by that reckoning, I saved your little life, right? Chen Dong narrowed his eyes. Yes. What the king said is right. Chapter 94. You're quite naughty, the chubby ice silkworm forced a hint of flattery from its small eyes. Very good. My next soul ring just happens to need to add a 300,000 year soul beast, and you seem just right for it. Why don't I just kill you and use you as my soul ring? Don't. Chen Dong had not finished speaking when the ice silkworm in front of him began to beg for mercy frantically. No. My lord, please don't kill me. I'm not a 100,000 year red one. I am a million-year one. If you kill me, you won't be able to absorb my soul ring. You will definitely explode from it. Why? Why bother? Indeed, a million-year soul beast is still so afraid of death. It seems to be this guy. What is your name? I am called Tianming Ice Silkworm. You could just call me Xiaoming. Is that so? Xiaoming. Although killing you would indeed not allow me to absorb the soul ring. It is a bit of a pity, but as a million-year soul beast, you must have a few soul bones or something, right? Obtaining 2 soul bones would be good too. Upon hearing this, the cold and evil killing intent in Chen Dong's eyes became apparent. The Tianming Ice Silkworm instantly cowered. My lord, listen to me. I was indeed in a deep sleep here. Ordinary battles wouldn't wake me up at all. It's just that just now, I felt a powerful force of rules erupting here. This force of rules is too terrifying. Even I, a million-year being, was affected. Therefore, that powerful guy in the forest must have felt it too. For someone like him, when it involves such a powerful force of rules, he will definitely come to take a look. If he discovers me, not only will I be doomed, but my lord, you will die too. In an instant, a glimmer of light flashed in Chen Dong's eyes. The powerful force of rules that had just erupted must refer to the disturbance when he fought with the dark demon, evil god tiger. And the powerful guy that the Tianming Ice Silkworm mentioned, could it be him? Chen Dong knows that in the center of the Stardow Forest, the so-called master of the Stardow Forest, the strongest soul beast, the Tianqin Yomang, is just a joke. The real rulers are the 10 fierce beasts, especially the terrifying existence ranked first among the 10 divine beasts. However, the opponent will not easily appear. But if they really do appear with his current strength, it would be completely futile. Chen Dong knew that this guy in front of him was most afraid of death. Seeing his anxious expression, it seemed he was really thinking that way. Chen Dong nodded and then said, I trust you. So what do we do now? Don't worry, my king. I have a way. I can release a mental barrier that will block external perception. Rest assured, my mental barrier will not be sensed by the outside world unless it is actively exposed. This was true previously. Neither he nor the dark god Evil Tiger had sensed that a dream ice silkworm was squatting nearby. It was only because this guy was curious about what was happening that he came to check. What he didn't expect was that it was precisely the evil god power within Chen Dong that sensed him, combined with Chen Dong's X-ray vision, that allowed him to catch this guy. All right, but you'd better not lie to me. Seeing Chen Dong agree. The small body of the dream ice silkworm swayed slightly, and suddenly a transparent white barrier appeared around it. The barrier was only about 2 or 3 meters in size, barely enough to encompass Chen Dong and him. As the barrier was released, the dream ice silkworm let out a long sigh of relief. That scared me to death. If that guy had discovered us, it would have been over. Chen Dong scoffed and said, Aren't you a million-year soul beast? Why are you so timid? The heavenly dream ice silkworm awkwardly smiled in embarrassment. Let me introduce myself. I am the embodiment of heroism and chivalry. The soul beast king who balances wisdom and beauty, an unparalleled powerhouse. having cultivated for 1,000,000 years, setting the record for the longest lifespan in the Douluo continent. Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm. You can call me Brother Tianming. Brother Tianming? Chen Dong coldly looked at the Tianming Ice Silkworm in front of him. Gradually, the smile on Chen Dong's face grew wider, making the Tianming Ice Silkworm opposite him feel a bit intimidated. Didn't I just say it was fine to call you Little Dream? Ah, this. Hey, hey, hey. The Tianming Ice Silkworm looked at Chen Dong with some fear and couldn't help but swallow. Chen Dong's gaze was extremely calm, but the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm sensed a terrifying aura. At this moment, Chen Dong did not summon his martial soul, yet for some reason, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt a sense of danger. Chen Dong said calmly, "It seems you think I've entered your barrier, so you feel in control? Very well. It seems you're quite mischievous." At this point, Chen Dong snorted coldly and raised his right hand. Whoosh! A phantom flashed by. Punishment! A blue phantom, appearing from nowhere, suddenly struck towards Tianming Ice Silkworm, and a hint of fear flashed in his eyes. He didn't even have a moment to react, unable to escape or resist, watching helplessly as the phantom descended upon his head. In an instant, Tianming Ice Silkworm felt himself plunged into a dizzying state, unable to move, his thoughts stagnated, consciousness dazed, completely powerless to resist. Moreover, as a 1,000,000-year soul beast, he found his life force inexplicably draining away, as if it was never meant to exist. Finally, 1 second passed, the longest second Tianming Ice Silkworm had ever experienced. The next second, regaining his ability to move, he saw Chen Dong raising his right hand again and panicked instantly, hurriedly crawling on the ground. My king, I was wrong. Spare my life. My king, it's me, Little Dream, Little Meng." Chen Dong snorted and said, "Aren't you Tianming? No, 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 Your Majesty. You can call me whatever you want. Xiaoming, are you still being mischievous?" No, no, I'm not being mischievous anymore. Not being mischievous." Chen Dong satisfiedly put down his right hand. In fact, he was just trying to scare the timid Tianming Ice Silkworm. The punishment had not cooled down at all, yet it had left the Tianming Ice Silkworm half dead. That kind of attack was truly terrifying, completely beyond the comprehension of the Tianming Ice Silkworm, as if it were a naturally restraining power against soul beasts. If Chen Dong were to come at it 2 more times, it was likely that it would really be dead. "Now, tell me, why are you here? Why did you reveal yourself? Why did you come close to me? What are you afraid of? Speak clearly." Yes, yes, yes. I am just an ordinary ice silkworm soul beast, not born in the Star-Do Great Forest, but in the extremely cold northern regions of the continent. We ice silkworms are naturally dual attribute soul beasts with spiritual and ice attributes. However, our combat power is severely affected by our speed, so we can only be considered very ordinary soul beasts. Moreover, we have natural enemies, and very few of my kind can cultivate for over 10,000 years, while I am exception. At this point, the Tianming Ice Silkworm looked gloomily at Chen Dong, especially at his raised right hand and unfriendly expression. "Stop talking nonsense, and answer my question." Yes, yes. When I was 13 years old, seeing a dark gun muzzle suddenly appear in front of him. The Tianming Ice Silkworm panicked. Stammering, it said, "My lord, I wasn't talking nonsense. I was just explaining how I grew into a 1,000,000-year soul beast. No need for explanations. Just tell me why you are in the Star-Do Forest." Chapter 95. I want to become your wisdom soul ring. Looking at Chen Dong's expression, the Tianming Ice Silkworm's small eyes were full of grievance. It originally wanted to clarify its experience to let Chen Dong understand its strength and uniqueness. But it seemed that Chen Dong was completely uninterested in these matters. "I was captured by someone." By whom? By a powerful 100,000-year soul beast. Why? That guy wanted to eat me, absorb the natural energy within me, and free himself from the limits of his cultivation age. However, because the natural energy within me was too vast, it would take a long time to absorb, so he brought me back to his lair. Got it. Now tell me why you are here. Not long ago, a 100,000-year soul beast in the forest inexplicably fought with a human titled Douluo, and I took this opportunity to release my aura, attracting all the 100,000-year soul beasts in the Star-Do Great Forest, which led to a dispute and a big fight. I took this chance to escape. When the Tianming Ice Silkworm said this, it looked up at Chen Dong again, fearing that Chen Dong would find it too verbose. However, it discovered that this time, Chen Dong did not show any impatience on his face, so it excitedly continued. But there was nothing I could do. The scent on me has a deadly attraction to soul beasts. That dark demon evil god tiger has the bloodline of an evil god and possesses extremely keen perception, sensing a trace of my aura. Therefore, I set up a barrier to hide myself. My lord, I am telling the truth. Chen Dong lightly nodded. The reason he wasn't interested in the origin of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm was that he knew this guy, so he wasn't curious. However, Chen Dong was puzzled about why he encountered the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm in the Stardow Forest, as it shouldn't appear at this time. Now he understood that everything was due to the butterfly effect brought about by his little butterfly. If Chen Dong hadn't coincidentally met Ning Rongrong, she wouldn't have thrown a tantrum and even left the sword Douluo and bone Douluo behind. And if the sword Douluo and bone Douluo hadn't frantically searched for Ning Rongrong, they wouldn't have encountered the 100,000-year-soul beast and engaged in battle. If it hadn't been for the chaotic battle with the 100,000-year-soul beast, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm wouldn't have had the chance to escape. One could say that all of this was both accidental and part of a clearing process. But Chen Dong still had a bit of doubt in his heart. I know what you said is true, but I have another question. Why did you take the initiative to approach me? The little eyes of the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm were filled with panic, avoiding Chen Dong's gaze. I didn't approach the king voluntarily. Seeing Chen Dong raise his right hand, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm panicked. Although there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart, thinking that Chen Dong's terrifying ability might not be used frequently, this powerful force had already surpassed his understanding. Not at all like something a human could control, or rather, not like a terrifying power that should exist in this world. It was also possible that Chen Dong had the ability to use it, but borrowing this power might come at a certain cost. If it was just to punish him, it didn't seem worth the price for Chen Dong. But if he really wanted to kill him, Chen Dong also seemed reluctant. At that moment, Chen Dong sneered and coldly uttered two words. Punishment. The little schemes in the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm's eyes could not possibly hide from Chen Dong. Since this guy still had some use, Chen Dong wouldn't kill him for now, but he must be dealt with properly. A shadow flashed across the sky. And this time, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt it clearly. It was a power that transcended all rules. No matter what method he used, he couldn't avoid it, only able to watch helplessly as the shadow hit his body. In an instant, the familiar feeling of dizziness returned, and the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt a significant portion of his vitality inexplicably vanish. This time he was truly scared. Chen Dong used this power as if it were effortless, as if words alone could summon it. As long as he gently uttered two words, he could directly stun and severely injure a million-year-soul beast. What a terrifying, forbidden power. The damage from this horrific skill didn't affect his physical body, but seemed to strike at the essence of his life. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm felt his vast vitality drain away under this kind of damage. Something even a 100,000-year-soul beast couldn't achieve, no matter how many years it absorbed. It was simply too terrifying. After finally recovering, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm looked at the cold-faced Chen Dong and immediately curled up on the ground in fear. My king, I was wrong. I was wrong, please. Don't stun me anymore. I'll tell you everything. I was originally hiding in the dark watching you fight the dark demon, Evil God Tiger. At first, I thought you would definitely not be his opponent, but I didn't expect you to possess all kinds of unbelievable powers. The dark demon, Evil God Tiger, was no match for you at all. Until the end, when the dark demon, Evil God Tiger used his ultimate skill. The power of the time-space black holes he summoned affected you, and I saw that terrifying scene. Oh, Chen Dong's eyes narrowed. What kind of terrifying scene? Speak clearly. Yes. At that time, that time-space power was extremely fierce. It must have been the power of the evil god that the dark demon, Evil God Tiger borrowed from within himself. But the power you exhibited was so terrifying, it directly altered the black hole power summoned by the dark demon, Evil God Tiger, as if it had crossed over from an unknown, magnificent space into this space. I had a feeling that even a true god encountering this power would be mercilessly erased. It was precisely because I witnessed your terrifying strength that I realized you are no ordinary person. So I wanted to become your wisdom soul ring. At that time, I could receive your protection and save my life, and perhaps one day I could follow you to the divine realm. At this point, the Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm raised his little eyes to look at Chen Dong, discovering that he was actually listening very seriously, a look of contemplation on his face. The king finally doesn't find me verbose. The Heavenly Dream Ice Silkworm finally let out a long sigh of relief. What you just said about the Wisdom Soul Ring, what does that mean? My king, the Wisdom Soul Ring is formed by my million years of cultivation, combined with my enormous spiritual power to create a soul ring, and then merging my soul into the soul ring. This way, even if my body dies, my soul won't perish. It will exist together with the soul ring. When you become a god, I can be resurrected again and will ascend to godhood with you. Once you become a god, I will have eternal life and will no longer fear death. My king, even if you kill me, you won't be able to absorb a million-year soul ring, right? But as long as I voluntarily become your wisdom soul ring, you can absorb me now. This is definitely the best choice. The best choice? Chen Dong calmly gazed at the Tianming ice silkworm in front of him. On the surface, this might seem like the best choice, but in reality, Chen Dong had a better option. He was now able to absorb a 300,000-year spirit ring, and when he leveled up next, according to the rules, he would be able to absorb a million-year spirit ring. This meant that even if the Tianming ice silkworm chose not to become Chen Dong's wisdom spirit ring, he could wait a bit longer and still absorb a million-year spirit ring. Chapter 96. A million-year spirit ring? I refuse, seeing Chen Dong deep in thought. The occasional glance he cast towards the Tianming ice silkworm revealed a hint of killing intent. The Tianming ice silkworm shivered in fear and hurriedly said, "My king, you must believe me. I'm doing this for your own good. Once I become your wisdom spirit ring, I will actively merge into you, and at that time, I will seal the spirit energy within the spirit ring to the limit you can absorb. When you are able to absorb again in the future, I will slowly lift these seals. You're now a second ring Great Soul Master and will soon break through to Soul Ancestor. If you absorb me, you will be the only Soul Master on the continent with a million-year spirit ring." Looking at the eager Tianming ice silkworm trying to sell itself, Chen Dong stroked his chin and nodded. "It sounded good, but I refuse." "What?" The Tianming ice silkworm was taken aback. This was impossible. In its view, the only people who couldn't meet their requirements and absorb it were those who were incapable, but it absolutely could not fathom someone refusing. What kind of person would refuse a million-year spirit ring? "My king, please think it over. After I become your wisdom spirit ring, I can still obtain spirit bones, and I can transform into any part you desire. Moreover, I can also help you enhance your mental strength and open up your spiritual sea. Please let me become your wisdom spirit ring. My king, I truly have your best interests at heart." The Tianming ice silkworm was getting anxious. Chen Dong was undoubtedly the most promising human it had ever seen. Without exception, at such a young age, he could kill the dark demon evil god tiger. How terrifying was that? He possessed a bizarre power of rules that could directly injure million-year soul beasts. Not only that, but the strange power of time and space that appeared when the dark demon evil god tiger was backfired upon Chen Dong was definitely a force that surpassed the divine level. As long as it could latch onto Chen Dong, achieving divinity was just a matter of time. Otherwise, with its strength, dealing with that powerful heavenly punishment was nearly a pipe dream. But it never expected that Chen Dong would choose to refuse. The Tianming ice silkworm desperately tried to persuade Chen Dong, feeling extremely aggrieved, as if it had lost the dignity of a million-year soul beast. It was actually asking a human to actively absorb it. And the most critical point was that the person was unwilling. Chen Dong looked at the heavenly dream ice silkworm in front of him and snorted coldly, saying, "What does becoming a god mean? What does it mean? Every soul ring I absorb is a pursuit of the extreme. Your strength is too weak and not suitable for me. I'm weak." The heavenly dream ice silkworm wanted to say, "But I'm a million-year soul beast," but thinking about the fact that she couldn't even defeat Chen Dong, she indeed felt somewhat ridiculously weak. Looking at the heavenly dream ice silkworm in front of him, Chen Dong said, "However, seeing your sincerity, I can give you a chance." "What chance?" "To give you a chance to become a god, and also an opportunity to become a wise soul ring." That's great. But your majesty, didn't you just say not to?" "I said I don't want to. I'm not choosing to make you my wise soul ring, but to make you the wise soul ring of my teacher." "Ah, please don't, your majesty." "Why? Are you not satisfied?" Chen Dong coldly stared at the heavenly dream ice silkworm. No, not that. It's just your teacher's strength. My teacher has a twin martial soul and is a level 98 title Douluo. Is there a problem?" "And no problem, but your majesty, a title Douluo and becoming a god." Seeing the dejected look on the heavenly dream ice silkworm's face, Chen Dong comforted her. "Don't worry. My teacher has inherited the legacy of a deity, and I believe she will become a god without issue. Moreover, even if she can't become a god, there's still me, right? What are you worried about?" "What you said is indeed correct, but your majesty." Chen Dong calmly raised his right hand and said, "So, do you have any objections?" "And no, I was wrong, my king." "Xiao Meng." Yes, my king, you speak. Your goal is just to become a god and gain eternal life. Isn't it the same to become someone else's wisdom spirit ring? That's true. But I want to cling to your thigh, my king. Tianming Banqian is not foolish. Following Chen Dong to become a god is a sure thing. But following Chen Dong's teacher? After all, that's an outsider. It's different. Seeing the little eyes of Tianming Banqian spinning incessantly, Chen Dong knew what he was thinking and calmly said, "Don't worry. She is not only my teacher, but will also be my woman in the future. So no matter when, I will definitely do my best to help her become a god." Are you satisfied with that? Satisfied? Tianming Banqian was not entirely satisfied. But under Chen Dong's intimidation, he didn't dare to say a word against it. Moreover, if Chen Dong's teacher is really a level 98 titled Douluo and possesses twin martial souls, she should be one of the strongest people on this continent. Furthermore, according to Chen Dong, she has already obtained the inheritance of a certain deity. It seems that becoming Chen Dong's teacher's wisdom spirit ring isn't a bad idea. Tianming Bingsan's requirements are not high. As long as he can live, that's enough. Originally, in his plan, he would pretend to be discovered by Chen Dong and then reveal his identity as a million-year soul beast, finally proposing to become Chen Dong's wisdom spirit ring. Who wouldn't accept such a good opportunity? But he never anticipated the existence of someone like Chen Dong. He couldn't comprehend it at all. As for Chen Dong, what does a million-year spirit ring mean? He already knows how perverse his wild knife martial soul can be. When the punishment skill reaches the end, it might be able to kill not only million-year soul beasts, but any soul beast, no matter how many years old. Moreover, Chen Dong can continuously absorb the life force and strength of soul beasts through the wild knife. This means that even without absorbing spirit rings, as long as he keeps enhancing his physical strength, one day he could crush deities with his physical strength. In that case, Tianming Banqian is not essential to him. On the contrary, BibiDong has only obtained a single 100,000 year spirit ring in these years, and to obtain the remaining 200,000 year rings, she has expended tremendous effort. In the end, it was still because of hunting the 100,000 year soul beast that Tang San benefited. It could be said that half of BibiDong's failure was due to not successfully hunting the 100,000 year soul beast. Since he now has a chance to change all this, he naturally wants to help BibiDong obtain spirit rings. Besides, there aren't just 1 million-year soul beast on the continent, are there? That's why he decided to let Tianming Banqian become his teacher's wisdom spirit ring. With his teacher's strength, after Tianming Banqian voluntarily merges into her body, he should be able to absorb everything. Thinking of his teacher, he hasn't seen BibiDong for over a year. During the 2 years of hunting soul beasts, BibiDong only came once and then hurriedly left. He doesn't even know how his teacher is doing now. Has the little fox grown up? Originally, Chen Dong had already set a plan to hunt a 300,000 year soul beast, and now with the appearance of Tianming Banqian, it further solidified his plan. Of course, before that, he needs to return to the Spear Hall. He can't wait to see his teacher. When the time comes, he must give his teacher a big surprise. Chapter 97. The Self-Cultivation of a Foodie. Confirming that he would not encounter a death crisis for the time being and successfully clung to Chen Dong's thigh. Tianming Bingsan's mood relaxed quite a bit. After hiding for a moment within the barrier, they sensed several powerful auras passing by the edge of the barrier. However, although Tianming Bingsan's combat power was relatively weak, as a 100-year soul beast, his mental strength was exceptionally strong, and the 10,000-year soul beast did not detect his presence. After waiting for a day or two, as the agitation of the soul beasts in the center of the Star Do forest gradually calmed down, Chen Dong finally felt at ease to quietly retreat with Tianming Banqian towards the outskirts of the Star Do forest. Tianming Banqian had transformed into a little silkworm, quietly hiding inside Chen Dong's armor. As they walked, Tianming Banqian still asked with some unease, "And my king, let me confirm again. You really intend to give me to your master as a wisdom spirit ring, and you won't kill me to directly take the spirit ring, right?" Chen Dong's voice was exceptionally calm, showing no hint of joy or anger. "Didn't you say you can condense your soul power into a soul ring, and the soul can be preserved separately, right? There's no way around it." Tianming I's silkworm couldn't help but feel uneasy. After all, Chen Dong's teacher was a titled Douluo at level 98. If he really had the intention to kill, there would be no room for regret. Noticing Tianming I's silkworm's concern, Chen Dong smiled and said, "Don't worry, you're quite interesting. I just happen to have an experiment to conduct, so I'll keep your little life. And besides, if you stick with me, entering the divine realm in the future is a sure thing." entering the divine realm? Hearing this, Tianming Ice Silkworm's eyes brightened. Then he asked in confusion, "Your Majesty, didn't you say you were following your teacher?" "Your soul ring follows my teacher, and your soul follows me. Is there a problem?" "Huh?" Tianming Ice Silkworm was momentarily taken aback. What kind of operation was this? He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Your Majesty, I don't understand what you're saying." "Don't worry, you'll know when the time comes. I won't treat you unfairly. Even if you treat me unfairly, there's nothing I can do." This was something Tianming Ice Silkworm could only complain about in his heart, feeling wronged as he shrank back into his armor. Now that he had boarded Chen Dong's pirate ship, he could only go down this road to the end. As for getting off the ship, considering Chen Dong's terrifying methods, it was better to honestly cling to his thigh. After hunting soul beasts in the Stardo Great Forest for 2 years, Chen Dong not only became familiar with the terrain and routes throughout the forest, but also gained a deeper understanding of the habits and living environments of the soul beasts here. During the journey out of the Stardo Great Forest, Chen Dong occasionally changed his direction to hunt specific soul beasts. This hunting process left Tianming Ice Silkworm feeling terrified all the way. The process by which Chen Dong kills soul beasts can only be described as brutal, especially for those weaker 2,000-year soul beasts. Chen Dong doesn't even need to use his soul power. He charges in like a ferocious beast and violently takes them down in no time. The Sky Dream Ice Silkworm once witnessed a fierce earth bear being held by Chen Dong by both arms, as he brutally snapped its wrists and directly took both bear paws. There was also a 10,000-year diamond mammoth that was leisurely grazing when it happened to encounter Chen Dong passing by. He simply pressed one hand against the diamond mammoth's head while using the other to rip off its trunk, then left without a second thought. Another time, a blood horse bull was seen by Chen Dong, who then forcefully pressed it down and took off its 4 hooves. The most tragic incident involved a 10,000-year phoenix tail coxcomb snake that happened to fly by. Chen Dong coldly yelled the word punish. The phoenix tail coxcomb snake fell to the ground, unable to move, and Chen Dong directly extracted its gallbladder. Along the way, Chen Dong's various methods of dealing with soul beasts made the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm shiver in fear. He would often resort to skinning, taking hearts, and extracting gallbladders. There was even a shadow tiger that suffered the worst fate, as Chen Dong literally took its bones while it was still alive. When the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm trembled and asked Chen Dong what he needed the tiger bones for, he simply replied coldly, "For brewing wine." The gallbladder was used for the same purpose. As for the earth bear, the only part worth eating was its delicious paws, which could be stewed. The diamond mammoth's trunk could be braised, and the blood horse bull's tendons were best for pairing with drinks. Every soul beast Chen Dong hunted along the way was solely for the purpose of obtaining some body parts to serve as ingredients. When the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm watched Chen Dong casually pull out a full set of pots and pans from his body and then seriously start cooking the trunk and bear paws, his eyes nearly popped out. When Chen Dong placed a small piece of bear paw next to the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm and asked if he wanted to try it, the timid Sky Dream Ice Silkworm, under Chen Dong's intimidating presence, trembled as he took a bite of the bear paw. My goodness, it was the best thing he had ever eaten in his life. Now he seemed to understand why Chen Dong was so obsessed with obtaining these parts from soul beasts, because it was truly delicious. After realizing the truth, watching Chen Dong showcase his self-cultivation as a food connoisseur, the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm shrank even smaller in fear, trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, he secretly felt fortunate that he didn't have much meat on him, allowing him to escape calamity. Otherwise, would he have ended up in a pot for soup? From then on, Chen Dong's brutal image was deeply ingrained in his mind, as 10,000-year soul beasts were merely seen as barely acceptable ingredients in Chen Dong's eyes. However, what the Sky Dream Ice Silkworm didn't know was that the old Chen Dong, while he did hunt soul beasts, rarely used such extreme methods. He would not have been so cruel and violent in destroying these soul beast body parts. Now, it seemed that Chen Dong not only wanted to kill soul beasts, but also to enjoy the thrill of slaughter. He began to adopt increasingly brutal methods, and his killing intent grew heavier. In the past, he would directly abandon soul beasts that were useless to kill, disregarding them completely. Now, however, any soul beast that crossed Chen Dong's path could not escape. Even those with weak soul power that could not enhance Chen Dong's strength would not be spared. Chen Dong did not know that the power of the evil god within him was silently influencing his personality. A desire for slaughter quietly arose deep within his heart. When they finally stepped out of the Stardo forest and looked at the sunlight outside, Tianming Bing can recall Chen Dong's brutal methods along the way. He couldn't help but feel grateful for having surrendered quickly, which allowed him to cling to Chen Dong's thigh. Otherwise, he feared he would have already been turned into fertilizer somewhere. Tianming Bing can glance back at the Stardo forest, which had almost cost him his life, and silently shouted in his heart, "You think you can eat me? Your brother Tianming is finally free. I will never come to this broken place again. And my goddess Bing Bing, I'm coming to find you." Chapter 98. 9 years of compulsory education. As Chen Dong stepped out of the periphery, a low-key carriage was already waiting there. The coachman was a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat, looking very ordinary. It was Lord Yala. Although Chen Dong had been living in the Stardo forest for these years, he continuously directed the members of the Annihilation Squad through coded messages with Lord Yala. While hunting soul beasts in the Stardo forest, he also maintained correspondence with his teacher and the little fox. Lord Yala had now become accustomed to the set of codes taught to him by Chen Dong, and the Annihilation Squad had greatly improved in strength over the past 2 years. Not only did Chen Dong personally help them obtain soul rings, but he also gave the members of the Annihilation Squad several soul bones of average quality. Now, many members of the Annihilation Squad had a few soul bones on them, significantly increasing their strength. Additionally, with Chen Dong's help, they obtained many precious soul beast resources from the center of the Stardo forest, which exchanged for a large amount of gold soul coins, allowing them to purchase resources to enhance their strength. At the same time, a secret underground line belonging to the Spirit Hall had been successfully established, including a complete set of secret passages leading deep into the core of the Stardo forest. It is important to know that the Stardo forest is fraught with danger and has a complex terrain. Ordinary people dare only to explore the periphery. Even entering the core area often leads to losing one's direction or accidentally stepping into the territory of high-level soul beasts. However, with Chen Dong clearing out those 10,000-year soul beasts along the way, the Annihilation Squad's actions became smooth and unobstructed. The secret passage brought in considerable secret income every year. Chen Dong sat on the carriage, which was already filled with many pieces of intelligence prepared by Lord Diala, casually flipping through them. As Lord Diala drove the carriage, he reported on the developments of the Spirit Hall over the years. "Your Highness, the factory of Master MO has successfully produced hundreds of secret weapons, and the scale of the factory has also doubled. The various industries under your control have begun to turn a profit, and the Douluo daily published by our Spirit Hall has also entered a profitable stage, with advertising revenue being quite considerable. As for the 9-year compulsory education system you mentioned to His Holiness the Pope, it has already been implemented in some branch halls of the Spirit Hall, but..." Listening to Lord Diala's hesitant voice, Chen Dong dissatisfiedly asked, "But what?" "Your Highness, this matter requires a significant amount of manpower and resources, which has led to opposition from some elders and bishops. While they won't openly go against the Pope's wishes, they often engage in double dealing. Moreover, many members of the Spirit Hall do not understand this initiative, which involves providing free education for all children over the age of 6 on the Douluo continent, including awakening their martial souls, obtaining spirit rings, teaching spirit skills, imparting knowledge, and teaching etiquette, all under the Spirit Hall's care for 9 years. After 9 years, they would be prioritized for service in the Spirit Hall, which entails substantial expenses. Among those children, while there will be some with good talent, they're still in the minority. We only need to accept those with better talent, so why expend so much effort to cultivate them? Furthermore, even if they are successfully trained, it doesn't guarantee they will be of use to our Spirit Hall in the future. So, Lord Diala, your subordinate is here. Do you think my approach is inappropriate? Your subordinate understands that your Highness has a far-reaching vision, but others do not. I am concerned that this may tarnish your reputation." Chen Dongping said calmly, "It's normal that you don't understand this matter, but you just need to know that this is my will. As for which bishops oppose it, give me a list, and I will personally talk to them. Yes, your Highness the Son of God. Also, our lottery has already attracted the attention of several forces. Up to now, the blue electric Tyrannosaurus family among the 3 major sects has started to imitate our lottery tickets. However, their winning rate is very low, and their methods are despicable. In some areas, there are even forms of forced buying and selling. Because of this, many people feel that the lottery might just be a scam, which has affected our sales. This month, the sales figures of many branches have decreased significantly." "The blue electric Tyrannosaurus family?" Chen Dong snorted disdainfully and said, "I understand. Over the years, the Oblivion Squad has been held back by me and hasn't made a move. After training your assassination and infiltration skills for so long, it seems it's time to test the results." "Huh?" A look of excitement appeared on Lordia's face. "Is the Holy Sun finally going to show his sword? The Oblivion Squad can finally showcase its fangs." Blue electric Tyrannosaurus family. You can only blame your own bad luck. So, does the teacher know about my return? The news has been secretly sent back, and I believe that in a day, His Holiness the Pope will receive the news. Chen Dong nodded quietly, not saying anything more, as he silently felt the carriage pass through one city after another. Meanwhile, in the spirit city, Guanyin had been carefully dressing for a long time before finally heading out. She wore a delicate butterfly hairpin on her head and a pink dress. After 2 years, the little witch had grown into a graceful figure, and the cute aura of the little fox was no longer visible. She had become more mature and composed, with added charm and allure. Her figure was excellent, with long and toned legs, radiating a youthful vitality, and her eyes were filled with tenderness. At this moment, she was anxiously standing on the peak of the spirit hall, pacing back and forth, occasionally glancing into the distance. Nana, the little guy is coming back by carriage, and it will take another day to reach Spirit City. You don't need to wait here so early. Teacher, Hulaina turned to look at BibiDong, who was wearing a simple purple robe today. A hint of authority was reflected on her delicate and fair face, though a trace of tenderness occasionally flashed in her eyes when she looked into the distance. Hulaina looked at BibiDong and revealed a mischievous smile. Aren't you also waiting here early, teacher? Nana, you're becoming more and more unruly. Daring to tease your teacher, who was the one that couldn't sleep all night because they were so excited and changed outfits 4 times this morning before daring to go out. Teacher, Hulaina stamped her foot in dissatisfaction and then said, I wonder what the little guy has turned into. Has he grown taller? I must give him a surprise when he returns. He definitely won't expect that I am now a spirit master. Spirit master? BibiDong stood there lost in thought, and it seemed that Nana would be disappointed, given the little guy's talent. Although his spirit master level had not improved at the moment, let alone being a spirit master, it would be very difficult for even a spirit king level spirit master to gain the upper hand against him. Chapter 99. Reunion along the way. Chen Dong did not stop at all, even having his meals on the carriage, all to return to the spirit hall as quickly as possible. Although he could fly back faster using the scarlet flame wings, doing so would make his movements and target too obvious. Chen Dong now needs to act low-key, trying to make his identity as the holy son of the spirit hall mysterious. Then he will walk the world under the alias of Chow Chow. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. Being the holy son of the spirit hall is both an honor and a responsibility, but it also means more attention, which can be troublesome. Lord Diala's driving skills are excellent. The carriage is fast and stable. Sitting inside the carriage, Chen Dong carefully reviews various reports on the development of the spirit hall over the years, feeling the slight bumps of the ride. He thinks of his long-lost teacher, and a smile appears at the corner of his mouth. At the moment, love is like a carriage. I am inside, while the teacher is outside. But in the near future, love will be like a bed. The teacher will be underneath, and I will be inside the teacher. When the carriage enters the spirit city, Hulaina's eyes light up, and she eagerly runs down the mountain. She wants to see the little guy first and give him a nice surprise. After entering the mortal world, Chen Dong silently leaves the carriage, unfurls his fiery red wings, and flies straight to the Pope's palace. Usually, no one dares to fly above the Pope's palace, but he has already seen BibiDong standing halfway up the mountain through a telescope. With the teacher present, naturally, no one will stop him. Swish! Chen Dong folds his wings and lands steadily in front of BibiDong. In an instant, he exudes an otherworldly aura, and BibiDong, who stands still and motionless, appears momentarily dazed when she sees Chen Dong. In front of her, it seems she can still see the little child from back then, but she can also clearly notice Chen Dong's enormous changes. His body has become taller, and his once youthful face now bears a touch of carefree confidence and determination. His eyes are filled with a hint of wildness and unruliness. His black hair is somewhat messy and casually draped over his shoulders. After 2 years of relentless fighting, he exudes a wild and fierce aura, and after absorbing the inner core of the dark demon evil god tiger, he possesses a more seductive charm. Looking at BibiDong, who stands still, Chen Dong excitedly runs over. Teacher. He then, just like before, reaches out with both hands to hug BibiDong. At that time, BibiDong would often squat down and embrace Chen Dong. But now, when Chen Dong rushes over, BibiDong instinctively bends down, only to find that the young man has grown so tall. Even standing, his gaze is nearly level with hers. Zhenzong Daili Hook BibiDong, burying his head deep in her embrace, greedily inhaling her scent. BibiDong, feeling Chen Dong's explosive power and the youthful vitality emanating from him. Along with the slightly excited warm breath he exhales, can't help but feel a bit flustered. Just as she is about to say something, she hears Chen Dong mumble, "Teacher, I miss you so much." His voice is a bit hoarse and choked. In an instant, BibiDong's heart uncontrollably trembles lightly. She can hear the intense longing and a hint of sincere affection in the little guy's words. Soon, BibiDong's heart is filled only with pain and pity. When they parted, the little guy was only 6 years old, and now he is just an 8-year-old boy. Yet he has been living alone in the perilous Douluo forest, facing various dangerous battles every day for 2 years. Although BibiDong knows that this is the best way for him to quickly improve his strength, it doesn't mean she doesn't feel heartbroken. So, she hugs the little guy even tighter, to the point where Chen Dong's face becomes uncontrollably distorted and his breathing becomes a bit difficult. At this moment, Hulayina is jogging through the bustling streets of Spirit City, passing by the alleys they once walked together. The butterfly hairpin on her head dances with her movements, like a joyful little sprite. Seeing the slowly moving carriage, Hulayina excitedly leaps high and jumps into the carriage. To prevent a tragedy from repeating, she shouts before getting close, "Stinky little brother, sister is here to see you." The driver, Nordiala, was about to say something when he saw Hulayina already lifting the curtain. Staring blankly at the empty carriage, she asks, "Where's the stinky little brother?" "Miss Laina, the Holy Son has already returned to the Pope's palace to keep a low profile." Huh. Hulayina feels a bit gloomy, not expecting that after running all this way with high hopes, it would end like this. The little fox, somewhat disheartened, walks back to the Pope's palace step by step, the butterfly hairpin on her head swaying, giving her a somewhat melancholic and dejected look. BibiDong gently pats Chen Dong's back. "Say, little guy, you're already so big and still hugging your teacher like this. No, I want to hug you. I want to hug you for a lifetime, never to be apart again. I don't want to only hug you in my dreams anymore." Hearing this, BibiDong's heart aches, and she allows him to hold her. After a long while, Chen Dong, finally regaining the familiar feeling, enjoys the faint scent of her face cream. He lifts his head to look at BibiDong and says, "Teacher, I have a gift to give you this time. Please close your eyes and don't peek." BibiDong gives him a reproachful glance at her level of cultivation. Even if she closes her eyes, she can still sense everything clearly. The little guy still has a bit of childishness. "Teacher, trust me, this gift will definitely satisfy you. Quickly close your eyes. Be good." As he speaks, Chen Dong gently covers BibiDong's eyes with his hands. BibiDong allows him to act mischievously, treating it as a child's behavior. Feeling the warmth from Chen Dong's palm, BibiDong's eyelashes tremble lightly, creating ripples in her heart. A sense of anticipation and nervousness fills her, and at this moment, she hears his deep voice. "Teacher, you can open your eyes now." BibiDong opens her eyes and sees a palm-sized white little worm in front of her. The worm is somewhat panicked, rotating its little eyes and trembling all over. "Huh, what is this?" "Teacher, this is the gift I'm giving you, a million-year soul beast, the dream ice silkworm." "What?" In an instant, BibiDong is stunned. A million-year soul beast? Does the little guy know what he is saying? Not to mention how rare a million-year soul beast is, there might not even be one on the entire continent. Moreover, even if there is, wouldn't the little guy be devoured by the million-year soul beast? How could he possibly give it to her as a gift? Is this the little guy's joke with her? Chapter 100. The gift for the teacher. Seeing BibiDong's confusion, Chen Dong, dissatisfied, says, "Little dream, stop playing dead. This is my teacher. Quickly greet her." "Your Majesty, you promised me that your teacher would definitely not kill me. You must keep your word." Speaking human words? Soul beasts can only speak human language after cultivating for 100,000 years. Could it be that this soul beast in front of her is actually over 100,000 years old? "Teacher, this guy is called Tianming ice silkworm, a rare species that grows in the extreme north. He is born with dual attributes of ice and spirit, and has broken through to a million-year level thanks to the 10,000-year cold marrow. Later, he was captured by a 100,000-year soul beast in the Douluo forest, and it was I who saved him. Do you see the golden rings on him? Each ring represents 100,000 years. Although this guy has relatively poor combat power, he is indeed a genuine million-year soul beast. Teacher, your second martial soul still has 2 empty slots, so this million-year soul beast is perfect for your soul rings." BibiDong was stunned. She didn't expect what Chen Dong said to be true. The Tianming ice silkworm in front of her is indeed a million-year soul beast. Even though she is already a titled Douluo, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the most powerful and authoritative person in the continent, she was still deeply shocked. What does a million-year soul beast represent? Although Chen Dong spoke lightly, she knew that Chen Dong must have gone through unimaginable difficulties in capturing this million-year soul beast. And the little guy thought about making this rare million-year soul beast his soul ring. Such a bond was no longer just a master-disciple relationship. It proved that in the little guy's heart, his own status was incomparable, even higher than the little guy himself. Seeing BibiDong looking somewhat dazed, Chen Dong scratched his head and said somewhat shyly, "However, there's one thing I promised. I won't kill the Tianming ice worm, and he will voluntarily become your wisdom soul ring. But his soul will be preserved, so you may not be able to obtain all of his cultivation." Wisdom soul ring? BibiDong was somewhat surprised. That's right. A wisdom soul ring can only be achieved by high-level soul beasts. When condensing the soul ring, the consciousness and soul of the soul beast can be retained. Once you step into the divine realm in the future, you will be able to reshape your body and gain immortality. This is also my promise to the Tianming ice worm. Little guy, since that's the case, isn't this million-year soul beast more suitable for you? Why do you want to give it to your teacher? Chen Dong smiled and said, "Teacher, don't worry. With my potential, I will definitely be able to accept more than just a million-year soul ring in the future. Moreover, hunting soul beasts to enhance my strength is more important. The difference between a million years and 10,000 years is not significant for me. Even without a soul ring, I can still become strong, but a million-year soul ring is very important for you. Teacher." BibiDong shook her head and replied, "Little one, this is your opportunity. I can't accept it." Although BibiDong knew what obtaining a million-year soul ring meant for her, just acquiring a 100,000-year soul ring had already allowed her to directly crush the other title Douluos. How much more powerful would a million-year soul ring be? But this is the little one's opportunity. Compared to enhancing her own strength, she would rather let the little one grow. After all, Chen Dong's own 300,000-year soul ring still hasn't been settled. Chen Dong noticed BibiDong's concerns. "Don't worry, teacher. It's just a million-year soul beast. Besides, I already have a target for my third soul ring. I will soon go and obtain it myself. You don't need to worry about me." Seeing BibiDong still hesitating, Chen Dong stepped forward, took her hand, and gazed intently into her eyes. "I promise to protect you. Although with my current strength, I can't completely shield you from harm. Once I have the million-year soul ring, your strength will greatly improve. Teacher, please don't refuse my feelings, or it will break my heart." Looking into Chen Dong's passionate and sincere gaze, BibiDong was momentarily speechless. "All right, teacher agrees to you. That's great, teacher." Upon hearing that, BibiDong finally agreed. Excitement spread across Chen Dong's face. Seeing Chen Dong's heartfelt excitement, BibiDong smiled slightly. "Am I really that important to this little guy?" For a moment, she was enveloped in a sense of happiness, and her long-frozen heart began to melt little by little. Chen Dong looked at the dream ice silkworm in front of him and said, "Little dream, the teacher has already agreed, and I promise I won't hurt you. Now you can transform into a soul ring, but there's one thing. After the soul ring is formed, do not inject your soul into it." "What?" The dream ice silkworm was stunned. "Your Majesty, didn't you say you would preserve my soul and take me to ascend to the divine realm together in the future?" "Of course I keep my word. What are you worried about?" But if my soul doesn't stay in the soul ring, it will die soon." Chen Dong shook his head and smiled. "Don't worry. I've already found a good place for your soul, and it's even more suitable for you." "What? What is it?" "You'll know soon. But remember to do as I say, understand?" "Don't worry. I won't deceive you." Tianming Ice Silkworm thought for a moment and realized that at this point, he had no other choice but to follow Chen Dong's instructions. It was time to take a gamble on Chen Dong's uniqueness. With this thought, Tianming Ice Silkworm closed his small eyes, and a golden light radiated from his entire body. Gradually, his form began to wither away, slowly disappearing from sight. Meanwhile, a golden soul ring had formed his place, along with a glowing orb of golden light that pulsated. At that moment, Chen Dong's voice came through. "All right, soon a powerful force of rules will envelop you. Don't resist. Try to accept it and infuse your soul into it." Saying this, Chen Dong selected the shop in front of him and directly paid the bounty to make the purchase. The next second, a mysterious power suddenly appeared in the air, and then the golden light began to expand gradually, growing larger. Slowly, a human boy with light green long hair and an ethereal demeanor appeared in front of Chen Dong, and a surprised voice emanated from within him. Master, what's happening? I transformed into human form? Soul beasts that reach 100,000 years of age face two choices. One is to continue leveling up, enduring the heavenly punishment to become a deity. The other is to transform into human form and cultivate again. However, transforming into human form carries significant risks, as one becomes exceptionally vulnerable during the process of recultivation. But as long as one breaks through to the 100th level, they can directly become a deity and possess endless life. Chapter 101. Zhuangzhou's Butterfly Dream. As a million-year soul beast, Tianming Ice Silkworm chose not to transform into human form for cultivation, but opted for the path of becoming a deity at the 100th level. Although this choice may not have been his active decision, he certainly did not expect that after already forming a golden million-year soul ring, he could still transform into human form again. Chen Dong looked with great interest at the green-haired boy in front of him. The boy had a delicate and fragile face, and an ethereal aura surrounded him. However, this handsome boy currently had an unusually strange posture, crawling on the ground, restlessly twisting his body, with a hint of panic and confusion in his eyes as he stared incredulously at his two hands. I have hands now. He clearly had not yet gotten used to walking upright and preferred to crawl out of instinct. This scene appeared both comical and bizarre. Fortunately, BibiDong was currently focused on absorbing the million-year soul ring and was completely unaware of what was happening outside. After a while, the green-haired boy gradually adapted to his body and sat on the ground, staring at his palms in confusion. He incredulously asked, "Your Majesty, what is happening to me? Didn't I already condense a soul ring? Why have I suddenly turned into a human? Are you Tianming or Zhuangzhou?" Chen Dong asked curiously. "Zhuangzhou? That sounds so familiar. Who is Zhuangzhou?" "Zhuangzhou is the name of this body you are in. Do you have no impression of him at all?" Just moments ago, Chen Dong had directly purchased the hero Shuyao Guanyin Zhuangzhou from the mall. In his bounty mall, all heroes in the purchase list had a strict condition. One must find a soul-compatible existence to purchase them. Heroes in the mall could not be purchased independently, nor could they appear as individual entities, including Cao Cao and the current Zhuangzhou. The only way to purchase a hero was to have a soul-compatible existence, allowing the hero to parasitize on that existence. For Chen Dong, he could transform into Cao Cao and the skin form of Zhu Long at any time. For Tianming Bingqian, it was the current state. If Tianming Bingqian still had the body of Bingqian, perhaps he could freely transform between the two forms like Chen Dong. However, now that his immense life force had been entirely condensed into the soul ring, only the soul remained, so he directly transformed into the body of Zhuangzhou. Chen Dong discovered that absorbing a hero in a soul state would completely inherit the hero's characteristics. Over the years, Chen Dong had continuously killed soul beasts and amassed a pile of bounties in the mall. However, faced with a dazzling array of heroes, he had always been unable to make a purchase. Although he could choose the gifting function, the recipient must also match the soul compatibility of the hero. Tianming Bingqian inherently possessed dual attributes of ice and spirit, with exceptionally powerful mental strength, making him the most compatible with Zhuangzhou. When Chen Dong encountered Tianming Bingqian, he noticed that the icon for Zhuangzhou in his mall was lit up. After receiving a prompt from Mall, he discovered that Tianming Bingqian and Zhuangzhou's souls had a compatibility, leading to Chen Dong's subsequent plan. That was to let Tianming Bingqian condense his immense life force into a million-year soul ring for BibiDong to absorb while purchasing Zhuangzhou for him as a body. From then on, Tianming could exist in the form of Zhuangzhou, preserving his soul while also gaining a new powerful body. Xiaoyao Huanyin Zhuangzhou, the green-haired boy murmured. Where have I heard that before? It sounds so familiar. Norus, take your time to feel this body. Familiarize yourself with its power. Wait, I think I know where I've heard this name before. The boy suddenly became excited, murmuring, in a dream, I seem to have dreamed that I turned into a butterfly. No, I think I'm a butterfly, soaring freely in the sky. Later, in a place called Jixia, I seem to become a person named Zhuangzhou. As he spoke, he slowly stood up, his eyes shimmering with an unusual blue light, becoming more ethereal as he continued, with a surge of blue energy emanating from him. Am I the butterfly? Or is the butterfly me? Did I encounter this world in a dream? Or is the world originally my dream? Since I can remember, everything I dreamed of ultimately can emerge from nothing and become reality. This might be a remarkable ability, but others look at me as an anomaly. I imagined a vast other world, yet there was no place to harbor it. At one time, a king even hired me for this ability, but I was unwilling to become a sacrificial cow, draped in brocade and sent to the altar. Fortunately, in a place called Jixia, I finally could pursue my dreams freely. In my dreams, I once transformed into a giant rock, flying to an altitude of 90,000 miles. From there, I could see the world floating above the sea of stars, small as grains of sand. They are born, emitting dazzling brilliance, and in the blink of an eye, they disappear. I also had a long dream, a long time ago, in a distant era, filled with astonishing sights. Towering buildings reaching the clouds, cars swiftly traversing without horses, and iron birds with long wings roaring overhead. Ah, do you ask if I felt happy living in dreams? Life has its limits, but dreams are boundless. So that's how it is. But after waking from the dream, am I Tianming or Zhuangzhou? Looking at the increasingly confused boy, Chen Dong smiled and said, "From now on, you are a unique existence. How about it? I haven't gone back on my word, have I? Your essence has been completely preserved. And after transforming into a human, you start at level 40 in the soul realm. With your talent, I believe you'll soon break through to level 90. By then, becoming a god won't be difficult at all. All right, from now on, I'll still be called Tianming." The boy Tianming then examined his body, and as the blue light around him surged, a figure of a strange fish with blue wings gradually appeared above him. Is this my martial soul? Although Tianming was originally a million-year soul beast, after losing his body, his martial soul in human form was no longer Binkan, but rather Kuan. At the same time, there were 4 soul rings above the giant Kuan's shadow, but all 4 were gray. Similar to the skills of Chao at the beginning, they required additional soul rings to activate. Looking at the shadow of the Kuan on the boy Tianming, even Chen Dong felt a bit envious. After all, this was Kuan. How could such a martial soul talent not make one envious? Chapter 102. Do you want a hero to save the beauty? Looking at the boy in front of him, Chen Dong said, "You inherently possess the powerful mental strength of a million-year soul beast, and combined with the vitality of Kuan, the levels of absorption you can achieve start at 10,000 years. The potential of this body in the future is absolutely limitless. So are you satisfied?" "I'm more than satisfied." The boy Tianming smiled widely, unable to close his mouth in disbelief at how strong his talent was after transforming into human form. Terrifying indeed. The martial soul is a mythical beast called Kuan. From this beast, he can sense a powerful primal force, a power that has already surpassed the essence of life represented by the original million-year soul beast, the Dream Ice Silkworm. Moreover, he already has 4 soul skills within him, although they do not have attached soul rings yet. However, starting off with the ability to absorb 10,000-year soul rings, his future achievements might even surpass those of the original million-year soul beasts. Thinking of this, Tianming excitedly said, "My martial soul is Kuan. It is truly powerful." Chen Dong laughed and said, "You don't even have a soul ring attached. You have no combat power at all. At most, you're just a virtual Kuan. Pathetic." The young Tianming scratched his head a bit embarrassed and then said, "My king, I don't have much combat power right now. I might not even be able to kill a 10,000-year soul beast, so I'll have to rely on you to get the soul rings." Chen Dong nodded and said, "Don't worry, I will soon go to the extreme north to obtain my 3rd soul ring. By the time I hunt 300,000-year soul beast for myself, I'll get you a few 10,000-year soul rings. In a short time, your strength will be able to reach level 40 soul master, and with your unique talent, it should be easy to cultivate." "That's great, my king. We'll go to the extreme north together then." Wait, Tianming seemed to realize something. His mouth agape in disbelief as he said, "And my king, did you just say you're going to the extreme north too? To obtain a 300,000-year soul ring?" "Yes. What's the problem?" Chen Dong replied, "There are no suitable soul rings for me in the Douluo forest, and the maximum age I can absorb for my 3rd soul ring is 300,000 years. With my body strength, 30 to 40,000 years should be no problem. The extreme north, 300,000-year soul beast." Without needing to think, Tianming could confirm that Chen Dong's goal was only one. In an instant, he was stunned, his eyes wide open. No way, it can't be true, right? The king really wants to hunt the Ice Emperor. If it were any other soul master saying they wanted to hunt the Ice Emperor in the extreme north, Tianming would probably scoff. "You, a mere great soul master, want to hunt a 300,000-year soul beast? What a joke." But when the person saying this was Chen Dong, he wouldn't doubt Chen Dong's abilities at all. No matter how strong he was as a million-year soul beast, under Chen Dong's strange punishment ability, he had almost no power to retaliate. Even now, he still couldn't forget Chen Dong's bizarre abilities, let alone the various terrifying and powerful things hidden within Chen Dong that were beyond his imagination. The strange backlash of the time and space power, and Chen Dong's miraculous creation ability, which directly granted him body. Such means were simply inconceivable. With such a Chen Dong, how could the Ice Emperor possibly deal with him? But the Ice Emperor was the goddess he had secretly adored for many years. Was she really going to be hunted by Chen Dong? Tianming tentatively asked. My king, are you going to hunt the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion? Chen Dong nodded and said, That's right, the Ice Blue Emperor Scorpion in the extreme north is currently 380,000 years old. Just right from my third soul ring. Confirmed, it was indeed the Ice Emperor, and now Tianming was truly panicking. Chen Dong wants to hunt down his goddess? What should he do? Protect the goddess? That's a joke. Don't mention that his current small body is just a newly born form. Even if he was previously a million-year soul beast, so what? He is completely no match for Chen Dong. Going to hunt the Ice Emperor together with Chen Dong? That's even more impossible. Tianming hesitated and said, My lord, can we not kill the Ice Emperor? No. You must understand that the reason I haven't absorbed your soul ring is that I have a suitable target. I've been stuck at the Great Soul Master level for a long time. I must obtain the soul ring of a 300,000-year soul beast. Tianming hesitated for a moment and then said, If I can persuade the Ice Emperor to willingly offer her soul ring, can my lord spare her soul and allow her to transform back into a human body, like me? Upon hearing this, Chen Dong was taken aback. Allowing the Ice Emperor to transform back into a human body? Chen Dong couldn't guarantee this. It completely depended on whether the Ice Emperor had a hero that resonated with the essence of her soul. Chen Dong looked at Tianming with a half-smile and said, What's wrong? Do you want to be a hero, saving a beauty? What is this Ice Emperor to you? Tianming hesitated for a long time and couldn't say a word. If you don't say anything, I'll just assume it doesn't matter. She is my goddess. Although I love her very much, but she hasn't accepted me yet, my lord. I'm begging you, my lord. Please don't kill the Ice Emperor. You have to believe me. I can definitely persuade her to willingly offer her soul ring. She is really important to me. Seeing Tianming's anxious look, Chen Dong nodded and said, All right, I promise you. However, I can't guarantee that I can help her shape her body. It all depends on her own opportunities and fate. And whether you can persuade her, that will depend on you. Chen Dong didn't care much anyway, as all he needed was a soul ring. Now that the heavenly dream ice silkworm had transformed into the carefree Zhuangzhou, combined with his magical Kuan martial soul ability and Zhuangzhou supportive abilities, he would undoubtedly have a powerful ally by his side in the future. It's perfectly fine to treat his little brother well. As a single man for a million years, it was only natural to resolve personal issues. However, all of this depended on whether the Ice Emperor Scorpion was self-destructive. Chen Dong wouldn't make any absolute statements to avoid slapping his own face later. Don't worry, my king. I will definitely persuade her. Upon hearing Chen Dong finally agree, Tianming's face lit up with surprise. Great. We finally saved her. The Ice Emperor doesn't have to die. Although he clearly knew that the Ice Emperor was a powerful soul beast with a 300,000-year lifespan, he was even more afraid of Chen Dong's methods. Not to mention his miraculous ability to make his words become reality. Just the act of reshaping a body for his own soul was beyond ordinary means. Perhaps only a true god could achieve such a feat, however. Considering that Chen Dong was only his second-ring Great Soul Master, how could that not be terrifying? At that moment, BibiDong slowly opened her eyes. After absorbing the million-year soul ring, an overwhelming force surged uncontrollably from her body. The moment she opened her eyes, a hint of gold even flashed in her gaze. Teacher, how are you? Chapter 103, Persuading BibiDong. Seeing BibiDong wake up, Chen Dong hurried over with a face full of surprise. Upon opening her eyes, BibiDong saw Chen Dong's expression, which was a mix of joy and concern. Beyond the excitement she couldn't hide, there was more tenderness in her eyes. After absorbing the million-year soul ring, BibiDong's soul power had directly reached the level of a peak Douluo at level 99. It is known that after reaching level 95, each subsequent level up is a significant hurdle. With Chen Dong's help, she had directly reached peak Douluo strength in one go, which was understandably exciting for her. Little guy, thanks to your gift, the teacher is now a level 99 title Douluo. I believe it won't be long before I can challenge the final step. However, when Chen Dong looked at the excitement in BibiDong's eyes, he didn't feel much joy. He knew what BibiDong meant by the final step, and he didn't want her to take that step right now. He understood that once BibiDong completed the divine trial of the Rakshasa god, she would directly inherit the position of the Rakshasa god. But Chen Dong didn't want BibiDong to inherit that broken divine position. After all, the Rakshasa god was not only useless, but also a trap for BibiDong. The Rakshasa god had a significant flaw. It was inherently restrained by the Asura god. As soon as the Rakshasa god faced the Asura god, it would tremble from the core, which was also the reason why Tang San could eventually defeat BibiDong. It wasn't just because the Azura god was powerful. It was also because BibiDong lost momentum from the beginning and didn't want to fight upon seeing the Rakshasa god. Moreover, the Rakshasa god, because it utilized evil powers, could be completely restrained by the light of the sea god and the angelic domain. The most critical point was that inheriting the Rakshasa god brought no benefits. The Rakshasa god might be the poorest god, as it gave BibiDong only one divine weapon, the Rakshasa demon scythe, without providing any other benefits. It didn't help BibiDong increase her soul power or upgrade her soul ring levels. Even the divine weapon, the Rakshasa demon scythe, was eventually shattered by Tang Hao using the Haotian hammer after it was blown up, a divine weapon that could be destroyed by ordinary iron. What kind of divine weapon was that? Furthermore, BibiDong wasted decades of her life trying to inherit the Rakshasa god's divine position, only to inherit the weakest one. Therefore, Chen Dong's idea was to prevent BibiDong from inheriting the Rakshasa god's divine position. Thinking of this, Chen Dong looked at BibiDong and said, "Teacher, can you promise me one thing?" "Little guy, go ahead. What is it?" "No, teacher, you have to promise me first before I say it." "Okay, please, teacher." Chen Dong affectionately hugged BibiDong, looking at her eagerly. Okay, teacher agrees to you." BibiDong couldn't refuse him, and when she felt Chen Dong's intense gaze, she inexplicably felt a wave of panic in her heart, wanting to avoid his eyes. She didn't know why she always felt that Chen Dong's eyes were as sharp as knives and as hot as flames. "Teacher, can you not inherit the position of the Rakshasa god?" In an instant, BibiDong was stunned. She looked at Chen Dong in surprise. "Little guy, how do you know that teacher has the inheritance of the Rakshasa god?" "Teacher, I can feel an evil power belonging to the Rakshasa god within you. I encountered a powerful soul beast in the Douluo forest. It's called the Dark Demon, Evil God Tiger. It possesses a trace of the evil god's divine power. After absorbing its inner core, I gained some inheritance so I can sense the presence of the Rakshasa god. Teacher, the Rakshasa god is not suitable for you. If you believe me, I will choose a more appropriate divine position for you to inherit in the future." "This, little guy, you." BibiDong hesitated, also feeling a bit shocked. She didn't expect that not only had Chen Dong rapidly improved in strength, but he also had such an extraordinary encounter, being able to sense the divine power of the Rakshasa god within her. However, she was really unwilling to give up the inheritance of the Rakshasa god. She had already accepted the divine test of the Rakshasa god for so many years. After finally reaching the level 99 title Douluo strength, coupled with the divine power of the Rakshasa god, she could now not only break free from the control of Qian Daolu and the Douluo Palace, but also directly kill Qian Daolu and annihilate the Angel Clan to take revenge. Was she really going to give that up? "Teacher, you have to believe me. The position of the Rakshasa god is definitely not the best choice. From memories of the Dark Demon Evil God Tiger, I learned that the Rakshasa god has significant drawbacks and is easily restrained by the Azura god. Don't worry. In 2 years, I will definitely choose a more suitable divine position for you." Looking at the concern in the little guy's eyes, BibiDong smiled. She naturally knew that Chen Dong would never harm her. "All right, teacher agrees to you. I will temporarily not continue the divine test of the Rakshasa god." "Great, teacher." "Jianzong ha bili huget BibiZong." "Teacher, when the time comes, I'll find a few more divine beasts for you to choose one you like to inherit." If it were before, BibiDong would have thought that Chen Dong was just talking like a child, mostly joking, and she wouldn't take it to heart. But now, the 8-year-old directly presented a soul ring from a million-year soul beast to her. She didn't know how many miracles this little guy had. So even though what Chen Dong said was so unbelievable, BibiDong didn't question it. Huh. At that moment, BibiDong noticed Tianming standing not far from them. "What is this?" "Teacher, can you guess who he is?" BibiDong looked at Tianming in confusion and said, "Could he be that Tianming ice silkworm?" "No way." Now, Chen Dong was really surprised, looking at BibiDong and then at Tianming. "Teacher, you could guess that?" Tianming, with the body of a Zhuangzhou, had no unique aura belonging to the Tianming ice silkworm. How did the teacher figure it out? Seeing Chen Dong's curious expression, BibiDong chuckled and said, "The time you absorbed the soul ring wasn't long, and it's highly unlikely for someone to appear out of nowhere in such a short time. Moreover, although this guy has an ethereal temperament and a certain grace, his eyes reveal a sort of lewdness, just like that Tianming ice silkworm. Besides, when I absorbed the soul ring, I didn't sense the soul of the Tianming ice silkworm. You also said that you would find a suitable place for its soul, so it's not hard to guess." "All right." Chen Dong sincerely admired her. "Teacher, aren't you curious about how I did it?" BibiDong smiled and said, You have too many secrets. This must be related to your unique martial soul, right? A teacher is indeed a teacher. The perspective on issues is really sharp. Chen Dong nodded and said, yes, it is a kind of ability brought by my martial soul, which can transform into the existence of another person, almost achieving a perfect disguise effect. Disguise? Upon hearing this, BibiDong's eyes flickered, as if she thought of something. Chapter 104. A small gift. Chen Dong's physical transformation belonged to Cao Cao's power, and soon BibiDong was astonished to see the drastically changed Chen Dong. In front of him suddenly stood a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Teacher, this is my ability. I can transform into the existence of another person. This body I have now is called Cao Cao. As he spoke, Chen Dong extended his right hand, and the dark blood sword martial soul suddenly appeared, followed by 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings swirling around him. Sword sect. Although she had already had some guesses, BibiDong was still shocked when she truly witnessed this scene. This little guy always surprised her, and each time it was a bigger surprise than the last. At this point, BibiDong felt that if the little guy really brought back a few divine positions next time, she wouldn't be surprised at all. Just then, a voice came. Huh? Teacher, who are they? Where did the little guy go? Hulayina, looking somewhat dejected, asked in confusion as she stared at the 2 strange individuals that had suddenly appeared before her. Chen Dong's eyes lit up, and with a grin, he joyfully rushed towards Hulayina. Who are you, uncle? Hey, don't come over. Whoosh! The soul power on Hulayina suddenly surged. 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings appeared. Good, daring to be reckless in the Pope's palace. I'll give you a lesson. Chen Dong smiled as he walked, eager to see the progress the little fox had made over the years. Hulayina, however, looked at the strange uncle who seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. His face twisted into a lewd grin as he lunged toward her. The teacher didn't intervene, so he must be an acquaintance of hers. But no matter who you are, if you dare to bully me, I will make you pay. She had plenty of experience dealing with middle-aged lechers. Second soul skill, Fox Charm. Hulayina let out a soft huff, and her demeanor became incredibly enchanting, even causing Tianming, who stood beside her, to momentarily lose focus. It was important to note that his current soul was still that of a million-year soul beast, and with Zhuang Zhou's exceptional mental power, he still felt a moment of dazedness. Yet, Chen Dong's expression remained unchanged as he burst into laughter. Dominating the world, a sword aura was unleashed, dispersing the alluring aura emanating from Hulayina. Then, Chen Dong swung his dark blood sword fiercely at her. Blade of Tyranny. The dark blood sword struck 3 times in quick succession, and Chen Dong's figure moved at a terrifying speed, suddenly appearing in front of Hulayina. With the final strike, Hulayina was sent flying through the air in a disheveled state. Just as she landed, she found Chen Dong's arm wrapped around her, preventing her from hitting the ground directly. In this position, Hulayina's body was slightly bent, collapsing into Chen Dong's embrace. In that instant, a feeling of humiliation surged within her, and she clenched her teeth tightly. She never expected not only to be unable to defeat him, but also to be subjected to such humiliation. If the little one saw this, wouldn't he misunderstand her? Meanwhile, BibiDong, who had been watching the show with a smile, saw Chen Dong holding Hulayina, and her smile faded slightly. Hulayina reached out, and suddenly a small, pitch-black object appeared in her hand. Upon seeing this, Chen Dong was so shocked that his eyes nearly popped out. No way. Did she replicate it so quickly? The key question was, who gave this thing to the little fox? Wasn't that just asking for chaos? Chen Dong hurriedly said, Senior sister, it's me? Don't be too rough. Hulayina was stunned. This voice felt inexplicably familiar. Senior sister? Wait, the strange uncle in front of me just completely ignored my fox charm skill. It seems only one person has such ability. At that moment, Chen Dong directly retracted his Cao Cao form and instantly transformed back into his own body. In an instant, Hulayina was taken aback. The boy in front of her still had the shadow of the little guy, but he had not only become incredibly tall, but his muscular arms were also filled with strength, exuding a chaotic and wild aura. His eyes were bright like the starry sea, intensely staring at her, with flowing black hair and a face that was both sharp and handsome. The mature lines all radiated an alluring charm. The ancient and vast aura belonging to the Cao Cao bloodline and the Candle Dragon, along with the sinister power of the evil god, made him appear both mysterious and dangerous, yet with an unknown allure. In an instant, a silly smile appeared on Hulayina's lips. Stinky little brother, is that you? It's me, senior sister, I'm back. For some reason, upon hearing this, Hulayina's heart ached for a moment. and the corners of her eyes even became slightly moist. He has grown so big. The little guy has changed. He is no longer that little brat who used to follow me around and was easily bullied by me. Not only has his strength progressed rapidly, but most importantly, he has become more mature and charming. Now, looking at Chen Dong, Hulayina's heart was unexpectedly flustered and evasive. Huh? Senior sister, why are you crying? Is it because you miss me too much? You nonsense. I didn't, you ungrateful little brat. After all these years, you didn't miss your senior sister at all. I wasted my affection on you. At this moment, standing aside, BibiDong looked at the embraced Chen Dong and Hulayina, and for some reason, suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Little guy, didn't you say you had a gift for Nana? BibiDong couldn't help but interject. Oh, Chen Dong let go of Hulayina, but she stumbled slightly, her legs feeling weak, and almost fell. Chen Dong was about to reach out to help, but Hulayina hurriedly dodged. Chen Dong didn't think much and directly took out a pile of items from the third-level bag. Senior sister, these are the gifts I brought for you. Take a look and see if there's anything you like. He placed a dozen soul bones in front of Hulayina and said, these soul bones aren't very old. None of them are over 100,000 years. Most are from 10,000-year soul beasts, so the quality isn't high. Just pick one or two to use, and when I kill more 100,000-year soul beasts in the future, I'll bring you more soul bones. Hulayina stared blankly at the dozen sparkling soul bones in front of her, somewhat incredulously saying, these are all for me? Chen Dong smiled and said, these goods aren't of very high quality. If the world wants them, take them all, but I suggest you keep this 80,000-year-old right leg bone and this 70,000-year-old right arm bone. The rest are a bit too poor in quality. This left not only Hulayina stunned, but even BibiDong looked in surprise at Chen Dong, and then at the large pile of soul bones in front of him. These are soul bones, not just pig bones. How many soul masters on the continent dream of obtaining a soul bone in their lifetime? But the difficulty is really high, because the probability of soul bones appearing is too low, generally only one or even lower. Only extremely powerful soul beasts that die under special circumstances might leave behind soul bones after death. On the Douluo continent, even if soul bones are auctioned at a reputable auction house, they could still be intercepted. In the history of the Douluo continent, there were once two kingdoms that fought over a 20,000-year-old soul bone, causing rivers of blood to flow. So the 10,000-year soul bone is also known as the treasure of the blood river. Just a 20,000-year-old soul bone could spark a great war, which shows how precious soul bones are. Even the title, the Elders of the Spirit Hall, might not be able to gather a single soul bone. In the original work, it was recorded that after an elder's death, the 3 soul bones on him were taken out by BibiDong to serve as rewards for the Golden Generation. During the Soul Master competition at that time, many people scrambled for those 3 soul bones. Now, Chengdu has a whole dozen soul bones in his hands, just sitting there, and he even says their quality is not good and it's better not to absorb them. Does this sound like something a human would say? BibiDong had only barely gathered 6 soul bones in these years. Little guy, how do you have so many soul bones? BibiDong couldn't help but ask. It's nothing. I've killed many 10,000-year soul beasts, so some of them will drop soul bones. This statement is like saying that as long as you practice hard, your strength will increase. It sounds reasonable, but in reality, it's just nonsense. Besides Chengdu, I doubt anyone else can treat 10,000-year soul bones like cabbages. BibiDong, however, nodded thoughtfully. The conditions for soul bones to be born are that the soul beasts must experience some special circumstances at the time of death. If we're talking about the most special death, it must be the soul beasts killed by this little guy's strange martial soul. They die without any pain, almost like they are being transcended, appearing incredibly peaceful. However, Hulayina did not know about Chen Dong's strange martial soul. She gasped in disbelief. What did you say? These are all 10,000-year soul bones? Yes, there are also some 1,000-year soul bones, which I gave to the Annihilation team. Senior sister, these soul bones aren't very valuable, but I thought you would like them, so I collected quite a few. By the way, there's also something good. Look, this is the tail of the 10,000-year phoenix tail chicken crown snake. Just right for you to weave a phoenix tail skirt. Bang, bang, bang. Chen Dong directly threw 4 or 5 colorful tails of the phoenix tail chicken crown snake onto the ground. And this is the ivory from the 10,000-year diamond mammoth. Let Master Mo make you a few small trinkets. And this tiger skin was also produced by a 10,000-year soul beast. Its color is quite rare, and the quality is excellent. You can make a leather mat for senior sister or something like that. This, Hulaina was stunned. So many trophies from 10,000-year-old bees were just thrown on the ground like cabbages at a roadside stall. Is this really the same little guy she knew? That well-behaved little brat, that introverted and shy little boy. In just 2 short years, how did he become so strong? Is the twin martial souls really that powerful? Thinking back to what the teacher had said before, maybe it wouldn't be long before she was surpassed by this little guy. Hulaina was still skeptical, believing that such a surpassing might take 10 years. But unexpectedly, in just 2 years, she could no longer see through Chen Dong in front of her. Little brother, what level of strength do you have now? Soul Zone? This. Chen Dong hesitated a bit. What kind of strength should he be considered now? The reason Hulaina was puzzled about whether he was a soul master was that she had just seen him use the Chow Chow form, which had 4 soul rings. However, his actual strength was only that of a 2-ring great soul master. Although he had a twin martial soul, and his god-slaying spear martial soul had already been equipped with soul rings, when it came to real combat power, Chen Dong could easily defeat a 70,000-year-old diamond mammoth and kill a 60,000-year-old dark demon evil god tiger. Generally speaking, a 70,000-year-old soul beast strength was already close to that of a soul Douluo. Although Chen Dong hadn't fought against a soul Douluo master yet, in a situation where all his trump cards were revealed, killing a soul wouldn't necessarily be a difficult task. Conservatively estimating, Chen Dong said, I should have the strength of a soul emperor, right? Soul emperor. Hulaina was stunned, and she felt a bit lost. Chen Dong quickly added, because I have a twin martial soul. I've taken some shortcuts in terms of combat power. My true soul power level is only at the level of a great soul master, which is still a long way from senior sister. Oh, Hulaina reluctantly accepted this result, but she couldn't feel any happiness in her heart. Over the years, she hadn't slacked off at all, constantly training, just thinking about getting back at him in the future. Yet the gap in strength had grown larger, and upon meeting again, she was easily defeated by him. And then there was that moment, thinking about how she had just fallen into Chen Dong's arms. A blush involuntarily appeared on Hulaina's face. All right, little guy, quickly put these things away. If you want them, you can pick them from the little guy later when we go back. Although they were currently in the Pope's palace, having so many soul bones displayed here was a bit too conspicuous. Chen Dong casually put these things away. Just then, Hulaina noticed the figure of Tianming standing behind her. Curiously, she asked, Who is this? Sister, let me introduce you. This is my new little brother, named Tianming. Tianming, come over and say hello. Call her Sister Nana. Sister now what? Tianming replied, Is it polite? I've lived for 1,000,000 years. Looking at Chen Dong, he could only obediently walk over. Sister Nana. At this moment, Tianming appeared quite delicate, and his overall demeanor seemed a bit weak and ethereal. All right, since he's a friend of the little guy, he is my friend too. Don't worry. With me protecting you in Wuhuan City, no one will bully you. Seeing Hulaina's big sister demeanor, Tianming couldn't help but retort. You can't even withstand a single move from Chen Dong, and yet you're boasting. However, he honestly said, That's great. Thank you, Sister Nana. This was to give face to Chen Dong, just putting up with it. Hulaina looked at Chen Dong happily and said, It's just in time for me to take you to Wuhuan City today. There's a special lantern festival. Well, Chen Dong hesitated for a moment. He had already promised Lord Diala that he would go to the factory today. All right, Nana, the little guy just came back and still has things to deal with. There will be plenty of time to play later. Hulaina looked a bit disappointed, but nodded. Then you have to come back early, okay? She looked quite like a wife full of expectations. Chen Dong gratefully nodded at BibiDong, realizing that the teacher understood him best. Chen Dong followed Lordia to a secret factory that had been in operation for many years. It was located in a dense forest on a large mountain, over 20 miles away from Wuhuan City. The external disguise was a mining site, where personnel from Wuhuan City were stationed to extract ore. However, the entire interior of the mountain was filled with layer upon layer of hidden buildings. The noise from mining perfectly masked the various sounds of the factory. Chapter 106, Future Plans. When Chen Dong arrived here, he could obviously feel that apart from the heavily guarded soldiers of the Spirit Hall on the periphery, there were also many hidden sentinels inside. However, with Chen Dong's powerful perception and keen sense of danger, he could clearly sense the general distribution of these hidden sentinels. Coupled with the function of his scope, the existence of these sentinels was completely unmasked to him. As long as Chen Dong was willing, he could silently eliminate all these sentinels using a silencer, but even so, it was already sufficient to deal with the prying of others. After entering the factory, He delved into a dark mine cave in the center of the mountain, passing through 5 or 6 tunnels. In these tunnels, there are machines for mining ore and some accumulated ores, because the secret factory needed a lot of iron, copper, sulfur, and nitrate. This site was chosen with consideration of these factors. This place is rich in copper and iron ore, so the mining on the periphery is quite genuine. Therefore, from the outside, it only appears to be a resource point under the Spirit Hall. Generally speaking, such resource points will be subject to the scrutiny of other forces. However, this place is simply too close to the Spirit Hall, and ordinary forces would not take such reckless actions. Once discovered, the consequences would be severe, akin to provoking and insulting the Spirit Hall. In fact, what Chen Dong really needed to guard against was the internal forces of the Spirit Hall, especially the prying from the Douluo Hall. Thus, the internal defenses here are exceptionally tight. Entering the tunnels signifies entering the real factory, where the guards are even more stringent. Even when Lord Diarla personally led Chen Dong here, a layer-by-layer password was required. Each layer had different passwords, and sometimes a single password might only allow you to enter the next layer. To go further, a higher-level password was needed, and even the guards from the previous layer could not enter the next layer. Meanwhile, Chen Dong also noticed that many of the guards inside were already equipped with AKM rifles. Although most of the guns have been modified with wooden stocks, their lethality would not be significantly reduced. This factory processes the most primitive ores, refining high-quality copper and iron. Further down, he finally entered the core area of the factory. Here, he could see many craftsmen continuously forging various parts. Each factory operates independently, with each place forging only one type of component. The craftsmen Chen Dong saw were making gun barrels. Without machine tools, all these gun barrels were handmade. Fortunately, many craftsmen on the Douluo continent are also spirit masters. Although their strength may not be very strong, they are still much stronger than ordinary people. Therefore, although the gun barrels are entirely handmade, their quality and density are exceptionally reliable. In the next layer, the craftsmen are only making gun mechanisms. Going further down, the craftsmen are making magazines and bullets. As for the gunpowder needed for making bullets, it is secretly processed and transported from another factory. All workers can only master one procedure. Even Master MO is completely unaware of the entire bullet-making process or the formula for the gunpowder. He is engaged in the more complex production of rifling and firing mechanisms, while the final assembly can only be handled by members of the Oblivion Squad. These individuals have all received Chen Dong's guidance and training, and many of them have soul bones given by Chen Dong, so their loyalty to him is undoubtedly solid. Your Highness, the Holy Sun. The factory can now produce 4 rifles, 4 handguns, and 100 bullets every day. As for grenades, by using the method you suggested and improving the wooden handle grenade process, we can now produce 10 wooden handle grenades each day. Of course, if we further expand the factory scale, the production speed can be increased, but that would require relocating the factory, which is not conducive to confidentiality. Lord Diarla looked at Chen Dong with a satisfied expression as he hurriedly reported the factory's output. No need. The difficulty of replicating these weapons is not too high. What we need to do is conduct it secretly, pursuing a one-hit kill effect. There is no need for large-scale production. Weapons like firearms and grenades can have miraculous effects when equipped on a large scale, especially during decisive battles with major forces. However, once there is preparation, the enemy can also replicate them, especially among the enemies of the Spirit Hall. The Haotian sect of the 3 great sects is filled with various skilled craftsmen. If they're truly determined to replicate, these techniques will not be too difficult. For Chen Dong, the Spirit Hall's ambition to unify the continent will definitely not be smooth sailing and will inevitably lead to several major battles. Although Qian Rinchue's plan to usurp the country may succeed directly with his intervention, the military strength of the Star Luo Empire cannot be underestimated. Hot weapons can play a miraculous role in major battles, especially in the hands of ordinary soldiers. War is inevitable, and what Chen Dong can do is to end the war as quickly as possible in a short time and keep the aftermath to a minimum. After all, in all wars, the ones who suffer the most are often the common people, especially on the Douluo continent. Powerful spirit masters can survive even in battles involving tens of thousands of people. However, the aftermath of some powerful spirit masters in battle can randomly annihilate ordinary people. For example, the title Douluo Bo once released toxins all at once, destroying a city, and Tang San, in his rage, once slaughtered an entire city by himself. In Chen Dong's plan, such a situation is absolutely not allowed to happen. He is a human from a modern civilized society, and he is very unaccustomed to treating ordinary people as mere grass. After all, in the society he exists in, every member of the ordinary public is a fair part of that society. In fact, Chen Dong's initial plan was to provide free compulsory education to all children directly by the Spear Hall. However, this resolution was quickly met with fierce opposition, and he ultimately had to settle for helping awaken them, and then offer free education and training regardless of the Soul Master's talent. This may be some insignificant small matter he can do now, but in the future, this continent is destined to change bit by bit because of him. And just as Chen Dong and Lord Diarla were inspecting the secret factory, Hulaina was cheerfully arriving at Chen Dong's room, only to find that he was not there. The little fox, unwilling to give up, wandered around other places in the Spirit City, but still did not see Chen Dong. She did not expect that as soon as she returned, he would be hiding from her. Thinking of this, Hulaina's once cheerful footsteps became heavy. Chapter 107. Don't be impatient at this moment. BibiDong happened to see a dejected-looking Hulaina walking with her head down, lost in thought. Lena. Oh, teacher. Hulaina greeted listlessly. Lena, what's wrong with you? It's nothing. Hulaina lowered her head, a bit embarrassed. Lena, you've been like this since you were little, unable to even tell a lie in front of your teacher. Come in with me. It's been a long time since we had a good chat. BibiDong held Hulaina's hand and led her into the Pope's palace. Standing by the window, they could clearly see the entire Wuhuan city, with countless lights already lit up in the city. Hulaina's eyes were filled with desolation and disappointment. Laina, are you thinking about the little guy? Who wants that heartless little brat? I don't want him. BibiDong laughed and shook her head, then said, the little guy hasn't come back in the past 2 years. Yet who is the one who runs to me every day asking about him? Occasionally, when Lord Diarra brings back a letter, you can't sleep for days from joy, and yet you say you don't miss him. Hulaina sighed. What good does it do? He doesn't care about me at all. All he cares about is the teacher. Hulaina mustered the courage to voice her dissatisfaction. After all, the little guy would chat and laugh with BibiDong as soon as he returned, but when she returned, she only had time for a quick greeting before he left. BibiDong did not refute Hulaina's statement. Perhaps in the little guy's heart, there truly was only herself. Because he cared deeply for her, especially since he was able to gift her a million-year soul beast that had willingly sacrificed itself, which clearly showed his affection. Who could give up the temptation of a million-year soul beast and hand it over to someone else? BibiDong could feel the deep affection Chen Dong had for her, especially now that the little guy had grown up and carried an enchanting and wild aura that even made her heart race at times. But she clearly understood that for the little guy, Hulaina was the most suitable choice. They were both talented and beautiful, and both were her disciples. It was only